Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The space on the street shattered, after which we were told that these were portals leading to another dimension that began to appear all over the land, which led their quiet world to the beginning of something unfathomable. People paid attention to the portal, and the plot reported that many countries sent their troops to these gates in order to find out more about them. However, not a single soul returned. Red energy wafted from the portal. The monsters escaped from there. They began to destroy the city, while we were told that with all the power that they had, all modern weapons were no match for them. Everywhere monsters began to massacre people, but some patrons began to elect people and they had amazing powers and abilities. The people's eyes glowed blue, and we were told that they were called hunters. The guy chopped off the monster's hand, while the plot said that with the appearance of hunters in the vanguard, humanity began to strike back. The man shrouded in the aura read the message that the patron had supported him. He restored it and increased the single strike stats, after which we were told that patrons can provide additional power to active hunters. Mana covered the warrior's hand. The man fired a beam at the creatures. The undead stood behind the guy while we were told that among the countless hunters, there was one whose strength was immeasurable, an immortal army of soldiers and the ability to control fire. The whole world called him the Demon King. He had a special skill called a player. Only he could level up through hunting. There was a smirk on his face. A crowd of people gathered, and the plot reported that under the influence of 12 great heroes, who were equated with gods, his existence was erased from the pages of history. Flames enveloped the book. We were shown the emblem and noted that they, people who called themselves gods, created Eden. Hunters began to be considered a new stage of evolution, and those who could not become hunters turned into slaves. The man was holding a sphere of mana in his hand, and the plot told us that hunters began to rule the world, and thus 100 years passed. Sunlight enveloped the settlement around the forest. The guy was running along the trail. His face was puzzled. He suddenly stopped and began to try to catch his breath. Sitting on a tree branch, the stranger asked if the guy had finished, to which he received the answer that he had reached his limit. He had no strength left at all. Smiling, the man said that his student said that he wanted to change the world, after which he asked if he really thought that with such an attitude he could become a hunter, because in order for patrons to notice him, you need to go beyond your capabilities. Stretching out his hand, the guy asked if Song had overcome his limit when his patron first noticed him, to which he was told that he wasn't, they just started supporting him. Frowning, the protagonist noted that this was unfair. Standing in front of him, the man said that life was unfair, even in the fact that he was a simple man and he was a hunter. Since he could not run, they would do something else. An object appeared in front of his hand. He grabbed his spear with a satisfied look. The guy caught the weapon and said that every time he sees the hunter's inventory, he is amazed. Dream looked at him and emphasized that there was nothing to be surprised at. He would understand everything as soon as he became a hunter. Looking down, the boy said that after he learned that his parents had been killed by hunters, the man had given him this book as a keepsake. It described the nonsense done by the hunters, and he wanted to correct it. Looking at the sky, he added that sun had helped him get through all these years. But when he looked at what he had been able to achieve, it seemed that he would never become a hunter. He noticed birds in the sky and emphasized that becoming a hunter, as they say in Eden, is only the will of heaven. The man hit him lightly and said that it was nonsense. Smiling, he asked not to worry, because his student would definitely become a hunter, and then asked if he still had this book. Wiping away his tears, MC said that Dream constantly asks about it. Of course, it is from him, because it is a memory of his parents, and then asked if it was true that Sun said that this was the autobiography of a forgotten hero whose story was erased by 12 deities. He clutched the book in his hand. A girl shrouded in an aura hovered over the forest and watched them. With a calm look, she emphasized that she had found them. The stranger stretched out her hand. Turning around, the man wondered if it was magic. A stream of mana flew into them. Dream threw his student aside. The guy hit a tree. There was a powerful explosion. The girl lowered her gaze. Surprised, the protagonist asked what had happened. A stranger appeared in front of him. She turned her attention to him. The frightened boy wondered what the hunter had forgotten there. Looking at him, she ordered him to bow. MC suddenly knelt down and lowered his head. He stressed with a dumbfounded look that his body simply did what she ordered. Someone jumped out of the forest. The guys stood in front of the girl. They knelt down and cried out that they were greeting the queen of Eden, Athena. The boy began to tremble and reason that this was Athena, the ruler of Eden, of the highest rank. Looking at it, he asked what one of the 12 founding gods of Eden had forgotten there. The girl with a serious look said that he could not run far. They should grab him and bring him to her. Shrouded in blue mana, the guys shouted that they had accepted the order. He left there. Looking away, the girl began to reason that they had only managed to sit on his tail, but she did not understand who he was and what he had forgotten. She looked at the protagonist and emphasized that she did not feel a drop of magic in him. Terrified, the protagonist reasoned that the autobiography of the Demon King, which he now has, hides the dirty deeds of the 12 heroes, which they have been hiding all this time. He hopes that she does not suspect this and will simply leave him. Turning around, the girl emphasized the fact that this boy was just a worthless slave. With a frightened look, he asked if she had left. Looking up, he noted that he was saved. Athena approached him. she said with a serious look that she had almost missed it. She felt the magical power emanating from him, although there were almost no traces of it left. The dumbfounded guy listened to the fact that his heart was beating, and his breathing was becoming faster. The girl with glowing eyes asked if it was so that he had something that could not be betrayed to her gaze, and then ordered him to show it to her vividly, and to tell her all that he knew. Putting his hand in his bosom, MC thought that his body was moving on its own. Holding the book in his hands, he noticed that if the book fell into her hands, he would be a corpse. The guy showed her the book and came to the conclusion that his body did not obey him at all. He imagined a warrior and noted that the story of a demonic king who was the true hero of humanity. Eden clearly did not want the world to know his story. Athena stretched out her hand to her. Drops of sweat ran down the boy's face as he reasoned that everyone he cared about would die. If something went wrong, the entire area where he lived would be wiped off the face of the earth. And that's how Eden works. They forcibly get rid of everything they don't want and stand in their way. With glowing eyes, he added that he could not give it to her. Flames enveloped the book. Athena put up a barrier in front of her. She cried out with a satisfied look that she had found the biography of the Demon King. Waving her hand, the girl stressed that she did not know how she ended up with such servants, but she took her. She shifted her gaze. The man threw her aside. A cloud of dust rose. Sleep stretched out his hand to the book. The tearful guy turned to him. Smiling, his teacher asked him not to cry because he was a man, adding that he had carried himself well and had done an excellent job in keeping her. Wiping away his tears, MC wondered who he really was and how he was able to stand up to one of the 12 gods. Looking down, Sun apologized, because he didn't have much time to explain everything to him. He didn't think that he would be found so quickly, after which he added that the guy says the same thing all the time, that he wants to change the world, so he will bet on someone like him. Taking the book, the puzzled protagonist asked. A sword appeared in the man's hands, after which he revealed that the hunters had proclaimed themselves gods and ruled over the common people, anyone who was as weak as he was, like cattle waiting for someone else to deal with him. Sun took a fighting stance and asked if his apprentice would continue to wish to change the world for the better if he had the power to change the world, a power that could stand up to the 12 gods. The guy stared at him silently. Athena jumped out of the cloud of dust. She rushed into battle and called for Heimdall. The dumbfounded man shouted that she was coming. They had no time. The guy had to answer him, because he would not be able to resist Athena alone. The protagonist's eyes began to glow with a red light, after which he said that if he could wield such a power, he would definitely change this entire world. Smiling, Sun remarked that it was good. He swung his blade. The man pierced the disciple's body through. MC was shocked by what had happened. He looked at the smiling teacher, who said that if he was met there, he should be kind to him. He suddenly disappeared. Shrouded in aura, the guy wondered what he was talking about. The stunned protagonist turned to Heimdall. A bright flash rang out. Looking at the bright glow, the guy listened to the words of the system that the contract had been fulfilled. According to the contract with the fallen angel, protection had been received. The mountainous terrain was enveloped in light. The protagonist moved there. His face was dumbfounded. Looking at his body, he said that he did not understand what it was. He was sure that he had been pierced through, but there was not a scratch on it. Clenching his hand into a fist, MC added that his body felt more than before, the power that was felt in his body, and that voice that told him to receive patronage. He asked with a serious look whether he had now become a hunter. Frowning, he clarified where he was. A blue aura enveloped the cave. Looking up, the young man asked if he was inside the gate. After all, the magical power he felt was coming from his body. The monster was walking in his direction. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist clarified whether these were steps. He hid behind a stone. He was shocked. Paying attention to the goblin, the warrior thought that now he was sure that he was inside the dungeon gate. Puzzled, MC thought that goblins are the initial and weakest monsters, but they are much more dangerous than you can imagine, which is why they are also called the killers of beginners. Examining the creature, he added that due to their exceptional sense of smell and hearing, as well as their insane hunting style, for beginners who started everything without a shred of information, meeting them was tantamount to death. Hiding behind a rock, the guy added that he hoped that the monster would get out of there without noticing him. The goblin suddenly turned around. He began to walk towards the protagonist. The guy picked up a stone from the ground. With a wary look, he thought that he didn't know if what he had learned would work on him. Although he had no other choice, he could only hope for the skills he had learned in the hope of becoming a hunter. The protagonist threw a stone. He landed behind the monster. The goblin suddenly turned around. MC grabbed his arm. He cut off the creature's head with a wave of his hand. The guy was suddenly surprised. His gaze fell on the monster's head flying to the side. Looking at his hand, he wondered what was wrong with his strength. After all, he only wanted to scare the goblin and steal the weapon. Looking up at the sky, he wondered if he had really become a hunter. The guy was taken aback by the message that the fallen angel turned his gaze on him. The monsters were running in his direction. There was a smile on their faces. Taken aback, the protagonist asked if they could hear any sound. An aura surrounded the horde of goblins. The dumbfounded protagonist wondered if there were so many of them. Looking at the monster, he concluded that the goblin chief was standing behind everyone. Lowering his head, MC announced that this was the end. After all, he had just woken up. He added with a frightened look that he was no match for the boss. MC imagined the image of a teacher who said not to cry. Even so, he held himself well and did a great job of keeping the book with him. Pointing his sword at the guy, Sun asked if he would continue to wish to change this world if he had the power to change the world, a power that was capable of resisting the 12 gods. The boy with glowing eyes replied that it was. If he could wield such power, he would definitely change this entire world. He gritted his teeth. A blue aura surrounded him, after which the protagonist stated that he could not die there like this. He had no right to do so until he changed this stupid world. Shifting his gaze, he added that if the fallen angel turned his gaze on him, then this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He rushed into battle. MC sliced the monster in half. The warrior swung his blade, killing the goblins one by one. The enemy pounced on him from above. Frowning, the young man struck him down with a single punch. His arm was hit by an attack. The guy was furious. He struck down the monster, after which a notification popped up that he had leveled up. Leaves fell from the trees. The boy chopped them up. He had a spear in his hands. Smiling, Sun said that it was unbelievable. When he looked at the disciple, he understood what geniuses looked like. Ordinary people had limits, but if he received patronage, he would become a hunter who would have no equal. Looking at the corpse, the guy read that he had leveled up. The monsters lay in pools of blood. The guy was the only one alive on the battlefield. Trying to catch his breath, he stressed that only the boss remained. The attack flew at him. He flew aside. MC landed on the ground. Frowning, he thought that it was the leader of the goblins. Looking at the opponent, he noted that even if it was a goblin, it was somehow a boss. The monster's eyes shone brightly as the protagonist said that the rules say that in order to defeat the leader of the goblins, you need to be at least a C-rank hunter. Otherwise there is no point in trying. Looking away, the guy thought that he had just awakened. Most likely he had an E or F rank, and then wondered if someone like him would be able to kill him just by waking up. He was suddenly taken aback. He had a spear in his hands. Shrouded in an aura, the protagonist concluded that he would put everything into this blow, after which notifications popped up that the fallen angel applauded his decision and granted him power over fire. Holding the weapon in front of him, the guy added that the spear was the Demon King's weapon, as well as the best weapon he possessed, and now he had the authority to use it. Flames enveloped the tip of the spear. The protagonist was preparing to make a dash. He rushed at the boss. Rushing past him, MC pierced through the monster's body. He stopped and read that he had leveled up. His spear was charred, after which the system reported that the durability of the spear had dropped to 0. He stressed with a puzzled look that he had coped. The guy with an exhausted look said that as expected, after the boss fight, this was all he was capable of. His legs buckled. The protagonist fell to the ground. As the hunters explored the area, they discussed that the remains of these goblins were everywhere. As they surveyed the battlefield, they wondered who had killed them all, and whether even the goblin leader was dead. Their eyes fell on MC. Examining him, the guys shouted that there was a survivor there. Sunlight enveloped the building. The protagonist's vital signs were displayed on the screen. There was medicine in the drip. The guy was lying on the bed. When he opened his eyes, he thought it was a hospital. The protagonist with a calm look came to the conclusion that it was not a dream. He imagined the image of the girl and reported that Athena appeared out of nowhere and almost took the autobiography of the Demon King from him. After being impaled by the dream, he woke up inside the gate. He imagined how the man had wounded him. The guy killed the boss and noted that because of the goblin chief he encountered, he almost died. But he was able to survive thanks to the mastery of fire granted to him by the fallen angel. But after that, he passed out, receiving many serious injuries. Getting out of bed, MC asked if the hunters who entered the gate had saved him. The nurse entered the room and said that he could not move yet. Standing in front of him, she asked how he was feeling and whether he was dizzy. Smiling, the girl said that the hunters from the Major League Guild had found him and brought him there. If it weren't for them, she didn't even know what would have happened to him. The surprised guy asked again about the guild of the Major League. The embarrassed nurse revealed that he was seriously injured, so he was very lucky. He was injured in the incident inside the gate, so someone from the association should come soon while she asks him to rest. As she walked away, she thought she needed to tell everyone how cute he was. Looking after her, the guy asked for forgiveness. The nurse turned. Sitting on the bed, the guy asked what year it was, to which he received the answer that apparently his memory is now confused. He must still be a little dizzy. She added with a satisfied look that it was 2022. The protagonist was shocked by what he heard, after which he thought that it was 100 years before his birth. He imagined a portal and emphasized the fact that the gate began to appear in the year 2020. He introduced the warriors and added that in the year 2022, many hunters began to make names for themselves. MC was frightened. He remembered how the man had grabbed his sword and declared that the hunters had proclaimed themselves gods and ruled over the common people, anyone who was as weak as he was, like cattle waiting for someone else to deal with him. His pulse began to rise. The enraged guy noted that unlike his time, where you had to become the chosen Eden to become a hunter, this is an era when hunters received patronage directly from patrons, and he got this opportunity. He took the catheter out of his hand. The drip staggered. His pulse information disappeared from the screen. The dumbfounded nurse cried out that it was dangerous to get up like that. MC approached her with the words that everything was fine, he did not have dizziness as before. Looking at her, he heard that the bathroom was located near the entrance. The protagonist opened the door. He was suddenly surprised. Looking in the mirror, he wondered if it was really him. Looking at himself, the guy said that he did not have such muscles, and even now he is over 190 centimeters. The upset MC added that his face looks very similar, but his physique and appearance seemed to belong to another person. He turned around when he heard a voice that asked if there was anyone there. The stranger sat across from him. He put the business card on the table and introduced himself as Kim. Smiling, he revealed that after the incident at the gate, he had been rescued by the Major League Guild. He had been told that the protagonist had some memory lapses. Puzzled, MC wondered what the nurse was saying about him, and then noted that it was true. Looking at him, Kim asked him to tell him about what he remembered, his name or family details, how he got to the gate, or anything he remembered. Looking down, the main character thought that after he was taken to the hospital, the institution itself and the association tried to find information about him, but obviously, as they had told him, they had not been able to find out anything about him, not his name, not his family, not anything else. He added with a calm look that there was no reason for information about him from the future to emerge now. They said that the memory loss could be related to an incident at the gate, or waking up as a hunter. The guy with a slight smile on his face said that he was 23 years old. His name was Lee. Looking at the other person, he thought that it was that the name of the Demon King came to his mind. For some reason, he had confused his name with the name of the Demon King. He imagined the king and himself from a past life, and added that he didn't know why, but he had an intuition, as if it was the right decision. Holding his head, Kim listened to the fact that Lee didn't remember anything anymore and replied that it was a small problem. With a calm expression, he asked if MC felt anything when he was inside the gate. Sitting opposite, the protagonist said that he heard a voice. Kim was shocked by what he heard. Lee, with glowing eyes, said that the voice told him that he would be his patron. The guy put his hands on the table. With a slight smile on his face, he noticed that the main character had become a hunter, after which he listened to the fact that hunters are something like specially chosen people. Kim got up from the table. Lowering his gaze, he thanked him for taking the time, because after their conversation, someone else might come, but the association would contact him again. Bowing, he added that Lee was slightly worried, but he had become someone incredibly important to this world. Standing in front of him, the guy added that he wished him all the best. MC watched the departing agent. He calmly remarked that he had been very courteous. Looking out the window, Lee clarified his status. A projection began to appear in front of him. Looking at the screen, the protagonist reasoned that this was one of the Demon King's abilities, the reason why the 12 heroes tried to keep the Demon King in line, and the reason why the Demon King was able to become stronger faster than the rest of the heroes. The distressed guy added that Eden was so afraid of it that he erased all mention of him. The Demon King was special. To be precise, he was not a hunter. He drew attention to the fact that his peculiarity is that he is a player. He studied this line intently. Lee thought with a serious look that unlike hunters who needed the condescension of patrons to become stronger, he was able to become stronger without anyone's help, and he was also the only one who could become stronger through hunting. An image of a Demon King appeared in his mind. Shrouded in aura, the guy noted that now the player is him. Sunlight enveloped the hospital. The nurse approached him with a satisfied look and said that she congratulated him on becoming a hunter. Puzzled, MC asked if becoming a hunter needed congratulations. The enthusiastic girl replied that it was like winning the lottery, because even the lowest F-rank hunters could become so rich that an ordinary person could not even imagine even fighting monsters in the gate. There were many things that became available to them. She introduced the blacksmith and told him that the guy could become a blacksmith who forged magical items by infusion of mana. She imagined a man with glowing eyes and emphasized that the protagonist could also become a bodyguard for important people. Huge queues of rich people would line up in the hope of hiring him. MC thought calmly that he already knew all this because those who were not elected were powerless. Smiling, the protagonist wondered if this was the kind of thing he should be happy about. Holding the bag in her hand, the nurse said that she almost forgot to give it to him, adding that it was from Kim, a man from the association. These are things that he was wearing during the incident in the portal. They said that most likely he would not be able to wear them anymore, but decided that it was better to keep them in case he needed them. She noted with a satisfied look that she congratulated him on his discharge from the hospital. Sunlight enveloped the city. Passers-by were walking down the street. Looking around the city, the guy reasoned that this was the era of the Gangnam heroes. Before, he would not even be able to set foot in this place. He said with an interested look that everything looked bright and peaceful. Kim approached him and noted that he had been waiting for him. With a calm face, he offered to follow him to the association, because he didn't think it was a good idea for a newly awakened hunter to walk around the city. Lee stared at him silently. Smiling, Kim asked not to worry, because as soon as they registered him as a hunter, he would immediately be given an apartment. From time to time there were people with a similar situation to his. Closing his eyes, the guy added that he would like to congratulate him in advance. After all, the test showed that he was a C-rank hunter. There were not many people in their country who received C rank immediately after waking up. Stretching out his hand, he said that they needed to continue on their way, the rest he would explain after they completed his registration. They arrived at the building of the Hunters Association. Sitting at the reception, MC noted that usually after waking up, people receive F or E ranks. The ranks of hunters are arranged in alphabetical order. He was given a personal card, after which the guy noted that the higher his rank, the more prospects that open up to him, as well as the special attitude towards him will grow. Evening came. Looking at the inspector, he heard that his registration had been completed without any problems, and this was his apartment in which he would be staying. The protagonist was shocked by what he saw. He looked at his room. Sunlight illuminated his house through the windows. Tears came to his eyes. Standing behind, Kim asked if he liked the place so much, to which he received a positive answer. Looking down, Lee thought that today was a special day. After all, he was finally able to become a hunter. Now he understood what it was like to have his own home for the first time in his life. The puzzled inspector added that he had not told him something. There were some who really wanted to meet him. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. Putting his hand on his chest, he asked again. With a surprised look in his thoughts, he clarified who it could be, noting that there should not be someone who knows that he is from the future. Surprised, Kim revealed that it was the Major League Guild leader who saved him. It seemed that he was interested in him. Lee might decline the request if he was not comfortable meeting him. Standing in front of him, MC asked about the guild of the major leagues, to which he received the answer that it was a very active guild that had been attracting a lot of time lately. Lowering his head, he accepted the request. Kim stood between the guys and introduced them. Smiling, the inspector noted that it was the leader of the Major League Guild. The man looked at them and said that he would introduce himself. He noted with a satisfied look that he was the leader of the Sun Major League Guild. The puzzled protagonist wondered if it was really him. He was taken aback by the question of what he was staring at. Holding the back of his head, Lee said that he wanted to apologize if he had offended him. It came out unconsciously. With a puzzled look in his thoughts, he noted that he had almost made a mistake. He had been taken by surprise. He could not have thought that he would meet him so soon. Sun stood across from him and said that he thought they had met before, because MC looked very familiar. The guy with the calm look said that he had lost all memories after becoming a hunter, so he was not sure. Bowing, he thanked him for saving his life. Standing in front of him, the man thought that his interlocutor was very polite. The protagonist imagined a warrior and emphasized that it was Heimdall, dream. Night fell. Lee raised his hand. Clenching his hand into a fist, he added that everything was real. Looking at the ceiling, he wondered what was wrong with his past body, because it seemed to be someone else's, not belonging to him. But seeing all his moles in the same places, it turned out that it was still his body. A projection with his characteristics appeared in front of him. He imagined the Demon King and asked why he had his abilities. The king's eyes shone brightly as MC reasoned that he had this ability, since the fallen angel had become his patron. Then he didn't know what happened to the Demon King. The guy with the calm look stressed that he didn't know anything else. He didn't think he would get any answers now. Lying on the bed, he stated that he had gone back in time, and had obtained the strongest feature that literally everyone desired. He had gained power. His eyes began to glow as he emphasized that it was a force that could change the world. We were transferred to the Hunters Association. The children were sitting at their desks. The protagonist fell asleep. The man entered the office. He stood in front of the children and introduced himself as Sun, noting that he was one of the people who would be teaching them. The surprised guys asked why one of the key members of the association was there to train the newcomers and whether it turned out that there was a hunter among them, on whom the association had its eyes. The protagonist paid attention to them. The guys with a crazy look thought that this was their chance. If they could draw attention to themselves, they would be able to get into an association or a good guild. San looked at them and said that there would be a seminar about hunters today, after which once they chose their weapons, they would take a combat test, but there was no need to be nervous. Standing behind the podium, he asked if the children knew how the hunters woke up. The stranger raised his hand and asked if it was true that one should be chosen by a supernatural patron. Paying attention to him, San replied that this is true. Also, the strength of hunters is determined immediately after waking up. However, the hunter is able to level up, after which he clarified if they know any methods for leveling. The girl stood up from her seat and stated that it was either the closing of the gate, or the need to earn the attention of the patron with some kind of achievement, and it was also possible to obtain certain skills or items from additional support. The man patted and said that this was an excellent answer. He saw that she had prepared. He noted with a serious look that then he would ask a more tricky question. What is the purpose of the patron? The guys sat silently in their seats. Closing his eyes, San noted in his mind that, as expected, there were no people who wanted to answer. All hunters asked this question, but no one knew the answer who the patrons were and why they chose people, turning them into hunters. Taken aback, he wondered what was wrong with this guy, since everyone was going out of their way to get his attention. He pointed his finger at Lee and asked if he could answer his question. The protagonist lowered his gaze. Smiling, the man added that the answer is accepted in a free form. There is no definite explanation, he just wants to hear his opinion. Holding out his hand, MC asked if this seemed like entertainment. The guys were shocked by such a question. Puzzled, Sun clarified what Lee meant by this. He calmly stated that they choose a character, hunt monsters, and enjoy it if it gets stronger, like it's a game. The surprised man thought that this was an incomprehensible answer. Sitting at his desk, MC highlighted the fact that the Demon King had assumed that the patrons regarded their world as nothing more than a game, and despite all the power he had gained, he had not been able to escape death because of this assumption. It must have been very important to the patrons of their secrets. The guys met in the arena. Smiling, San said that the girl had chosen a sword. It was a great choice. She got into a fighting stance and said that she was ready. The man introduced the monster and said that she would fight the hungry goblin. Everything was fine, even if she could not defeat him. Whether she would pass the test or not, it would be up to him to decide. The girl with glowing eyes said that she agreed to such conditions. Pressing the button, the agent added that there was nothing to worry about. He had been brainwashed so that he could not kill a person or inflict critical wounds on him. The monster ran into the arena. The girl ran at him. She began to scream. The stranger swung her blade. The goblin dodged the attack. He waved his hand. The monster attacked the girl. The girl fell to the ground. The goblin jumped on her. Watching this, the man thought that it was a little dangerous. Turning around, the stranger sliced the creature in half. She was lying on the ground and trying to catch her breath. The agent was standing over her. Smiling, he stated that it was impressive. She managed to counterattack in a similar situation and kill the goblin. She passed. Standing in the arena, he asked the last contestant to come out. The gates began to open. Lee entered the battlefield. His face was serious. Looking at it, San thought that spear and shield were a strange combination. The guy with glowing eyes reasoned that he would be able to continue his final courses only if he passed this test, and if he proved himself now, he would receive many advantages. Looking at him, the man stressed that they would start the last test. He noted with a satisfied look that unfortunately, all the goblins had already been killed, so he would take the test with another monster. Since the enemy had changed, the rules would also change. He did not need to kill him to pass. It would only be enough to get his consent to pass. Taken aback, Lee asked about another monster in his mind. The orc's eyes shone brightly as the man said that he had been brainwashed, so he wouldn't be able to inflict a fatal wound, and as long as a B-rank hunter was there shouldn't be any problems. Standing in front of him, San asked if the protagonist was ready. With a puzzled look in his thoughts, he suggested that they would release Cobalt, because it is similar in strength to a goblin, after which he replied that he was ready. Smiling, the man remarked that then they would start the test. He was impressed by his answer in the workshop, so Lee should not disappoint him. The monster he would fight in the last test was an orc. The monster entered the battlefield, after which a notification popped up that the orc has the strength of 2 adult men and incredible life energy. As you know, only hunters not lower than C rank can resist them. The man pressed a button, announcing the start of the test, said that he was impressed by his answer at the seminar, asking not to disappoint him. A monster appeared in front of him when the instructor said that the monster that Lee would fight at the last test was an orc. The guy was stunned as he looked at the TV screen. The guys were surprised to see a monster in front of him. One of them was outraged since when the orcs appeared in training battles. The man silently stared in front of him, pondering that this had become necessary thanks to the hunter who had awakened immediately with B rank. He had appeared out of nowhere, and was now one of the strongest hunters in the world. The instructor smiled, chasing away the thoughts in his head that the protagonist was the same hunter who had woken up with C rank and dealt with all the goblins and their leader in the D rank gate. Wondering how a hunter could do something incredible from the beginning of his awakening, they couldn't miss such a diamond in their association. The young man was standing opposite his rival when the man asked to show him what he was capable of. A notification appeared that a fallen angel was watching him closely. The main character was enveloped in energy, holding a shield in his hand. The monster charged at the same instant. The guy held out his spear in front of him. He swung, trying to counterattack. The blow fell on the monster in the chest. Lee put his hand forward, speculating about what a stupid monster was attacking, relying on brute force without any ideas, and everything turned out to be easier than he thought. The orc grabbed his spear, trying to pull it out. The young man was surprised that it was stuck, realizing what kind of power it was. The monster opened its mouth, angry. The monster struck a powerful blow with his fist, hitting the shield. The hero defended himself, watching the course of the battle. The spectators looked at what was happening in surprise, discussing whether it was too dangerous. An orc from the start. This is complete nonsense. The instructor must stop him. The man watched without emotion, thinking that the lunge was flawless. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely die from this attack. However, his opponent is a monster that he slightly underestimated. The shield with the image of a horse was shrouded in red energy. The instructor took the dagger in his hands, wondering if this was the end. He understood that if he did not intervene, everything could end badly. The young man let go of his weapon. The observer noticed what had happened. Lee skillfully dodged the orc's sweeping blow. He struck an accurate kick to the head. The monster's fang flew out of the way of the damage it had taken. A guy in a jump made an attempt to attack the opponent with a shield. The guy clenched his teeth, being shrouded in magic. He delivered a powerful blow to the monster's head, using energy. The guys looked at the screen, not understanding who he was, and whether he was really a beginner. The two were stunned, commenting that the hero had squeezed the spear to upset the orc's balance, wondering at the incredible instincts that the guy had managed to defeat the monster in class. San gritted his teeth, wondering if it was a skill, a hunter who had just awakened and already had skills. He hadn't even uttered any spells, so it was a high-rank skill, right? A message was received that the strength of the shield had dropped to 0. The shield was illuminated in orange. The instructor explained that this was the first time since the beginning of the hunter era. The young man was holding a weapon in his hands when the system notified that he had raised the level. Lee stood by the slain enemy, receiving a message that the power over the fire had reached the 2nd level. Sun smiled, realizing that they couldn't let him go. He had to recruit him into the association, and no matter what it cost him, he said that it was incredible, and the guy passed the test. The young man looked at the man, thanking him. He looked at his hand, reasoning that it seemed that the weapon could not withstand it, and wielding fire was an incredible skill. It was said that the power of fire was the basis of the Demon King's power, which he had used since the beginning of his becoming a hunter, and it was not even a skill, but a power. The hero looked down, thinking that unlike a skill that cannot be improved except with the support of a patron, it can also be strengthened even at the expense of the player's trait, but the equipment simply cannot withstand such incredible strength. He clenched his fist, realizing that in order to use this Navi, he needed equipment, at least made of metal. The sun shone on the city. The building was shown after sunset. The guy communicated with his friends, stretching out his hand. Dream was smiling, saying that he was not sure that he should be here. The young man smiled back, saying that of course he had to. It was a housewarming party, apologizing for not being so rich. The guys were sitting at the table. It was said that they had talked a little over the meal, about the seminar and the test to be done tomorrow, as well as the places where they would like to go. Lee explained that Kim was appointed as his handler. The young man opened his eyes wide, asking about the fact that the final test of seminary classes was tomorrow, wasn't it? And as far as he knew, it would be at the gate. But he was sure that the young man would not have any problems with it. Sun sat opposite, talking about plans for the future, clarified what the guy had decided about his proposal. He was surprised to hear the answer that somehow everything inside him was talking, not to miss it. Kim looked away, noticing that the situation was heating up. One of the best guilds in Korea was trying to recruit him, realizing that this was the only opportunity in Lee's life. The man looked at him carefully, explaining that he didn't want to put pressure on him anyway. The main character silently folded his hands on the table. A drop of sweat rolled down the young man's cheek. The guy was without emotion on his face when he replied that he had to refuse. Kim was surprised, opening his eyes wide. Sleep lowered his head. He looked at the young man, asking if he could find out why. Just by himself, he had no way of understanding it. The man believed that this was quite a tempting offer for someone who wished to become an active hunter. Lee looked with a serious look, reasoning that he was right. However, the hero recalled that when he first returned to the past, he was thinking about all possible scenarios of the probable future, and in a scenario where he gets close to his brother's son so early, it is too dangerous. The guy was sitting at the table, apologizing, said that he did not want to join any organization yet. The young man looked out of the window, telling them that if they needed his help in any way, he would always be happy to provide it, until he repaid him for saving him. The man's face was emotionless. Sun smiled, talking about what he had wound around his mustache. Kim looked at the guys with their arms crossed, wondering what was going on here. He gritted his teeth, curious that the rookie was going to help one of the strongest A-rank hunters in Korea, and this A-rank hunter took her seriously. The building was shown from the street, when the two were laughing, and the young man reasoned that someday he would begin to understand the hunters. A tall building stood under the scorching sun. The man was talking about the fact that today was the final test. San raised his hand as he stood in front of the hunters, saying that before they started, he would say a few words to them about the exam process. Behind the instructor was an energy portal. He explained that the test site would be the gate. However, there was no reason to worry. The man clenched his hand into a fist. Sun looked to the side, adding that he would accompany them. The guys looked at him in surprise. A drop of sweat rolled down the hero's face as he reasoned that this was a B-rank hunter, his magic power surpassing everyone standing here. The instructor was smiling, declaring that they would leave the gate as soon as they had all the supplies. Lee entered the portal with a weapon in his hands. He looked around, noticing that the air was viscous. San stretched out his hand to the side, asking that they must have felt some viscosity of the air. Wasn't it because of the strong magical power in the gate? The man was smiling, saying that if everyone was gathered then it was time to move out. When they encountered the monsters, he asked them to follow his instructions. The main character followed the instructor. San raised his hand, signaling to stop. The goblins looked around, weapons in their hands. The monster paid attention to people. The man looked to the side, shouting that they were coming, ordered hunters number 1 and 3 to prepare their weapons. The guys were overwhelmed with energy as they prepared for battle, accepting the order. The warrior swung his sword in front of his opponent. He launched a top-down attack, dealing damage to the monster's body. The second warrior struck exactly on the orc's head. Sun looked to the side, exclaiming that the next number is number 8 and number 16. 2 summoned hunters rushed to attack their rivals. They brandished their swords, cutting monsters in half. The instructor looked ahead, calling out Hunter Lee. The warriors were taken aback after the hero moved very quickly from the start. The guys opened their eyes wide, surprised that it was fast. A young man with a fixed gaze flew into the attack. Moving from one monster to another, he struck each with his weapons. Multiple swings of the blade cut the orcs apart. The monster was dismembered into pieces. The hunters opened their mouths at what was happening. The boys watched from the sidelines, wondering if he had only recently awakened, what was the point of his training here, and if all hunters were like that. San was serious, reasoning that how perfectly he wielded the weapon was incredible. The hero was as good as a B-rank hunter like himself. There was no way they could miss it and simply had to get a genius. The young man was holding a spear in his hands, receiving a notification that he had leveled up. The hunters walked one after another through the mysterious place. The instructor turned around, telling the guys that they would soon reach the boss, and he was different from the goblins they had met before, so he warned them to be on their guard. The man looked away, talking about getting ready, drinking a potion, checking his weapons and equipment. The soldiers listened to his command. One of them drank liquid from the container. Lee lowered his head, pondering that the Demon King had the strength of a player. He carefully stared at the point as he continued to think. The boss had been killed by the 12 heroes before he could unleash all his strength. Something like this wouldn't have happened if he hadn't been swinging faster than them. A flame lit up in the hero's hand as he reasoned what he wanted. He stared at the fire in his palm, knowing that he had to do everything he could to become stronger than the 12 heroes of Eden or anyone else. The guy extinguished the flames, clenching his hand into a fist. San turned around, saying that he had to move forward and follow him. Pink energy spread over this place. It sank lower, enveloping everything around. Hunters approached this place. The man clenched his teeth, feeling something. The warriors opened their eyes wide in fear. Lee was surprised, feeling the overwhelming magic power. The instructor stretched out his hand to the side, shouting that he had to retreat and run to the gate, right away. Pink magic flashed. Pillars of fire rushed upward. A beam of energy rushed through space. San fled from the impending blow. He turned, assessing the situation. The man froze his gaze, reasoning that he needed to dodge, but if he dodged then... He stopped abruptly, cursing. The instructor raised his hands up, activating his venomous fangs. San slammed his strength into the ground, trying to defend himself from the attack. A huge explosion spread around. The man held two blades in his hands, watching what was happening. He tensed, noticing the destructive power, realizing that the poisonous fangs could not fully repel the attack. The instructor turned around, wondering what was going on with the recruits. The man saw the guys standing behind the main character, shrouded in magic. Lee looked at the instructor as he raised his shield. San was stunned, saying that Lee's hunter was incredible. The young man opened his eyes wide, protesting that he had managed to do so because he had blocked most of the attack. A notification has come that a fallen angel is requesting it. The guy was surprised by what he saw. A monster hovered in the air in front of him. The message was that he needed to destroy the great goblin sorcerer. The hunters were frightened, noticing that it was a great goblin sorcerer who could easily destroy B-rank hunters, wondering if they were really in the low-level gate, because there was clearly something wrong with determining the level of danger inside the gate, and one way or another, they had to run, because the only one who could oppose him was the hunter San. The instructor raised his blade, saying that he would be a difficult opponent for him, asking all the hunters to leave the gate, and call for reinforcements from the association. The main character approached the man, expressing a desire to fight the goblin. The guys opened their eyes wide from what they heard. San tensed, answering not to overestimate himself. He knew that the guy had already managed to defeat many goblins and even an orc, but the man said that the abilities of the great goblin sorcerer are not based on physical strength, but on magic. His magical attacks are able to easily kill a B-rank hunter. The young man was focused when he stated that the great goblin sorcerer, a B-rank opponent, a monster with fire magic, the main skills being fire arrows, fireballs, a wall of fire, and a shield of flames, showing that he knew that this monster was strong and understood how to face it. Lee turned his back on the instructor, asking if all the monsters here weren't designed for beginners to be able to defeat them, so he once again asked to give him a chance. San was confused, asking himself what this blind self-confidence was, replied that all right, I agreed. A notification popped up about the start of the mission. The guy prepared for the attack, standing up. Energy shone in front of him. The goblin conjured up by attacking with fireballs. 3 beams flew towards the hero. The young man's shield flashed with light energy. Lee began to deflect the magic balls. The hunters commented with surprise that this could not be. He completely managed to repel the fireball. Sun was shocked, thinking that the guy hadn't blocked him, but absorbed him, not understanding how he had managed to do it. The young man pulled his shield to the side, looking at the approaching danger. He rushed to attack, bursting with energy. The monster was in the air, looking at the magical symbols. The explosion scattered beams of energy and light to the sides. Between the two opponents, the fire from the blow was blazing. The guys were excited, reasoning that they had made a mistake. They would not be able to cope. They would simply be smeared with long-range magic. Lee thrust his spear aside. The red-eyed monster grinned as he looked at him. The protagonist drew the weapon, activating the splitting. A huge fireball lit up, illuminating everything around it. The young man stood in front of his opponent as the energy went to the sides. The instructor was stunned, shouting that it was impossible. Lee smiled as he thought that wielding fire was an incredible skill. Shrouded in energy, the guy rushed to attack the monster, who was looking at his opponent in surprise. The goblin used magic runes. The young man's spear glowed brightly with an orange color. Lee shouted as he attacked the enemy. Fiery rays passed by the guy as he ran towards him. The hero, filled with energy, held out a spear in front of him. The guys watched carefully, saying that the newcomer really did it, calling him a super beginner. The system notified that the mission was accomplished. The fallen angel was raptured by his feat. The guy looked down, to the exclamations of the birth of a super rookie. A message appeared in the notification window, which said that in connection with the successful completion of the mission, the fallen angel would become his patron. The hero was surprised by this information. The new notice said that he had been given the opportunity to fulfill the call of the familiar. Lee closed his eyes, thinking that he had finally obtained it, another ability that made the Demon King so incredible. In the windows of a tall building, late in the evening, the light was burning. Sun bowed as he addressed the president of the association. John was smiling as he said that the reason he wanted to meet him so much during the final test was probably because of this C-rank hunter, wasn't it? The instructor looked at the man, confirming what he had said. The president opened his eyes wider, wondering if his rank was actually lower, didn't he? San stood in front of him, answering that it was just the opposite. John grabbed the chair tighter, remarking that if he was talking about it. The president stood up from his seat, adding that it meant that it was so. John walked to the window, turned around, and asked how much of this guy's potential he thought. The instructor tensed, answering that perhaps the goal they were striving for was quite achievable. John smiled as he raised his head. He understood what he was talking about. He put his hands in his pockets, looking out of the window, wished to meet him as soon as possible. The sky behind the building turned pink at sunset. The main character approached the men. Kim noticed that he had already arrived. They were waiting for him here with the head of the guild of the Major League. The young man was smiling as he talked about what he had experienced when he heard that the rank of the gate they had entered had suddenly risen from E to C, but it didn't seem to cause any problems. Dream looked at the young man, asking if he had received an invitation to join the association. The guy stared at them silently. The instructor called out to the guy standing in front of him, asked if he would like to join the association. The hunters were shocked that they were trying to recruit him into the association, and it couldn't be. Lee was focused, apologized, saying that he had no desire to bind himself to joining any group yet. The man stared at him silently, thinking about how he had just turned down his offer. San tensed, answering that he understood. The young man held a weapon with a shield in his hands, thinking that if he joined the association, he would advance faster. However, if the guy did this, he would not be able to hide anything from them. The hero looked down, adding that he was part of the association. The president was shown when Lee chased away the thoughts in his head that he should never mess with him. No matter what it takes, he should avoid him. The dream looked at the guy, wondering if he had any favorite food preferences, making him think. A drop of sweat rolled down the protagonist's cheek when he reasoned that this was a much more difficult question than being recruited by an association. Going over in his head what he liked, called ramen. The man smiled, asking if he liked meat. The guy's pupils dilated from what he heard, after which he nodded. The dream hugged the hero, offering to go eat tons of meat. The building was shown in the evening. Water poured from the shower head. The young man, lowering his head, took a shower. He ran through in his head all the moments that happened to him in the gate. The battle with the goblins, the confrontation with the boss monster, the final attack against him. The hero looked forward, activating the status. A card with the status of the player was shown in the notification. Lee read the message window intently, thinking that none of the mere hunters were capable of summoning a familiar. Only 12 heroes, only a small handful of people had this ability, and it was definitely thanks to it that he was able to accomplish all these feats. So it was no wonder that he had managed to defeat countless monsters like the bone dragons of the Balrog and Cerberus. The young man opened his eyes wide, wondering that he had acquired the same powers that the Demon King once had. It turned out that the familiars he summoned would be no worse than his, wouldn't they? Activating the summoning familiar. The new message said that he had one chance to summon the familiar guaranteed to him by the fallen angel with the question of whether to proceed. The guy concentrated, saying that he needed to be summoned. He immediately fell to the floor, flashing blue magic, stretching out his hand. The next sunny day came. Lee sat on the couch, looking away. The door to the room opened. Kim pointed at the smartphone, inviting Lee to take a look at it, asking if it was written about it. On the screen, one could see the birth of a super rookie who had been awakened by C-rank. The young man looked at the young man, beginning to say that he had heard that he had defeated the great goblin sorcerer, wondering how he had done it, and why he had not told him it yesterday. The guy looked down, thinking that he was on the front page, but there was no personal information about him on it. But he believed that the highest ranks in the association already had it. Kim touched his face with his finger, saying that hunters have been much more popular than a lot of idols lately, but it doesn't seem like it would be interesting to him in any way. Lee looked at the guest, saying that there was something more important that he needed to discuss with him, and he asked him again. The hero looked at the interlocutor, stating that he wanted to participate in the dungeon clearing. The goblin was cut into 2 pieces. 2 holes appeared in the body of the monster from a successful attack. The young man dealt with the monster, dismembering it into parts. The huge orc screamed fiercely in anger. A powerful energy blow hit him right in the head. A message appeared in the notification window stating that the fallen angel was satisfied with his actions. The young man, shrouded in magic, thrust his spear forward. The message said that he had raised a level. Lee lowered his weapon, looking at all that he had done. The system notified him that he had cleared the dungeon. The young man clutched the spear to his chest, wondering why he didn't react in any way after all the monsters he had killed, even after the boss's death, and how he could use it at all. A message appeared above the bracelet that it was a Soul Keeper skull. The system window went out. The guy thought that the familiar must be incredibly powerful, or endowed with special skills, but he still could not absorb a single soul. Lee looked away, saying that all this time he had been thinking that he needed monster souls, not realizing that he was wrong. The young man was leaving the portal when Kim congratulated him. The gates closed behind him. The young man smiled, stating that the hero had already completed his 4th raid in the dungeon. If he had any items that he wished to put up for auction, he could hand them over to him. The guy put a certain amount of weapons next to him. Kim stretched out his hand, saying that apparently he had already mastered the inventory, and grasped everything on the fly. As soon as the item was sold at auction, the funds would immediately go to his account. Lee looked at him anxiously, asking when he would be able to enter the next gate. The young man stood in front of him, apologizing that there was no gate left to reserve. The young man opened his eyes wide in surprise, wondering that the world was literally being torn apart by gates that could not be closed. But he could not reserve at least one for himself. Clarified that he did not understand if something was wrong here. Kim lowered his head, trying to explain that a guild had recently appeared that was gradually building its name. They had single-handedly reserved about 20 low-level gates for themselves. The guy listened attentively, thinking that even if they were low-level, a single guild could reserve all 20 for themselves. The young man was tense, replying that he was right. The association usually rejected such requests, but since all the gates they had previously reserved had already been cleared, the association had no choice but to approve this request. Lee was dumbfounded by what he heard, trying to figure it out. He grabbed Kim by the shoulders, begging him not to tell him that the head of this guild was called Young, to which he replied that yes, realizing that the guy knew about it. The protagonist's hand was resting on the young man's shoulder as he said that the young man was right. It was the Guild of the Army of the North. It was founded by Yang, who had the nickname Super Rookie, before he appeared. Lee opened his eyes wide, chasing away the thoughts that soon, this man would earn himself the title of hero and firmly entrench himself as a subordinate of the 12 gods. And among other things, he would become famous as a ruthless killer and an absolute tyrant. He imagined a man, the god of war, Gunther. The hero's eyes shone blue as he reasoned that they had met. A man in a robe looks at the unfolding construction. People stand with signs and demand that the construction be stopped and their lives protected. A guy with short hair stands behind Gunther and says that the riots are getting out of control, and asks what they should do. The warrior shifts his angry gaze forward and says that people are just ants, and that if you destroy their houses here, they will build new ones elsewhere, and asked if there is any reason to worry about the lives of some ants. He imperiously throws up his hand and declares that if the despicable slaves are allowed to survive, it will not be enough for them anyway. The god of war grips his weapon tightly, surrounded by blue energy currents. His sword emits magical flashes. Through the veil of rain, the outlines of the city are visible. A sinister energy mana is approaching him. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets. He looks forward resolutely. The protagonist walks along the sidewalk and remembers that after that incident, half of the inhabitants of the village where he lived died, and that it was a terrible tragedy. The young man moves forward. He shifts his wary gaze and hears that someone is begging for mercy. He clutches the phone in his hand. The man in the barn is kneeling in front of the guys and asks how they can do such a thing just because they are hunters. A young man kicks a cart with pleasure. The old man looks at the hunters with a plea and asks them to stop. Lee approaches the crying man. He shifts his indignant gaze to the guys and asks what they are doing. A guy with gray hair looks at his opponent with contempt and asks who else he is. He clenches his fists, and he replies that he heard strange noises and decided to approach, and asks that they are hooligans. The hunter looks at the interlocutor with aggression and asks how he dared to talk to him like that. The protagonist looked indignantly at his opponent and said that he was the first to start everything. The guy looks at the interlocutor in bewilderment and asks that the young man is a hunter. The main character extends his hand to Moon and asks what happened to him. The young man shifts his cunning gaze to the men and says that this old man injured his precious body with his cart. He stares at Lee and continues to say that he was just asking him for his compensation. The young man furiously turns to his opponent and asks what kind of nonsense he is talking about, and the man says that the guys were the first to kick his cart and began to beat him. The young man looks ahead in bewilderment and asks why they broke the cart. The young man in a friendly way stretches out his hand to the guy and says that he is also a hunter, and that he must understand that everyone who attacks him is his enemy, and continues that there is nothing wrong with the fact that he broke it, and that the guy should also be more careful. The aggressive guy looks at the opponent and says that he is already beginning to perceive the actions of the young man as attacks in his direction. He pursed his lips and told him to quietly get out, since he had already done enough. The main character looks resolutely at the interlocutor and says that he will let him go if he did not cause any injuries to his grandfather. The enemy rushes at the protagonist with clenched fists in rage and shouts that how dare he order him. Lee grabs the opponent's hand. He grips him tightly by the wrist and makes a rapid throw of the attacker. The young man looks angrily at the defeated young man. He is lying on the ground with his arms outstretched. The main character's eyes burn with indignation. A blond man with a knife in his hand approaches the young man. He pulled his hand aside and calmly said that he had never thought that he would see a weapon in such a place, and asked what the young man seemed to be sure of what would happen next. The guy looks at the enemy with hatred in his eyes and asks that he does not have a guild yet. He swiftly attacks the young man and exclaims that they are on a completely different level than the rubbish of the enemy. The main character resolutely puts up a block. He delivers a striking blow to the enemy. Lee looks at the guys lying on the ground and says that if he hadn't been in the know, he would definitely have thought that their guild was no bigger than mommy's upskirts. The lantern brightly illuminates the police building. A man in uniform escorts a guy, and he angrily asks that he at least knows who they are, and swears that grandfather attacked them first. Kim and Soo look at the departing law enforcement officer, and the young man thanks Lee Junkyung for understanding everything. The main character closely watches the arrest of the hunter and pronounces that the deliberate attack of hunters on an ordinary person is a serious crime. The boy looks enthusiastically at the interlocutor and says that there is a witness to all this, and that this is all the concern of the association, and thanks the protagonist for his help. The guy turns his head to the main character. Moon holds out his hand to the policeman, and Kim asks the protagonist, who is worried that the guild will want to take revenge on the old man, and adds that the association will look after him, so he doesn't have to worry. The protagonist looks angrily ahead and says that the hunter said he was a member of a guild and asked where it was. The young man looked at him and replied that it was the Northern Army that he had asked about earlier. The protagonist clenched his fist furiously and said, after all, it is impossible to take all the contracts to the low-level gate without help from within. The robed warrior stretched out his hand forward. This was the Northern Army Guild and the rotten hunters of the association. Lee looked resolutely forward and remembered, because he had hoped that the guild members would act much quieter, but that was simply impossible, and said that he understood everything, and that the enemy was from the Northern Army. Lights come on in the windows of the buildings. 2 days later, as expected, the guy was summoned to the association as an attacker. The man in the baseball cap lowered his head. After a few days he changed his testimony. A satisfied guy kicks a cart, the attackers become innocent, and Lee Junkyung, who helped the old man, becomes the attacker. The old man bowed his head in helplessness. The young man looks angrily ahead and says that he feels disgusted, and Kim says that he understands everything. The young man looks encouragingly at the interlocutor and tells him not to worry, because everything will be fine one way or another, and adds that the association is not so rotten yet. The protagonist turns a sad look at the guy and says that he must not know that for someone from the future, like him, the association has been rotten since its formation. The young people stand in front of a building brightly lit by the sun, and the young man invites Lee to go inside. The CCTV camera hangs on the ceiling. The main character is sitting at the table, and the man asks that he does not remember anything from the moment of the incident at the gate. He answers in the affirmative. The interlocutor does not take his eyes off the guy and continues to ask that it was also an incident that happened a couple of days ago, and that he should have been the first to report it, and that he detained members of the Northern Army. The super beginner looks at him intently and replies that everything is correct. The man in the suit frowns and clarifies whether it is true that the guy endangered the life of an elderly man, Lee Moon-so, and goes on to say that he gave false testimony about the members of the Northern Army Guild regarding who attacked first. The young man looks at the man indignantly and declares that this is not true. The interrogator slightly tilts his head forward and clarifies that the young man wants to say that all the testimony is fiction, and he claims that this is exactly how the cross-examination is being conducted. The old man stands with his head down. The man stares at the interrogator and asks if in the incident that happened a couple of days ago, it is true that the man sitting in front of him, Lee Junkyung, attacked him, and says that he testified that members of the Northern Army attacked an old man and a young man. Moon turned his frightened gaze to the side. The young man looked directly at the man and decided that he was being blackmailed and that everything was rotten as expected, and added aloud that he did not have to worry. The old man looked down with a haunted look and replied that it was Lee who had attacked him. The interrogator pointed his hand at the man in a baseball cap and thanked him for coming. The man walked slowly towards the door. He lowered his shoulders. His face showed fear. The interrogation room door closed slowly. The man looked at the guy demandingly and asked that he had something to say. The protagonist resolutely put down his phone before that. He looked at the gadget in amazement. A recording of an incident that occurred a couple of days ago appeared on the phone screen. The main character looked angrily at the interrogator and replied that this was exactly what he wanted to say. The glass walls of the building are visible behind Lee. He confidently goes out into the street with clenched fists. The protagonist resolutely looks in front of him and reflects that in any case, The association knew for what reason the testimony changed, and that only the grandfather will have problems for giving false statements, and that there is nothing he can do in such a situation. He grits his teeth furiously and realizes that he lacks strength. The bald man looks straight and says he's heard the news. The main character turns his head to him and greets him. Kim puts his hand behind his head and says that he contacted Sun just in case, and that he no longer has any connections in the association, and added that among all the remaining contacts, he was the most influential among those who could be contacted. The guy looked at the man and said that he must be very busy, and thanked both interlocutors. The Major League Guild leader put his hands on his belt and said that all he could say was that the guy was free. Lee turned his head and saw the old man. The man fell to his knees and began to ask for forgiveness. He bowed his head down and began to say that those guys had said that they were going to stab his granddaughter in the near future, and that he couldn't let that happen, and that instead of helping the protagonist, he had caused more trouble. The indignant young man looked at Moon and asked what he wanted to say, that the army of the North had blackmailed him, and why then he was talking about it now. The frightened old man raised his head and replied that if he had said so earlier, his granddaughter would have been in danger, and continued that what had been done could not be undone, and all he could do now was beg for forgiveness. The head of the guild looked at the old man and said that his granddaughter would be fine, and added that as the head of the guild, he would take care of it, and that he asked him not to worry about the guys from the Northern Army and go home. Moon walks away with his shoulders slumped. The protagonist looks in front of him and thinks that he has developed the habit of filming everything on video and that he has been in similar situations so many times, but from this day on, he should not lose sight of anything. His eyes are rounded. The guy moves his neck to the side. The men look straight ahead. The head of the army of the North confidently approaches them. The warrior looks at Lee and Sona resolutely and says that he never thought he would meet the head of one of the largest guilds, and asks why he is so close to the super rookie about whom there are so many rumors. The surprised young man looks at the man and thinks that how he found out about everything, and that the worm in the association is his personal informant. The warrior holds out his hands in a friendly manner and introduces himself as the head of the army of the North, that his name is Choi Young-song. Dream looks at his interlocutor in amazement. The men shake hands firmly. The head of the guild of the Major League looks intently at the interlocutor and says that he is glad to meet him. The man is enveloped in the streams of golden energy mana, and he says that you should not be so arrogant if he does not want to become an enemy for him and this super beginner. Sleep holds the interlocutor's hand tightly. He opens his eyes in amazement. The man throws his hand up indignantly. He shifts his furious gaze to the side and says that he broke it. And Dream, with glowing eyes, declares that he is not even good for the mark, and that he should act more carefully if he does not want to die. The rays of the sun illuminate the windows of the cafe. Kim bangs on the table with all her might. He looks ahead and indignantly says that it was impossible to give them a fine for trying to kill an ordinary person. The main character looks at the interlocutor in amazement, and says that at the moment the hunters are untouchable, and adds that it is better to think about that grandfather now. The brown-haired guy pulls his hand to the side and says that perjury to a hunter is a felony, and goes on to say that because they filmed everything, the actions of the Northern Army members were found to be wrong and given a warning and released. The protagonist picks up a glass of drink, and Kim concludes that Sun most likely had a hand in this, and Lee asks how the Army of the North is doing now. The interlocutor lowers his gaze and says thoughtfully that they have now calmed down. The main character shifts his gaze to the side and says that he will not believe that they did nothing. A man with a beard stands leaning on a sword, and the protagonist argues that Gunther, being a cold-blooded and ruthless killer, firmly believes in retribution, and therefore must do something against him. Lee shifts his gaze to his opponent, and asks that they could continue to monitor the actions of the Northern Army. A young man with brown hair confirms. The main character sits with his hands in front of him and thinks that he will not be idle either. His pupils are constricted, and he mentally decides that he believes in retribution as much as anyone else. Multi-story buildings rise above the park. The protagonist is at the head of the squad. Dream turns his head to him and says that he didn't think Lee would contact him for the purpose of going to the gate together. The young man looks at the man intently and explains that this time the gate is much higher in rank, so he asked for their support, and asks that he take care of him. A member of the guild of the Major League with an associate approaches the main character and asks if they are the same famous super rookie. Chul turns his gaze to the protagonist and says that it is a great honor for them to fight next to him, and his companion adds that after saving him, he could not even imagine that they would go through the gate together. Sun turns his head to Lee and introduces the members of his guild, and adds that they were the ones who saved him. The protagonist smiled and, greeting the guys, introduced himself. The main character looks thoughtfully at his new acquaintances, and thinks that he does not remember their names and faces flashing in the story, and mentally concludes that there is nothing surprising in this, because the story of the Demon King and the guild of the Major League was erased from all pages. The guild leader shifts his gaze to the warriors and commands that they are facing a C-rank gate, and it's time to start the dungeon campaign. He comes to the gate. A painting of a lion hanging on the wall. Choi sits in a chair. He turns his head and shouts at Jong that he can't just let it go, once he's starting to expand his territory of influence. The interlocutor leans towards the opponent, and expresses that, in his opinion, It is better now to increase influence in the existing territories before expanding. He looks through the visor and continues that after the last incident, their guild members are slowly getting out of control. A man with brown hair stands in front of his opponent and indignantly says that everything he says is nonsense, since people were wrong, and adds that ordinary people are insignificant and live off the protection of hunters, and he can't believe that they had to apologize to such insects. The dragon slayer's eyes burn furiously and he asks again what the interlocutor said. Choi squeezes the armrest of his chair. His pupils constrict, and he thinks that his opponent is going to fight him. The man abruptly gets up from his chair. The head of the Army of the North turns to the participants in the argument, and furiously shouts for them to stop. Yun lowers his hand and says that Choi is right. The man in the helmet looks at him in bewilderment. A guy with brown hair smiles mischievously. The commander of the Army of the North looks intently at his interlocutor and says that for the fact that they dared to find fault with them, they should suffer a well-deserved punishment, in which he himself is very interested. Choi turns to the head of the army. Yun raises his palm up and says that the person said the same thing he said, apparently taking an interest in this arrogant creature. A man in ammunition does not understand who he is talking about. The head of the army smiles and continues to say that he was told that soon the scene will be ready, and they have to wait for the signal, and adds that defeats are unacceptable in his army. Green foliage shimmers in the sun. A Major League Guild member's hand touches the ground. The fighter stands, leans on his knee, and says that the traps are neutralized and they can perform without any problems. Information about the equipment used appears. The dream turns to the warriors and commands them to march. The guild leader leads his fighters. Spears fly swiftly towards them. Han raises his hand and activates the Earth's shield. He holds a sword in his hand and directs a ball of fire. The explosion illuminates everything around. The protagonist looks in surprise and thinks that this is the first time he has seen hunters in a real battle, and at the same time, in the future, he will be able to learn most of the techniques they use. The commander rushes up. It directs the energy of the blow to monsters. The monster falls. The guild leader's body radiates mana. The dream holds a sword in his hands, and the main character admires what he saw. The commander looks at Lee and thanks him. The protagonist raises his head and says that he needs to thank the head of the guild of the Major League, because it was he who asked for help. The bald man looks at the guy intently and clarifies that he wanted to see how strong his guild is. The protagonist shifts his gaze to his opponent and admits that the guild of the Major League is very strong, and the head is the most incredible, and adds that he is sure that Sun is very strong, even without fully showing his abilities. Chul approaches the protagonist and says that they also want to take a look at the guy's abilities. The guild commander smiles and agrees with the fighter. Lee holds a weapon in his hands and, smiling, says that he is ready to show his abilities, because he has no need to hide them. The monsters are heading towards the main character. The spear rushes upward. The demon swings his axe. Grinning, the hero said that he understood, and then thought that he did not need to hide his abilities from Sun. Suddenly, the creatures rushed forward. They sharply swung their weapons at him. The guy looked frightened and shouted that he could activate his skill without a spell, to which the other added that he had already learned high-level abilities. He was indeed a super beginner. The protagonist struck several blows at the monsters. Smirking, the man thought that the flaming spear and shield were not an ability, they were power. There were notifications that he had cleared the dungeon. A view of the building opened. The squad stood at attention. Smiling, the young man said that he thought he was called a super rookie for a reason, and the other added that even the head was not at that level. MC flinched in surprise when he heard the words that what the hell he was doing there. Why the hell hadn't he recruited such a talent? The man grinned slightly. Looking to the side, he said that his proposal was still valid. As he could see, their guild was strong, and it continued to grow even stronger. Standing in front of the hero, the man said that as he could see, he had to go through a lot up to this point. Looking at him, Lee thought that well, he was right. He had already managed to understand his inclinations and goals. The Heimdall he knew did not have any abilities for insight. Gritting his teeth, the man said that the bastards from the Northern Army would not sit quietly if he was with them. They would not dare to harm him. Stretching out his hand, he added that he should join the big league. He would give him the place of guild leader. The members of the squad looked at me in surprise and asked again. The hero opened his eyes wide and thought that he was not even the deputy head. Lowering his head, he said that he appreciated his offer very much, but had to refuse. Looking at him, the head said that there was no reason to show such regret. He understood that his eyes were looking at something much more grandiose. A notification was received on the phone. The protagonist took it in his hand. A message came that the Hunters Association needed his help, the Army of the North, and about 100 more hunters. With his eyes wide open, the MC thought that the Army of the North would not just let go of someone who stood in his way. Putting his hand to his face, Sun said that the order to mobilize hunters, the Army of the North, and another 100 hunters, considering that the largest guild in size is the Northern Army, everything is somehow suspicious. Turning his head, Lee wondered if he was using an association, and he knew that was where they would start. A view of the modern building opened. The man clenched his fist tightly. Sitting at the table, he thought that when they had changed so much. The guys were standing next to each other, and the thought arose in his head that Choi, whom he had known since childhood, and his older brother, Young. Looking ahead, the knight thought that everything had changed since the moment they met that man. The young man furrowed his brows, a phrase flashed by that the belligerent, but warm-hearted Choi no longer regarded the common people as such. The man smiled. The words sounded that the head of the guild considers everyone around him to be worse than himself, whether they are ordinary people or hunters. The man froze, reasoning that they were trying to kill the hunter only because he had violated the authority of the Northern Army with his actions, and that the people could not do this. The guild of the Northern Army was rotten from the inside, and its honor could not be restored. But he could not leave these two in any way. Suddenly, a notification came to his phone. The man's eyes lit up and he asked if it was justice or friendship. A view of the plant opened. Standing in front of the warrior, the hero said that he was glad to meet him, and then introduced himself, to which he replied that he would not introduce himself. Looking ahead, the soldier thought that what impudence, he no longer felt anyone's presence here, he had come to meet him one-on-one. Grinning, the protagonist said that it was just the two of them, no traps, so he didn't have to worry. Looking at him, the knight replied that he would not tell him anything, except for one thing, he had to receive an order from the association to mobilize. Let him reject it. MC looked at him in disbelief and asked again. Stretching his hand forward, he asked that he knew that their entire guild was also mobilizing, to which Lee replied that he was aware. Standing still, the man continued that since he had only recently become a hunter, he must not know, but the hunters were much more terrifying than he thought, especially their head. He was not the most remarkable person. It was quite dangerous to meet him just on the street if he entered the gate with him. Looking at him, the hero asked again what he wanted to say. He did not know what he could do. Putting his hand on his side, he added that it was dangerous to meet him on the street, and it was dangerous to enter the gate with him. Then it turned out that the guild of the Northern Army. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and asked what the Chaos Guild was. The man smiled broadly. It was said that among the patrons, there were also devils. They gave tasks to kill people, or tasks to kill people. Guilds formed by a group of such people were called the Guild of Chaos. The knight's eyes lit up and he asked what he had just said, to which the MC asked him that didn't he, John, the deputy head of the guild, tell him that himself. Wide-eyed, he said that if that was not what he meant, he saw no reason to warn him of the danger. Smirking, Lee said that he understood. Even after hearing the words Chaos Guild, he must have nothing to say, since his relationship with the Northern Army Guild had been like that from the beginning. Weapons appeared in the hands of man. A blue glow appeared around the knight. There was a noise on the stairs. The soldier's eyes lit up and he shouted that he should not dare to insult their guild. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero replied that no, he himself should already understand. Wide-eyed, he added that the guild of the Army of the North was rotten to the bone. The head and deputy heads he had trusted all this time had changed, and it all started from the moment they met the very person he had followed. The man shuddered when he heard this. Industrial buildings appeared. The knight stood still. He lowered his head, thinking about the fact that he had become a hunter about a month ago, even though he had leveled up quickly, only to think that he wasn't weaker than him, and of rank. He thought they had dug up everything they knew about him. The soldier froze, thinking that he knew he wouldn't attack him. Was he the kind of person who could read between the lines? This man even knew about him. The man swung his weapon. The thought arose that it was Jong, also called Siegfried, the dragon slayer, but the most famous name is the immortal Siegfried. The knight dealt a blow to the essence. It was said that it was he who managed to defeat the most vile monster of the Demon King, after which he gained unprecedented power. From his patron, he was granted immortality. The young man struck him. A phrase flashed through his mind that in the future battle against the Demon King, having received an order from his close friend, Young, he was unlucky enough to become a hero, being killed by Choi. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he had to lure him to his side. His gaze froze and he added that even though he had both strength and skills, the main reason he needed him was his morals. In the rotten army of the North, he was the only one who kept the balance inside. The bones lay on the ground, and a notification appeared that he had cleared the lands of the dead. MC was holding a weapon in his hands, and there was a report that the durability of his weapon had dropped to 0. Looking at his hand, he thought that his weapon simply couldn't cope with the growing power of power over fire. Clenching his fist, Lee said that it looked like he had something else to prepare before the hunters mobilized. He needed a weapon. A view of the building opened up. I heard that he should come in. Looking ahead, the hero thought that he was like in a medieval fantasy forge. The man swung his hammer. Opening his eyes wide, the guy said that he should wait a little. He was in the midst of work. Smirking, the protagonist wondered that he had never suspected that he would meet him in person, one of the hunters who had become a dwarf after waking up. A glow appeared around the young man, and he added that the man who would soon become a wandering blacksmith, the hero of all hammers, was Puck. The blacksmith wiped his face with sweat. He looked away in surprise. Stretching out his hand forward, the young man asked what was going on, and who he was. Looking at him, the MC thought that he had to wait for him for 4 hours, and he only now decided to ask who he was, and then said that he had come to order weapons. By the way, he was the only blacksmith. Park looked at him in bewilderment, and asked who he was. He came to the nameless blacksmith for weapons. No matter how you look at it, everything looks as strange as possible, and also asks if he works here alone. Raising his eyebrows, Lee said he was asking because he saw someone else's blacksmith's hammer over there. The guy opened his eyes in amazement when he heard this. Turning his head, he said that he had a keen eye, this hammer of another boy, but it didn't matter. Stretching out his hand to the side, Puck asked why he had never had a chance to create equipment before. It was all for fun, nothing more, what had brought him to him. Gritting his teeth, the hero replied that his patron, he told him to go to him. The young man shuddered when he heard these words. Standing in front of the hero, he asked that his patron work directly with him. It was hard to believe. Watching him, the protagonist thought that he had no choice but to believe him, since he himself felt the direct interference of his patron in his life. Puck was so famous that his patron directly interfered in the life of this blacksmith, as stated in the autobiography of the Demon King. A glow appeared around the weapons, and he thought that the one who created all the weapons for the Demon King was Puck, but due to the influence of the 12 heroes, they were scattered all over the world. He only supplied weapons for the 12 heroes. The man's eyes lit up, and the MC thought that the Demon King was writing about how if only Puck stayed by his side until the very end, they would change history. Turning his head, the guy said that well, given how strange these patrons are, he has no reason not to trust him. Frowning, he added that however, he couldn't create anything for him. Lee opened his eyes in surprise and thought that he was in a bad mood, and then asked that there were some reasons for this. Looking to the side, the young man replied that not really, he was not very friendly with fire, so he had never taken orders from customers until that moment. Grinning, the hero thought that this is how it is. Then he stretched out his hand forward. Puck looked at him in surprise and asked why he had stretched out his hand. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that he would create the flames he would need. Flames appeared on his hand. Stretching out his hand to the side, he asked that he was already familiar with the ability to control fire. The blacksmith looked down and asked what he wanted to say, that he could control this little flame in his palm. Ridiculous. If he had such an intimate relationship with fire, then even a blacksmith like him could. He opened his eyes in amazement and asked again. The flames turned blue. The young man looked at him in surprise and asked what it was. Clenching his fist, the MC replied that he had the power to control fire as he wished, and it was not mere possession, but total submission. Puck smiled when he heard this. Lee held the weapon in his hands. Looking at him, he mumbled. Crossing his arms, the young man said that he wouldn't be able to create the shield he was asking for. As previously agreed, he wouldn't be able to create one alone. But as for what he had asked for, inside this spear was the ability to control fire. He had done everything in his power. A glow appeared around the weapon. The guy looked away and said that it was unpleasant to say this, but with his current strength, this was all he was capable of now. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero thought that he was saying that this is the best thing he can do. The items in the dungeons are no higher than rare. But even if he is a famous blacksmith, this weapon is of an incredibly rare type. Something more will require the direct intervention of the patron. Smirking, he added that however, there were weapons that improved over time. The chance was not great if he had one, and he wouldn't have to change weapons anymore. Wide-eyed, the blacksmith said that it was still not finished. Gritting his teeth, he added that that guy wasn't here yet for his flames. This weapon was still low level. He should definitely come back. But don't let him be too late. Try his best as early as possible. If he came in time, he could strengthen it. After bowing, the protagonist replied that he would then leave it to him. The young man looked down in surprise. A bracelet appeared on the hero's hand. Frowning, Park asked that this bracelet was on his wrist. After all, it was given to him by his patron. Rightly, it seemed that his sponsor was not an ordinary one either. Stretching his hand forward, he continued that he wasn't sure what it was, but he had a bad feeling that he shouldn't use it. A notification appeared above the bracelet. Looking at his hand, the MC thought that he was right. It was just a guess, but if he was right. Lowering his hand, he added that the skull is the guardian of souls. It will be difficult to execute the summoning while he is participating in the mobilization of hunters. Taking the weapon in his hand, Lee objected. Looking ahead, he thought that it was much more than he had expected. The hero looked down and added that if he managed to lure Jong to his side, he would have a better chance of winning. It would become much more difficult. But if everything was written as it was written in the book, then it would undoubtedly give him an advantage. Frowning, he thought that 2 weeks before mobilization, the creatures were standing in the smoke, and the thought arose that he must now become stronger. The monsters rushed forward abruptly. The protagonist jumped up. He swung his spear. MC looked furiously and thought that even if he had the opportunity to become stronger through hunting, 2 weeks wasn't enough, and then said that even sleeping would be a waste of time. A view of the high-rise building opened. The man was standing in front of a crowd of people. Clenching his fist, he shouted that all preparations were complete. Frowning, the deputy head said that today was the day when the army of the north would rise from the shadows. The members of the detachment smiled as they heard that in Korea, and around the world, everyone would know the name of the army of the north. The man's eyes lit up blue. Blue particles appeared around it. Looking at him, Jong thought that this incredible magic power was that he was finally able to reach a rank. Smiling, Choi thought that it was unbelievable. Everything was going exactly as he had said. All the requirements for becoming a hero had already been met. The man shouted loudly that it was today. Raising his hand in the air, he added that the world would be shaken by the name of the Guild of the Army of the North. The guild members raised their hands in the air. Smiling, Jan thought that he too would receive the title of king. The bus was driving along the road. The car was moving along the highway. Sitting behind the wheel, the guy asked that he really intended to go. Wide-eyed, he added that he was going to die. Hadn't he already told him the ins and outs of the bastards of the Army of the North? They were much more vicious than he thought. The hero silently looked ahead, listening to the fact that the guild that had tried to raid with the Army of the North last time had been destroyed. He thought he already understood himself. Frowning, he replied that but perhaps it was their doing. The car braked sharply. The young man put his head on the steering wheel. The protagonist looked at him. Opening his eyes wide, Kim shouted that he was going to go there too. He was an important person for the association. Nothing would happen to him if he did not go. There was nothing more important than his life. Then he took the wheel. Lowering his head, the guy said that he should not go. MC smirked when he heard this. Looking to the side, he asked what he said was that nothing was more important than one's own life. Right. Gritting his teeth, the young man replied approvingly. Looking ahead, Lee said that he also knew this very well. He would not participate in the mobilization in the hope of the best. Smiling, he added that these bastards are learning that life is not an empty phrase, but something precious. A portal appeared in the air. People were standing near him. Members of the guild communicated with each other. The man was holding a microphone in his hands. Putting his hand on his side, the hero asked that he had heard that the Major League Guild had abandoned the raid this time, so why was he here? The head smiled and replied that he had already announced that the Army of the North was their enemy, and also stated that the super rookie was his friend. How could he be anywhere else? They crossed eyes with the man. Yang smiled as he looked at him. The head sighed heavily. Frowning, he asked that he would go there, even if he asked him not to go. Smirking, the protagonist replied that it was true, he was not here to stop him. Dream gritted his teeth and said that he must already know, but this bastard was stronger than he thought, and then thought that his officially registered rank was in the B Association. Smirking, he added that he was amazed at how strong he had become, no matter what was going to be there, and he was sure he had a plan. Sitting on the bench, Sun said that he was hiding waiting to see how strong he would become, would be waiting for him here, to which Lee asked what he would do it for. A glow appeared around him, and he replied that if he did not come out of the gate, he would not let go of what had happened. The hero looked at him in surprise and thought that he was going to destroy an entire guild. What a crazy guy. They froze when they heard that the raid was about to begin, asking everyone to finish their preparations and get ready. The guild members looked forward, and the thought arose that Yang would become a hero, and the gate called the Rhine River would kill countless people. People were standing in front of the portal. The protagonist frowned and thought that at this point, the story would change its course. He stretched out his hand. MC frowned when he heard them enter the gates of the Rhine River, to which he thought he would get all the glory here. A multitude of people stood near the gate. A glow radiated from the portal. Pink lightning bolts flew out of it. Smiling, the man thought that it had begun. A notification appeared that under the influence of the characteristics of the gate itself, the magical power had changed. The guy opened his eyes in surprise and asked what it meant, and the other added that damn, this was the first time he had seen this message. Holding the radio in his hands, the soldier said that it was impossible. The rank of the gate had risen from B to B+. Lee silently stared ahead. Notifications appeared that the gate feature had been activated. The exit from the gate was blocked. A bright light appeared from the gate. Lightning flew away from him. The soldier looked frightened and said that they were stuck here. There were reports that countless awakened people had gathered in one place. The patrons had turned their eyes to this place. The density of magical power would increase. Lowering his head, the young man asked what was happening, and the fighter said that his body seemed to be on fire. There were notifications that the awakened had entered a special gate. Numbers appeared on the device. The man opened his eyes wide and said that the rank of the gate. The rank of the gate appeared. Throwing the device on the ground, the guy said that a rank. The awakened man looked at him and asked again. Raising his hand, the fighter shouted that they should let him out. This is the A-rank gate. He clutched his head. The thought arose that the A-rank gate was considered impossible to clear. Without a hero-rank hunter, some hunters fell into despair. Looking ahead, the hero reflected that their reaction was very expected, because after all, this place could become their grave. Turning his head, he added that they had not even moved. They must have known about it. The man crossed his arms, and the protagonist thought that apparently this was exactly the situation they needed. A notification appeared that the wave was near. Frowning, he shouted for everyone to calm down. Stretching out his hand to the side, Yang added that he understood their confusion, but he was as amazed as they were. He would also like to understand how everything led to this. But the gate is not yet so well studied. Unexpected things happen in it all the time. Looking straight ahead, he asked what was important right now. To fall into despair. Raising his hand, the head said that no, survive, don't they all want to live? He is the head of the Northern Army. He will clear this gate side by side with everyone standing here. The soldier smiled and said that it was true. Didn't they want to stay alive? To which the other added that first they had to survive. There was a message about the status of the ruler of the current. Looking at the people, the MC thought that this was the power of the ruler of the currents. All these hunters were just being instigated. Smiling, Choi asked if he could start already, to which the man replied that he could not. Gritting his teeth, he said that according to what he had told them, the wave of this gate would last for a very long time, the strength of their guilds needed to be preserved as much as possible. Frowning, the guy asked again. Looking at the guild members, the head said that they should follow the plan as agreed. The army of the north would conserve their strength and survive on the strength of this little thing, to which the young man asked that he was going to kill them all. Lowering his gaze, he replied that not everyone, one way or another, they needed those who would spread rumors. Their guild would save its strength until he ordered it to start. Stretching out his hand, Choi asked what was possible. The hunters were not so stupid, they would follow his authority. But as soon as they realized that the northern army was not interfering much, everything would become clear to them. Looking at him, the man replied that he said that as much as possible, they would send insects from their guild to help them so that they wouldn't have any suspicions. The fighter looked at him in disbelief and thought that he was going to sacrifice even the members of the guild. The head looked at the hero. The hero furrowed his brows. Watching him, Yang thought that he was worried about it. His eyes seemed to see through all his plans. It would be better to get rid of him as soon as possible. Suddenly he turned to the knight. Standing behind him, Jong responded. He stood still, and the thought arose in the head of the head that his faithful dog, because of his kind-hearted nature, had come to hide part of the plan from him. But there was no point in doubting his skills and loyalty. Standing in front of him, the man said that he should continue to watch this bastard, and when the opportunity presented itself, gritting his teeth, he added that he should kill him. The knight looked at him in silence. Smiling, Yang said that it would be better for them. There was no army of the north for the guild. Jong nodded his head in response. A notification appeared that the wave was near. The young man looked frightened and said that it was coming. The creatures walked forward. Smirking, the awakened man said that a rank wasn't that dangerous, thank God. Rushing forward, the soldier said that if they grouped, it would be difficult to deal with them. They needed to be destroyed quickly. The protagonists looked frightened and thought that they were going to attack without any formation. Even if they were low-level monsters, it was reckless. Frowning, he added that the terrain, they were in the river. The creature puffed out its cheeks. Suddenly, the monster spat out the water. The blows came to the awakened. Looking ahead, the MC shouted that the wounded in the rear guard, the rest should take the formation. Stretching out his hand forward, the guy shouted that here, in the ranks. With his eyes wide open, Lee thought that it was too early for him to intervene. First of all, he needed to properly understand the situation. Holding the sword in his hands, the head turned to the army. Stretching out his hand forward, he shouted that they should destroy the enemy. The guild members rushed forward abruptly. The hero looked at him in surprise and thought that it was impossible. He had already involved the members of his guild. Soldiers fought monsters. Looking to the side, the fighter shouted that they would cope. For help, they were just mermen. People rushed forward when they heard this. The monster struck a blow at the man. Stretching his arms forward, the guy applied the treatment. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that he understood the guys who were fighting against the mermen. The creature waved his hand, and he added that the lower members of the northern army. Frowning, the MC reflected on how they were using them to cheer up other hunters, sacrificing them as if they were some kind of cattle. Suddenly, a weapon appeared in his hand. Lee took a fighting stance and thought that everything was much better than he had imagined. He opened his eyes wide and added that he was moving out. The knight looked at him in silence. He froze in bewilderment. The hero looked at him angrily and said that the guild of the army of the north was rotten to the bone. The head and deputy heads he had trusted all this time had changed, and it all started from the moment they met the very person he followed. Looking ahead, Jong thought that he wasn't wrong. The army of the north was rotten. If things continued like this, many hunters and their guild members would die. Smiling, the head said that he believed in his devotion and righteousness. The fighter froze, thinking that no, he was sure that the head had a plan if it was the Yang he knew. The young man opened his eyes wide and shouted that they should take a look at this guy, and the other added that he was incredible. Jong shuddered when he heard these words. Sword swings appeared in the air. The protagonist struck at the monsters. The soldier smiled and asked who it was. Such a hunter was participating in the gate raid, and the other added that what was his name. He was sure that he knew the names of all the cool hunters. The man shuddered and thought that he had pumped so much. MC waved his hand. The thought arose that only 10 days ago, they were on the same level. His eyes lit up, and the knight thought that now, however, he had surpassed him. There were notifications that the wave had been cleared. A view of the sky opened up, and a message appeared that its characteristics had increased. He opened his eyes in surprise and wondered that many sponsors were watching him, whether he would be able to take advantage of several patrons, like the strongest heroes. There were reports that the fallen angel had expressed his displeasure. The hero looked frightened and thought, what the hell? Going to meet him, the soldiers thanked him. Standing in front of him, they asked what but who he was, from which guild. Frowning, the protagonist replied that it was still not the end. There were still many waves ahead. They had all better hurry up and get ready. The current rank of the gate should not be lower than A. Don't they want to survive? Smiling, the guy replied that he understood, and the other added that they would start the preparations. MC turned his head to the side. The head stood at attention. His eyes lit up blue. Smirking, Lee thought that he was sure that he was going to take possession of these hunters, By intervening in the most important moment, he had completely ruined his plans. Once it was over, these hunters would be on his side. A status window appeared in front of him. Looking at him, the hero thought that he was already at the 24th level. This gate would become his foundation for growth. Here he would reach the 30th level. Putting his hand on his side, he added that these hunters would follow him. The protagonist blocked the monster's blows. A red glow appeared around him. He sliced the creature in half. There were notifications that he had been given a short respite. The fourth wave had been cleared. MC's eyes widened in surprise. He froze, looking at the hunters. On his knees, the guy said that damn, 4 died, and the other asked if they could survive. Looking at them, Lee thought that it was impossible, but he wanted to leave the gate without any casualties. Then he clenched his fist tightly. Looking at the chapter, the hero shouted why the army of the north was still not taking part in the battle. The guild member frowned and asked what he said. The protagonist looked furiously and added that they consider them scum. He knows their plan. They are going to stand there and continue, saving the strength of their army. Raising his hand, the young man shouted that it was true. If you thought about it, he was right. Not a single member of the northern army was killed. They were not even wounded. Frowning, the MC said that at least they should fight properly, or they would continue to sit out, watching the rest of the hunters sacrifice themselves for them. Gritting his teeth, the deputy head asked that this was also normal. The man grinned and thought that his plan was bursting at the seams. Looking ahead, he added that after clearing all the waves using the useless members of the Hunter Guild, he had planned to attack them, but now it was over. The hunters looked away, and the head mused that they had realized that they were about to be sacrificed, and now the low-ranking guild members were also alarmed. He looked at him angrily and added that the plan he had prepared for him had worked in favor of this bastard. Standing beside him, Choi addressed him. Looking to the side, Yang said that they would continue as they were, observe a little longer. Lowering his head, he thought that considering that he had already expended enough strength, the difference between them was too great, he would be able to defeat him. Smiling broadly, the man continued to think that moreover, he continued to waste his stamina fighting in the vanguard. Let them continue to chatter, he would take care of his imminent death. Particles appeared in the air, notifications appeared that the 5th wave had been cleared, and the appearance of a pre-final boss. A huge creature appeared in front of the hunters. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked what the water golem was, and the other one added what the hell it was. What about its size? Particles appeared from the monster's core. Suddenly, a bright beam flew out of it. Lee looked at him and shouted that he was coming, all to the side. The young man jumped to the side. The beam flew upwards. The soldier looked frightened and asked what it was. What was this incredibly destructive force? The girl aimed her bow. The creature stood still. A shot flew at him. The hunters rushed towards the boss. The monster waved his hand. He struck the ground sharply. Striking with his sword, the fighter shouted that he should bite it off. The monster threw him aside. Gritting her teeth, the archer said that the attacks didn't work, to which the other asked what the hell and how they could deal with it. The hero rushed sharply in his direction. A red glow appeared around him. He jumped up sharply. The protagonist swung his weapon. He struck at the enemy. MC landed on the ground. The young man opened his eyes in surprise and said that it worked, to which the other asked what and who was this hunter, how he did it. Frowning, Lee shouted that the gate was full of magical energy. Let them not only try to use their powers, but use it. They needed to fill their weapons with mana. Holding the bow in her hands, the lady thought that not only high-ranking hunters are capable of imbuing weapons with mana. Okay, just try. A glow appeared around the arrowhead. The shooter smiled and said that it worked. Shots rushed towards the boss. He was hit by blows. Holding the weapon in his hands, the guy said that their attacks work, they can win. Looking ahead, the hero thought that it seemed that the damage to him had increased, but attacks of this level would not be able to knock him down. Flames suddenly appeared around the spear. A notification appeared that the spear was absorbing the flames. Raising his weapon up, the protagonist thought that in order to finish off this bastard, he must destroy the core in which all his magical power is stored. Gritting his teeth, he added that it was still early, he needed to wait a little. Bright rays emanated from the core. The hunter looked frightened and asked what the hell, he was going to use that attack again, to which the guy replied that he had to dodge. Frowning, the MC thought that no, this was the only chance to defeat him, now that the core was open. Suddenly he threw a spear in the direction of his opponent. The attack pierced the boss through. There were notifications that he had successfully defeated the final boss. His patrons paid attention to him. Lee stretched out his hand in front of him. The spear hovered in the air. Suddenly it returned to his hand. Smirking, the hero reflected on how the ability to return that he had gained while leveling up was incredibly convenient. The guild members stared at him in disbelief. The guy smiled and said that now he definitely remembered. There was a rumor about a strange hunter, with a long spear and shield. Stretching his hand forward, he shouted that the rookie monster is a super rookie. With his eyes wide open, the fighter asked that he was crazy. He was almost a hero, wasn't he of a rank? Raising his hands up, the young man said that they would be able to survive, and the other added that they would trust the super beginner. There were notifications that he had leveled up. He had been given a reward for killing the water golem. The other patrons expressed their interest in him. The rest of the patrons lost their interest. Frowning, MC thought that damn, okay, The player's skill is also good. Looking up, he added that well, the Demon King couldn't have multiple patrons either. He was incredible. He wasn't supported by many patrons, however, he still managed to become strong. Now in his eyes, he had become even more incredible. The man froze, thinking that what the hell was he doing to get so strong in such a short time. He thought he had only recently reached B rank. Lowering his gaze, he added that what he was observing proved that he was close to the A rank. Gritting his teeth tightly, the head pronounced the name of the hero. Standing behind him, the knight turned and said that they would make their move. Looking straight ahead, he added that everything that had just happened was part of his plans. They couldn't just stand by and watch. Yang turned his head to the side. Standing in front of him, Zhang said that if his plan had been completely ruined, then they needed to chart a different course and start moving anew. Then his eyes lit up and he asked to surrender. Gritting his teeth tightly, the head thought that he was asking him to stop trying to finish him off. Clenching his fist, he shouted that it was nonsense. He thought he would just lose. He had created the army of the north and raised it to such heights. He was not one of those hunters who ran from everything. Seriously thought that he would lose to him. A weapon suddenly appeared in his hands. Frowning, the man turned to the army. Raising his sword in the air, he shouted that they would now take a full-scale part in clearing the gate. The hunter's eyes lit up at these words. Smiling, Yang said that the king would never allow his pride to be trampled underfoot. He looked away in surprise. Then the head turned sharply. The helmet was lying on the ground. Sitting at the table, the man asked what it was, to which he was told that he was promoted to the deputy head of the guild. Smirking, the man said that however, with his timid face, it would be difficult for him to control the guild members, so he had prepared it for him. Lowering his head, he thought that the dog was trying to bite his master. The head crushed the helmet with his foot. He turned his head to the side. Looking at the army, Yang said that he was clearly asking for death. The guy looked angrily and shouted that they would show them the full power of the army of the north. The fighter cut the monster in half. The young man struck at the enemy. Smiling, he asked what they wanted. This is the true power. Numerous blows flew into the monsters. The soldier froze in bewilderment, thinking that what the hell, he was on a completely different level. Smirking, the guy said that this is their super beginner. Let them just watch. They will clear this wave without any problems. The hero struck creatures. He froze, holding the shield in his hands. Notifications appeared that he had leveled up. The protagonist smiled and thought that from the outside it seemed that he was wasting his stamina. But by leveling up and becoming stronger, he restored it, drop by drop. Suddenly, the monster was behind him. MC launched a sharp attack on him. The man stopped in front of him. Smiling, the girl said that she saw that he lacked eyes from behind, to cover his back. Gritting his teeth, Li thought it was Zhang and then said that he didn't need it. Suddenly he jumped up. The lady looked at him silently. Looking down, she thought he was disappointed in her. Gritting her teeth, the warrior added that however, she should not give up because of something like this. Then she jumped up after him. Rushing forward, the swordswoman thought that she would make every effort to protect the hunters. She would overcome her limit. Blue rays appeared in the air. As she battled the creatures, she thought that she would show him her resolve by turning her back on the army of the north. The girl's eyes lit up, and she thought that her justice would protect people. The coastal water appeared. The corpses of the monsters lay on the ground. Sitting next to his partner, the guy said that he should get up. The man was lying unconscious. Screams were heard that he asked to open his eyes. Frowning, the young man asked that anyone had any potions left. He would reimburse them 100 times as soon as they left the gate. Standing at attention, the hero thought that this was a real hell. At the beginning there were 111 of them, but now not even half of them remained. Looking at him, the girl asked if he was okay. Turning his head, the protagonist replied that he was normal, and then asked what she was. Taking a step forward, the hunter shouted that she was a traitor. The swordswoman lowered her head, listening to the words that she spat in their faces, saying that they would all survive in this gate together, and see each other outside again. MC looked at her in surprise and wondered that she was still the deputy head of the guild. But that was what they said about her. Even though the army of the north had always been based on killing others, for all of its members, she was like a beam in the eye with her sense of justice. Looking at her, he asked that he wouldn't deny it. After all, she was their deputy head. Frowning, Li said that he should join him. She had already turned her back on those she had cared for so long. Closing her eyes, Zhang replied that that was why she had done it. The hero shuddered when he heard the words that she would join him because they were dear to her, and she wanted to take care of them. With her eyes wide open, the girl said that she could no longer sit in one place and do nothing, seeing how they continued to slide into the abyss. Clenching his fist, the protagonist replied that Yang would make this move anyway, even if it would be beyond his abilities, to which she said that she should not worry about it. She was already ready for this. There were notifications about the beginning of the last wave and the appearance of the final boss. The soldiers shuddered with horror. A creature began to climb out of the water. The guy opened his eyes in fright and said that the river had risen. The monster raised its head up. People looked at him. They froze with fright. Watching the boss, the soldiers mumbled. MC furrowed his brows and said that this was just crazy. He turned his head when he heard that the army of the north. No, Yang probably had a way to kill the river worm. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that he had given him this method. She was sure of it. he had a method to kill such a gigantic monster. Turning around, she added that before he started hunting this worm, the members of the guild stood at attention, and it was said that there were those who would greatly impede the completion of this raid. First of all, he had to deal with them. Standing in front of the army, the swordswoman said that she should get ready. The young man looked at him in surprise and asked what was going on, and the other added that they were going to fight each other. Holding the sword in her hands, Zhang said that the northern army had used all of them. Hadn't they noticed these oddities from the beginning? They were going to kill everyone so that they could then appropriate all the loot from the gate for themselves. With her eyes wide open, she shouted that she was the one who was the vice head of the guild, bringing the truth to them. Now they would attack them. If they didn't believe her, then let them just watch. When they died, then it would be their turn. Li looked at him angrily, and thought that this abrupt change of heart was a true dragon slayer. A glow appeared around the warrior, and he added that it was a hunter who grew stronger by being more and more cornered. Holding the sword in his hands, the soldier said that damn, they would die anyway, so at least they would fight back. Smiling, the head said that for senseless resistance. Looking ahead, he added that nothing will change, they will continue to act according to the plan. Raising his weapon in the air, Yang shouted about the river worm. The creature rose from the water. The hero looked at him in surprise and thought that he was sucking all the water into himself. A bright beam appeared from the monster's mouth. A heavy downpour began. Raising his head up, the protagonist thought that it was rain. They were using a river worm to crush the battlefield under them. He looked away angrily. The man held a weapon in his hands. The thought arose that if he completed the raid of this gate, he would become another born in this era, a rotten hero, a god of war. With his eyes wide open, MC reflected on the fact that he continued to pump all these days without a break, but whether he would be able to win. Smiling, Yang said that his flames were really strange, just to think that they continued to burn under this downpour. Red particles appeared around the hero. Frowning, he thought that he could only fight. Suddenly, Li jumped up. He swung his spear towards his opponent. The captain deflected his shot. The head gritted his teeth and exclaimed. Smirking, the hero thought that he knew. Then he stretched out his hand to the side. The man blocked his attack. Swinging his spear, the protagonist exclaimed. A bright beam appeared in the air. A blow flew to the person. He froze in one place. Frowning, Yang said that it was impossible. What kind of abilities were they? They were on the bank of the river. His strength should increase exponentially, especially since he had already reached a rank. But why? Standing in front of him, the MC asked what he knew. Smiling, he added that at the moment when he entered this gate, he was much weaker than him. The head looked at him in surprise and asked what he wanted to say, that his patron had granted him incredible support during this time. Looking at him, Li replied that he had been conserving his energy by moving like a little child and had continued to swing while hunting. Standing in front of his opponent, he asked what had not yet arrived. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero said that it did not matter, he did not speak for this. Yang looked at him in fright and thought that he wouldn't be able to defeat him this way. Frowning, he shouted that let the riverworm protect him. The monster's eyes suddenly lit up. The daggers rushed forward. The protagonist began to dodge the blows. Looking at him, the man shouted that he had become so cocky with a little support. However, he had bestowed upon him even more strength, a power that was on a completely different level than the one that had been bestowed upon him. He would hammer his true power into his head. Closing one eye, the MC thought that the protective instincts of a river worm, as if he were protecting his child. The monster opened its mouth wide. It stood behind the head. Blue smoke appeared around the man. Gritting his teeth, Li wondered what was happening now. He rushed sharply towards his opponent. Yang flinched as he looked at him. The rays collided with each other. The opponents repelled each other's attacks. The swordsmen brandished their weapons. Zhang stared furiously ahead. A glow appeared around her sword. She pulled it out sharply in front of her. Choi raised his weapon above his head. A bright beam flew through the air. The guy blocked the enemy's attack. Brown smoke rose up. The girl stood at attention. The young man rushed sharply in her direction. Swinging his weapon, he shouted that if he fell and began to beg for forgiveness, he would spare her. He thought he could win. The army of the north would be the only one to emerge victorious. The lady looked at him in surprise and asked what had happened to him. What about their oath to protect humanity together? They deflected each other's blows. Zhang twirled her swords in the air. Her eyes lit up pink. The guy covered his hand with his head. Their attacks collided with each other. The monster silently watched what was happening. A tunnel appeared inside it. The rivals stood in front of each other. Frowning, Yang said that yes, he was crazy, just to think that he jumped into the mouth of the worm. Smiling, the hero asked what he was talking about. He was just waiting for this worm to devour him. When they protect their offspring, he swallows them and guards them inside his body. Holding the spear in his hands, he added that no matter what kind of worm it was always dry inside. The protagonist struck the spear down. A bright flame appeared around him. Looking ahead, he said that however, in the dry stomach of the worm, the power of the patron of the river lord would be reduced to zero, and his ability to control the flames would become much stronger. There were notifications that the spear was absorbing flames. It had received a temporary increase in resistance to fire. Fire appeared from the worm's mouth. People looked away in surprise. The man stood in the midst of the flames. He looked frightened and said that it was impossible. He was the king, he had been chosen to become one. His eyes lit up and he exclaimed. Swinging his sword, Young asked who he was. MC held out a spear in front of him. He stood still. Translucent particles flew around the bracelet. A message flashed that the skull of the Soul Keeper had absorbed the soul. The eyes on his skull glowed blue. Looking down, Lee thought that he knew that the Soul Keeper's skull did not absorb the souls of monsters, it needed human souls, and besides, strong people who had been leveling up for a long time, such as those who had become heroes, had heard the words that all support from the River Lords had been stopped. He froze with fright when he heard this. Looking away, the hero thought that it could not be. The patron died at the hands of a fallen angel. The weapon was in the midst of the flames, and he added that after the death of the awakened patron, the patron died with him. But the Demon King's book said that patrons never die. Black particles appeared in the air. The crow turned its head. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. Looking at him, the bird said that he never answered what his answer to the question was. A memory from the battle appeared. Gritting his teeth, the MC thought that he had killed a hunter, not a monster, following the path of a tyrant, not a peacemaker, no, the path of the Demon King, but one was not enough. Looking ahead, he added that in order to change this world, he would take on any dishonor or sin, he would even surpass the Demon King. With his eyes wide open, Lee spoke the name of the fallen angel. Flying up, the bird said that what an interesting answer, they would see each other soon. Suddenly it evaporated. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that he should tell his master every little thing he saw. There was a message that the boss of the Rhine River Gate had died. The creature burned in the flames. It collapsed right into the water. The soldiers opened their eyes in amazement. The guild members froze in surprise. Gray smoke rose up. The protagonist stood in the middle of it. Smiling, the guy said that the super beginner had dealt with the river worm. He did it. MC smirked as he looked at the hunters. Frowning, the girl turned to him. Swinging his weapon, Choi shouted that he was a bastard. Lee deftly repelled his attack. The young man looked furiously and asked what he had done to his brother. He had ruined everything. The hero clenched his teeth tightly. The deputy had raised his sword above his head. The protagonist looked at him angrily. He pushed his leg aside. MC deflects the shot with his shield. The opponent slid on the ground. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed. His eyes lit up and the guy shouted loudly. The spear flew swiftly through the air. Lee pointed his weapon at the enemy. The young man silently stared at the point of the weapon. Looking at him, the hero said that the reason they had gained such immense power as hunters was the opportunity given to protect humanity from crisis. With great power comes great responsibility. People like them who torment those who are much weaker than them have no right to call themselves hunters. Lowering his head, Choi sighed. Raising his hand up, the protagonist said that but today he saw too much blood spilled in vain. Turning around, he added that he had had enough. As he was leaving, the MC said that he should repent and continue to live. The enemy's eyes suddenly lit up. A sword appeared in his hands. Swinging his weapon, he shouted that he should die. Lee suddenly turned around, frightened. Blood spurted to the side. The swordswoman struck the boy. Looking at her, he asked how she could. Then the hunter fell to the ground. A notification appeared that the skull of the Soul Keeper had absorbed another soul. The eyes on his skull lit up. Stretching his hand forward, the hero asked that she was fine, to which the girl replied approvingly. Lowering her gaze, she said that she should have stopped them even earlier. If she had, then such a tragedy would not have happened. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist replied that she shouldn't feel guilty about it. She was different from them. Standing in front of him, the lady said that she thought it was the end for her, to which he asked what she was talking about. The tip of the sword stuck in the ground. Stretching out her hand in front of her, Jong said that she no longer had the right to touch this sword and would live until she atoned for all the sins of the Northern Army. She stood still, and the thought appeared in the hero's head that she had broken, the one whose destiny was to become a great warrior. Frowning, he added that no, she couldn't, he wouldn't let her, but for now, he could only watch her. A view of the beach opened. The hunter stood in front of the people. The man gritted his teeth and said that they were from a hunters' association, to which another added that he was asking them to refrain from excessive filming. The guy looked at him in disbelief and asked what and where Young was, to which the reporter replied that Choi was also not visible. The man looked frightened and asked what had happened there, and then wondered where most of the Northern Army had gone. It turned out that the hunter in the middle was the one who led the raid. Grinning, he added that his face and name were unknown to anyone. It would definitely be a sensation. Journalists began to take pictures. Questions were heard about who he was, what happened at the gates. Let him say his name. The man took a step forward. Smiling, the head said that it was a super rookie who had awakened with AC rank, about whom there were rumors. The reporter looked at him in surprise and asked again. He heard the words that this was Sun from the guild of the major leagues. Apparently they knew each other. The man put his hand to his face. Frowning, he said that these hunters had just returned from the Hellish Gate clearing. Don't they think they need to be given some time to rest? Stretching out his hands to the sides, Sun said that now, for these returning heroes and for those who could not do this, he asked to give them a little honor. People with a smile on their faces began to clap. Journalists applauded the hunters. The soldiers lowered their heads. A phrase flashed through that the gate, through which 110 people entered, had become special. Looking ahead, the hero thought that the number of people who had returned from the depths of hell was only 39. A view of the sea opened. A modern city appeared. The bird flew up to the window. The man looked at her. Smiling, he said that she was late. A view of the room opened. Looking down, John said that apparently he knew about their ability to control the river worm, as well as how to become heroes. Interesting. Looking at him, the crow said something. Putting his finger to his face, the man said that he was getting stronger by hunting monsters. Then he pressed the call button. Standing in front of the table, John said that he needed to meet with the survivors of the raid at the Rhine River Gate, to which he was told that everything would be prepared. Smiling, he added that they no longer needed the army of the north. He understood him, to which he was told that it was accepted. He would immediately prepare everything for the press. A dark raven appeared on the table and said something in an unknown language. John scratched his beard thoughtfully and heard that the hero was becoming stronger by hunting monsters. His hand touched the screen excitedly. The agitated man pressed the button and said that he needed to meet the survivors of the raid at the Rhine River Gate, to which he was informed that everything would be prepared. Dark energy seemed to shake the air, and John maniacally said that they no longer needed the army of the north, to which the assistant understood everything and added that he would immediately prepare everything for the press. The sun shone brightly on the busy street. The blonde woman entered the hall. The girl looked away. An image of a man standing on the stage appeared. A small cloud of fog spread over the platform. Joan lowered her head dejectedly. The blonde looked to the side and whispered sadly that she was fed up with being a hunter. People unexpectedly entered the hall and turned to the deputy head. The girl turned around abruptly and said that the guys were also here. The man came up and said that she had not done anything wrong, because Vice Head Choi and Captain Young were to blame for everything, so there was no one else's fault here. A dark shadow fell on Joan's eyes. People knelt down and asked her not to give up. The man looked down and said that he wanted to live a decent life in order to look into his son's eyes with a clear conscience in the future, so they would take the sin of the army of the north upon themselves, because its fate should not develop in such a way. The girl lowered her head and sadly replied that it was her long life. After all, she was the last remaining captain on this sinking ship, so they guys were not obliged to take this sin upon themselves. The soldier looked ahead and said mysteriously that there was something that she, the vice head, did not know. Joan lowered her gaze in devastation. The darkness seemed to have become thicker from what had happened, and the man raised his hand and emotionlessly whispered that their hands were already up to their elbows in blood. The words struck the girl like lightning, who stood there in complete shock. The sun illuminates the building. Someone is holding a jar. The bald man smiled and asked if his speech to reporters about him was something he shouldn't have done. The hero turned around and asked not to talk nonsense, because he should rather thank him, because he managed to become even more famous. Lee became a superstar in the blink of an eye. The man quickly emptied the contents of the jar, not surprising considering that in the allotted time to clear the gate, he went from B to A rank, his face occupying all the TV shows, as well as the headlines. An image of the protagonist appeared, and the headlines of the newspapers said that with a snap of his fingers, he rose from a C rank to an A rank hunter, also overcame all adversity and became a hero. And someone was trying to understand what kind of dark horse was that exceeded all expectations and launched the A rank gate. As a result, his new name was the Dark Horse. Sun smiled and said that only those who are known to be considered weak are called dark horses. But it seems to him that this nickname does not fit the hero at all. The protagonist tilted his head and replied that given the fact that there is no background behind him, it cannot be said that it does not suit him at all. The bald man turned around and added that he was worried that he would regard this as an invasion of his privacy. But thank God that he did not bother about it. The protagonist looked down gloomily and thought about what he should tell about his next plan, and asked aloud how he knew about it. The man looked at the guy in surprise and tried to understand what he meant. The young man confidently raised his head and explained that he was using hero creation to his advantage. The idea of creating heroes was not a thing that had been discussed in this era. The man gritted his teeth and repeated the words about the creation of heroes. The words seemed to plunge Sun into darkness, who stood in a daze and suddenly clarified what the protagonist wanted to tell him, that he was able to create a hero. People in this era believed that heroes were people born from a mixture of fate and the power of patrons, and sometimes even born of time. The guy calmly turned around and added that he should know everything himself. Confidence overwhelmed the young man, who looked seriously ahead and reminded him that the bald man was a member of Asgard. A yellow glow began to emanate from the man's white eyes. A golden aura enveloped the gloomy sun. The empty swing began to swing. Everything began to tremble abruptly. One eye sat in front of his subordinate. John looked sharply to the side. Noticing this, the assistant bent down and asked the head what was wrong. An extraordinary interest pulled the strings of the man's consciousness, who smiled madly and replied that nothing had happened. It just seemed to him that something entertaining had happened. The hero looks ahead in shock and realizes that this is his true strength. The bald man with white eyes raised his head to the protagonist. Sleep closed his eyes. The man took a step and excitedly asked how he knew this, and the protagonist remembered that when they first met, he was already a member of Asgard. The guy recoiled a little and asked Sun to answer his question first, because he wants to understand why he did it, because it seems to him that his actions seem to come from the fact that he is aware of all his plans. The bald man smiled contentedly and noticed that the young man had beaten him to him and had made his move earlier. The man clenched his fists and said that he also had suspicions about the hero, because he had an incredible growth rate, and his actions seemed to scream that he knew something. The protagonist bent down and continued that Dream had made a trap for this reason, and he, like a blue fish, had fallen for his hook. The protagonist smiled contentedly and thought that he had done this on purpose, and asked aloud what the bald man thought about this, namely, why he needed all this. An excited man looks at the guy. The young man raised his head and suddenly announced that the reason was that he intended to join Asgard. The hero smiled and thought about how Asgard is a secret group of incredibly powerful hunters, and the real war begins now. Clouds float across the night sky. Moonlight reflects off rusty structures. The girl took a couple of steps forward and asked why he wanted to meet her. The hero raised his hand and said that they would go straight to the point, and then unexpectedly asked her to join him. Uncertain, Joan looked ahead and said that she thought that her usefulness ended at the gates of the Rhine River, and she also didn't have a shred of her former authority in the army of the North, so she was completely useless. The blonde woman lowered her head gloomily and added sadly that she was not the kind of person who was capable of anything useful. The protagonist took a step and confidently explained to her that she was a very valuable shot. The girl's fist trembled, who noticed that he was talking as if he knew everything. Tearful from the exertion, Joan raised her head and sobbed that he was right. After all, the army of the North was garbage, and she was part of all this. Clouds floated over the building. The hero looks at the blonde and assumes that something has happened. The girl lowered her head gloomily and said that she was unaware of the many atrocities that were taking place behind her back. After all, they committed murders under the orders of the deputy head of the guild. The truth swept over the guy like cold water from head to toe, who looked ahead in shock, and Joan said that they were innocent, defenseless people. The burden of responsibility fell on the shoulders of the girl, who sat gloomily on the step. The upset blonde looked down and asked if Lee remembered what they had tried to do to him in that conflict between the hunters and the common man. Sin throbbed in Joan's words, who clutched her head and coldly added that in secret from everyone, they killed those who stood in their way, and Young, as the head of the army of the North, took ordinary people seriously as nothing more than cockroaches. Shocked by what he heard, the hero looked down a little and thought that this was very bad for a person with such moral foundations, because everything fell too sharply on her shoulders, and if nothing was done, then she could finally break, but he could not lose the dragon's slayer in the same way. The protagonist stretched out his hand and suddenly asked what she would do if this continued to happen. The young man tilted his head and added that the gates continued to appear, and the hunters were still awakening new powers, and ordinary people could not even hope to resist such unimaginable power. Shocked, Joan sharply looked ahead when she heard the young man say that if such things were happening in the small guild of the Northern Army, then it was not surprising if the same thing happened outside of it, and then sharply suggested that Miss Joan would simply turn her back on everyone in need. The hero looked at the girl who stood up and said that he wanted to eradicate it at the base and get rid of all the evil that was happening around. The confident protagonist leaned over and shouted that he wanted to nip in the bud everything she saw, heard, and felt. The annoyed girl turned around and asked with displeasure if he seriously thought that he would be able to nip all this in the bud, because she understood how powerful the young man was, but whether the hero was aware of the power he wielded, because they were nothing compared to the power he possessed. Anger clouded the blonde's mind, who raised her head and added that they were too weak to stand up to him, and then maliciously wanted to know if the protagonist had any plan to change this world when they stood in his way. A sharp realization hit the guy in the head, and he, frowning, realized that this was it. The unexpected truth shook the space, and Lee straightened up and declared that he was from the future. The girl stood in complete shock. The hero turned around and told him that something unimaginable would soon happen, so many would die, and the destruction that preceded the slight changes in the foundations of the world would be immeasurable, so when the time came, he would need her power. The protagonist took a step to the side and asked if she was aware that the association would soon call them in, and then added that they would see each other there, and in the meantime he would ask her to think carefully about everything. Clouds float across the blue sky. The sun illuminates the residential building. The host sits and says that this news will be about the Guild of the Server Army, behind which many terrible deeds committed by him have surfaced, including the murder of innocent residents. The hero holds the remote control and realizes that everything has gone much further than he could have thought. The protagonist looked up and wondered if it could all have been planned in advance, because now that they were useless, they were simply disposed of, and also tried to figure out if it was all his doing. Two wisps approached the necklace, and the system reported that the skull of the Soul Keeper had awakened, and he had also been reborn as a true familiar. The guy turned around in surprise and happily noticed that the skull had finally appeared, because it had absorbed the souls of Young and Choi, and in addition to all this, it had also absorbed the essence of water worm water and the gem of the water golem, and the system had notified the hero of the name of the familiar, because in order to summon him, he had to call it. The protagonist stretched out his hand and wanted to know how strong he was. The skull soared into the air. The assistant turned to the guy and asked if he had called him. The shocked guy just stood there and thought about the fact that he was talking like a bone dragon. The rays of the sun penetrated through the windows into the house, and the young man remembered that magic is like air, because it hovers around people. A red aura enveloped Lee, who added that countless heroes were also thinking, and then suggested that it could be that they were not using the true potential of magic. After all, they were looking for a way to extract more power from it. An image of mana flow appeared. The protagonist gritted his teeth and realized that he had failed again. The guy stood up and thought about how the method created by the Demon King to harness the true potential of magic was described rather superficially, so trying to apply it wasn't that easy. The young man looked to the side and realized that the moment of no return would soon come. When the time came, the current A-rank hunters would descend to the C-rank hunters, so he should become stronger before that moment. However, it was not that easy. Lee looked at the message on his phone, which said that he should go to the road, where he would be accompanied to the association. The hero turned off the phone. The protagonist looked gloomily to the side and thought that the moment had come for him to meet. Clouds are floating in the sky. The sun shone on the building. The cars were going about their business. Kim smiled and noticed that it was the first time he had seen Lee so nervous. The guy looked awkwardly to the side and reminded him that he seemed to be a human too. The young man looked to the side and said that he had not thought so before, because when he entered the dungeon, and then even the gates of the Rhine River, he did not show a drop of excitement. The hero looked up thoughtfully, and the assistant suggested that only a meeting with the president of the association could make him nervous, although the truth was that he was not the kind of person with whom he could communicate freely. The driver smiled and added that there was no reason to worry, because he had not been called because of an oversight, because he would only be given what he deserved, and talked a little. The grim hero turned and said that more than 50 hunters had died in that gate, including the slain heads of the army of the north. The protagonist turned around and added that he didn't call to congratulate him on his survival and find out how he was doing, because it would definitely be an investigation. A frightened Kim looked ahead and said that he hadn't thought about it at all. The bald man furrowed his brows and asked if he really wanted to join Asgard, and then told him that it was not in his jurisdiction, and Lee explained that Heimdall had a disagreement with Asgard, because their original goals were for the sake of humanity. But now, many things have spilled over to the dark side. The hero looked thoughtfully ahead and remembered when Dream met the Demon King. At that moment, he had more doubts about the Asgard, but there was no reason to leave him, because he was only briefly associated with the Demon King in Asgard, but left after him. A moment's determination took possession of the protagonist, who opened his eyes wide and mentally declared that he was going to get to Asgard faster than the Demon King would, and then use whatever he needed there to level up faster, and until he squeezed everything he could get out of Asgard. Clouds floated across the blue sky. The light was reflected in the windows of the building. The sun was shining on a glass skyscraper, and someone asked me to go into this room. The hero stands in front of the door. The man calmly puts the book on the shelf. One eye turned and suddenly remembered that he had invited a guest for today, because he had been running errands all day. John held out his hand and said that he was glad to meet him, and then said that he didn't do much, but he was the kind of person who cared about the Hunters Association in Korea. The protagonist looked at the outstretched hand and remembered with excitement that this was the person who had followed the deeds of the Army of the North with great admiration, and he had been mentioned many times in the biography of the Demon King, and then told that he was a powerful person who simply could not be ignored, because judging by his level, he would not be able to defeat him easily. People shook hands. The hero raised his head with excitement, and said his name. The man smiled maniacally. A black aura emanated from Zhang's body, who seriously suggested that the protagonist take off all the masks and go straight to the point, and then asked the guy who he was. One Eye smiled and said that they already knew enough about each other, so he did not suggest wasting time on these games, and then asked if the protagonist was aware that he supported the Army of the North. The guy silently looks at Zhang, and he remembers the words that you can't believe a single word of Odin, because they are all lies. The young man smiled and replied that he understood. The man stopped exuding an aura. One turned around and said that he was bored because he was convinced that they were completely different people. One Eye looked at the tablet, and noticed that he was a very intriguing young man. An image of a hero appeared, and Zhang revealed that after awakening as a hunter, he had fought many monsters in the gate, and had also defeated the goblin leader, and after that, they tried to recruit him into the major leagues, awakening to C rank, after only 2 months. The protagonist stands against the background of a defeated opponent, and the man reminds that he single-handedly slew a river worm in the A-rank gate. One tilted his head and said that his leveling speed was unimaginable and he liked it, but he wanted to ask something. Blue flames began to devour the tablet. Anger overwhelmed Zhang, who raised his head and asked why he had killed Zhang, since he had personally raised him. The hero looked ahead and replied that the man saw everything perfectly through the raven, because he killed the one who tried to kill him. The rage was reflected in Odin's eyes, who leaned over and added that he was in trouble because he had destroyed the peace he had grown. The protagonist turned around and noticed that Ing was just a pawn, and then reminded him of his words about getting straight to the point, and said that he wanted to join Asgard. Shocked, Zhang stands silently. The man scratched his beard and slyly remarked that the guy has a talent for surprising people. However, he does not know what Asgard is. The young man raised his hand and replied that this was a group of first-generation hunters formed for the purpose of saving humanity. This was Asgard. The hero confidently raised his gaze and added without hesitation that the man was Odin, the king of Asgard, and then repeated that he wanted to join Asgard. One Eye tilted his head slightly, and the record said that Odin was never a good person, his eternal benevolence was only the best, and moreover, he had always been narrow-minded and ruthless. But even he had weaknesses. The madness could be read in the actions of the man, who raised his hand and shouted that all this was unthinkable, and then wanted to know how the protagonist found out all this, because first he noticed the presence of a raven, a river worm under control, and then also provoked him, saying that he was pumped by hunting in the gate. His curious and inquisitive spirit was like a bottomless pit. If there is an opportunity to satisfy his curiosity, then he will not even disdain to sleep with his enemy. The guy smiled slyly and thought that he was risking his life by relying on the information from the notes. But it worked, because everything was exactly as described in the book, and Zhang simply could not refuse him because of his own curiosity. The interested man spread his hands and added that his eye also did not work on him, and then assumed that the young man knew about him, to which Lu assumed that he was talking about an eye piercing the truth, and the record said that because his eye did not work for their author, Odin's interest in him only increased, and the system reported that the fallen angel destroyed all traces of mental interference on the part of this patron, and then warned the seeker of wisdom. Mad Odin covered his face with his hand and said with pleasure that it fascinated him. John looked blankly ahead and said that he was accepting the hero into Asgard, but he would like to give him a couple of tests, because originally the idioting was supposed to take this position after he became a hero, so if the protagonist passed this test, he would accept him into the ranks of Asgard. The golden glow came from the man's eye, who said that he would forbid him to discuss with anyone about what was happening here and now. The sun illuminates the building. Clouds are floating in the sky. The rays reflected off the white haze. The cups stand behind the glass. The hero sits with a serious face and still could not believe that his patron blocked not only the piercing gaze, but also the ban issued by him. But thank goodness it seems that Odin did not notice anything. The protagonist abruptly lowered his gaze and realized that if he was able to repel the ban, then in theory, the fallen angel is able to dispel any mental attacks, and if so, then this ability is too unbalanced. The blonde woman stands and turns to the guy. The young man turned and asked for forgiveness, because he was completely lost in thought, and then asked the girl to sit down. Lee tilted his head and assumed that she had come here to meet with the head of the association. After all, something had happened, to which he was told that he had only told her that everything that had happened in the Army of the North was a disgrace. Joan looked down sadly and added that she couldn't even ask him why he did all this. The hero raised his hand and told her that the head of the association probably only wanted to cut off all the ends regarding her, because she knew all the ins and outs of him, but for some reason he left everything as it was, and then assumed that the reason was that she was innocent. The girl turned around and replied that knowing him, he was the one who would invent a new sin and put it on the shoulders of the innocent, so it didn't make any sense, and the guy said that he understood what the main reason was. Lee leaned over and said seriously that the reason was that she was worthless in his eyes, because he believed that whether they were alive or dead, it wouldn't make any difference, because as long as the Army of the North still existed, he could destroy it as a warning to another guild that was more profitable to him. Tears appeared in the eyes of a frustrated Joan. The blonde began to tremble with sadness, and whispered that she was worthless. The hero stretched out his hand and asked her to take hold of it. The protagonist stands and enthusiastically says that he will change this world, and let her think that he is vain and narcissistic, because she has nothing more to lose, so the fact that she takes his hand will not make it worse. The embarrassed girl looked up. The blonde woman lowered her head. People joined hands. Clouds float across the night sky. The moonlight is reflected by the clouds. Lee and Young stand on a concrete structure. The girl turned and asked what he was going to do next. The hero smiled and said that she most likely got a patron inside the gates of the Rhine River, so she should tell him what kind of patron had his eye on her. Joan began to materialize something in her hand and said that she wasn't sure how to use it, but her patron was a prince on a white horse who gave her a dragon's bloodstone, and the protagonist realized that it was great, because he thought so. An image of a red round crystal appeared, a dragon's bloodstone. In the autobiography of the Demon King it was stated that this stone appeared only 3 times, and it was also needed to obtain Siegfried's immortality. The blonde woman held out the stone and said that she would give it to the hero. The protagonist stood in shock after what he heard. The boy turned around and asked in all seriousness if she understood how priceless this stone was. Joan smiled kindly and noticed that judging by his reaction, he knew his value much better than her. The young man holds the gift and thinks that he wanted to get it, but to make it so simple, and asked aloud if it would be okay for her to give it to him just like that, because she received this stone from her patron, and then added that this thing could help her immeasurably. The blonde woman turned around and replied with a hint of gratitude that it was a gift to someone who recognized and believed in her, and then added that she couldn't wait for them to start working together. The grim hero clenched his fist and said that he understood her, and he remembered that he kept thinking about how difficult and long it would take to obtain the dragon's blood stone. A sharp realization hit the protagonist on the head, who abruptly raised his gaze. A smiling girl is standing, and the guy thinks that she is just an incredible simpleton, and the system reports that the fallen angel is mocking his appearance. The hero went into the forge and told Puck that they had not seen each other for a long time, to which the latter wanted to know what his fate was. The protagonist raised his head abruptly. Various weapons hang on the walls. Item information windows hang near each blade. The guy looks mesmerized and says that it's all incredible. The redhead turned around and explained that they were still not finished, and then added that the fire was just right, and thanked the young man for his help, but his supplies were lame. Lee smiled and remembered that while the blacksmith's skills were key, the materials were also important, because everything had happened too quickly, and it was clear that the necessary materials would not appear out of nowhere in such a short time. The hero picked up the scarlet stone. Puck looks at the material thoughtfully. His hand hit the table very hard. The blacksmith leaned forward and shouted that he had never seen such a mineral before. The protagonist smiled and said that it was not a gift. The sweating red hair raised his hand and shouted that he knew his worth, because no idiot or spineless rag would simply accept such a valuable and mystical gift as a gift, and the guy thought that at least one of them was present here. The hero picked up the hammer and asked if he could use it. The protagonist began to walk towards the stove, and the excited Puck wanted to know what he was up to. The guy swung and said that he should look carefully. A red aura enveloped the hammer. The shocked blacksmith rushed forward and shouted for the young man to stop. The instrument rushed down. The young man struck a strong blow to the anvil. The stone split in two. The horror of what had happened filled the space around Puck, who clutched his head from what he saw. The sun illuminates the entrance to the forge. A warm light came from the doorway. The puzzled red-haired man holds the two halves and asks the hero how to use this mineral. If the dragon stone contains a sufficient volume of blood, then it is able to regenerate. In other words, it can and should be duplicated. The protagonist put down the spear and asked to place half of the dragon stone in the Muspelheim spear, and then added that Puck should not play around and experiment with the pebble. The guy turned around and remembered his soulmate. The young man looked down thoughtfully and thought that this gladius was incredibly similar to Siegfried's gladius, which was described in the book. The sword is in the water, and Lee asked to put it in this gladius, which he will make for free, and the blacksmith thanked him for the opportunity to work with such valuable materials, and besides, he revealed another secret to him. Clouds were gathering over the forest. Someone cut the orc with a precise movement. The pink slit struck the monster. An image of white light appeared, and the system reported that the dragon stone had absorbed the orc's blood, and now its occupancy rate is 1.7%. Comrades stand in front of the corpses of the opponents. Satisfied, the girl looked at the blade and said that this one-handed sword was so good, and then told her that she had never used such a weapon before, but it seemed to merge with her hand. The hero turned around and happily thought that he did not expect anything else from Puck, because no one can compare with his skills in making weapons, and then asked his girlfriend how far the filling of the dragon stone had progressed. Joan smiled and replied that it was about 5%, and the protagonist explained that the more they hunted, the higher the percentage of stone filling. The girl raised her head and enthusiastically said that she could not think that it could be used like this, because one stone turns into two, and two into four, which means that giving the stone to him was the right decision. Lee smiled contentedly. The huge ogre looked at the people. The creature shook the air with its loud scream. In the next instant, the ogre tried to attack the heroes. The protagonist dodged the blow at the last moment, and shouted that it was an evasion. A red aura envelopes the guy's body. The excited guy stopped and realized that the boss of this gate was an ogre warrior with abnormal strength, and then called out to Joan. The blonde woman could hardly hold back the pressure of the monster. Horror was reflected in the girl's aura, who tried to lunge with difficulty. Zung parried her opponent's attack with one clear movement. Rage overwhelmed the ogre, who leaned forward. Siegfried's great sword was capable of repelling even countless dragon attacks. Satisfied, Lee smiled and couldn't believe that it was really Zhong, because even the monster was shocked that a human was able to repel his attack with pure strength. The girl rushed to the creature's leg. The blonde woman rushed up sharply. The shocked ogre stared at Zhong as she swung. Anger seemed to take hold of Zhong's mind, who lowered her evil gaze down. One clear purple slit halved the boss. Clouds are floating in the sky. The sun gradually began to set below the horizon. The hero approached his partner. The protagonist smiled and happily reported that she had no idea how calm he felt when she covered his back. The girl threw an angry glance at the guy. The young man leaned on one leg and said that they were going there in 2 days. Lee turned around and said in all seriousness that they would spend the next 2 days hunting to improve their teamwork, which would increase their chances of survival in the future a little. The embarrassed girl raised her head. The hero turned and thought that it was finally time for the test that Odin had prepared for him. Night fell on the city. The protagonist sits and gloomily understands that this moment has finally come. The guy looks ahead and thinks that they did everything they could with that short period of time, and of course, it would be nice if Siegfried made a name for herself, but it happened much later, so don't be greedy. The young man turned abruptly and tried to figure out who it was. The lantern stands in the middle of the park. Moonlight falls on the street. Sun and Lee sit silently at the table. The bald man bent down and told the hero directly not to go there tomorrow, because if he did, he might die, because it would no longer be the easy walk that it was at the Reiki Rain Gate. The protagonist sits silently and notices that Sun's words are sincere. The worried man turned around and said that he had been thinking all the time about how the guy found out about Asgard, for what purpose he wanted to join it, and what his true intentions were. The bald man smiled and summed up that he had decided not to worry about such things, because he trusted Lee. The surprised young man pulled back a little and wanted to know where he got so much faith in him. The bald man closed his eyes, and then calmly and confidently replied that he did not know, he could only say that it was intuition. The man stood up and added that he was asking the hero not to go there tomorrow anyway, because Odin was already incredibly interested in him, and even if he didn't pass any test, he would still allow him to join Asgard whenever the protagonist so desired. Sun leaned over and remembered that the guy still hadn't earned the title, but if he did go tomorrow, he would get it posthumously. The young man stood up and thanked him for his concern, but then asked his friend not to worry. Determination is reflected in Lee's gaze, who leaned over and said that no matter what happened, he would come back alive, because there were still a lot of things he needed to do. Metal structures hold the roof. The light is reflected in the room. Two figures walked out of the building. The hero and blonde stand silently in business suits. Kim waved his hand and called the hunters Jong and Lee here. The protagonist took a step and congratulated the guy on his promotion. The happy young man put his hand on his chest and remarked that their business was going well, and he, as their curator, benefited from it. But what was even more incredible was sending for an international expedition, because it was an honor to be a hunter representing their nation. The assistant bowed and told them to wait a little longer, and the passage would open, and he hoped for their safe return. Kim began to distance himself from the hunters. The girl smiled and said that he was a good person, and the hero added that he had not changed. A blue glow emanates from the gate. The man looked to the side and said that the gates to London were open, so they could go, and then wished to return to them safe and sound. Beams of energy appeared in front of the gate. The Briton in the suit raised his hand and said that it was a great honor for him to meet such a famous dark horse face to face, and said that he was welcome to London. The hero took a step and replied in English that he was glad to meet them, and then said that they were sent to them by the Korean Association, and then introduced himself and June. The surprised girl looked at Lee and noticed that he was so fluent in several languages that everything was comfortable. The guy leaned over and thought that he had learned English only because in the Age of Eden, if someone did not speak English, then he was not even perceived as a person, and said aloud that there was nothing wrong with it, because fate decreed that he had to learn it. The man threw up his hands and said that they would escort them to their rooms, because traveling through the portal is usually very exhausting, and then added that in the evening there would be a party in honor of the arrival of all the hunters who had been summoned for the expedition, and they hoped that they would accept their invitation. Half of the moon appeared in the sky. The moonlight illuminated the palace. An unknown person looks at people. Blonde walks next to the hero and tells him that she is a little disappointed by the fact that she cannot speak English, and then asked what people say when passing by them, to which the protagonist replied that some said that they were glad to meet him, but there are also those who hung racist labels. The men looked sharply to the side. Someone with irritation, and someone with horror turned to someone. Confidence and danger came from a huge man who just silently walked forward. The jock turned around and said with irritation that he was expecting two idiots who had come from Korea, but he could not understand that two pigeons had forgotten here. Jong and Lee looked at the unknown man in surprise. Mutual hostility appeared between people, and the man approached the hero and said that he did not look like someone who could strike at least some blow, and added that he could not believe that the Korean Association sent some weaklings, and then asked who they were and where were the idiots who were supposed to be instead of two doves. The tense girl turned around and wanted to ask the protagonist what this thug was talking about, because it didn't look like he was talking about anything good. Sweat runs down the face of the guy, who thought that this was completely different from his expectations. An image of Odin Asgard has appeared. This is a secret organization that pulls strings in the shadow of Korea. Red signs appeared on the world map. In addition to Asgard, there are also secret organizations around the world that run hunters. They regularly fight for power as well as the right to have a voice and power over the gates. One of those events was the Battle of the Dungeon. Their original purpose of protecting humanity by hunting monsters was long lost. They lost themselves, getting involved in the fight to prove which of them is stronger. The man turned around and sneered that the hero had nothing to say, despite the fact that he had asked him a direct question. The protagonist raised his head and tried to understand what he had forgotten here at all, because he absolutely did not fit in. The soldiers look at the man with the sword, and the boy reveals that originally, the Battle of the Dungeon was the place wherein, who received the title, was supposed to participate. An image of Lee with a sword appeared, and the hero continued that after the battle at the gates of the Rhine River and became famous as Gunther, but due to his interference, the course of the story changed as a result. Gunther died. One Eye looks madly ahead, and the protagonist adds that Odin's original plans were thwarted and he was forced to send him here instead of Jung. The guy looked up and mentally said that he didn't even compare him to Gunther, and then tried to understand why it was so, and then assumed that it was the result of changing the past. Someone approached the man and asked him to leave them. The comrades looked at the man in surprise. The blue-eyed guy stretched out his hand and said that he was glad to meet him, and it was a great honor for him to meet the dark horse that was now on everyone's lips. The jock looked away with irritation and could not believe that this newcomer was a dark horse. The young man turned and said in displeasure that Demetrius was going too far. George smiled and apologized for his friend's antics and asked him not to pay attention to this stupid mountain of muscles. And then he gave his name and said that his title was an Odysseus. The hero stands and remembers in shock that Odysseus is a hero who was unlucky to be killed by his partner Hercules in the future. The protagonist shook hands and said that he was glad to meet him, and then added that he had heard about Odysseus, to which the guy replied that he was embarrassed, because his name is not even close to the dark horse, and then called his friend to apologize. The man smiled maniacally and thought that the apology would be through a handshake, and said aloud that the dark horse sounded funny. Shrouded in an aura, Demetrius stretched out his hand and pronounced his name, and then added that his title was Hercules, and then tried to understand what kind of nonsense he was carrying. They say that he had heard about his homeland Greece. Madness is reflected in the look of the man, who tilted his head and whispered that the hero should hurry up and make him happy, accepting his apology. And the diary entries said that Hercules, this guy, was an absolute monster, because just one meeting with him gave the author goosebumps. The girl grabbed the jock by the wrist. The blonde woman looked up a stern look and told him to remove his hand, because the protagonist would not accept his so-called apology. The man turned and asked what she had said. The jock tried to raise his hand. The guy looks forward in shock. The young man smiled attentively and said that he did not believe it, because she was so calmly restraining the brute force of Hercules. Joan looked sharply at Demetrius's hand. The girl flew to the side in an instant. The blonde woman slowed down on the floor. The arm hangs down sluggishly. Joan gritted her teeth and realized that she was broken. The man smiles madly and shouts that he is impressive, because they had another dark horse here. The jock raised his head and calmly said that they would definitely meet again. The guy bowed and asked for forgiveness, and then added that they would see each other later. The light is reflected off the walls of the room. The hero approached his partner and asked if she was okay. The girl turned around and replied that it wasn't, and then asked if they seriously needed to defeat someone like him. The protagonist bowed his head gloomily and said that they had to win, but they had no chance of winning, and the record said that although Hercules was an invincible monster, he still had some weakness that did not allow him to rise to the top. Determination overwhelmed the guy, who raised his head and whispered that this was only under normal circumstances. The sun illuminates the mansion. Parties were held every day. Members of secret organizations got to know each other while gathering information about the strength of potential opponents. People are standing in front of the portal, but a group of dark horses did not participate in all this. The man in the suit smiled and said that they were there, and then added that they were incredible, because they protect the gates, even when they are abroad. The hero turned around and said that they could always do tourist business at any other time. The man raised his head and said that he was still worried, so they needed to save their strength, given the upcoming expedition to clear the gates. But in any case, he would be waiting for them, and the system reported that they had entered the gates of the ogre horde, and then added that the patrons turned their eyes on them. A bright blue glow appeared in the middle of the forest. The protagonist bowed his head and said that they would be there until they got what they needed, and if it wasn't there, they would enter another, similar gate. The blonde woman shook her head silently. The guy turned around and summed up that she should act like she did at the gates of Korea, and the girl suggested that she should train with an emphasis on defense. The young man looked to the side and said that with his current skills, he didn't think he could withstand even one attack from Hercules, which was why her role was so important. The hero began to walk away from Joan and asked her to wait for a while. The blonde woman turned around in surprise and said that she thought about them going together. The protagonist smiled and replied that it wasn't this time, and then added that she would understand everything while she was waiting for him here. The guy rushed forward sharply. The girl exhaled nervously. The blonde woman raised her head and thought about the fact that just a few weeks ago, she was pressed by a sense of guilt because of the guild. But now she was calm in her heart, and the interface told her that the handsome prince had smiled at her. Joan smiles and remembers that even her patron only sent a message that he was disappointed or furious, and now his messages make it clear that he can be pleased, and it's all thanks to him. Clouds are floating in the sky. The sun illuminates the forest. The hero unexpectedly landed in front of the girl. The protagonist ran forward and shouted at Joan to be ready. The blonde looks at a huge cloud of dust. A horde of white ogres rushes forward. The girl staggered back in horror and shouted that it was a dozen ogres and even the boss of the dungeon, namely a two-headed ogre. The guy runs and tells Joan not to run away from them. The girl gritted her teeth and tried to understand why she shouldn't run away, since they were all aiming at her, and then realized why before the fight, he said to equip the title of the great enemy of the ogres. The hero turned around and confidently stated that he could. After all, it was not impossible, and the blonde woman asked why he said to fill her inventory with healing potions. The protagonist smiled and answered positively. Joan's face twisted in displeasure. The blonde woman lowered her head gloomily. His foot slowed down on the ground. The girl rushed into battle and shouted that she would do it. The monster let out a piercing scream. The hero tilted his head and called for an assistant. Skull appeared in front of the protagonist and asked if he was calling him. Potions appeared around the assistant. The guy turned around and asked him to help Jeong and use healing potions as soon as she was in danger. Determination enveloped the body of the hero, who looked ahead and thought that she would not have any problems, and now it was time to find the missing piece of the puzzle that would allow him to defeat Hercules. Smoke rushes up. The flames engulf the tree. The fire spread throughout the settlement. Monsters burn alive in agony. The creature is standing. The hero sits in the shadows and thinks that thanks to his power over the fire, just by walking on the flames, he is able to extinguish it, and then adds that he finally found it. The protagonist turned around and revealed that it was an Easter egg that only appeared in B-rank ogre settlements, namely red eyes and mountains of muscle. The madness came from a monster that was just smiling madly, and the guy added that it was a terrifying ogre that even heroes tried to avoid fighting, and although he didn't use magic, but on the basis of his terrifying power, he was eventually nicknamed the Red-Eyed Ogre Mage. Sleep abruptly opened the door. The bald man raised his head and shouted in fury what he was doing at all. The assistant stood in front of the man and asked what he allowed himself, and then added that he could not behave like that in such a place. One Eye raised his hand and said that everything was fine and asked to leave them. People look at each other in silence. Evil Odin looks ahead and tries to figure out what has come over him. Sun leaned over and replied that he himself knew everything perfectly well. One Eye sits and says that he does not understand what he is talking about, to which the bald man asks if he has any assumptions. Gray-haired man exhaled. A blue dome surrounded two people. Furious, John leaned over and said in annoyance that they could now speak honestly, and then added that since this was not their meeting room, he wondered if the interlocutor would abide by the rules of Asgard. Dream turned and said that it was not for him to talk about the rules, and then asked what had happened to their main foundation, about acting in the name of humanity, and then sarcastically suggested that he had been blocked by the creation of all these important rules. Rage burst out of Odin's body, who stood up and assumed that he had dared to reproach him. The disgruntled Dream turned around and replied that he would reproach him if he had the opportunity to listen to him, but as he saw it, he had no chance of that happening. The black tentacle rose up. Dark energy envelopes the one-eyed man, who called the bald man an arrogant bastard. The Dream stands and says that this concerns Hercules. Surprised, John staggered back and asked again. The energy around Odin began to weaken, and he asked what he meant. The bald man turned and told him that he had heard rumors that he would take part in the battle at the dungeon. The gray-haired man stands silently. One Eye looked to the side and reminded them that this battle was supposed to be the last point in their victory. But Hercules appeared, and then tried to understand if Olympus planned to terminate their agreement. Surprised, Dream stands there and mentally says that he thought that Jong sent Hercules. But it seems that things are much worse, and then says out loud that he really didn't know. The bald man furrowed his brows and couldn't believe that he was going to send this guy to his death like this, and then added that he thought he was equally interested in him, and then stated that he would go there. One Eye smiled excitedly and asked not to worry so much, because his death was not part of his plans, including everything that had happened. One raised his head and said that they had made a pact with him, and if he was in any danger, the pact would immediately notify him of it. Jean began to smile maniacally and said that Olympus had broken their agreement, and this was giving him a free hand. Sweat runs down Sun's face, who tries to figure out what kind of treacherous person he is, and then assumes that he foresaw that things would turn out this way. But as far as the pact is concerned, he can't say it's good, but it will clearly ease their anxiety. But the premonition of something wrong does not leave him. The sun shines on the building. Odin and Nimdal did not know that Odin's pact had already been torn apart by the fallen angel. Smoke rises. The fire is burning. The orc looks at the burning house. The monster looked away. Hero reached for the red-hot stone and thought about luring him out of here with fire, because it was a good idea. The protagonist looks at his fist and reveals that the reason an anomaly like the ogre mage was here is the most important piece of the puzzle in the battle with Hercules. A gloomy creature stands behind the guy. The young man turned and tried to understand when he had time. The ogre exhaled. The fist began to rapidly approach the hero. The protagonist quickly rushed forward. A monster is chasing a guy. The young man looked back and tried to understand how he got such a speed with such and such a size, and then noticed that this monster was like Hercules, and tried to see if he could defeat him now. The creature jumped up sharply. The ogre landed where Lee was. The hero dodged at the last moment. The weapon appeared in the protagonist's hand. Determination overwhelmed the guy, who turned around and said that he would like to avoid clashes with him, but for now he was preparing for a battle with Hercules. But then there was no point in it, which meant that he had to win. The monster swung furiously. The creature streamed towards the defending Lee, and the system reported that the gate had been cleared. The ogre began to dissolve. The hero raised his head and said that he had done it. The guy smiled and said that the situation would take on a deplorable situation if he managed to injure him, because it would be almost impossible to have time to heal himself with potions before the battle of the dungeon. But he was relieved that Jong had defeated the boss, which meant that she could be relied on. Clouds float across the crimson sky. Birds fly in the sky. The sun illuminates the building. Unknown people are standing under the stairs. Hercules looks ahead and says that he hasn't seen a hair of that guy since that day, to which the guy assumed that he was preparing. The jock turned and said that he would die of boredom at this rate, and then asked permission to enter the gate. The blond man raised his head and refused, because he didn't want any more trouble he had created, because he was a problem, because he ignored Olim's order and took part in the battle of the dungeon. The man leaned over and asked in displeasure what his fault was, and what was the point of deliberately losing a fight that could be won, and then explained that he was a fighter who despised such unreasonable things. But George asked to remind him why he had sent Theseus to the hospital. Odysseus scratched his head and said that he was driving him crazy, and the battle at the dungeon was about to begin, and then said that he had hidden Theseus well, but given that he was the head of their group, someone from Olympus must come and punish him, the one who ignored the direct order in him, the one who helped him. Demetrius lifted his head and asked his comrade not to worry, because no matter who was sent there, he would protect the guy. But in any case, this dark horse did not look like someone who could withstand even one blow, and then added that he liked the girl who was with him, so you should not miss such a chance. The blonde smiled and tried to understand how many opponents he recognized, because given how condescending he was to the dark horse, but for some reason, everything inside him was calling out to him, in anticipation of something large-scale. Birds fly over the palace. The sun illuminates the building. The girl sits and asks the hero if he is going hunting again, and then asks to keep him company. The protagonist smiled and replied that everything was fine, but she was not in the best condition now. The blonde woman twisted her face in displeasure, and reproachfully asked why she was in such condition again. The guy bent down and retorted that thanks to this, she received a very useful skill that allowed her to further pump physical resistance and endurance, and then offered to repeat. Excited, Joan began to twist her hair around her finger, and Lee asked her to have a good rest, and today he would go on his own. The girl blushed and said that if something happened, he should contact her immediately. Clouds are floating in the sky. The rays pass through the clouds. A tree sways in the wind in the middle of the street. The hero stands and assumes that this is the street of alchemy, which means that it must be somewhere here. The protagonist goes and remembers that this is a place with great magical power. The young man's eyes filled with an aura as he found what he was looking for. A gloomy young man pathetically came in and asked for forgiveness for the intrusion. The redhead stands and happily greets her into the phone booth. Lee smiled mysteriously and realized that he had come to the right place. The girl smiled and noticed that he was Korean, and it is very rare to meet them, and then tried to find out what brought him here, maybe a special potion, or an object for some nefarious deeds. The hero raised his hand and assumed that she was Jean. The redhead put her hands on her belt and asked who he was, so he also showed up at the moment when she first opened, and then tried to find out how he knew her name. The protagonist smiled kindly and suggested that her blacksmith skill was not so ossified yet. The shocked girl stands there and assumes that he was poisoned here by Puck, the younger sister of the greatest blacksmith, the second blacksmith after him, as well as the best alchemist, Hephaestus. This name will be given to her in the near future. A week later, Jean placed the spear on the table and told her that at the hero's request, she had melted the red ore that he had given her and covered Muspel's Burrish spear with it, and then asked him to tell her who he was. The red-haired woman bent down and added that this was the first time she had seen this object in his spear, as well as this ore, and then said that he had left her stupid brother and traveled all this way to England to find this mineral, because even the people of Olim don't have anything like it. The protagonist turned around and asked her to return to Korea. The guy smiled and added that if she needed minerals and rare materials, it would be better for her to be in Korea instead of leaving her here. The bewildered girl tilted her head and tried to understand what he wanted to tell her. The young man leaned over and thought that if the two were to reunite, he would become even stronger with their support, and he replied aloud that he himself was in Korea. Jean stands there and says it's because he's unlikely to be able to get her minerals all the time, which even Olympus doesn't have, and then she tries to understand how arrogant he is. Suddenly, the girl smiled sharply and said that it sounds fun and she likes it. A blue beam rushed into the sky. People silently look away. The bald man smiled broadly. The girl is standing. The host looks ahead and says that the raid is about to begin, and then she adds that she asks all the hunters present here to get ready. The blonde woman turned around and assumed that they would have to fight all these people, to which the hero replied that they would not, because there are people here who are not at all interested in winning the battle of the dungeon and are only interested in winning by clearing the gate. The girl looked ahead and said that she was glad, because it meant that the hunters were not in the mood to kill each other. The protagonist tilted his head and thought that it would be nice if there were people here who thought like her, and said aloud that he had to disagree. The man stands in shock and tries to understand what these no-names are. The crowd turned to the picture in horror. Demetrius leaned over and asked furiously what they were staring at. The guy approached his friend and said that they had not even reached the gate yet. The man turned around and replied that those worms were staring at him. The jock pointed his finger at Lee and shouted that there was a dark horse there. The hero turned to the source of the sound. Demetrius smiled maniacally and thought about liking his look, and then wished him luck. The protagonist tilted his head in anticipation. The hunters stood in front of the gate, and someone shouted that he was asking them all to come to them. The guy turned to the girl and addressed her. The young man bent down and said seriously that when they entered, she would have to run as far away as possible. An uncomprehending Zhong stands and thinks that he wants her to escape, and the system reports that they have entered the gates of Mount Catalan. A red light appeared from the thicket. Mount Catalan. The girl brandishes her sword. The blonde looked away and tried to understand what was happening, because he had warned her that she needed to run away first. Zhong rushed forward. The blonde looked ahead in horror. A seriously wounded man lies on the ground. The man raised his head and asked to save him. An image of Lee appeared, asking her to run away as far as possible. The girl closed her eyes with difficulty. Zhong gave the man a potion to drink and asked what had happened. The unknown man turned his head gloomily to the side. A perplexed girl sits and tries to understand what is happening. The blonde looked sharply to the side. Zhong parried the ball at the last moment. There was a deafening explosion. A dark silhouette of Demetrius stands in the dust and says that she was able to block his attack. The girl can hardly stand on her feet. His hands grip the blade. The blonde woman stands there and realizes with horror who it is, and then she realized that this attack was much stronger than the one of the ogre boss. The madman took a step forward and said that he was like a hen hanging around next to a dark horse, and then said with pleasure that he was glad he decided to participate. Smoke rises. Something slammed into the ground rapidly. The jock swung for a blow. The girl dodged the attack at the last moment. An explosion rang out behind Zhong. The blonde turned around and tried to understand that this was an unrealistically destructive force. Demetrius rushed to the attack and asked why she had calmed down. The blonde woman held out her sword in front of her at the last moment. The man made a crushing blow. The mad jock smiled and said to watch carefully. Zhong's dark figure stands in the dust. The blonde spat out the blood and thought that this power was terrifying, and that her bones were already bursting at the seams. But then she remembered that this was what her training was all about, which meant that she would be able to block his attacks. Zhong was overwhelmed with determination, and she bent down and said in her mind that it was her turn. Hercules clenched his fist and shouted that he had heard that she was one of those hunters who had not yet claimed the title, which meant that it was unbelievable that she had the honor of experiencing this attack. The silhouette of a wild beast appeared behind Demetrius. The fiery projectile flew forward. Something faced the man's attack. The girl looked back sharply. The hero stands and shouts that they need to retreat. The comrades began to run away. Smoke rises. Hercules is dissatisfied. The rays break through the branches of trees. The leaves are swaying in the wind. The blonde turned and said that as soon as they entered the gate, an explosion thundered and many hunters fell under it and died. The girl turned and asked anxiously what was going on here. The protagonist clenched his fist and replied that it was a trap, and Zhong assumed that Demetrius had set it up. The guy raised his head and replied in the negative, and then explained that it was just the opposite, because after entering the gate, they immediately attacked him, and this in turn infuriated, and he began to rage. The girl who realized everything stands and says that the hero foresaw this and therefore told her to run. The protagonist looked to the side and assumed that what happened there was only a third of its end. The blonde woman raised her hand and said that she was lucky that she didn't get to experience the attack he was going to use, and then tried to find out what they would do next. The weapon appeared in the hands of the guy. Overwhelmed with determination, Lee glanced aside and said gloomily that their task was to survive in this A-rank gate. The monsters looked forward with the hero saying that after all, Demetrius is not their only enemy. The A-rank monsters, the Catalan lions. Clouds are floating in the sky. The rays pass through the clouds. The skull flies through the air. The assistant rushed forward. The skeleton flew up to the protagonist and reported that he had not found any hunters in the vicinity, and the guy ordered him to continue to watch the perimeter around them, and if he began to smell fried, he should return immediately. The young man turned and told his friend that it was time for them to move out. The girl turned and asked for a second. The partners are standing in front of the crosses, and Lee thinks that his assistant controls the area around him, so he did not stop her. But they are really weird, because he buries the bodies of his enemies. The blonde sighed and reminded the hero that he had talked about 2 ways to win this battle, and then tried to understand if he wanted to defeat the boss or focus and take part in the mess. The protagonist raised his head and said that the boss would undoubtedly be strong, and it would be difficult to defeat him together. Zhong turned around and said that he was right, and then asked if Demetrius was stronger. The blonde woman spread her hands and asked if the guy had a plan. The young man smiled and suddenly announced that they would deal with 2 birds with 1 stone. Surprise enveloped the girl, who was standing in a stupor. The assistant flew up to Lee. The hero turned, and the skull said that 3 hunters with skull tattoos were not far away. The protagonist put his hands on his belt and said that they were the ones who were muddying the water here, and Zhong tried to understand what he meant. The guy raised his head and explained that they were the ones who infuriated Demetrius as soon as they entered the gate, and it was time for them to get ready as well. The young man turned around and the girl said that they were about to face the hunters and asked if it would be better for them to just avoid them, to which Lee replied that they would normally do so, but now it was different because he had a plan. Clouds are floating in the sky. Smoke rises. Flames take over the forest. People are tied to a tree. The man stands and says that he followed the fire trail of that dark horse, but these unknown people appeared. The blonde man tilted his head and said that they had something to do with Borgin. Bald looks ahead in shock, and George reveals that it's a shady organization with roots in North Africa, and they know how to instill terror, and the drug trade is both a given and a child deal. The guy turned around and summed up that these people were the ones who had ambushed him at the entrance to the gate. The man looked away gloomily. The bandits raised their heads and began to beg for mercy. The jock smiled and kindly began to tell that he had nothing against the guys who did everything for the sake of victory, and even more so, he himself was one of them. Rage played on the strings of Demetrius' subconscious, who smiled maniacally and explained that this was valid as long as people followed the rules. Ambushing people entering the gate was strictly forbidden in the code of rules of underground war. The man swung and whispered furiously that next time they would stick to the rules, but only in another life. There was a deafening explosion. Hercules stands in front of a cloud of dust, and the system reports that the monster stomper approves of his actions. The guy closed his eyes and reminded that someone does not even follow the orders of Olympus, and moreover, he beat Theseus half to death, which means that he must say the same words to himself. The man turned around and replied that that black horse was such a funny guy. The young man's eyes lit up with a blue light, and then he indifferently said that he could regard it as a gift. A blue aura enveloped the people. The zombified squad obediently stands. Hercules goes and says that these are the accomplices of that guy, which means that he is not the only one here who is so inflamed. A red aura mixed with madness enveloped Jock, who said that he was beginning to like it. The sun illuminates the forest. Trees sway in the wind. The charred body lies on the ground. Odysseus stands and says that he has a really terrible hobby. The guy turned around and asked his comrade to use a weapon at least for the sake of decency. Because he was not a fighting class, George did not like Demetrius not only because he was incredibly strong. The man raised his hands and maniacally replied that in order to fully enjoy the hunt, he must feel the crunch of bones with his hands, and then added that such a weakling could not understand it. Demetrius was not just crazy, he was a warrior in whose veins flowed an endless thirst for battle and victory. Entering the battle, he instantly became a homicidal maniac. The jock turned and said that they had to go and meet him. You could say that George was worried about the clash between Demetrius and the dark horse. The sun illuminates the forest. The branches sway in the wind. Comrades walk silently on the ground. The blonde girl stopped and noticed that there was incredible magical power here, which meant they should be in the boss's chambers. The hero raised his hand. The protagonist tilted his head and explained that there were hunters there, and at the same time they were not enemies, because he did not feel a thirst for blood in the air. People came out to their partners. The unknown woman raised her hand and assumed that he was the same dark horse, but for some reason he was late, and the man added that they had been waiting for him for a long time. The protagonist stands and tries to understand what they are talking about. The unknown man frowned and said that he was supposed to be sent by Asgard. The guy tilted his head and replied that he was right. People began to confer among themselves. Enev approached Lee and told him that he had come from the lands of the Nile and they were waiting for him to help. But as he could see, he was not aware of things at all, and then explained that it had long been decided that this battle at the dungeon would end with Asgard's victory. The hero looks down and remembers that the Egyptian Nile is a world guild like Asgard and Olympus. The man raised his hand and continued that he didn't know if the whole problem was caused by Olympus, but things had become much more complicated with his appearance here, so they were waiting for him here to ensure his victory. The protagonist stands and realizes that the reason Young won this war was because of this. Enev turned around and said that they would help him, so they should quickly go and destroy the boss, because it would be difficult for the two of them to fight him. Lee tilted his head and said no, because he had to deal with Demetrius. People were shocked after what they heard. Ing and his friend looked at the hero in shock. The protagonist turned and thought that winning simply by defeating the boss would mean that he was nothing more than a puppet in the hands of Odin, blindly following his orders. The blonde looked at the guy and asked why they were so surprised. The young man leaned over and said that Asgard's victory in this war was initially predetermined by them, so they had victory in their hands due to the help they provided in defeating the boss. And the girl added that avoiding the fight with Demetrius and defeating the boss was a guaranteed way to win this war, to which Lee replied that she was right, so they were surprised that he had decided to fight Demetrius. The hero lowered his head gloomily, and couldn't believe that Joan would also contradict him. The blonde smiled kindly and said that they would go together then, and if the protagonist had a plan, then she would just follow it. A slight smile appeared on the guy's face. The young man turned around and said that he could rely on her, but suddenly, someone announced that he was leaving. The partners looked away. The unknown man raised his hand and said that he was also leaving. The man began to walk away and said that they would just sit on the sidelines, because they were not going to be injured in the battle with Demetrius for no reason. People began to leave, and someone tried to understand why Asgard sent such an idiot, and the unknown person agreed and added that they needed to leave the gate quickly. Enev came up and told him that the boss was a lion, something similar to the ones they had met earlier, but much bigger and stronger, and then added that he would not fight Demetrius, but at least he would share the information. The girl turned and said that she would also stay away, and the man also said that he would watch from the shadows. The blonde woman stands there, and says that they are back to where they started. Lee looked to the side and said that it didn't matter, and they had to go. The sun illuminates the forest. The leaves sway in the wind. The dark-haired woman approached the man and asked what would happen next. Enev looked down thoughtfully and assumed that it would be hard. But looking back at what he had already experienced, this guy was unusually strong. An image of a hero and a boss appeared. He cleared the special gate of the Rhine River, and also this super rookie single-handedly defeated all the guilds of the Army of the North, which was quite strong. People look at the protagonist. He is very close to Heimdall, a key figure in Asgard. Dark energy envelopes the one-eyed man, and all it took for him to interest Odin in his persona was only a fleeting glance. The man turned around and summed up that if we assess his potential, then he is in no way inferior to the leaders of shadow organizations. The blonde man leaned over and added that for this reason, everyone stayed aside to assess his abilities. Because what a battle they would see in the show between a dark horse standing face to face with the invincible hero Demetrius, so they and the other hunters would sit on the sidelines with interest. Clouds are floating in the sky. Dark energy rises up. The comrades are standing in front of the boss, and the system has reported that they are up against Catalan. The monster let out a high-pitched roar, and the interface explained that their skill level had dropped slightly, under pressure from Catalan. Powerful energy fell on the hero, and the system then added that the resistance was successful, which means that his skills are back at the same level, and he also received an achievement. The protagonist took off. The guy runs and says that the left flank is on him, and the blonde should focus on the right, and should not forget to save her strength. The girl moved and shouted that she understood. Threw his sword up and said that he would cover their backs. The teammates rushed into the attack at the same time. Jong tried to slash the boss's face. The paw of the beginning is rapidly approaching the blonde one. The girl blocked the Akka at the last moment. Jong stares at the red light in horror. The hero made a monstrous lunge. The protagonist dodged the monster's attack at the last moment. The assistant released a blue beam. Ice flew into the creature's eye. A purple aura envelopes the girl. The guy turned around and reminded her not to overexert herself too much, and not to forget about the second phase, at the beginning of which Demetrius would immediately appear. A monstrous power of energy began to spread around the area. The bodies of dead people lie on the ground. The man clenched his fist. The jock picked up the man and said that he continued to meet his people in search of that guy's flames. George stands and tells his comrade to hold his horses, because the battle he longs for will soon begin anyway. Madness filled the eyes of Demetrius, who looked at the guy and shouted for him to shut up. The young man stands and assumes that he has finally gone mad from bloodlust, because in exchange for such a terrifying power, the thirst for blood consumes him with each new murder. The blonde man turned and thought that the dark horse knew about this feature, so he left these guys, and then mentally replied that this could not be, because no one knew about it even in Olympus, and this secret was hidden even from the eyes of Odin of Asgard. George looked at Demetrius and called to him. Blood overflowed the man's eyes. The jock looked away. Hercules turned and asked what he wanted, to which the guy asked if he was sure that he could continue to remain sane. The man frowned and reminded him that he had said not to worry about it. After all, he had become stronger, and would no longer lose his head in bloodlust. Something red flies across the sky. The jock smiled and assumed that the main course had arrived. The young man raised his head and thought that he was one of the heroes supported by Olympus, as well as one of the few S-class hunters in the world. The blonde man smiled and said in his mind that he believed Hercules. Clouds are floating in the sky. Darkness consumes the sky. The boss exudes a colossal amount of energy. The blonde woman stands and assumes that they succeeded, because he does not move. A yellow sphere began to form. A colossal amount of energy rushed upwards. Lightning flashed through the boss. The monsters rush to attack. The hunter stands in shock and cannot believe that the two of them have overcome the first stage of the boss, and Enev notices that in response to Catalan's demonic energy, the Catalan lions have begun to surround him. The man tilted his head and said that they usually try to deal as much damage to the boss as they can while he is stunned during the transition to the next phase, but for some reason they stopped attacking. The girl stands and says that she feels this demonic power in her bones, and then asks if it is normal, and if they are doing everything right. The hero turned and confidently answered yes. The guy looked to the side and said that it was just in time, because the protagonist had come to them. The man flies forward rapidly. Hercules landed down with a crash. The jock looked away and said that it looked quite fun, and then noticed that the transition to the next phase had begun, and Lee was inactive. George landed next to his comrade and reminded him that he had asked him to wait. Something jerked abruptly. The lion began to approach the gloomy Demetrius. The jock destroyed the monster with one blow. The creature's body shattered into a pile of small pieces. The hero looks ahead with horror. The man's red energy began to emanate from the lion. The man smiled and turned to the protagonist. Shocked, Demetrius looked away. The boy and girl began to run away, and Hercules asked why they were doing this. The partners are rushing forward. Rage filled the mind of the man, who clenched his fist and insultedly. The jock rushed forward. The antagonists pursued the hero. The blonde turned and noticed that Demetrius and Catalan were right on their tail, but for some reason Catalan was not attacking him. The hero turned around and replied that because they were the only ones who were damaging him, but soon he would start damaging the enemies around him with demonic energy, which meant he needed to buy some time. The hunters are watching in shock. A person looks ahead and cannot believe it. The protagonist with opponents on his tail approaches people. The character, looking ahead, said what was going on in general. The guy looked ahead and said that was really so. A huge lion was rushing at a group of warriors. The animal with the horns jumped. Scraps of earth scattered from the fall of the monster. Heroine rested their hands on the ground. The creature looked ahead. The monster opened its mouth. The antagonists marched forward. The warriors shook their weapons and noticed that they were monsters. And the hero explained that the boss had succumbed to demonic energy and lost his mind. The creature rushed forward. An explosion flew from the enemy's paw. There was an explosion in front of the lion's muzzle. A guy named Demetrius swung his fists. The character, smiling with anger, shouted out the word boogie, and added that it was so good. The leaves of the trees fluttered in the wind. The crown of the tree held huge branches. The narrator, kneeling, noted that they had managed to buy time thanks to Demetrius, but only for a moment. He held a flask in his hand. The girl turned her head and asked what it was. The protagonist named Lee tilted his head and clarified that it was a secret weapon. The weapon was red hot, and the system notification explained that the Muspelheim spear was momentarily becoming stronger. The crystal began to glow, and the system said that the dragon's blood stone had absorbed the red ore. The headman, looking ahead at his weapon, thought what the hell was going on, and then the system added that Lee didn't know what effect would follow from the absorption of the red ore by the dragon's blood stone. The warrior held his staff in his hands. The girl looked ahead and thought that it looked dangerous. Lee swung his spear and stated that this was their only chance. The creature bared its fangs. The flow of energy rushed forward. A warrior named Demetrius rushed forward. The energy flows collided. The lion opened his mouth in pain. The protagonist's eyes flashed, and he decided to act now. The fighter lowered his fist and asked how they were doing it, and then announced that it was his bestial roar. The character turned his head sharply. The guy was attacked, and he exclaimed what the timing was. A guy with blonde hair flew out in front of the hero. A bright flash appeared in front of the warrior. The character, turning his head to the hero, reminded him that he told him to get a weapon. The hero, scratching his beard with his finger, replied that he understood him. The blue-eyed guy grinned. He stood in front of Demetrius, and said that it was more important that the dark horse's spear looked somehow different, and noticed that it seemed to have an effect, and added that such an attack would not be able to hit him closely, nor would the hero's bestial roar. The character turned his gaze to the side and announced that he was asking to deal with this midge, and added that to him it was nothing more than a mosquito. His eyes flashed, and he proclaimed that he would be dealing with a real beast. The young man rushed forward. The blonde guy lowered his head and exhaled. The character, looking at something from the side, proclaimed that he seemed to be looked down upon. The girl stood with a sword in her hands. The heroine's eyes were shining, and she asked what he was saying. There was an explosion. The woman rushed forward. She swung her sword in the air. The characters levitated in flight. The hero swung his sword. The girl deflected the blows. The heroine's eyes shone brightly. The blade of the sword blazed with magic. The character, looking down, proclaimed that it was difficult to concentrate such an amount of chi energy from such a distance, and added that someone still did not have enough experience. The guy waved his sword and shouted that this was the end. The skull opened its mouth. The character, hiding from the attack, simply moaned. The girl looked ahead and screamed. Purple smoke rose up. The smoke from the explosion began to dissipate. The hero, raising his head, said that she had run away. The guy shifted his gaze and thought that she could have used this opportunity to impale him. But why did she hit the ground? And wondered why this skull shot this sticky and sweet-smelling garbage at him, and wondered if it was so. The warrior pursed his lips sharply in realization. He clenched his fist. He was surrounded by lions, and the guy thought that these were monster pheromones. The guy looked in front of him and thought that they had used a potion to turn the hunt into this path, and concluded that he had been caught. There was an explosion. The protagonist lowered his head and thought, how could it be? The blows flew into the carcass of the lion. The character looked up dumbfounded and saw him confronting a Catalan overflowing with demonic energy, wondering if that was even possible, and asked how strong he was. The girl was standing next to the protagonist. The character turned his head, noticed that she coped with Odysseus. The heroine, raising her palm with a skull, replied that Hyunmoo had helped her with this. Lee stood in front of his girlfriend and proclaimed that he had to finish everything before Odysseus returned, and asked if she understood. There was an explosion, and the monster laughed. The character, looking ahead with frantic eyes, proclaimed that it was gorgeous. His eyes were bloodshot. The narrator, lowering his head, said that it had begun, and added that apparently he was still able to control himself, but he needed to be sure that he would soon lose control, and noted that Hercules was in berserker mode. The guy looked at his girlfriend and proclaimed that, as planned, it was necessary to stop Catalan, and added that he was taking over Demetrius, and clarified that there was no need to kill. The warrior looked down and decided that it was only necessary to strike him while he was in this state, and announced that they would begin. The character attacked a lion. There was an explosion in front of Demetrius. The warrior grinned and proclaimed that this was all she had. The character rushed forward. The fire was blazing on the surface. The soldier looked ahead puzzled. The man stopped. The young man, turning his gaze to his opponent, said that he was a dark horse. The protagonist named Lee stood in front of the warrior. He grinned and asked why he didn't play with him as well. The hero, lowering his head, proclaimed that it was good, and announced that they had begun. The guy grinned and announced that they would play. The character, hiding behind a shield, proclaimed that great, everything is going according to plan. The blonde man rushed forward and added that it was so stupid to think that it was possible to block him by filling his shield with mana, and proclaimed that he would let him feel how stupid an idea it was. The character, looking ahead in puzzlement, asked if he knew nothing about Demetrius' power, and added that he had collected an incredible amount of mana in his shield, but it would be difficult to block his special skill, Rhino Strike. The warrior rushed forward. He struck with his fist. The soldier put his fist forward. The character, dumbfounded looking ahead, said that he was not there. The soldier turned his eyes wildly. The protagonist attacked from behind. Lee opened his mouth and shouted furiously. The warrior looked ahead. He swung his fist. Demetrius parried the protagonist's blow. The guy flew back. The warrior placed his hand on his shoulder and proclaimed that he had only intended to deceive him by filling his shield with mana. The character, laughing with anger, added that he was a dark horse, and proclaimed that he needed to be amused again. The main character was standing in front of the warg and thought that the damage was unimaginable. The character, smiling, asked how Demetrius was doing. The warrior looked at his opponent confidently, and said that the wound would heal by itself, and added that he did not know what he was, only scratching him. The guy began to stagger. The character, noticing the wound on his shoulder, proclaimed that it was poison, and the system explained that the red ore gives life to ogre mages. The protagonist looked ahead and proclaimed that it was not poison, because this ore has two names, for example, the ore of emancipation. The antagonist began to burn with flames and scream, and Lee proclaimed that there was still an ore of madness. The crystal sparkled, and the protagonist explained that the red ore gave ordinary ogres power that surpassed bosses. The scientists looked at each other, and the warrior said that she made humanity's great ambitions begin to study this ore, and added that the animals turned into monsters. The mutants looked into the frame, and the guy proclaimed that the monsters acquired powers comparable to bosses, and therefore it received its first name, the Ore of Emancipation, and also added that he did not have to wait long, and soon experiments on hunters began. The soldier looked ahead, and the warrior added that the red ore exponentially enhanced the hunter's potential. The soldier's eyes opened, and he began to scream. He gritted his teeth, and the narrator proclaimed that since people were literally sliding into death from madness, its use was soon banned. The fiery skull blazed with fire, and the warrior declared that as a result, the red ore received a new name, the Ore of Madness. Shrapnel fell down. Something was falling to the floor from above. The character, looking ahead, exclaimed that it was an unimaginable magical power, and added that it felt as if the entire mountain of Catalan was shaking, and the man asked what he had done. The guy looked back. A young man with blonde hair stood with a sword in his hands. The protagonist lowered his gaze and proclaimed that he would die if he came closer. His opponent gripped his sword tightly. The guy took off. The opponents attacked, and the soldier shouted the name of Demetrius. Lee took off. The hero, jumping forward, thought that this would happen again. The opponents attacked, and the guy proclaimed that the same thing happened in the future as now, and added that Demetrius lost his mind in his madness, and George Odysseus, trying to stop him, died at his own hands. The fire flew forward. A fiery stream attacked the warrior. The streams collided in the air. The blonde opponent looked ahead furiously and said that since he had just descended into madness, he could still bring him to his senses. The protagonist looked up at the enemy, and the enemy added that even if it was him, it was impossible, and could not allow him to die like this. The enemies hit with weapons. The hero raised his head and proclaimed that he had a plan. The character, lowering the weapon, asked what he wanted. The opponents parted. The guy looked ahead and declared that he couldn't trust him, but he would listen, and asked what his plan was. Lee stood in front of his opponent and proclaimed that he would only need 5 minutes, and repeated that they would have to hold Demetrius for 5 minutes during that time. The character, widening his eyes, asked if he seriously decided that he could hold Demetrius for 5 minutes, when he completely lost his mind. The warrior rushed forward. The young man, looking up, shouted Zhong Yingchang's name. The enemy flew near the guys. He flew to the lion's paw. There was an explosion. The protagonist shifted his gaze and proclaimed that it was excellent, and added that Zhu Ningchang was good at luring him out, and besides, Catalan was now on their side, and they would be able to hold him back. The character, gritting his teeth, proclaimed that he had no idea what he was up to. He clutched the sword in his hand. The guy stood in a fighting stance, and said that although he had no other choice, he would help. The protagonist named Lee lowered his head and thought that the time limit for the instability of the red ore was only 5 minutes, and if they held out for those 5 minutes, then Demetrius would come to his senses. The hero, widening his eyes, thought that in this case, he would be the winner in this war. The leaves stirred in the wind. The crowns of the trees held the branches. The soldiers were standing on the edge of the forest. The character, noticing something ahead, exclaimed what kind of monstrous energy it was, which did not come from the second phase of Catalan. The man widened his eyes and wondered what it was, and proclaimed that it was Hercules. The antagonist swung his fist. He attacked his opponent with his fist. The blonde guy swung his sword. Fragments of stone scattered to the sides. There was an explosion. The flow of energy flew past the hero. The girl swept past Demetrius. She brandished her sword. The enemy repulsed the blows. Smoke scattered from the collision of blows. The character, looking at the battle, said that it was there that Odysseus was now fighting Hercules, and added that it was unbelievable, because he was an absolute monster. The soldier examined his comrades and declared that he was passing, and added that, whether it was mere observation or not, he did not want to die here, and his comrade admitted that he did not want to die in vain either. The girl looked around at the warriors and exclaimed why the dungeon war had slipped into such a quagmire, and asked what to do, to which Enev replied that he was interested in red ore. The heroine looked away in surprise. The character, looking ahead, proclaimed that it looked like there was some kind of red ore involved, and they needed to intervene. The lion received blows. Shrapnel flew to the sides of the body. The guy named Demetrius grinned. He kicked the girl. The heroine flew far away. The girl was flying in the air. The character, looking at his ally, shouted at Demetrius to come to his senses. The antagonist waved his hand. The enemy's fist shone with fire. The blade of the sword was covered with magic. The character's hand is covered in black magic. There was an explosion between people. A huge lion's face appeared in the frame. Shrapnel flew to the sides. Demetrius launched a stream of fire forward. The protagonist dragged his comrade with him. He laid him on the ground. The hero, lying on the floor, asked how long these 5 minutes would last. A character named Lee looked away and thought that the experiments had absolutely shown that the maximum limit of red ore lasted 5 minutes. The guy looked down and wondered why this monster was still not exhausted. He opened his eyes abruptly in the shock of realization. The enemy jumped on his comrades. The blue canvas fluttered in the wind, and the man exclaimed that it was a water riot. A block of ice struck the antagonist. The characters, running to help, said that they would help them. The dust began to dissipate. The character, looking at his girlfriend, asked if she was okay. The heroine, looking at her friend, proclaimed that yes, she was normal. The protagonist looked down regretfully, and thought that it seemed that Zhong Inchan wouldn't last long. The young man clenched his fist and added that if he had been even a little stronger, he would have completely defeated everyone here, and the system announced that the blood absorbed by the dragon's bloodstone had reversed its flow, and added that the regeneration was 0.3%. The protagonist stared into the distance, dumbfounded. He put his hand to his mouth and coughed up blood. The girl turned to the man and asked if he was okay, and the system reported that the blood absorbed by the dragon's bloodstone had reversed its flow, and added that the regeneration was 1%. Thorns grew from the hero's hand. Lee's eyes were bloodshot. The guy spread his hands to the sides and began to shout. The character, rushing to the hero, shouted Lee's name. Pharaoh looked ahead and said that he seemed to be in the same condition as Demetrius, and the system repeated that the blood absorbed by the dragon's bloodstone had reversed its flow, and added that the regeneration rate was 2%. The main man was looking into the distance. The hero, looking ahead with red eyes, asked why this guy still hadn't freed himself from his madness, even though 5 minutes had already passed. The enemy jumped forward. The guy opened his mouth, and thought that this was a flow of mana. He ducked. The warrior rested his knee on the floor, and thought that he needed to fill his legs with it. The man rushed forward. The character, looking at the hero, shouted Lee's name. The characters, watching the event, did not say a word. The characters, standing still, did not say a word. The character plunged a spear into the lion's mouth. He flew into the mouth of the enemy. The guy's eyes sparkled. A stream of fire rushed down. The guy swung his weapon at the enemy. There was an explosion, and the system announced that they had killed Catalan, received the purest dog water, the achievement, beast opponent, the achievement, the one who slew the mountain lion, and added that their skills had increased a bit, and they had also leveled up. The protagonist stood in the dust, and the system said that their patron's words had not been delivered to them. Lee's red eyes swept forward. A bloody spear lay on the floor. The hero's skin was covered with spots, and the system proclaimed that they had been weakened by the demonic energy. The destruction of their body began, and asked them to get rid of the demonic energy. The warrior's body began to burn, and he screamed in pain, and declared that it was an unimaginable and huge flame. A fire was burning in the center of the frame, and the narrator added that it was bursting out of Lee's body. Blue flames burst from the ground. The flames spread and seemed to swallow the entire Catalan mountain. A blue ring appeared in the sky. The guy fell to his knees. The hero looked at his hand and exclaimed that it was draining his mana. The character, looking around, asked what was going on here. There was an explosion. The opponents fought. Demetrius raised his fist. Lee's eyes sparkled red. The explosion blew the fragments apart. The dust settled on the floor. The armless warrior stood in the smoke. The blonde hero looked ahead and shouted his name. The warrior looked ahead, and the guy shouted that his hand was regenerating. The warrior's hand grew back again. The character, looking ahead, explained that Demetrius' body regenerates itself using abnormal amounts of mana, and asked what would happen to the dark horse if Demetrius was in this state now. The heroine stared into the distance, and called out Jun Kyung's name. The protagonist walked forward. The character looked down and asked himself if this was due to the blue flames that covered all the gates, because despite deeper wounds, a person regenerates faster than Demetrius. The soldier stood in the flames, and the hero added that this was the rampage of the beast. The ground cracked. The heroes rushed forward. The antagonist waved his hand. The guy opened his mouth in puzzlement and proclaimed that the man wanted to take advantage of the beast's rampage, despite the fact that his arm had not yet fully recovered, and added that it was a bad idea. The character held back the attack with his hand. Blood gushed out of his arm. The protagonist attacked him. Fire covered the bodies of the heroes. Demetrius was smiling. The young man flew with a gun in his hands. He gritted his teeth in anger. The fiery monster rushed forward. Smoke covered the frame. The warrior dropped his weapon. The character, looking at the situation, proclaimed that this is impossible. The pharaoh looked up and declared that the dark horse had won. The protagonist stabbed the enemy. Demetrius fell to the floor. The protagonist's leg was covered in fire. The enemy's head threw back. The body sat lifeless. The main character stood confidently. He raised his spear. The blonde flew forward and shouted not to do so, and the system clarified that Lee was ceasing to exist. The young man's eyes sparkled, and the system said that the red ore had affected the dragon's bloodstone. The crystal sparkled, and the system reported that it was all survival instincts and the desire to kill, the blood of the monsters that the hero had been hunting all along, the blood of Catalan mixed with demonic energy, and all this formed a hybrid crystal. The vortex flashed with light, and the narrator proclaimed that just like the red ore test subjects mentioned earlier, Lee would spill out everything inside him and die. Demetrius sat on his knees. The flow of energy flew down. A silhouette appeared in front of the body. The girl stood in front of the soldiers. The weapon pointed down. The heroine, looking at her subordinate, ordered her to prostrate herself. The warrior's eyes opened wide. The protagonist collapsed to his knees. The girl looked ahead. The pharaohs peered into the distance. The character put his hand to his chest and said that it was an honor for him to see her, Athena. The girl looked down and exclaimed that it was a mess, and added that she was now indebted to Zeus because of them. The character turned her eyes and asked who this person was. The guy looked at the woman puzzled. The character lowered his red eyes, and the warrior said that it was a dark horse. The girl looked ahead. She stood in front of the warrior and proclaimed that all the changes inside the gate were the work of this guy, and added that he had managed to push through his shield, and now he had engulfed the entire mountain of Catalan. Shining magic was in the air, and the heroine explained that man began to steal mana from all flora and fauna with the help of ominous flames. The blonde Demetrius rose from his knees, and the girl admitted that she innocently thought that the newcomer was just lucky to get to Asgard, but did not expect that he would be able to defeat Hercules with pure strength. The character, frowning, said that the hero is dangerous, and added that she would end him here and now. A spear appeared in the hands of the goddess. The weapon was covered with discharges of energy, and the man ordered her to stop. The girl looked away. A rainbow flashed in the distance. The silhouette of a bald man appeared. The character turned to Heimdall and asked what he had forgotten in such a place. The man looked up and said that he was the one who wanted to ask her. The heroine furrowed her brows and asked why he followed her lightning. The young man stood in front of the protagonist. The character, with her mouth wide open, ordered to get out of the way, and added that she had to kill this guy right away. The bald man glanced at the warrior and proclaimed that if she wanted to kill the hero, he would take it as a declaration of war on Asgard. The girl's eyes froze in place. The woman clenched her fist and asked if this guy was really that important, and added that she didn't think there was anything more important to her. The guy pursed his lips silently. Inev beamed beside him and asked Athena if he could intervene. The girl turned her gaze to him and proclaimed that he was the leader of the Egyptian group, and added that she should know about him, and he called himself Inev of the Nile. The character, pressing his fist to his chest, said in an insignificant voice that it was an incredible honor that she had heard about him. The hero raised his head and proclaimed that Nile was requesting protection for the dark horse from Athena. The heroine raised her head forward dumbfounded. Eyes looked forward, and the soldier explained that she must be aware of this, and added that the Eye of Osiris confirmed his right to represent the interests of the Nile. The character, holding an eye in his hand, said that he hoped for guarantees to fulfill this request, and the system reported that the gate would soon be destroyed, and added that the fallen angel blessed the hero with resistance to demonic energy. The fallen angel blessed him with purification, and added that the hero gained the skill without the help of a patron, received the incredible achievement of one who paves his own path. The castle stood under the sun. Through the window I could see the interior of the room. The girl tucked her knees together. She turned sharply. The character, jumping to the bed, exclaimed that Mr. Lee Junkyung, and added that this is such happiness. The girl looked at the bed. The young man, reacting to the words, simply exclaimed, "Oh." The protagonist looked around and proclaimed to himself that his body was in a terrible state. His vocal cords were not working, and the woman added that she was going to call someone. There was a knock at the door. The young man, looking ahead, proclaimed that it was the Knights of the Round Table Club, with a round shield and 2 swords hanging on the wall. The warrior was standing in the frame, and the protagonist explained that not all strong hunters create organizations to control the world from the shadows, and added that there were many secret organizations with nobler goals. A shield and swords appeared in the frame, and the guy said to himself that the Knights of the Round Table were one of them, but even they did not interfere, but simply hid and acted from the shadows. The narrator looked up at the ceiling and explained that they only had to act when England was on the verge of destruction, and added that despite the powerful force, they did not use it to change the course of events. The hero pursed his lips and thought that his body now really looked like a pile of meat. The guy stood in the frame and proclaimed that the vocal cords did not work, the legs did not move. The bandage was visible on his arm, and the man called out the name Hyunmoo, and the system proclaimed that his familiar was asleep. The hero, looking up, added that if he was right, Hyunmoo was not needed now, and the system showed the level characteristics. The young man, lying on the bed, said that his level had dropped to almost 50, and explained that fortunately, the drop in stats was only a temporary effect of the red ore, but he was still unable to speak, and the system had proclaimed that he had gained skills that were not inferior in strength to unique ones. The hospital building stood under a clear sky, and the man added that he hopes to walk shoulder to shoulder with the fallen angel in the future. The ceiling was made of stucco. The door stood against the wall. The character, turning to the hero, asked how his body was. A bald character named Sun stated that he had heard that the hero's body was decomposing under the influence of demonic energy, and added that this was a rare case, so there were no proven treatments, but judging by the condition, there was nothing to worry about. Lee looked ahead and thanked him for his support, and also proclaimed that now it would not be a problem to get rid of the demonic energy, and Sun advised him to focus on restoration. The character stood by the bed and said that he would question the hero after he recovered. Cornices hung on the walls. Stucco molding decorated the wall. The hero was standing in the middle of the hall. The character, crossing her arms over her chest, proclaimed that Lee's power was too dangerous and anomalous, and added that Olympus was requesting research on his skills. Sun stood in front of his comrades and proclaimed that Asgard saw no reason to reveal the abilities of his hunters, to which the opponent added that he must explain his actions. The character, looking ahead, asked if Olympus had broken the secret agreement between them and Asgard, and reminded him that Asgard was supposed to win the battle of the dungeon. The protagonist screamed in pain, and the man proclaimed that if they hadn't known in advance that Hercules would break the agreement, they wouldn't have sent Lee Junkyung there, and added that in such a situation, their hunter simply did everything that was required of him. The deputies were sitting, and the soldier said that there was no reason to explain anything, and added that he hoped for an explanation from Olympus. The character, lowering her head on the table, proclaimed that Lee's power is very dangerous. The soldiers fell to their knees, and the girl explained that it had covered the entire area inside the gate with blue flames and absorbed the mana of other hunters, and added that they had never encountered such a thing before. The woman frowned and stated that Olympus was requesting the transfer of the Dark Horse, and added that otherwise she was ready to go to war against Asgard. The man stood on the podium silently. Sun furrowed his brows and added that he understood that absorbing other hunters' mana with flames was a dangerous ability that had not been known before, and asked if they thought that hunters themselves were dangerous. The experts lowered their heads. Officials were sitting at tables. The character, standing in front of the crowd, proclaimed that before the appearance of these abilities, they were unknown people, but now the abilities of hunters inspire terror throughout the world. He looked ahead and added that, therefore, Olympus was behaving like degenerates who deserved punishment in trying to start a war over such an issue. The woman gritted her teeth and said that it was all because of the hero. She looked ahead and asked what he had forgotten in such situations, and added that every time she encountered him, she burst with anger, and her mind became blurred. The man looked at the stands. He looked down. The heroine turned away and said that she hoped that as soon as it was over, they would not collide again. The warrior lowered his head, and the system reported that the mana flow was activated. The room began to sparkle with mana. The crystals were levitating in the air. The hero sat on the floor and stated that he could feel the mana flows and use them. The antagonist flew forward, and the guy added that he realized this while observing the movements, because in order to achieve such strength, the man used all the surrounding mana. Lee closed his eyes and decided that if he used it to attack, the blow would be many times stronger, and the defense would make it stronger, and proclaimed that he now needed to use mana flows to recover, and the system reported that the synergy with regeneration was at a high level, and his recovery rate was exponentially increasing. The character was sitting on the floor. The guy pursed his lips. Blood gushed out of his mouth. The hero, looking at the blood, proclaimed that it was the admixture of the dragon's bloodstone that his body had rejected, and added that it was excellent, and now he could heal the places that had previously been blocked by the impurities with a flood of mana. The man raised his head from the floor. The hero closed her eyes and said that something was interfering with the flow of mana, and added that this was it. The ball levitated. Lee, looking at the floor, proclaimed that the black ball in his back was blocking the movement of mana, and added that this would not work, he needed to change the flow and redirect it. The palace stood under the sun. The energy was flying in space. Mana was beating against obstacles. The man brandished his sword. The girl parried the blows. The blue-eyed man said it was slow. The heroine raised her head dumbfounded. Mana enveloped the lady. Something fell to the floor. The woman was waving her sword. The young man, looking at the heroine, proclaimed that it was great, it was necessary to keep it up, and explained that the attacks of humans and monsters were different, and added that she should understand this. The girl lowered her eyes and proclaimed that long phrases did not help her understand anything. She attacked the teacher. The sword flew past the warrior. The blade pierced the heroine's hand. The warrior jumped away from her. The hero, looking ahead, said that it was enough for today. The woman looked down and proclaimed that she had been useless throughout the Battle of the Gates of Catalan, adding that the lack of a title meant that her patron had not yet recognized her. The heroine, flying back, but that she could not. The eyes of the protagonist glowed, and the girl proclaimed that she could not protect him, and the system reported that the handsome prince looked at her with pity. The beauty pursed her lips and said that she could not believe that she was receiving such words from her patron. The guy was swinging his sword, and she added that despite the same level, the man had outstripped her by several heads, and until she herself rose at least 1 iota, she had no right to be called his comrade in arms. She clenched her fists, and added that due to her lack of talent, he almost died. The guy wiped his face with a cloth. He looked back. The heroine, looking at the teacher, said that she wanted another round. The guy looked at his girlfriend and proclaimed that those eyes reminded him of his reflection, and added that she regretted not being able to protect others, just like Inchan, and added that he was sure she would soon become much stronger. The man put down the rag and agreed to another round. The heroine, looking ahead, proclaimed that she must become stronger. Lamps shone on the ceiling. The upholstery of the seats was green. The man was walking around the mansion. Blood and medicines were in the hospital. The character stopped by the bed and proclaimed that he had felt the nuggets of her potential in the Gates of Catalan, and added that it was incredible. She was really incredible. The hero, looking at the hand, proclaimed that every time you cross blades with him, it becomes stronger. He clenched his fist and added that it reminded him of himself in the past. The warrior was lying on his bunk. The young man, standing by the bed, said that his intuition told her that she would like it, and the dark horse had already woken up. The warrior tilted his head thoughtfully. He looked at the bed with the warrior and added that he had to hurry up and get up, because lying in bed did not suit him. The body of the warrior was lying in the room. The building stood under the sun. Sleep was at the door. He looked ahead. The character, looking at his friend, asked if the hero was here for a reason. The bulb manager looked at his friend and hero, said that, as always, the man was full of surprises, and added that now he could move. The warrior stood in front of the protagonist and asked what he knew about lightning. The young man, looking ahead, explained that this is a sacred artifact of Olympus, endowed with the power of Zeus. The man raised his hand and added that there were not many abilities in the world that could rival Zeus' lightning, and such skills had always been sought after and researched, such as Bifrost. The main character shifted his gaze, and the hero asked where the character was from. The protagonist lowered his head and proclaimed that he had something to tell. Sun looked around and added that he understood, but this was not the best place for such a conversation, and proclaimed that the man should follow him. A rainbow was curling in the sky. The sun illuminated the clouds. People walked in the park. The rainbow blinded the frame. Water splashed in the fountain. The character, appreciating the place with his eyes, exclaimed that it was amazing, to which Dream proclaimed that it was his sphere of influence Bifrost. The comrade turned his head and asked if the man was a prophet or someone else. The soldier furrowed his brows as he proclaimed that he was a regressor, a man from the future, and added that he had read a book about him and his friend, who was known as the Demon King. The protagonist looked up and proclaimed that the book was describing someone who was known as the Demon King. Sleep opened his eyes wide. The castle stood under the sky. The heroes were standing on the bridge. The character raised his hand and asked if the hero was asking to believe all this, and added that he had killed him. The young man, looking ahead, proclaimed that it was not a lie, and added that he thought the character knew that after this action, everything that is happening now would follow. The hero, lowering his eyes, proclaimed that he and Athena were once together, and added that he had no choice but to believe the hero. The protagonist looked at his friend and asked if Bifrost confirmed that all of this was true, but added that the book was still unfinished. Lee widened his eyes and said that everything described in the book was just the beginning, and added that the future depended only on his actions, and added that most of the information about the future had been lost, and added that everything he knew was only a small part. The character, looking ahead puzzled, asked what the hero's intentions were. The guy raised his hand and added that he wanted to change the hellish future they found themselves in, and from now on, a lot of things would go the other way. A piece of paper appeared in the frame, and Sun explained that Bifrost was unable to distinguish between lies and truth, but only understood whether words were harmful to Heimdall. The guy looked ahead and added that he apologized for not being able to tell more, because changing the future was not his goal. The building stood in the night. The stalker watched the warrior from the tree. The pharaoh smiled and said that the hero really woke up. The character, looking out the window, asked how the man had entered the round table grounds, and added that something had happened. The dark-skinned warrior looked forward, apologized for his rudeness, and proclaimed that he had taken a risk by coming here on orders to ask the hero for something. The protagonist raised his head, and the protagonist added that he had heard the man use his veto power to defend him, but did not think it was in their best interest to get in touch. The character, kneeling down, proclaimed that he was asking the hero to go to the Nile. The young man's eyes widened and added that the head of the Nile asked him to do so on his knees, even though they met at the gate by chance and only helped each other a little, and added that it was all strange. The hero, standing near the window, asked why it was. Pharaoh turned around, and the guard asked who the trespasser was. The young man, leaning closer, exclaimed that he had been discovered, and added that it had to do with the red ore, and said that he asked the hero to go to the Nile. He jerked back. The character was looking out the window. The warrior, pursing his lips, proclaimed that the red ore should not be known to any hunter, and added that the character must know something about the madness over the red ore, and asked if the phenomenon had been studied in Egypt, and added that they took action as soon as they saw the changes of Hercules. The warrior took off. The character, bursting into the wards, asked if the person was okay. The young man, turning his head, proclaimed that yes, nothing serious, at least for now. The girl looked ahead. The narrator, looking above the frame, proclaimed that the hero had just crossed the top of the cliff, and added that everything inside the hero indicated that an even higher peak awaited him, and the system reported that the round table meeting was over, and the outbreak of war was recognized as Athena's fault. The building was illuminated by the sun. The couple was walking through the park. The character, looking ahead, exclaimed that they would finally go home. A man appeared from behind and added that he had to wait. The woman turned to the hero and proclaimed that it was George. The character, covering the protagonist, said that Mr. Lee should stay behind her. The girl lowered her eyes and exclaimed in puzzlement what it was. The antagonist was standing in the center of the hall. The soldier's blue eyes sparkled. The guy was standing on the stairs. The young man, looking at the girl soothingly, proclaimed that everything was fine with him. The guy looked down and added that it looked like George just wanted to talk to her, and while he looked a little hostile, he was willing to listen. The heroine, looking up, proclaimed that it was okay. The warriors stood side by side. The blonde opponent looked at the protagonist, and noticed that based on the fact that the heroine was already on her feet and Juning Chang was still not, this was a complete defeat for Demetrius. The man, lowering his head, thanked for everything and proclaimed that he had learned a lot of good things for himself, but added that he was sure that next time Demetrius would not lose. The young man, examining the enemy, said that he was not one of those who left things unfinished. The opponent opened his mouth and swore. The hero put his hands at his sides and added that it was necessary to convey his words to the heroine, because she did not hear him. The soldier, pointing at the heroine, said that she definitely has potential, and she is able to become stronger. The guy looked ahead and explained that she was apparently trying to earn a title, and reminded that the reputation and goodwill of the patron are very important, and you also need to understand who her patron is and what he is. The heroine, looking ahead, proclaimed that she did not understand what he was talking about. The girl twisted her face, and the protagonist added that the hero offered her to become her handsome prince on a white horse, and she exclaimed that this was nonsense. The young man, turning away from his friend, announced that they would see each other again. The protagonist looked after him and proclaimed George's name, but did not finish the sentence. The blonde guy turned. The man, looking at his friend, warned of the future, and declared that Hercules would become a monster much stronger than before, and would certainly get back on his feet. The guy jerked his head sharply. The protagonist opened his mouth and repeated in a loud voice that he was not one to leave things unfinished. Lee looked at the enemy and proclaimed that he hoped that next time they would be on the same side and fight shoulder to shoulder. He turned away from his friend. The guy clenched his fist. The warrior relaxed his hand. The character, looking at the departing hero, proclaimed that it would be great if everything was as the hero says, but added that he was in a critical situation and needed to be sent to Olympus urgently. The fences were illuminated by the sun. Carved fences decorated the house. The water in the lake was splashing. The stone flew down. He splashed water to the sides. The protagonist threw stones into the pool. The guy raised his hand and exclaimed that it was some kind of bad joke. Lee's eyes widened. The object sparkled brightly. The heroine, approaching the character, asked who told him how to find her, and added that it was not particularly tactful. The guy looked down and decided that she was Merlin. The heroine, standing in the water, asked who he was. She gritted her teeth and added that he was the man who had defeated Hercules, the dark horse, and asked if he knew who he was, and added that he was too arrogant a hunter. The woman looked ahead and asked what he was trying to achieve by deliberately provoking her. The spear began to appear in the air. The military put on a uniform. The hero, looking in front of him, proclaimed that he was sure that all the members of the round table knew, and added that he was not one of them. The protagonist looked ahead. The heroine, demanding an answer, asked who the hell he was. The protagonist saw the enemy and proclaimed that he was the one who knew where Excalibur was now. The opponent was looking ahead. Cars drove around the airport. The guy was standing in a suit. The character, looking to the side, asked where they had been, and added that there was someone he needed to meet. The woman began to frown. The pendant around his neck sparkled. The character, noticing the detail, asked what kind of necklace it was, and added that he was really dating a girl. The guy looked ahead puzzled. The character, pointing her finger, stated that she knew, and added that she knew that this was the way it was, and it looked like the man was hiding a bunch of girls in England. She crossed her arms and added that she was disappointed in him. The character, looking at his comrades, asked if all the preparations were completed. The character, turning to the hero, proclaimed that Hyun took care of everything. Sun looked ahead and added that he could go back. The character, looking at the characters, proclaimed that they should wait a minute. The protagonist turned. The blonde boy, looking ahead at his comrade, announced that Merlin had said that the man would undoubtedly be waiting for him here, and asked him to deliver the message. The character, stretching a smile, proclaimed that it conveyed that the hero is obliged to repay the debt for the necklace. The plane was parked near the airport building. The bald guy turned his head and asked how his friend knew about Merlin. Lee looked ahead and proclaimed that they had made a deal. The man looked ahead and said that it was Merlin's necklace, to which the protagonist replied that he almost died because of it. The character, frantically looking ahead, told the hero to speak. The warrior rushed forward. The narrator, scratching his head, proclaimed that he was still too worried about it, but he needed this necklace, so he had to step over himself slightly. The bald comrade turned his head to the side. The plane was flying in the sky. The city was rushing under the car. Passengers sat in their seats. The heroine, throwing up her hand, said that there was something that she still did not understand. Lee looked at her and asked what it was. The girl opened her eyes wide and stated that this was about George, and added that despite the fact that they were enemies, he helped him in training and even gave advice. Jock was lying on the table, and the character went on to say that if Hercules had done to them what they had done to him, he would have been consumed by a thirst for revenge. The woman looked up and proclaimed that she did not understand the nobility of high-ranking hunters. The head man smirked and added that it must be intuition. The protagonist looked in the direction of his girlfriend and said that, most likely, George just realized that the hero did not intend to deal with Hercules. The sun shone on the side of the plane, and the pilot announced that the plane would soon land, and asked all passengers to go to their seats and fasten their seatbelts. The video camera was pointed forward. Journalists flashed with camera flashes and exclaimed about a dark horse. Lee stood next to his comrade and asked what they were shouting about, to which he replied that they had been told that George had challenged the hero to a duel, and he had defeated him. The young man, turning his head to his bald friend, asked why they hadn't told him about it earlier. The guy smiled broadly and added that it was a surprise, and asked if this was not what he wanted to gain fame. The protagonist looked at his comrade. He raised his hand to the journalists. Photographers sparkled with flashes. The shutters of the cameras clicked. An image of the messages in the chat appeared, and the man wrote that the man had defeated Hercules, and added that didn't they say that he was an incredible monster whose very name made all of Europe shudder, and wondered how the hero, having become a hunter less than a year ago, was able to defeat Hercules, and the system added that in the age of heroes, the hunter who attracts almost all the attention to himself is definitely Dark Horse. A dark building stood under the night sky. The characters watched from the balcony. The girl turned to the warrior and asked what the man planned to do now. Lee looked ahead and stated that he had too much to do and added that the inventory and spear needed to be repaired. An image of a weapon with a crystal appeared, and the guy proclaimed that he needed to deal with the dragon's bloodstone and the side effects of the red ore. The man sat in front of a pool of blood, and the man added that Hyunmoo had never come to his senses. Pharaoh knelt, and the soldier proclaimed that he had other business in the Nile besides this. The main character, slightly stretching his lips, proclaimed that the first thing he should do was to move, and added that from an early age he dreamed of his own house. He turned his head to his friend, and the woman asked if moving was the most urgent matter. The heroine smiled and added that the hero would not need her help in the near future, and added that she had something to say to him. Lee looked at the girl. The heroine, opening her eyes wide, proclaimed that from that moment on she would act herself. The protagonist looked ahead puzzled. The characters, watching the heroine, silently followed her words. The companion stood in front of the warrior and said that clearing the gate with the hero was a fun and valuable experience, but after George's words, she needed to find something that she could do herself. The factory building stood in the night. A dark sky covered the plant. The protagonist lowered his head. The girl was leaving. The young man, stretching a smile on his face, proclaimed that apparently she had finally begun to reveal herself, and she would soon become much stronger. The character, pressing the phone to his ear, greeted him. The guy's eyes widened in surprise, and the man on the other end of the phone said that the head of the association was calling the hero, and tomorrow morning he would come to pick up the hero to accompany him. The guy was standing on the bars. The warrior looked ahead with a determined gaze and thought that he had forgotten the most important thing. The young man, looking at the moon in the sky, declared that he had forgotten about Odin. The chapel stood under the sky. The red-haired young man ran and exclaimed that it could not be. He flew sharply forward. Explosions thundered. The man swung his fist. A huge pumped-up guy rushed forward. He was swinging his fists. The young man, looking at the character, simply called his name Demetrius. A muscular young warrior turned to the character and proclaimed George's name. The blonde-haired guy spread his arm and asked what had happened and when he had come to his senses, to which Demetrius asked in a menacing voice why the man was behaving like a culprit, and added that this was the first time he had seen a defeated hunter. The guy looked ahead with hope in his eyes and said that he had never lost. The warrior looked ahead and agreed that it was. The character, looking ahead, noticed that something had changed, and said that Demetrius had always been on pins and needles, he was aggressive all the time, and now his soul seemed to have found peace. The guy was standing. The young man, standing in front of his comrade, asked what had happened, and he replied that, apparently, their opponent did not originally plan to be their enemy. The character, frowning, proclaimed that these were his eyes. A dark aura enveloped the warrior, and he added that he should not be surprised, and explained that he had completely subdued his madness, and now he could use this power without side effects. The character, looking up, proclaimed that it seems that the hero presented him with this gift on a platter. Lee looked ahead, and the warrior declared that Hercules would become a much stronger monster than before, and would certainly get back on his feet. The guy looked ahead hopefully and added that he hoped that they would be on the same side and fight shoulder to shoulder. The young man began to smile. A haze rose on the battlefield. The corpses lay on the ground. There were bright flashes from the blows. Jong jumped back. Looking at the monster, she thought that 3 days had already passed. With an exhausted look, she wondered where this monster-like guy came from, because she had the feeling that she was confronting Hercules again. The orc was furious, after which a notification popped up that Prince Charming had restored her life points a little. Surprised, Jong noted that he could barely hold on even with the support of her patron, but this guy himself was already at the limit of his strength. The monster attacked. She managed to jump to the side. The girl struck his arm. The orc was taken aback by this. Holding the sword above her head, she cried out that she did not quite understand what it meant to save the princess. She pointed her blade at her opponent. Jong noted with an enraged look that anything that threatened the princess could simply be killed. She made a powerful attack. The girl pierced the opponent's chest. The monster watched her closely. A red aura enveloped his fist. He managed to strike back. It flew to the side. The ground beneath the orc shook. Jong couldn't move. The light in her eye dimmed. She turned her attention to the defeated enemy. The girl put her hand on the ground. She was holding her stomach. Closing her eyes, Jong thought that the potions had run out, and even if she had them, she had no strength left, and just raised her finger. She would die like this with him. The skeleton stood over her and asked if she wanted a potion. Taken aback, the girl asked if it was a black warrior, after which notifications popped up. The handsome prince praises her for her merits and grants her the title of Siegfried. Evening came. Lee stood in front of her and asked if she was awake. Puzzled, Jong asked where she was. Smiling, the guy replied that she was at the gate. Looking up, she reported that her body felt much better. It was a rather strange sensation, and then asked if the protagonist had obtained an elixir somewhere. Looking at her, MC stated that she wasn't, but she could accept his congratulations. A dark aura emanated from him. Turning around, the girl clarified where her sword was. Looking at the ground, the guy noted that he was pretty close to stealing this murder from her. Observing the creature, he added that he had come to the conclusion that he was not some kind of monster to do so. The girl looked at her opponent's face. She began to pull the sword out of his chest and thanked the guy because she was finally able to get her title. She drew her sword, after which the system said that she had saved the princess. The ogre prince Siegfried sponsored the ogre by the princess and defeated the ogre mage. A green ray appeared in front of them. Surprised, Jong wondered if the patron had been a girl all this time. The little ogre looked at her. She jumped on the girl's shoulder, after which Lee announced that he now belonged to her. She asked again with a surprised look. Standing in front of her, the protagonist pointed out that this ogre was something of a black warrior. Now that she had the title, she had become a true hero. The enthusiastic monster raised his hands. Looking at him, the girl wondered if she could really get attached to him while they were fighting, because he was quite cute. Stretching out his hand, the guy asked to protect the princess and clarified whether she had already chosen a name for him. The monster began to shout that his name was Gongs. Puzzled, Jong asked, after which notifications popped up that the handsome prince was smiling satisfactorily, and the fallen angel was laughing at this absurd situation. Smiling, Lee thought that she had won a one-on-one duel against an ogre mage. She was not far behind the black warrior. Looking at him, the girl asked how he ended up there, to which she received the answer that it was a long story. He said with a smile on his face that it usually took her a day or two to clear the gates, but he began to worry because it had been 3 days since she had been inside. Embarrassed, Jong turned to him. Looking away, the protagonist added that he had something else to say, but first they should deal with this big man. Looking at the boss, MC stated that they were clearing the gate. She should start to make sure that she dealt with every single one. The girl's eyes began to glow, after which she agreed with this advice. An aura enveloped her, after which she thought that the heroic power that she had gained by obtaining the title was overflowing with mana flowing throughout her body. The two-headed ogre was the boss of the ogre village. With a smile on her face, she emphasized that this is a great opponent to test her hero powers. Jong rushed into battle. It flew at the enemy. Her henchman suddenly grew up and began to help her. The boss was shocked by what he saw. Gons rushed past the monster and cut off both of its heads, after which a notification popped up that they had defeated the dungeon boss. A puzzled MC noted that she doesn't think she needs a prince at all. Looking at her friend, the girl said that it was excellent, but she did not understand what brought him there at all. The protagonist said with a satisfied look that he needed to go to China and he would like Jong to keep him company. She was shocked by what she heard. Lee introduced the man and thought that Odin's test had been passed. He wondered if their taboo would work. He imagined a crystal and added that they had managed to bypass it with Merlin's pendant. People appeared in Asgard, after which the main character noticed that he was able to penetrate a shadowy organization that pulls strings around the world. A picture of a skeleton appeared in his mind, after which the guy reported that Henmu had grown and formed a whole body. He had not yet reached the level of the sinister king of the undead army, but now he could control up to 7 skeletons. Looking at his hand, MC added that another skull had also appeared on his bracelet, after which the system said that the skeleton's soul was not active. He remembered standing in front of the blacksmith and noted that the Muspelheim spear had been restored thanks to Puck. Flames enveloped the weapon as the protagonist said that he now had the stat of a demonic spear that absorbed its own user, so he needed to travel to China, one of the most dangerous regions in the world. We were shown an army of the undead and told that due to the fact that they could not contain a huge number of gates opening everywhere, China has turned into a kingdom of monsters, because this is where the man who can clean the black marble is located, in a place that is to become the center of an impending disaster. The man touched his beard. A horde of monsters was moving along the northern front. Their eyes shone brightly. The surprised warriors shouted that a horde of snow orcs was approaching them, adding that they had been there for more than 3 hours. Fire appeared on the ground. A wall of flames blocked the battlefield. The orcs began to burn. Taken aback, the warrior turned around. Lee and Zhang arrived there. His eyes shone brightly. They approached the guys. The man stood in front of him and asked if the protagonist was really going to go there. Smiling, MC replied that he should thank him for defending their country. He would go there, because there was something he needed to do. The puzzled hunter said that he had heard that the guy had defeated Hercules, but there was something else. There was something like a barrier that people could not pass through, so he would not pass there anyway. Keeping his hand in his pocket, Lee asked not to worry about it, because he had already found a solution. They were standing in front of the barrier. Sun noted with a serious look that he was all interested in how the protagonist wants to travel without the help of a byrest. Taken aback, the girl asked what it was. Looking at it, MC replied that it was a gate, because literally the entire territory of China was a solid gate. Smiling, he emphasized that she would understand as soon as she saw all this with her own eyes. The man touched the barrier and asked the guys to step back. A yellow aura enveloped his body, after which he said that they should remember that no matter what happens, there is no way he can help them. The barrier began to disappear, after which Sun stressed that therefore, once a month, he would wait for them there. Looking at his comrades, he added that if they could not get out by that time, he would return there again in a month, and so on month after month. Smiling, Lee said that if everything went well inside, he would be able to get out of there on his own. Dream noted with a satisfied look that he really hoped that everything would be so. The guys went through the portal. Looking after them, the man thought that, as he said, the protagonist was literally using all his strength to save everyone he could. He turned around. As he left, the guild leader stressed that he would therefore go and try to reduce their burden as much as possible. Wind currents surrounded the forest. The guys appeared in a snow-covered forest, after which the girl clarified whether someone really lives there. MC calmly stated that it's colder than he expected. The fact that it's colder than he thought suggests that things are happening faster than in the original timeline. Moving on, the guy noted that there were snow orcs there. Zhang held the sword in her hand and remarked that she would deal with them. She still wanted to warm up somehow. She struck down the monster. Brandishing her sword, the girl killed the orcs one by one. 2 monsters appeared in front of her. Looking at them, Zhang shouted for them to attack. The orcs rushed past her. Turning around, Lee reported that it looked like they were running away from someone. A horde of creatures ran out at them, after which a notification popped up that the ice trolls are immune to cold, as well as high regeneration in general terms similar to that of an orc. 1 troll is enough to defeat a B-rank hunter. MC grabbed his sword and asked his friend to be careful. He cut the monster in half. Enraged, Zhang defeated another opponent. Green blood splattered to the sides. Corpses lay in front of them. Lowering her gaze, the girl clarified what was happening there. Looking at the guy, she said that it was all kind of strange. There were quite a lot of strong monsters and it had become more difficult to control mana. She added with a puzzled look that it was so, in addition, their movements and tactics of battle were human. The protagonist calmly thought that her words made sense. Apparently the process of absorption by the gates was faster than he expected, and then said that for the time being they would move on. The snowstorm began to intensify. Zhang followed her friend. Her face was serious. Looking at his back, she asked how far they needed to go, to which she was told that it would take about a month on her own. Taken aback, she asked again. Turning around, MC stated that only if they kept moving, which meant they couldn't waste so much time standing there would be something to drive. Pointing his hand forward, the guy said that their first starting point would be the sky lake at the top of Pictusen. The slain monsters lay on the ground. The guys made a fire. Smiling, Lee said that he would go and reconnoiter the situation. Stretching out her hands to the fire, Zhang looked at him silently. Behind MC stood 2 deer. They began to ride on them. The guys moved towards the mountains. They got off the deer. Unbuttoning her jacket, the girl asked if it was true that they were now climbing to the top of Pictusen, and if it should not get colder as they climbed up, although it was getting hotter. She took off her jacket and added that they had never encountered a monster on their way there. Looking at her, the young man told her that the Lord of the Mountain was protecting her. Taken aback, the girl asked if he was human. Lee calmly reported that this was not the case. Putting his hands on his hips, he admitted that he did not even know how to call them correctly. Looking away, he added that in any case, soon his interlocutor would see them herself, after which he offered to leave the moose there. His eyes lit up as he stated that they needed to break through the barrier now. His gaze fell on the streams of pink mana. The man was standing on the roof of the building. Keeping his hand in his pocket, he thought that after the appearance of the gate, the world had plunged into chaos. Awakening forces superior to all others, he decided to find Asgard and devote himself to humans. Looking at the city, he added that after he began to use his powers for the sake of humanity, he realized, quite naturally, that those who cannot use magic power are left behind, hunters who are able to survive disasters and are the people whose protection is his duty. Looking down, John stressed that Lee went to China, a little disappointing that China did not meet his expectations. Climatic conditions have changed, monsters are raging all over the country, but this did not satisfy him. He stood quietly and added that a guy who did not possess the power of a hero and managed to defeat Hercules without it could find what he had once failed. Grinning, the man said that it was getting quite interesting. He licked his lips. Stunned, John clutched his face. With glowing eyes, he came to the conclusion that he couldn't absorb it so early. An aura enveloped him, after which he stressed that he should slowly enjoy it, because it was the best snack to drown out his overwhelming hunger. A blue sky surrounded the area. The guys climbed the mountains. Looking straight ahead, MC said that this was the place. He shifted his gaze. A weapon appeared in his hand. His body was surrounded by red mana, after which the guy reported that it was a heavenly lake. The soldiers were shocked. Standing in a fighting stance, the girl asked if the protagonist knew that people lived in the lands of monsters. Looking at her, Lee replied that they were survivors from the ancient lands of North Korea. The dumbfounded man asked how he knew about them. Standing in front of them, the young man noted that he wanted to meet with the Lord of the Mountain. Frowning, the guys said that he even knew about the King of the Mountains. He was dangerous. Raising his hand above his head, the stranger shouted that these were intruders. Everyone should prepare for battle. MC remarked with a serious look that he wanted to avoid an unnecessary fight, but he had no choice. The man turned at the voice. The girl, with a smile on her face, stated that the king of the hill had told her to bring the guests to him. We were shown the ruined city and told that North Korea disappeared from the face of the earth a long time ago, due to failed nuclear experiments. North Korea became a wasteland even before the appearance of the gates. After that, many refugees from this country began to move to South Korea or China. The guy stood in front of him and asked again how the protagonist knew about them. The girl wondered with a displeased look if her uncle had thought of behaving in this way with the guests of the Lord of the Mountain, noting that if they knew about the king, it was clear that they would know about them. The puzzled stranger remarked that they could be accomplices of those fools. The girl turned. With a satisfied look, she asked not to take it all personally, because a long time ago bad people came and tried to kill the owner of the mountain. They were able to deal with them, but their people are now like on pins and needles. Standing across from her, Lee addressed her. Frowning, he declared that he was not an old man for her. The girl was shocked by these words. Sunlight enveloped the settlement. The guys said with a surprised look that there had been no guests for a long time. Judging by their appearance, they came from outside. As she walked down the street, Jong said that they had about 200 people there, most of them hunters. Lee was suddenly surprised. The guy pointed a spear at them and said that they were not allowed there. After stopping, MC asked if it was customary for them to receive guests. He asked with a serious look if the owner of the mountain had told them to bring them to him personally. The warrior looked at him and replied that even if it was so, he would still not let them see him. The girl ran to him. Paying attention to her, the guy said that she herself knew perfectly well in what condition the owner was now. Shrouded in an aura, the protagonist said that it turns out that something happened to the master of the mountains, but his opinion still does not matter. The warrior rushed into battle. The girl with glowing eyes began to scream. The guys paid attention to her. Frowning, she said that in the name of the village head, Qingji, she ordered him to get out of the way. Lowering his head, the guy replied that he listened to her. Turning around, the girl asked to follow her. They moved through the cave. Walking ahead, MC asked if his girlfriend knew anything about the Tengen myth. With a calm face, he told that there was a forgotten folk myth called the myth of Tengen, about how Wanun came down from the mountains and discovered Korea, founding their people there. Standing behind, the girl clarified why he remembered this for no reason. Following the girl, Lee noted that the locals clearly knew something about it. There was a smile on her face. A stream of blue mana appeared in the cave. The tiger was lying on the ground. The protagonist walked in his direction. Standing in front of the beast, he asked if this was the owner of the mountain. Looking at him, the tiger said that surpassing all his military forces and knowing about him, they were honored guests anyway. Rising to his feet, he said that he was the protector and master of Mount Pictou, after which he asked what had brought them to him. Surprised, Jong wondered what this terrifying aura was. The guy with a calm look noted that this was a mess. He stared at the tiger in silence. Furrowing his brows, he clarified if it was true that the power with which he protected the mountain would soon disappear. Watching the beast, the guy reasoned that he was dying because the source of his strength, Mount Pictou, was gradually collapsing. Looking down, the tiger asked who it was. Standing in front of him, MC replied that he was the one who could help him, but he would like to meet him, but the true owner of this mountain. His face was serious. The enraged tiger cried out that this was impudence. Stretching out his hand, Li stated that he was able to apprehend the intruder, but it was not normal for the master of the mountain to be a dying fool. He should be taken to the second reaper, and then he would save the village and him. The tiger frowned. Sunlight enveloped the settlement. The protagonist glanced at the girl. With a calm look, she asked to know who the owner of the mountain was, because MC said that it was not a monster. Smiling, Li replied that she might think of him as a deer harnessed to their sleigh. However, he was a much more advanced being. He remembered how they had stood in the mountains and added that, simply put, after absorbing the magical energy emanating from the gate, their personality and appearance had changed. Puzzled, Zhang noted that this did not explain his ability to communicate with humans, and his ability to absorb such huge amounts of magic, as well as his behavior. Smiling, MC said that she was right. Even before absorbing the magic power, he was different from the other animals, after which he clarified if she knew who alphas were. Remembering how they came across the tiger, Li said that their bodies are bigger, stronger and smarter than the rest of the animals. Over time, alphas can become the main characters of legends and fairy tales, but the master of Mount Pictou is more special because he has a patron. Zhang was taken aback by what she heard. Stretching out his hand, the guy said that the owner of the mountain was a hunter like them, but now he was injured by an intruder who had infiltrated Mount Pictou. Looking up, MC added that he was therefore not only their target now, but also the intruder who had wounded him. The girl stretched out her arms and directed the flow of energy. Frowning, she ordered the world to be opened. A flash appeared in the sky. The beam of energy began to increase. The guys were standing in front of the barrier. They jumped down from the mountain. Li and Zhang fell into the portal. They suddenly disappeared. Crossing her arms, the girl cried out that she wanted to close the world. The energy suddenly disappeared. Sighing, she asked them to return safe and sound, after which a notification popped up that they had entered a temporary gate. The guys appeared in the cave. Surprised, the girl wondered if this was a temporary gate. Looking at it, the protagonist revealed that it is a gate that appears inside another gate. North Korea and China are already gates in themselves, so technically all gates in them are temporary. Holding a clod of fire in his hand, he listened that it was terribly hot there, and it had just been cold, after which he replied that they would take it as a tempering, so they would become stronger and more enduring, after which there was a message that the handsome prince had blessed them with heat resistance. MC thought with a satisfied look that, as expected from the hero of the ogre Prince Siegfried who had inherited the title, they were not so conservative about blessings. Zhang slew the monsters. Looking at her friend, she noted that they were finally finished. The guy with a smile on his face read that his level had been raised and noted that, as he thought, the Chanji gate with a strong flame was ideal for leveling up. Looking at her friend, the girl asked what kind of child it was and whether she had created this sealed territory. Paying attention to it, Li replied that it was, but it would be more correct to say that it did not seal the territory, but lured the invader into it. This place is the center of Mount Pictou, the place of concentration of all forces. The source of the strength of the owner of the mountain is also there. With a slight smile on his face, he added that this girl, the bear from the myth of Tengen, could also use this energy. She was the one who bestowed this power on the lord of the mountain. Taken aback, Zhang asked. Stretching out her hand, she clarified whether it was true that An was the strongest, and not the lord of the mountain. She was surprised to hear that the intruder who had been locked up there was even stronger, more powerful than any monster they had encountered before. The puzzled girl added that An's name is quite unique. Looking at her, the guy said that he did not know her name. It was just her pseudonym. This child was a hero. Looking away, Zhang noticed that the world was really huge. Imagining the book, the guy remembered the words that Chanji was the best place to grow. He rushed into battle and thought that it was as stated in the Demon King's autobiography. It was not easy to find hunting grounds like this. He had to become as strong as possible in order to be ready for any changes in the future. He destroyed the monster in front of him. The corpse was covered with flames. Standing behind, the girl announced that his patron was incredible, and then asked how many blessings he had bestowed upon him since he had grown in strength so quickly. Turning around, Li said that he thought that Prince Charming was much better, after which he thought that he was getting stronger just because of the player's trait. Then notifications popped up that the fallen angel sighed in displeasure. He showed him his greatness and blessed him with a few development points. An aura enveloped his body. An enthusiastic Zhang said that the patrons are really incredible. The torch illuminated the cave. An stood in front of the beast and asked how it felt. The tiger looked at her and replied that there had been no change. We were shown the flow of energy and told that the lord of the mountain was dying because he had used his powers to protect Mount Pictou and Xingji village while he was sealing the intruder, and his life force was melting away before our eyes. The girl calmly noted that they should have dealt with this with the forces of Mount Pictou, but he was immediately wounded, after which she clarified whether she should take her strength back. The dumbfounded beast asked not to talk nonsense. He imagined the MC and noted that they were strong, but the intruder was much stronger. Looking at him, An wondered why he had sent them to Chongji then. The tiger looked at her with an interested look. He imagined a demon behind the protagonist and emphasized the fact that he didn't see his power. However, he saw what was behind him. It was the same thing he saw behind the intruder's back. The ground shook suddenly. A blue barrier appeared in the mountains. Purple mana hovered in front of the guys. The surprised girl asked about the invader. The child appeared before them. His eyes glowed with blue light. Stunned, John wondered if this kid was an intruder. Frowning, the main character said that this is not a person. You should not judge the book only by the cover. The puzzled girl asked again. Energy began to spread from the stranger. They saw the spirit wolf. Taken aback, Zhang asked if they could defeat him. The child was furious. He rushed into battle. Gongs ran at him. His face was serious. The wolf spirit struck him with its paw. The ground beneath them shook. The dumbfounded girl called out to the princess. She began to approach the enemy with lightning speed, her blade aimed at the boy. The enraged spirit waved his hand. Zhang jumped away from the blow. She wondered with a dumbfounded look what this power was. Li pounced on him. He made an attack. The ground shattered from his impact. The boy was behind him. He fired magic projectiles at the MC. The guy used the flames to repel the attack. There was a powerful explosion. The energy began to spread, after which a notification popped up that the fallen angel was looking at them all with sunken eyes. An earthquake began in the settlement. Shouted with a serious look that they needed to evacuate everyone from the village. They should try to find shelter, all those who were exhausted. The guys folded their hands and replied that they would do everything as they were ordered. The warrior approached her. He asked with a serious look if everything would really be all right. Looking at him, the girl asked him not to worry, because even if everything did not go according to plan, she and the owner of the mountain would deal with it, so he should hurry up and help with the evacuation. Lowering his head, he accepted the order. Looking away, An thought that if they lost, then she and the owner of the mountain would not be able to cope on their own. Shinji's fate was in their hands. She furrowed her brows and asked him to come back safely. Sunlight enveloped the lake. Gongs was lying on the ground, unconscious. Zhang was on her knee. The spirit held the guy in a grip. The dumbfounded girl called out loudly to him. The enraged boy clenched his hand into a fist. The protagonist was shocked by this. Veins protruded from his face. A message popped up with the status of a guy. Crossing his arms, Li thought that the growth of magical powers was blocked, before they were perfectly increased by the flow of mana. With a calm face, he noted that the mana flow was still level 1, and the power over fire was not growing either. In Shinji, it was no longer increasing. A message popped up that the mana flow level had been increased. Shrouded in aura, the hunter broke free from his grip. MC's eyes began to glow. The spirit was taken aback by this. The protagonist landed on the ground. Putting his hand on his chest, he reported that it was close. Stretching out his hand, Li reported that the mana flow was activated in situations on the verge of death. However, it was quite difficult to feel something like this from the monsters he had encountered before. Taking the spear in his hand, he added that as expected, this guy was different, even if it was a little late. The protagonist emphasized with a satisfied look the fact that mana envelopes his cells inside his body, feeling as if he had been reborn again. Tongues of flame enveloped the spear. Li rushed at the boy. His opponent got on all fours and began to growl. Swinging his spear, MC noted that it would hurt him a little. He said with a serious look that he wanted to use a flash of sun, after which a message popped up that it was an incredible achievement. He was able to obtain the skill without any help. He earned a huge amount of experience points for achieving it. Watching it, Zhang wondered if it was absorbing mana from the air, as the space around Li was literally distorted. The main character threw a spear. The boy opened his mouth wide and rushed into battle. Their energy was about to clash. There was a powerful explosion. Flames rose in the mountains. The boy was startled, after which messages popped up that the level of power over fire had been raised to the 10th level. He had obtained the achievement of Lord of Fire. Clouds of black smoke rose. From behind the smoke I could see the outline of a monster. The girl was shocked by what she saw. The wolf appeared in front of MC. The young man, surrounded by flames, was just walking forward. Wolf bared his teeth as he watched them. It was said that he approached it through flaming flames. The guy's eyes burned red. He reasoned that this beast could not go against the will of the hero, and all because of his origin. The plot told that it was just a wounded beast. Its eyes filled with anger and pain turned into eyes full of sorrow. The creature opened its eyes wide. It was explained that soon he would meet his master. The wolf's eyes shone bright blue. The main character watched him attentively, without taking his eyes off. A notification appeared that a fallen angel was watching him closely. A huge beast approached the young man. The system announced that a fallen angel had blessed them with bonds. Li put his hand on his muzzle, trying to stroke him. A notification popped up that the fallen angel was petting his lost child. The beast narrowed his eyes when there was a guy's hand on his head. It was said that despite his current malleability, he was once a demon who had turned the world into chaos along with the Demon King. He was an ally and follower of the Demon King, and for that, in turn, he was like his own son. The plot explained about the Snow King, the king of beasts, the saber-toothed god, these are all nicknames that were given to him. The hero looked at the beast menacingly, saying Fenrir. The system notified that the bonds had been turned into submission. Access to the subordination was open, with the question of whether it needed to be activated. The girl touched the ground. She looked down, wondering if the vibrations had stopped, and if that meant it was over. The girl saw a couple on the path, commenting that they returned safely. The young man was carrying the boy in his arms. The girl opened her eyes wide, realizing that it was an intruder. She burst into magic, summoning the Lord of the Mountain. The guys were surprised by her behavior. The tiger came up behind the girl's back. The schoolgirl lowered her head, asking what it all meant. The guy remained calm, answering that he had kept his promise. The Lord of the Mountain got angry, wondering if they had deceived him, since it had been said that they would kill the intruder. Lee held Fenrir in his arms, saying that there was no talk of killing anyone, he only said that he would save him and the village. He looked up, assuring that this boy was no longer dangerous. The boy opened his eyes when he woke up. He jumped from the young man's arms. Fenrir was enveloped in blue energy as he stared at the beast. The tiger and the girl watched the intruder intently. Lee and the boy looked at each other. The boy suddenly bowed to them, and the guy put his hand on his friend, asking if they were convinced. Behind the village we could see the mountains in sunny weather. Fenrir stared intently in front of him, trying to pronounce Jubit. The protagonist sat in front of him, correcting his name Lee Junkyung. He looked down, wondering that it was clear that he could not speak. The girl approached them from the side, calling out. The boy growled, after which Jong spread her hands, explaining that she was not an enemy. The boy looked away. Fenrir grabbed the monster, calling it a princess. He was happy. The lady said that it was impossible. The guy smiled, noticing that everything was fine. They were children, let them indulge at least a little. She replied that it seemed to her that this was not the point. The system announced that the handsome prince had turned into tears, and the fallen angel was smirking at his victory. Water washed the rocky mountains. The hero and the girl approached the shore when she clarified why he called her here. Lee stared into the distance, saying that he had made a promise to the owner of the mountain that he would deal with the intruder and help with his recovery. He put his hands in his pockets and looked at her, adding that if he could handle it, he would take her. The girl looked up silently. The hero looked at her, saying that not now, he would come for her as soon as he sorted out his affairs in China, asking her to get ready. A magic sword appeared in his hand. He threw it into the water, just looking after the weapon. Lee was smiling as he said that he needed to keep an eye on him until he returned. It would be great if the girl did one of her rituals here. The schoolgirl, not expecting to hear this, asked again. The hero's sword sank in the water when he said that it was very important. He wanted to give it to someone. A building by the road was shown. The guys were standing in front of a crowd of people. The man looked calm, apologizing for the last time, explained that the foreigners who had come to them before were only trying to rob them. The couple looked at them, answering that everyone understood and everything was fine. The girl approached the young man, asking if he was leaving already. He replied that he did not have much time left, but he would soon return and pick her up. The schoolgirl was confused, wondering what it meant. The hero lowered his head, chasing away thoughts in his head that she did not remember their yesterday's conversation, whether the side effects had increased, replied that he should ask the owner of the mountain. Joan turned to Lee, inviting her to come with her. The guy shifted his gaze to the side, saying that the owner of the mountain should take care of his health. The tunnel underground was lit by fire. From the darkness I heard the call to hurry. Behind the snowy forest I could see a high mountain. The guys walked through the snow, cruising between the trees. The lady stopped abruptly, looking at her feet. The hero turned his gaze to her, thinking. Joan looked down, starting to talk about how her heart was somehow heavy, leaving them all there like this. Lee smiled as he replied that they would come back to them, reasoning that she was indeed very compassionate. He raised his hand, explaining that once they were done with his business in China, they would visit their village again. The girl looked into his eyes, wondering if he was here to deal with the problems of the gate. After all, it would be much easier for them to return back by plane or ship. The hero pointed his finger at himself, asking again. She replied that the young man always performs incredible feats, doesn't he? Joan closed her eyes, remembering that she had defeated Hercules, tamed Fenrir, asking once again if he was in China to deal with the gate. Lee lowered his head, explaining that he couldn't do it. He looked at the lady, saying that he couldn't stop the gate on his own. No one in this world was able to deal with the gate in China. The lady put her hands in her pockets, answering that everything was clear to her. The heroine did not understand, looking at the interlocutor, why they returned, reasoning that she certainly liked Mount Tigris, until it became so cold on it. The young man looked away, wondering what he had said. They needed to find what they would drive, if it wasn't so. Joan raised her hand, protesting that the deer had long since left. The boy put his hands in his pockets, remembering Fenrir who had responded. Lee smiled as he asked him for a favor. The boy listened attentively to the main character. He was reincarnated into a beast when the young man offered to go. Everything around was blurred with speed. The couple sat astride the Snow King, who rushed forward. The girl put on her hood, freezing. The saber-toothed god stood on the hill, looking around. Monsters were fighting nearby. The guys were on the mountain, watching what was happening, The hero commented that the orcs were fighting trolls. The guy looked at them attentively, understanding why they stopped, turned to Fenrir. A huge beast appeared behind him, which the young man ordered to investigate. The wolf quickly jumped down the mountain. Jong smiled, saying that this was unbelievable. Lee turned to the girl, suggesting that he must be hungry. Meanwhile, the guy needed to teach the lady something. Jong stared intently ahead, wondering if this could be the case. The girl remembered the confrontation of the main character with rivals, and how he was enveloped in red magic, continued to talk about how his unusual strength and increasing speed. She was curious how it worked, but she did not ask, as she decided that he would tell her when the time came. The young man clenched his fist, saying that he would teach her the flow of mana, and thanks to this, she would be able to become a hunter who could level up herself. The friend was stunned by what she heard, wondering about a hunter capable of leveling up without blessings, if it was even possible, and this was the secret of Lee's strength. The lady gathered her hand into a fist, reasoning that then she would also be able to become stronger. The guy assured that she had a particle of mana flow in her. He began to conjure the magic ball, asking if she could see. The lady's eyes turned bright purple as she revealed that it was like a concentration of mana. Lee clenched his fist, realizing that this girl was definitely a genius. Zhong said that she could see mana if she focused by asking a question, so he meditated from time to time. The young man looked at her, answering that to be more precise, they see and feel the currents of mana, and try to accumulate it in themselves. The girl raised her palm, reasoning that it was hard to understand what it was like. The guy replied that she did not need it. It was not something that she could understand with her mind. The main character frowned, saying that he would forcibly seal the flow of mana in her, warn her in advance, because it would hurt as hell. Zhong remained calm, answering that everything was fine, because she wanted to become stronger. His friend tensed, thinking that she no longer wanted to be a burden to him. Ashes rose into the starry sky. Lee sat and watched the fire while his companions slept. He turned to look at the girl, thinking. The lady, wrapped up, slept soundly. The young man remembered holding her by the shoulders, thinking that she was really unbelievable to endure this whole painful process. He noticed how Fenrir was standing nearby, looking into the forest. The boy lowered his head. The main character approached the boy, wondering what he was staring at. At the foot of the mountain was a huge monster. A drop of sweat rolled down the boy's face as he assumed it was a drake. Fenrir pulled out his tongue, licking his lips. Lee looked at the boy, asking if he wanted to hunt him, to which he received an affirmative answer. The plot said that Fenrir's favorite food was drakes. The hero looked away, reasoning that he was not in the best condition in the tiger, and besides, he subdued him, so he was weaker, and now he is even weaker. The question is whether the boy will cope. Lee stared forward, realizing that this was going to happen. He needed to understand his current level of strength. The young man put his hand on his belt, agreeing that he could hunt drakes. Fenrir jumped down from the cliff. He pushed off with his foot. In flight, the boy lit up with a bright light. The boy was reincarnated as the Snow King. The monster raised its head, seeing a bright glow. A powerful flow of energy rushed at the beast's opponent. The Beast King raised his head, sniffing. He was heading towards the drake, carrying out an attack. Peals of energy lit up everything around. The forest flashed blue in the night. The guy came up from behind when the beast was feasting on its prey. Lee smiled, wondering if he had really become weaker, drake, and even so easily. The hero looked away, summing up that all the preparations were completed. Snow was spreading in the mountain valley. People frozen in the water looked up. The couple was standing on the pier watching this scene when the girl turned to the guy. Tears welled up in her eyes. The lady said that this was the disaster he was talking about, asking if the whole world would really end up like this. The main character looked down, confirming, said that things would be much worse, but at least they were able to minimize the damage and save a lot of people. The young man turned to her, saying that there were many hunters and heroes in organizations like Asgard, and they would do everything in their power to protect themselves and survive, and he would do everything possible, so there was no need to worry. Zhong wiped away her tears, noting that it was calming, declaring that she would also do the best in her power. Lee stood in front of the girl, telling them that the ice on the river was strong, so they could safely walk along it. As soon as they crossed the river, they immediately reached their goal. The lady asked where their goal was. He looked at her carefully, answering that this was Guangdong province. I needed to find someone there. The girl wondered if there were any survivors there, considering the environment. The young man did not take his eyes off, reassuring that he was sure. He looked to the side, thinking about what was holding the black marble back with the flow of mana, but he could feel the black marble's powers growing stronger. The hero looked at his fist, thinking that this was his limit, and he could not hold it back any longer. The guys were standing on the pier when the guy offered to cross the river faster, realizing that they needed to find them as soon as possible. The girl jumped down from the Snow King. The young man was tense, saying that they would not be able to ride Fenrir any further, and there was no need to attract unnecessary attention. My friend smiled, stating that it was warmer here and there were no monsters. The guy smiled back, saying that it meant that they were moving in the right direction. Suddenly, they noticed a boy who was pointing his finger into the distance. Above the forest towered the silhouette of a warrior, which was seen by two. The guys froze in observation when Zhong was surprised that there was someone like that, but the hero advised them to prepare a weapon. The lady looked at him, asking again. The main character's eyes glowed red, and he reported that in such a place, people could not catch their eyes. A huge opponent with a sword came closer to them. The hero exclaimed that it was a giant. The heroine stood at the bloody hand with a weapon in her hands. Jong averted her gaze, saying that it was strange. He appeared on the horizon like an ordinary person. The couple stood by the corpse of the enemy. They noticed that he behaved like a starving animal, while the young man suggested that perhaps he had broken away from the group. The guy put his hand on his belt, saying that those who are usually expelled from the group due to weakness or illness often end up in this way. This giant must be one of them, so he is weaker than the others. There were 2 dead bodies near them. Jong said that it was scary just to think about it. She opened her eyes wide, noticing something to the side. A thick blizzard was rising in the valley. Lee was looking in that direction, saying that there was clearly more than one of them. The girl noticed that they were not even given time to breathe. A giant riding a drake approached them. The lady was dumbfounded, thinking that they were on ice drakes. This idea is incredible. The man looked at them, clarifying who they were, and why they were hunting for this small rabble. The giant saw the young man, exclaiming that he was special. Lee turned his attention to Fener, wondering if he was serious about wanting to eat a drake in a situation like this. A trap was flying from above. The girl raised her head, wondering if it was a network. Jong prepared to attack, standing up, realized that she would cut her neck, and immediately someone put a hand on her shoulder. The main character touched her, saying that he did not feel any thirst for blood. The huge man lifted the trap closer to him. His eyes glowed red as he announced that the guy would come with him. Giants on drakes moved one after another. The guys were sitting in a cage, in front of unknown people. The man approached, asking if they were locals. The hero replied that no, they were from distant lands. The giant was surprised, asking if this was true. They were captured with a special one, so don't worry. The guy sat down in the cage, reasoning that they were different from the giants from the stories, unlike the records where they were described as simple monsters from the legends, where they were very clever, asking him if they were being taken to Asgard. The man looked at the cage, replying that he knew about their city, and it was interesting, and it was true that they were going there. Again, let them not be afraid, because they had no intention of harming them. The giant punched himself in the chest, introducing himself as Shachi. He spread his arms to his sides, clarifying that he was a proud warrior of the great ice giant tribe. The young man looked at him, introducing himself in response. The energy pierced one giant. A beam of magic passed through the second monster. Shachi, enveloped in energy, stood with an axe in his hands. Lee looked down as he was in the cage. The giant looked around, thinking. He smiled, shifting his gaze to the main character. The guy opened his eyes wide as he watched him. The giant watched him sit in the cage. He lowered his head, asking to be allowed to ask a few questions, and if he wanted, Shachi would let them go on their own. The young man frowned, thinking that it seemed that he was hiding something. However, there must be more survivors in the city of giants itself. The man put his fist to his forehead, swearing the honor of his name, said that the hero was free to make a choice, and he would not do anything to him regardless of his decision, swearing on the honor of Shachi. The guy clenched his fist. The main character lowered his head, thinking that it looks like they will get to their goal much easier than they planned, because they are heading just there. Jong was surprised, exclaiming. The giant smiled as he said that they had arrived. This was their city. Shachi rubbed his hands together as they looked at the fortress together, saying that he was welcome to Asgard. In front of them stood a tall castle with strong walls. A giant riding a drake was entering the building. The guys were joyful, exclaiming that Shachi had finally returned. The couple looked around, being in the cage. The giant put his hand on his belt, smiling. The girl was drawing water from a well nearby. The lady smiled, noticing that it felt like they were in the Middle Ages, wondering if they would tell her that they had traveled through space and time. Joan looked to the side when she heard something. The guys were surprised, looking at the guests, discussing that these were people, and then why they were locked in a cage, what they had done. Fenrir burst into flames of magic, horrified by what was happening. The guys were shocked to see the special one, wondering what Shachi was able to grab the special one, and whether it was a werewolf. The giant looked away, saying that everything was fine, they just wanted to visit the chieftain, so get out of the way. Lee put his hand on the boy's head, reassuring him that everything was fine, he needed to be calmer. The boy clenched his teeth, trying to say that he needed to kill the enemy. The hero bent down, thinking about what he had said. Magical energy enveloped the building. The giant with the cage in his hands approached the guards, asking to tell them that Shachi had arrived. The door to the building opened ajar. The giant walked into the hall, holding a cage in his hands. On the throne sat the master. He opened his eyes wide, asking that he had brought another intruder. At the moment when Fenrir gritted his teeth, the boy was thinking that it was his boy who had called him an enemy, that he must have fought with him before he got to Mount Tigris. Shachi got down on one knee, addressing the chief that he had brought a werewolf and his companions to him. The man looked away, assuming that the boy wanted to stay with them. The gentleman looked at them in surprise. He answered hand to side, asking what he wanted to say. They were able to rein in the werewolf. Shachi confirmed his words. The chieftain flashed purple magic, ordering the warrior to leave the intruders and return. The giant raised his head, beginning to tell that he had given the word of the warrior, asked him not to harm them in any way. The master watched attentively, hearing that after all, they should return home safely. Shachi closed his eyes, telling the chief about the request to keep his name as a warrior. The castle was buried under the incessant snow. The girl grabbed the door of the cage. She stood next to the exit, stating that it was closed. However, if she wanted, she could easily open them. Lee noticed that she would antagonize the entire tribe with a giant, even if she was so sure that she was still in the heart of their domain. Joan raised her hand, wondering if they were in trouble anyway, since no matter how he looked at everything, she didn't believe that their king had good intentions for them. The girl looked away, adding that especially after Fenrir's reaction to him. The boy sat by the fireplace when the lady said that she was sure he felt pressure on him, asking what they should do. The main character is sprawled on the bed, saying that there is no need to worry. If they want, they can leave this place at any time, and in the meantime they need to rest after such a long journey, advising them to rest a little. The young man smiled, declaring that apparently they were here for a long time. A huge flame spread in the city. The fire engulfed a tall building. Giants smashed buildings in the city. Lee walked over to the window, pondering that in the Demon King's notes, the war with the giants was described as one of the most terrible wars, but he didn't understand. The hero was concentrated, looking ahead, thinking that he was sure that their king was incredibly strong, but individually giants were inferior to humans in strength. The question arose how they managed to drive humanity into a corner. The doors to the room opened ajar. The young man looked at the exit. The girl was holding a tray in her hands, saying that she had brought tea. Liquid was poured from the kettle into the mug. The girl looked at him, asking if that was enough. The couple was sitting at the table. When the guy clarified whether they accept everyone in this way, she replied that they did not. Lee smiled, asking how they deserved such a thing then. The maid folded her hands as she began to speak. The hero looked at her, reassuring her that everything was fine, no one was watching them anymore. She opened her eyes wide, gritted her teeth, and asked how. There was an hourglass under the ceiling, and the girl said that no one had noticed it before. The young man smiled as he thought that it was a magical tool for observing the room. If he were here alone, he wouldn't be able to see it, but he had a necklace belonging to Merlin, and he was the strongest mage. The protagonist came closer, crouching on his knee, clarified that the girl said that her name was Cyan, didn't she, assuring that she could talk here calmly. However, as soon as she left this place, let him keep the conversation a secret, asking how long she had been here. The girl raised her head, answering that she had been here for about a year. Most of the others said that they had been here for a year or a year and a half. The guy looked into her eyes, thinking about what was happening. A little more than a year had passed since the discovery of Asgard, asked why they were treated differently. Cyan clenched her hand into a fist, saying that because of their strength, giants like strong people, and this person is special there. Fenrir sat on the couch with his legs crossed as the girl told him that Asgard had recently been attacked by the Nars, but that the child had turned into a monster and killed many giants. The boy looked at her, hearing that the king had then fought the monster, and fought shoulder to shoulder with the other giant warriors and won, and the monster ran away. Lee crossed his arms, reasoning that for some reason, he had confronted the giants, which was why Fenrir ended up on Mount Pictu. The guy raised his hand to the side, asking for a favor, and in return promised a lot of sweets and chocolate. The maid replied that she did not need this. Cyan lowered her gaze, remembering the iron. If they had some iron, asked to give it to her. If she sold the iron, she could buy medicine for her mother. The hero looked down, agreed, asked to find someone. He heard that his name was Manhwa. The girl was stunned, asking again that he was talking about the grip. Lee smiled, confirming that it was his. Several days had passed since his arrival at Asgard Castle. The snow continued to fall, the fortress was shown. It was said that during this time, Lee's group did nothing. The children walked through the flowering garden. It was told that every time, at the same time, food was brought to them, and from time to time they were allowed to leave the castle for a walk, and that was it. Joan walked behind the guy, asking what kind of joke it was. If they didn't need anything from them, then why wouldn't they just let them go? The young man turned around, stating that thanks to this, they were able to practice a little, right? The girl crossed her arms, answering that it was so, and she would rather die than be in a cage all her life. Lee looked at the lady, assuring her not to worry, because he would not let her get bored. The guy flashed with magic, and a spear appeared in his hands. He told that he thought about whether they should arrange a demonstration of strength. A large sword appeared in Zhong's hands as she asked the question that they would finally raise everything here. The hero touched his face, chasing away in his head the thoughts that the girl is kindness itself. With a smile seeks to raise everything to the ground, replied that it seems that she really does not like this place. The lady tensed, confirming that of course not, they never saw people here. Only giants. She just didn't like the so-called king. Something in him made her mad. Something was clearly wrong here. The guy thrust his chest forward, saying that she was right. Then, in order to understand what was wrong here, they should arrange a show of strength, right? The young man opened his eyes wide, shrouded in red energy, and asked how about one round. The friend was surprised by what she heard, and asked again. The guys were standing at a distance from each other. When Lee clarified that they had never fought seriously before, the girl confirmed, but there was one but. The hero tensed, exhaled, replied that she was disappointing, and was she really not at all sure of herself. The lady silently became sad. She clenched her teeth in anger as she waved her sword, exclaimed that he would regret it, and even if he didn't win, he wouldn't give up so easily. Zhong rushed to attack, delivering a powerful blow to the hero, who competently dodged to the side. He raised his spear above him, saying that if victory was his, then it was due. Li swung his weapon, slicing through the energy. The girl raised her magic sword above her, preparing for an attack. Her eyes lit up lilac as she shouted menacingly that the same was true of him. A greenhouse annex stood within the walls of the castle. Suddenly, there was a large explosion of energy. The giants laughed, exclaiming that the castle was in ruins. The glass of the room was broken or cracked. The guys stood next to each other with excitement when the plot said that Shachi only laughed out loud when he heard that the people he had brought had destroyed half of the castle's gardens. The giant smiled, dreaming that it would be nice to see the leader's face. What a pity, what a joy, it was good that he had brought them here. The warrior stood with his back to his leader. It was said that by uniting the tribes, he began to change. The lord was enveloped in energy when it was explained that he began to demand that he be called not a chieftain, but a king, and as soon as he began to mine iron, he immediately began to gather an army. The king looked forward menacingly when it was said that, however, no one knew against whom the chief was going to go to war. Pride and honor. Shachi, who fought for noble motives, could not understand his motives. The two giants looked at the castle from the sidelines as the warrior reasoned that he hoped that the king would wisely choose his enemies. The giant looked at Shachi, exclaiming that he should close himself. The warrior looked to the side, ordering him to go forward. There was snow on the roof of the castle. The girl sat opposite the giant. He exhaled loudly. The man sat on a chair, saying that it was a huge sin to do so much harm to the castle's gardens, but it was also their fault that they had not taken into account the rights of the boys. Joan, sitting across from him, bowed her head, apologizing to him. She opened her eyes wide, revealing that she didn't know how much he knew about their people, but they had a tradition of running around the forest and training. The giant looked at her, replying that he was clear. The lady added that she was deeply sorry that they had caused so much damage to the castle gardens. They would be more attentive from now on. The girl looked up, explaining that she therefore wanted to make amends by asking her to say what she could do for them. The giant clutched his beard, talking about compensation, asked him to tell him about his people. The giant looked at the interlocutor with interest, saying that given what had happened, they did not know too much about them, so they needed more information. Zhong smiled, agreeing. Li held out his spear, being tense during the battle. The blow fell on the girl, who was desperately defending herself. She closed one eye, reasoning that she could not see any weak points, and she needed to be faster and more accurate. Her friend swung her sword, trying to attack. The explosion spread to the sides. The hero stared in that direction, thinking that everything was as expected from Zhong. Everything around the guy lit up with red and yellow flowers. The lady gritted her teeth, thinking that he had opened. A beam of energy rushed into a cloud of dust and smoke. The girl cut through the flames, moving forward. The cloud of magic rushed to the side. The hero was behind the girl, pointing his spear. A drop of sweat rolled down her cheek. She commented that she had lost. Li spread his arms to the sides, calling it a good duel. He hid his hands in his pockets, asking if she would do what he asked. Joan confirmed, because she had lost, wondering what he needed. The young man smiled, saying that he needed to pretend to cooperate and collect more information, and something else. The lady silently looked at the main character. The giants rushed inside, shouting that the castle's gardens were burning. The men were surprised to see the picture in front of them. The girl was standing next to the wounded young man. The giant looked away, shouting for a doctor. The old man stood by the bed with the guy, thinking. He bent his arm at the elbow, stating that there were no serious injuries, only minor ones. Li lay on the bed, looking at the doctor, reasoning that he had not fallen for this whole spectacle, but the giants, most likely, yes, asked to patch him up. The old man stretched out his hand, starting to heal the protagonist's shoulder. It healed in an instant under the influence of magic. He jumped up from his seat, thinking that it had not only stopped the bleeding, but also completely healed all the wounds, thanked the doctor. He clutched at his beard, saying that he shouldn't. The young man smiled, telling that it was a big meeting for him, Kvada. The doctor looked at him abruptly. The man adjusted his glasses, asking what he knew about him. The hero sat on the bed, answering that no, it was unknown. The doctor crossed his arms, assuming that he had heard about him from Sion. Li spread his hands to the sides, denying, adding that it would be nice to get to know each other better, wouldn't it? The doctor retorted about what a stupid young man he was. He took the girl with him, heading for the exit. The main character bowed his head, saying that he was still sick. He jumped out of bed, asking the doctor if he wanted to abandon a patient he hadn't cured properly. Kvada straightened his beard, turned around, said that it did not look like the guy was still sick. Li held out his hand, noting that the wound was not external, and why he was diagnosing him like this without even examining his organs. The doctor opened his eyes wide, saying that he was to blame. Kvada took the young man's hand. His glasses glowed white. The old man let go of his hand, stating that he still didn't see any problems and was about to leave. The door to the room slammed shut. The protagonist tensed up, reasoning that he had definitely felt the magical power emanating from him, which means that he is a hunter, wondering that he still hadn't gained his powers. The guy looked away, asking himself that after checking his organs, he did not notice anything. It could not be. It was definitely Hvata, the traitor of Vat. It was him. The plot told that Graba was one of the few surviving hunters from China, and the one who cured many heroes and the Demon King. The young man's eyes flashed bright red as it was explained that the Demon King had activated the mana flow in the lands of the giants. It was said that he had experienced a surge of mana at the beginning of the activation. It must be something similar to the side effect of the dragon's bloodstone. The guy looked forward, chasing away the thoughts in his head that he was able to get through this with the help of the grip. The plot told that he was so good to be called God. Lee put his hand on his chest, wondering if he was too soon. He couldn't reach that power due to lack of time. The girl entered the room, calling out to the main character. The young man smiled, wondering that she would be in trouble because of the garden hype, but it didn't seem to have happened, asking her how it went. My friend smiled back, saying that everything was fine. She raised her fist, saying that they wanted her to become a mercenary warrior. Flakes of snow fell on the castle. The guys were sitting at the table when the girl, stretching out her hand to the side, told them that ice giants called Nars were building a city nearby and looking for an opportunity to attack Asgard, and the locals wanted to protect Asgard from them and other monsters. But they did not have many warriors, and so they asked for their help. Lee looked down, reasoning that the number of giants was much smaller than he thought, and because of the Nars, it was continuing to decrease. Perhaps because of this, it would be difficult for them to harm humanity. Zhong opened his eyes wide, adding that in addition, he had asked a lot about the outside world, population, culture, characteristics, and military. The young man looked at his girlfriend, saying that she did well. She thanked him in return, and asked if he found out anything. The guy did not look away, answering that no, but this was a plus. He needed to find out something else. The hero frowned, saying that they should have returned as soon as they found the people they came for, but accepted the offer to become a warrior, asking again if there was a reason why she decided to stay here. The lady stared at the hero intently, explaining that the giants here do not oppress people, but if people leave Asgard, they will die. Perhaps that's why they don't leave this place, and she wants to find a way to help them. He leaned back on his chair, thinking about how he planned to take a few with him after he found Grip and escaped Asgard, stating that she was much kinder than him, thanking him for that. The main character looked at the interlocutor with interest, thinking that sacrificing a minority for the sake of the majority sounds good, but said that he almost did what he hates the most. The settlement was shown from above, when he revealed that by signing the contract of a mercenary warrior, he was able to stay here with other people. The guys cautiously looked in one direction, wondering if this was the wolf's master, not understanding what he had forgotten here. The guys watched him, realizing that he looked dangerous. The couple looked around. When the young man thought that they clearly did not like strangers, the girl said that it seemed that they were not welcome here. Cyan ran towards the boys, calling out to the mister. She pressed her hands to her chest, thanking her for helping her. Her mother was already better. The guy replied that he was glad. Lee looked up, noticing someone. Hvata was adjusting his beard, asking how he was feeling. The young man pulled his hand aside, answering that it was already much better, and everything was thanks to him. The men shook hands. The doctor looked at the hero, advising him to find him. If he felt bad, he would see what was going on. The characters looked after the departing characters. The guy clenched his fist. The young man relaxed his palm. He stared at them, chasing thoughts through his mind that he had intentionally redirected the flow of his mana in his presence, but he didn't notice. Again, the doctor was shown from behind as Lee mused about how the man must have noticed that something was wrong, wondering if he had misunderstood something about Old Man Grip. Zhong turned to the guy, wondering if everything was okay, to which she received the answer that no, not everything. The girl looked at the hero attentively, asking him not to worry, they would find the one they were looking for. Lee smiled back. He turned his eyes to her, offering to gather information for the time being. The hero approached the guys. One of them asked if he wanted to know how many giants there were. He was not sure, maybe about 1,000. His partner turned, sitting on the bench, objected that there were definitely tens of thousands of them here. The young man raised his hand, trying to ask who the Nars were. The young man looked in front of him, answering, in Asgard, there were always many more giants. He thinks maybe 3 to 4 times. But at one point, clashes began between the giants, and one of the leaders took a group of giants and left. They called themselves Nars. The hero looked at his interlocutor inquiringly, wondering what had become of those who did not stay here and did not become Nars. The friends looked at each other, discussing how they died fighting each other. Some were even struck down by some kind of disease. They simply could not adapt to their lands and died of diseases. The protagonist looked down, thinking that infectious diseases meant a new piece of information. Lee stood in front of them, asking if there were any strangers besides them. The guys answered, wondering what they were. The young man was surprised, chasing in his head what they were, and whether it could be. A guy with glowing eyes was shown. He remembered the Demon King, because the diary said that he had visited China and arrived in the City of Giants, Perhaps the young man could find some traces of his existence since he was now in the past. The friends were sitting on the bench, talking about how there were a couple, but they left. The guys did not see them with their own eyes. These are just the words of giants. They found several invaders besides them, but they immediately disappeared. Lee smiled, thinking that he would need to ask the giants about this, talked about what he could share with them about what was going on outside. The guy walked down the street, thinking that it was very fruitful. He moved on, reasoning that there was clearly someone here who was able to stop the spread of infection among the giants. The one who was often summoned to the castle. The grip he was looking for must be this person. He looked before him, thinking that he should ask the giants about this. The giant looked away. He looked at the hero and Fenrir, laughing if this was the same man who had burned down the castle's gardens. Shachi looked down, thanking them for helping them, despite the fact that they are not even of the same species. The dwarves and the banner guys hate them giants. Today he will need to go outside. The guy was surprised, asking again. The giant smiled, saying that the attacks of the Nars were becoming more frequent, asking if he wanted to help them. Lee smiled silently. Giants and a crowd of people gathered at the foot of the mountains. It was said that Shachi and the main character, who had left the castle to stop the attack of the Nars, encountered a very unexpected guest. A crowd of warriors stood in front of the opponents. That guest was the leader of the Nars tribe. The man sat on a drake, looking menacingly ahead. It was Srim. He dismounted from the monster, heading towards the enemy. Shachi was moving towards him. The giants met face to face. The leader of the Nars called his rival by name. The giant looked ahead, calling out to Srim. The hero tensed, watching from the sidelines. He understood that it could be dangerous. That giant of the Nars is called Srim. The chief of the tribe burst into red magic when someone spoke about how strong he was. The guy looked at the giants, thinking that he was stronger than Shachi, perhaps even at the level of the king of the giants from the castle, wondering if he should learn their language, because he could not understand what they were talking about. The system notified that the fallen angel had blessed him with knowledge of the Yetan language. The hero was surprised. The rivals stood, looking at each other. The chief looked menacingly, asking why he did not change his mind. Shachi was serious, answering that he saw no reason to listen to the traitor. Srim raised his hand to ask if he was going to listen to this foolish king any longer. What a pity that his tribe had sunk so low, declaring that they were a disgrace to the name of a warrior, and they were not traitors. They just didn't consider themselves masters of Asgard. The giant protested, shouting that enough. A magic axe appeared in his hand after bursting into flames of energy. The enemy's hand glowed with gold. He replied that it was true. They decided their affairs differently. Srim suddenly looked away. The chief paid attention to the protagonist and Fenrir, wondering that he was special. He obeyed people. He was also human. The chief touched his chin, saying that it was interesting, and they would see each other next time. The giant got angry, shouting that enough chatter. The enemy looked up at him, preparing for battle. Shachi struck the ground with his axe. The energy was released to the sides. The chief went on the attack, gritting his teeth. The giant looked at the approaching danger with surprise. Srim struck his fist directly at his opponent's head. He lowered his hand. Thick dust rose around them. The enemy was smiling, watching what was happening, told Shachi that they would see each other again, as well. Srim looked to the side, adding that he was special and his special person. The warrior approached the captain from behind, asking if they would pursue them. The giant opened his mouth, thinking. Shachi turned around, answering that Srim was with them. They would only lose warriors if they started a battle with them now. It was all sad, but the chief directly said to avoid skirmishes with him. The army of the Nars disappeared from sight. The warriors lowered their heads, regretting what had happened. The guys looked in front of them in confusion. The hero watched them, realizing that they looked broken, but Shachi was right. Maybe the giants are hostile and enjoy battles, but they have too much of a difference in strength. Lee recalled how the giants stood facing each other, reasoning that the Nars chief and the captain looked as if they were close, like close friends or brothers. The guy saw a man in front of him when he opened his eyes wide. The stranger was on one knee. The young man continued to think that the giants should have noticed him, but it seemed that they somehow did not care. The question arose what he was doing there. Lee raised his hand forward, asking Shachi who it was. The giant stiffened, answering that he was a mercenary warrior like them, in the service of Asgard. The captain turned to the side, asking him if he was again prowling in search of medicinal herbs. The hero wondered. The stranger got to his feet, turned around, and confirmed. Shachi raised his hand, warning that the Narzas were wandering around. It was dangerous, wondering if he wanted to return with them. The guy smiled, saying that he was just going back, not understanding who it was with them. The giant smiled as he said that Lee was Utgard's new mercenary, Grip, a doctor, and a mercenary warrior. The young man smiled, realizing that he had been found. The castle stood during daylight hours. Joan was overjoyed, saying that he had returned. The hero entered the room, stating that the girl looked happy. She explained that today she had achieved something. During the hunt she was ambushed by Nars, but they ran away from her. Lee was serious when he retorted that he had a different picture. They didn't fight, but he had met an enemy chieftain, and he was very strong. The lady opened her eyes wide, realizing that he must be tired, suddenly remembering that there were people among the Nars who attacked her. The young man was stunned as he asked about the people. Her friend raised her hand to confirm that there was a Chinese man among them, and he was able to deflect her sword, protecting everyone, as if it were not a heavy two-handed weapon, but a feather, just as the guy used a spear, but it was longer and strangely shaped. Li looked at the interlocutor, thinking about the Chinese hunter who was good enough to block Zheng's attack with ease. He didn't think that any other people could survive here, answering that they had also stumbled upon him. The girl smiled, folded her hands, noticed that he looked dissatisfied, wondering if something was wrong. The guy put his hand on his belt, saying that he wanted to go and talk to him, but was worried that something would go wrong again, asking if she wanted to go with him. The lady replied that even if she did, she would still not understand anything in their language. The main character held out a pendant, asking if she would do him a favor. Joan took it in her hands, after which they explained that it was Merlin's necklace. It would help her understand their language, telling her that he knew she could do it. People in line stood at the entrance to the building. Cries for help were heard for Kvata. The doctor was frightened, asking him to hold out a little longer, standing next to the man. The stranger shone with magic, saying that he would soon recover. The main character crossed his arms, chasing away thoughts in his head that in China, successful doctors are called Kvat. Now he understands why. The question arose, where did so many patients come from? The hero approached the guy, calling out to him. The stranger turned, saying that he was busy. The young man held out a full capacity of packages with contents. Li smiled, saying that he thought it would help, offering to use it as he saw fit. The doctor held the container in his hands, wondering if it was too much, thanked him. The patients were lying under IVs. The plot told that thanks to the potions brought by Li, Kvata was able to cure patients, and after all, the hero was able to communicate with him. The building was shown from the street. The doctor stretched out his hand, standing in front of the young man, asked that if he could check his pulse. The young man asked why. The doctor looked at him, saying that maybe he was winding himself up, but he couldn't shake the thought that he felt something strange after they shook hands, saying that Li had found him. The guy was holding the main character's hand. He touched his chin, thinking. The doctor looked at the young man, warning that it might be a little unpleasant. Asked to check something, he agreed. The doctor's eyes lit up white. He continued to hold the hero's hand using magic. Li opened his eyes wide, watching, reasoning that using mana he was checking his pulse and his state in general. But he didn't feel any discomfort. Everything was different, as if it were his mana. Their hands unhooked abruptly. The doctor was stunned as he asked the hero. The young man frowned, saying that he was too. They simultaneously asked each other questions about learning to cultivate chi, and about studying mana flow. The doctor was surprised, thinking about the flow of mana. Li was stunned to hear about chi cultivation. Snow covered the roof of the building. The men were sitting at the friends' table opposite each other. The hero asked how he was able to think of mana flow. The guy asked him again, correcting that they called it chi cultivation. The young man was taken aback, clarifying who you were and who else knew about cultivation. The doctor raised his hand, confirming that the people were on Narza's side. Li remembered the dialogue with the girl, reasoning that the people Zhong had met clearly had a double bottom here. He looked at the other person, thinking that for the time being, he needed to deal with the black marble, asked if he had noticed anything when he checked his pulse. The doctor held out his hand, saying that his blood was very thick and the flow of internal energy was unnatural. His conclusion was not perfect, because he had only briefly studied it, asking if anything was bothering him. Li froze as he stared at him, chasing away the thoughts in his head that this was the person who had been able to heal the Demon King and that he could trust him, and then replied that he had had problems cultivating his inner energy. The young man recalled how he was torn apart in pain, said that the huge amount of demonic energy released by the monsters flowed through his body. A silver ball was shown as he talked about how this demonic energy was mixed with other energies of other origins inside his body and transformed into black marble spheres. And when these balls began to release strong energy, his body began to experience great pain. The main character stretched out his hand, explaining that he had no idea what these balls were, but cultivating internal energy was absolutely useless. The doctor opened his mouth, starting to talk about what happened then. He looked ahead, asking if he could examine it again, but this time properly, but it could be quite dangerous. Li smiled, saying that everything was fine. He was lying on the couch in front of the doctor. The guy touched his forehead, saying that there must have been a feeling as if his organs were being torn apart, but he endured it well. The young man was covered in sweat. He was interested in how everything went. The doctor gathered his hand into a fist, telling him that the black spheres inside him were very unique. They usually absorbed all the life energy of a person until he died, but the spheres inside him were different. They instead stimulated the flow of mana inside. The main character got up, sitting down on the bed, asked what it could mean. The doctor looked at the young man, explaining that they did not cause him much harm, and the reason why he was in pain was a forced change in the flows inside. The guy raised his palm, stating that it was fundamentally dangerous. The spheres became stronger with him. The hero asked again. The doctor lowered his head, confirming, said that if they became stronger than him at any point, the orbs would overwhelm him as an entity. The young man remembered the battle with the giant, hearing that he would go mad by becoming a psychopath consumed by the desire to kill. But surprisingly, with his unusual mental stamina, he was able to suppress it all. Lee watched with interest, curious about psychopathy, which he casually talked about, not in the same way that haunts Nars abandoned in the ice. The doctor lowered his head in silence. The main character recalled how he stood by the bodies of giants, hearing that the people on the side of the Nars are psychopaths, consumed by the thirst for murder and the cultivation of internal energy. He was able to collect a lot of new information, which he does not yet understand, but one way or another it will be useful to him. A ball was shown. The main character said that black spheres are safe, and also help him improve. Lee stared forward, thinking that it was natural to cultivate while facing danger, so everything was fine. He picked up his clothes, wondering if the Demon King could learn about the mana flow by studying chi cultivation. If so, then through cultivation, he would be able to improve his mana flow in the future. The young man was putting on and asked Wong if they could talk for a while. The doctor looked up, answering that there was no problem. He also had a few questions for him. The rays of the sun fell through the window. The guys were sitting at the table when the hero asked about the fact that all these patients, they didn't even participate in the battle. So why are they all sick? To which the guy replied that there is too much energy in these lands. Vaughn held the mug in his hand, telling him that hunters under the supervision of patrons could benefit from such a place if they were used to energy, but ordinary people were not able to cope with such amounts of energy, which made them sick. Abandoned buildings were shown, when he continued to talk about how this is why there are so many sick people here. With the appearance of gates all over the world, lands unsuitable for human life began to appear. The doctor set his mug down on the table, saying that he had studied medicine in Europe before China had undergone a vertification, and had returned to his homeland after news of everything reached him, hoping that he would be useful. Orcs with red eyes were shown. The doctor knew that outside of these lands, everyone called them irreplaceable hell lands, the realm of monsters. The guy looked at his interlocutor in fear, saying that he therefore wanted to ask him why he had come all this way here, and whether a rescue team would be sent for him. Lee tensed, reasoning that there was not a single mention of a rescue group in history, then replied that, looking ahead, there would be no rescue group. Vaughn lost his face, replying that he was clear. The young man looked at him, adding that she was already here. He asked again. Lee smiled. The doctor bowed his head, saying that he would finish talking nonsense. There are only 2 of them. The hero replied that in addition to Fenrir, there are 2 more who gave the giants a cigarette. One of them is not a person. I think it would be more correct to say skeleton. The guy looked up, wondering what it did change, because the problem was that they had to save everyone, whether they could do it. The young man was calm, answering that no, and no matter how, but he could not cope alone. Vaughn opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Lee held out his hand, asking him to tell him about the people on the Nars side, because he would need their help. The doctor slammed the table angrily, shouting about what this absurdity was, since he knew nothing about them. The protagonist took the mug in his hand, explaining that this is why he asks if the number of surviving hunters living in Asgard is too small, which means that most of them are on the side of the Nars, right? Vaughn looked away, answering that he did not know when he had gone out to collect medicinal herbs. While he was gone, when he returned, he learned that many hunters had left Asgard. Lee lowered his gaze, thinking about a person who could lead all these hunters, realizing that no one came to mind. The hero drew attention to the lowered eyes of the interlocutor, reason that his gaze reminds him of his past. In this look you can feel despair from his powerlessness and the desire to save people, realizing that he wants to help. The young man was thinking about taking all the people with him and running away. They needed the help of these hunters, and for the coming cataclysm, they should prepare by becoming even stronger. The protagonist looked at the guy carefully, stating that he had a request. He wanted to learn chi cultivation. Vaughn was stunned by this request. Lee imagined a character with glowing eyes, knowing that if he could study her, he would be one step closer to the power of the Demon King. Asgard Castle was revealed. The guys walked nearby in the hills. There were rocks on the ground when the guy announced that they were finished. Vaughn rubbed his hands, saying that he had erected a barrier around this area so that no mana flow would leak out. Even if he trained inside, no one would suspect anything. Lee touched the defense, wondering if he meant to say that such a thing was necessary during his training. The doctor raised his palm, noting that this was certain, because the internal changes required the absorption of energy around them. During this process, due to the huge changes in energy, one of the giants might notice it. The guy gritted his teeth as he continued to say that since gathering energy in one place was not an easy task, it would be a good idea for them to start by the barrier to the natural flow of mana around them, asking a question or something wrong. The young man looked at him, denying, said that he really felt and collected the energy that naturally flowed around. Vaughn spread his hands to the sides, wondering that he was collecting energy from the outside without any special technique. Who was his teacher? What special technique of internal energy they were trained in? It was impossible. The hero asked what was so incredible about it. A drop of sweat rolled down the doctor's face as he explained that he seemed to have an incredible predisposition to control internal energy. The guy felt that it was entertaining, but exceeded all his expectations. Vaughn smiled, adding that it was good. Lee looked inquiringly, asking, glad that. The guy clenched his fist, saying that although his technique was impressive, he thought, after listening to him, he realized that it was possible. and most likely they would be able to cope with their problem. 3 characters communicated in the camp. The young man was puzzled, asking what he wanted to say. There were no strong hunters among them. The man confirmed his words. The boy looked down, reasoning that they had finally sent a rescue team. The warrior looked ahead, assuming that this was not the case. If it was a rescue group, there would be no chance that the Nars would not notice them. It must be a small team of less than 10 people. The emotionless young man asked what the hell was going on here. He looked up, saying that for some reason he had been very careless about everything, and now, he had no idea where it was going. The boy looked away, asking how quickly the hunters could become stronger. The warrior raised his hand, explaining that they were making progress, and by going over to their side, they had also gathered good supplies. The young man looked at the boys, wondering what about the 2 of them, and received a unanimous answer that it also concerned them. The boy looked menacingly in their direction, saying that they should become stronger. He raised his sword above his head, saying that they could do it. The warrior supported the call, shouting. The man shouted that they would cope. The 3 weapons came together at the top. Vaughn sat behind the main character, leaning on his shoulders with his hands. The young man closed his eyes, chasing away the thoughts in his head that he had never thought that a mana flow could radiate such a pleasant warmth, and when he created a flow of mana, it felt as if a storm of mana was being created inside him. The doctor was enveloped in green energy, asked to focus on his rhythm. They almost reached the goal, warning that it would hurt. The magical green ball was blazing with energy. Lee, with his eyes closed, began to feel pain. Vaughn was behind his back, asking him to try not to make a sound. The hairs on the doctor's head stood on end, and he opened his eyes wide. His pupils narrowed as he realized that he didn't think it would be this way. In addition to the green energy, black energy appeared from the ball. The guy reasoned that the harmful energy is stronger than he thought. It not only absorbs the mana inside him, but also literally devours his body from the inside. The main character was in tension from the energy passing through him. Vaughn was exhausted, opening his eyes wide. He realized that he could not stop now. He kept his hands on his shoulders, on his last breath, thinking that if he had already started, he should take responsibility and finish everything. The barrier was blazing with blue light. Fenrir looked in that direction, paying attention. A beam of light from the protection rushed upward. Shachi looked to the side, wondering what was going on, sensing a thick source of energy in the icy lands, whether it was the chieftain or Grip. The giant frowned, realizing that these 2 would not have enough strength, and the only one who was able to release such an amount of mana was Srim. The giant remembered the unfinished battle against him. Shachi gritted his teeth in anger. He spread his arms to his sides, shouting for all the warriors of Asgard to prepare for battle. A light lit up in the eyes of the soldiers. One of the warriors turned to the captain, saying that the chief would not approve of this. The giant was calm, asking in response how long they were going to endure this. The giant began to exclaim with hatred about how long they would hide and tremble about the enemy's attack, waiting for the chieftain's orders, where the pride and honor of the ice giants had gone. He beat his chest, declaring that all responsibility for further actions would lie with him, and today they would restore the honor of the ice giants. The soldiers bowed, declaring that they were under the command of the captain. A warrior on the fortress made a sound into a trumpet. The guys looked ahead, waiting for orders. The leader of the Nars saw a ray of energy rising upwards, wondered what it was, whether it was Shachi. Srim crossed his arms, reasoning that even a giant couldn't do that. Then don't tell him. Utgard's leader was shown, wondering if it was him. The chieftain opened his eyes wide, contemplating that he must have been busy with other things, which was going on, assuming that it was a trap. Srim clenched his teeth, anticipating what would happen, thinking that there would be no better chance, and he had to seize it. A magical flow pierces the space through falling flakes of weightless snow. A glowing energy dome appeared among the snowy mountains. Fenrir looks forward with determination. The 2 armies stand opposite each other. Soldiers are ready to rush to attack the enemy. The warrior leader holds a small monster in his hand. Shachi stares at the enemy and wonders what is happening, and asks him that it was his doing. Srim shifts his frown to his opponent, and claims that it was all his doing, and asks where the chief is. The man looks at Srim in bewilderment. He shifts his angry gaze to the enemy. A bright glow enveloped the young man standing in front of the army with clenched fists. He grits his teeth furiously and growls. Joan knelt down and thought that Fenrir's reaction could only mean that Li Junchen was inside. The fighter slowly steps on the soft snow cover and says that he does not understand what the man is talking about. Fiery red energy currents envelop the warrior, and he declares that he no longer trusts Shachi, let alone a truce. His hateful gaze is focused on his opponent, and he is sorry that the leader is not with them, and he declares that today he will put an end to everything. The man with the beard looks resolutely at the enemy and says that if so, then he has no choice. He opens his mouth and furiously summons his army of giants to attack. His rival, with hatred in his eyes, calls on the Nars to attack. Soldiers with axes in their hands are rapidly attacking the enemy. They are moving forward with determination. Above the magic dome, soldiers attack each other surrounded by energy flashes. Weak magical discharges emanate from the protagonist's body. He opens his eyes. The guy turns his head to the side. He shifts his worried gaze to the man sitting on the ground and asks that he has woken up. The old man looks at Lee sadly and says that this is not all, And that's such a powerful technique and energy. The main character rushes to the fallen man. He puts his hand around his neck. The young man looks anxiously at the lying man and realizes that he is still alive and everything is fine. A sign appears on the screen with information that Manhwa sacrificed his youth to save the protagonist. Lee clutches a magic apple in his hand and says that he won't let his friend die like this, and that the Demon King used the elixir to save the guy. But he doesn't have it, so the only way is to use the Apple of Eden, called the Elixir of Edgar. A healing apple glows in the young man's hand and he remembers that he took it from Odin just in case. The protagonist confidently looks ahead and tells Wongi that he said to absorb all the energy inside the technique, and promises that he will do so. The apple lying on the man's chest radiates magical power, and Lee says that he must consume the Apple of Eden. Colored streams of mana swirl around the determined young man. He absorbs magical energy with his arms outstretched to the sides. Mana spins the guy into a whirlpool. Fluffy snowflakes fall to the ground. The soldier attacks the enemy with fury on his face. He cuts off the enemy's head. A girl with white hair resolutely bursts into the abyss of battle. Blood splatters fly everywhere. Zhong rushes at the soldier with a magic sword with burning anger and thinks that he is big. But he lacks strength. She shifts her gaze to the side. The lady resolutely deflects the magical blow of the spear. She is thrown back. Snow falls on the weapons lying on the ground. The warrior grips his staff tightly in his hand. The man in the bandana put his hand on his belt and said that they had met again, and that the girl was still strong. The blonde looked confidently at the interlocutor and thought that he was definitely stronger than the giants. She opened her mouth wide and screamed. The mighty gongs rushed through the battlefield with fury in his eyes at the girl's call. He turned his menacing gaze to the side. Opponents stand opposite each other, surrounded by magic discharges. The fighter shifts his bewildered gaze to the monster. Joan looked at the monster and ordered him to make sure that no one interfered with him, because she would be fighting this person. Satisfied, Gongs raised his finger up. Rivals have their weapons ready. The girl resolutely looks at the warrior and says that it is worth starting a fight. The man's evil gaze swept over the lady and he said that he was beginning to like her. Srim swung his weapon fiercely. Shachi attacks the opponent furiously. A great warrior deflects the enemy's blow. The man looks at his opponent in amazement and says that he has become stronger. And he shifts his gaze with hatred and declares that he has not changed at all. A magical explosion shakes the air. Streams of mana cover the entire space with a blast wave. A bloody enemy is enveloped in magic. He resolutely approaches the enemy and thinks that he has trained a lot since their last battle, but the difference in strength is still great, and that this is what was expected from the strongest leader of the giants. Shachi looks angrily at his opponent and asks why such a revered warrior betrayed his own kind. It dissipates in the air. The proud warrior of the great tribe of ice giants rushes at the enemy with hatred in his eyes and exclaims that how could Srim betray them. The man with the scythes furiously throws his hands up to deflect the counter blow through the magical mana streams. His attack knocks the opponent back. He looks forward confidently and replies that he couldn't stand watching Asgard Loki play king any longer. He furiously raises his axe and says that maybe Shachi doesn't know, but he destroyed everything they held dear. The man looks up incredulously. He attacks the enemy again. The opponent shifts his bewildered gaze to the side. His hand reaches for the weapon. Srim unleashes a swift punch to Shachi's head. Magical flashes explode on the battlefield. The great warrior looks angrily at his opponent and says that his friend and father Shachi was killed by Loki. The leader of the army tries to get up from the ground and does not believe what he has heard. The fighter furiously leans forward and yells that the bastard Loki killed Ovaldi. Shachi's face reflects the pain of losing a loved one. A veil of snow envelopes the space. The magic dome emits a bright glow. It is permeated by magical flashes. The man looks at the burst of energy in surprise. The young lady swiftly attacks the enemy with a magical weapon. Energy mana is swirled into a glowing funnel. A young man can be seen through the dissipating snow veil. The protagonist stares ahead intently. He stands with clenched fists over the lying man and calls him by name. Wang lies with his eyes closed. The protagonist looks at his friend anxiously and thinks that his condition has improved, but it seems that everything did not go as he planned, and that the Apple of Eden is a treasure, many times more powerful than the elixir, but looks as if it barely kept him alive and he does not feel the flow of mana. A faint energy discharge flashes in the palm of the protagonist's palm, and he thinks that he seems to have absorbed the effect of the Apple of Eden while collecting mana. He clenched his fist and felt a huge flow of energy. Lee shifted his resolute gaze forward and felt that he could defeat Hercules right now. The protagonist's eyes burn with fire, and he does not understand what the mana flows around him are. He looks in bewilderment in front of him, and does not understand what is happening to him. Joan confidently approaches the protagonist with a sword in his hand. She looks at the guy with admiration and says that she is glad because he is fine. A red screen appears with information about the fallen angel and expresses his disdain. The young man looks at the girl with incomprehension. The information plaque says that this is a great job, the mana flow is increased, the interaction with demonic energy is improved, Hyun Mu's level is hanged, and Fenrir's seal is removed by 1 level. The warrior rushes forward in a rage and calls for an attack, and says that this is just a person, and that this is a chance. Men inflict fatal blows on each other. The young man looks ahead and summons Hyun Moon. A monster with glowing eyes stands in front of the guy and says that he is waiting for his instructions. The cloaked skeleton looks in front of him and asks what the protagonist wants him to kill the giants, and adds that he should trust him, while the protagonist says that Mu has changed a bit. The guy stands in front of the assistant and asks to carry Wanghwa to safety, and he feels that he has become even stronger. Mu with glowing eye sockets stands in front of the young man and assures him that he will carry out his commission. Lee stares intently in front of him and knows that Wanghwa will be fine. A stream of energy mana explodes in the sky. The protagonist rushes forward rapidly. The great warrior raised his fist with hatred to strike at his opponent. The main character delivers a crushing blow to Srim's face. Powerful energy streams explode on the battlefield. Shachi looks at the young man floating in the air in bewilderment and thinks who Lee Junkyung is, and realizes that he has become incomparably stronger since their last meeting. The young man shifts his resolute gaze to his opponent. A man with brown hair strikes his opponent. The protagonist looks at what is happening and tells Fenrir to do as he wishes. The saber-toothed god, gritting his teeth, looks at his opponents. The protagonist stands in front of him. Lee goes forward. He turns his head and asks if they need to talk. Yubi stands with her partners in front of the main character. He stares at the guy and asks who he is. The protagonist's pupils dilate, and he ponders that these people should not be underestimated, because they are heroes, and continues that the two standing behind are equal in strength to Jong. Lee looks at the strangers and says that he would like to know who they are. A man with gray hair raises his head and says that he is Yubi. The protagonist straightens up and reflects that he doesn't remember anyone with that name, but someone with such abilities must have been in the records of the Demon King, and says that he would like to ask one more question. Lee looks intently at the interlocutor and asks why he betrayed people. The opponent clenches his teeth and angrily says that he did not betray them. It lifts off the ground with lightning speed. Yubi rushes to the protagonist and says that they had such a fate, and all this for the greater good. The main character deflects the blow and shouts that he is lying. A man with gray hair holds swords in the wallpaper. Lee rushes at him and angrily asks how great a good thing can be to betray people. The rival tilts his head towards the boy and says that he and Srim have the same agreement, and continues that if the king of Asgard is defeated, the great warrior of the giants will help them rebuild China. Lee strikes with his weapon and shouts that he could have made a similar agreement with the king of Asgard. The enemy parries the protagonist's blow. The spear hits the ground. Yubi counterattacks. He applies the tactics of equipment. The main character jumps to the side. A warrior with a bandana on his head directs a blow at his opponent, and shouts that he is caught. Lee looks at the approaching mana energy. He intercepts the opponent's weapon with his hand. The main character, dodging the attacker's spear, strikes. The protagonist's opponent is overtaken by a blow. He flies away from the guy. Yubi looks on and says that he would never side with King Asgard. He holds a weapon in his hands and goes on to say that the king has killed countless people simply because of some kind of infection, and adds that there is no point in working with such a person. The protagonist lowers his head and reflects on what he is talking about, the incident known only to the hunters that occurred after Wa's death, and continues to think that this explains why there are substantially few survivors in Asgard and why the hunters betrayed him. Lee looks at his opponent questioningly. The main character straightens up and says that, if it was for the sake of restoring China, he betrayed them. The guy's pupils narrowed and he shouted that he had not betrayed. The protagonist stands in front of the warriors. He looks at them appraisingly and thinks that there is still a lot he doesn't know, but first he needs to win, and commands the opponents to advance. Snowflakes fall to the ground. Srim stands in front of Shachi and tells him that his father has noticed that the chief is up to something. The great warrior of giants looks thoughtfully ahead and says that Loki wanted to turn this land into Jotunheim. The interlocutor tilts his head and asks what he means. The pigtailed man raised his head and said that he wanted to cleanse the land by making it the land of giants, and added that he had a desire to destroy everyone except the giants, and Ovaldi tried to stop him. Shachi grits his teeth and angrily asks why he told him about it just now. A man with red hair raises his hand, preparing to strike. Srim puts his fists out in front of him. Shaki's hand rushes to the opponent. He delivers a lightning strike. Tears welled up in the eyes of the warrior of the great tribe of ice giants, and he shouted questioningly why he didn't tell him this earlier. The pigtailed man defends himself against the blow, and says that he could not have lost him because he is too loyal a warrior of giants, and asks that he would betray the chieftain knowing that he was his father's murderer. The great warrior of giants raises his hands and says that even though the opponent has learned the truth, his body still speaks for itself. The man pulls his hand back, preparing for the gift. He deals a crushing blow. Shachi loses his balance. Srim supports an unconscious opponent. He shifts his gaze to the side and tells him to sleep until it's all over. A great warrior moves away from a lying opponent, and hears someone calling out to him. He turns his head sharply. A man with gray hair lies on the ground. Another soldier is lying face down. The protagonist holds a spear in his hand. Srim looks at him and says that he is very curious. Srim was enveloped in a red aura and realized that he was a special person. He was as dangerous as Shachi, although it would be more accurate to say that he was at the level of Loki. The main character stood in front of him with a bare torso. The guy with the sides looked at him. He knitted his brows in surprise. He was enveloped from head to toe in ice magic. A faint steam was coming out of his mouth. He thought that he was saving it for a battle with the king, but he needed it now to stand up to him. The protagonist raised his hand. He threw up his hands above him in recognition of defeat and declared that he was surrendering. Drops of sweat rolled down Srim's face. Jeong looked at Lee anxiously. Two guys in wool vests turned their heads back. Yubi sat in the snow. The young man opened his mouth slightly and asked him to accept it. The dark-skinned guy stared at him in surprise and asked why. He put his right hand on his thigh and explained that he had no reason to fight anymore, since the commander-in-chief of Asgard had lost consciousness. A red-haired guy with a short haircut was lying face down on the ground. A man with red skin was standing next to another man. Lee said that he understood why people took the side of the bunk. He smiled and concluded that he was a simple mercenary, and did not intend to participate in the battle. Srim's eyes widened in shock. He leaned his hands on his waist and accepted his change. The guy smiled lightly and naturally. The Khan threw his hands up in joy. The man with a bandage on his right eye pursed his lips. Srim opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he should not be killed, because a lot of the blood of the ice giants had been spilled in this war. The protagonist looked to the side and stated that he would look after him. Besides, he relied on him. Yubi was standing under the falling snow. A man with a beard was standing next to his comrade. They introduced themselves as Gwang and Jangbai. The guy spread his hands in different directions and shouted that they would move towards Asgard and kill King Loki. The warriors threw their hands up, the information windows saying that the fallen angel was looking awkwardly at everyone and mocking. The protagonist put his head down and mused that he wasn't sure, but apparently their fallen angel was uncomfortable, and suggested that it might be because he heard Loki's name. The giant looked at Lee and wondered why he had retreated so suddenly. He looked up at him and told him that he was just mercenaries, and if they paid him well, he would help them. He walked away from the company of the main character. Jeong opened her mouth slightly and asked if he really agreed to this. He held a luminous object in his left hand and objected that something was wrong. He put on a black t-shirt and said that didn't he say they would remain neutral until the very end, because they had achieved the goal they had set for themselves after arriving in China. The young man looked into the distance and added that hunters like Yubi, Guan, and Jangbai would help the remaining people of Asgard, and clarified that this was not the best outcome. She stood not far from him and agreed with his words. A huge fortress under the snow is engulfed in fire. The attack of the bunks went smoothly. Srim was standing in front of two captives. Most of the people had lost the battle with the giants, so it was easy for the rest to get inside. Manhwa opened his eyes slightly. The protagonist wondered if he was okay. He opened his eyes completely. The guy noticed that he had woken up. The white-haired youth turned his head to the side. The walls of the fortress are on fire. Two soldiers stood with weapons at the ready. Manhwa gritted his teeth in anger. The veins on his face were swollen. He shouted that he had been a traitor all this time, and he did not even suspect him. The main character looked at his comrade and noted that it might be a little late, but the rescue team arrived at them. Drops of sweat rolled down the guy's cheeks. 3 hunters approached them. Lee looked at Yubi and asked him to escort the men from Asgard, and if they could find a way out, they should leave the fortress. He looked to the side and asked if Manhwa would help their case, as he had a lot of hope for him, and thought that everything would go smoothly if he was around. Pere gave him a questioning look and suggested that his goal was to help people, and replied that he did not quite understand what was happening, but he understood his task. The protagonist smiled broadly and stated that he was returning to his duties. He stood opposite him and asked how he felt. Lee clenched his right hand into a fist. He shrouded himself in a red aura from head to toe and replied that excellent. The information windows said that a new mission had been received, and time for it was limited. The fortress is shrouded in fire. Wa spread his hands in different directions in front of the crowd of people. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He silently asked Lee to be careful, because the king is very strong. A group of warriors with weapons in their hands stood in front of the king. His eyes burned with purple fire. He wondered how a pathetic renegade had dared to set foot in his palace. Srim looked at him and stated that it was his turn. Loki put his fingers to his chin and remarked that he should have killed him when he had the chance. The protagonist resolutely furrowed his brows and reflected that he was calm despite the fact that there were 1,000 giants standing in front of him. And besides, his aura was inspiring, and wondered if he really had an ace up his sleeve, why he was so calm. The guy with the braids opened his eyes wide and asked if he regretted not killing him the way he had killed Ovaldi. The king smiled arrogantly. A black aura enveloped him from head to toe, and he noted that his cause of apostasy was Ovaldi's death. The giant gritted his teeth furiously in anger. Ice magic materialized around his hands. Loki raised his hand in front of him in admiration, and exclaimed that it was impressive. He gave a thumbs up in approval. In the middle of the fortress stood a huge coffin. A red hand shattered its lid. A red-skinned monster flew out of the coffin. Shards of glass flew in different directions. His eyes glowed brightly with a red light. A crowd of similar red-skinned monsters stood in front of King Loki. Lee furrowed his brows and realized that they were weak-willed giants, like the ones he had first met when he had come here. In anticipation of the battle, the king bared his teeth. Srim gritted his teeth and exclaimed what that bastard had done. The protagonist's eyes widened in alarm and remembered that there were rumors that a huge number of giants had died of disease, but these giants were different in strength from the ones he had seen on the ice plateau, and they were too strong, and added that they did not have a will of their own. But unlike the obsession with the desire to kill, they were now filled with the will of the king. He stated that the puzzles had finally come together into a single picture. The subjects had been sacrificed by the king to create his own army, and the veins on the giant's chest were swollen. Loki opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he needed an army, that he was subordinate to him personally, so they became one. Isn't it an honor? A black-haired guy with braids took off. He swung his fist to attack. The king looked at him with a sneer. A black aura enveloped him from head to toe. The king's attack struck one of the warriors. A huge flow of energy burst out of the fortress. The black-bearded man stared resolutely into the distance, and ordered his troops to tear the traitor to pieces. He looked around his army. The red monster opened its mouth wide. Several giants rushed from their seats. 2 warriors stood next to each other, and wondered why he had killed Srim with one blow. What should they do then? Someone's hand lay on a piece of the wall. Red lightning flew around Srim's body. He opened his mouth wide and shouted that they must defeat the chieftain, who had no honor left. The soldiers rushed to the attack to shouts. Joan looked at the main character and asked what was going on. He replied that the king needed a personal army, so he brainwashed the giants. She opened her eyes wide and clarified that he had killed his own people, and had experimented on their own bodies. Lee turned his head on her, and told her that he was a deranged tyrant, that he saw people only as tools for his own designs. The warrior attacked the red-skinned monster. His eyes burned with red fire. He grabbed the warrior's neck with his teeth. The weak-willed giant tore off a piece of his neck. The 2 monsters rushed to attack the others. The protagonist looked down and thought that these giants had no mind, so they thoughtlessly attacked like berserkers. Because of this, the bunks were unlikely to win, so there was only one thing left for them. The guy looked resolutely into the distance. Loki put his hands on his belt and exclaimed that he knew that everything would turn out this way, so he would destroy them. The young man clutched a weapon in his hands. The information window said that the Muspelheim spear was fully loaded. He furrowed his brows and resolutely stated that the king must be killed. His lightning leap cracked the ground beneath his feet. It flew over the battlefield. The guy swung his spear at the enemy. Loki looked at his opponent out of the corner of his eye. The protagonist launched an attack with his spear. The king smiled slightly. Above him, the main character hovered in the air. He raised his fist to the side to attack and noticed that it was him who was emitting such a powerful flow of mana. The man with the black beard raised his hand with a clenched fist in front of him. A huge flow of energy rushed into Lee. He gritted his teeth in the tension and realized that he could not dodge. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked back. Another stream of energy was flying in his direction. Both charges of magic collided with each other. The king looked at what had happened in surprise and couldn't realize that he had repelled his attack. Shachi stood at a distance from him. The veins on his right arm were swollen. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. The main character looked at him and exclaimed his name. He looked to the side and said that he was entrusting the giants to him. The man fell to his knees. He completely collapsed face down on the ground. Srim turned to look at his fallen comrade. Loki looked at them and noted that he was a weak bastard, that he was asking for help from a human, although that was a good thing, because when this battle was over, he would make him his soldier first. Protagonist opened his mouth wide and called for Fenrir's help. The ghost wolf rushed to attack the king. He moved from one place to another with lightning speed. The bearded man furrowed his brows resolutely and noticed that he was much weaker since their last meeting. He spread his hands in different directions above him. The defeated wolf fell to the ground. The information window said that there were 5 minutes left before the mission. The fallen angel asked him to get rid of this shameless person. Jong and Lee were standing next to each other. The girl wondered what kind of outrageous bastard he was, and did not understand what to do next. He asked her to detain him for a minute. She gave him a blank look, and asked him again how to hold back for a moment someone who had defeated Fenrir in one blow. Srim, under his own shouts, rushed to attack Loki. They both swung their fists at each other. The main character was clutching a spear in his hand and noticed that it was not enough, so he needed it. She grabbed the hilt of her sword with her hand and agreed to restrain it for an hour. The girl instantly jumped out of her seat. The guy clutched a spear in his right hand. The information window said that the Muspelheim spear had almost reached its mana limit. He resolutely looked into the distance and realized that this was enough. He did not need more. Loki struck at Srim. The system scoreboard reported that the limit was being overcome. The girl in the air swung her sword. The king blocked her attacks with his shield. A huge charge of energy flew in her direction. There was a huge explosion of magic. The information window said that under the influence of the high temperature, the level of the spear was increased. The guy raised his weapon above him and added that he still didn't have enough. He opened his eyes wide and realized that he had only one attempt. The system scoreboards reported that the spear had reached the maximum available level of flame. The spear was being destroyed. The spear was enveloped in red energy. The main character opened his mouth wide. He threw a spear at the enemy with all his strength. A flood of energy pierced the fortress. He soared further into the skies, the information window saying that the mission was complete. Loki opened his mouth slightly, The system board reported that the fallen angels were satisfied. There was a huge hole in the king's body. The information window said that this was an incredible outcome. A drop of sweat rolled down Wa's face. He couldn't believe that this had happened. The sunlight in China frozen in the ice. The system's scoreboard reported that he had learned a new skill. The sun was shining brightly high in the sky. The information window said that his affinity with fire had increased many times over. He had received a reward for the mission. His stats had increased, and the healing process had begun. The body of the defeated Loki burned in the sun. Loki died under all the long-awaited rays of the sun. The king and the castle burned to the ground and disappeared without a trace. Warriors killed red-skinned monsters. Giants under the control of the king were killed by the Nars. Shachi furrowed his brows in alarm. The protagonist remarked that he would say that they had finally found peace. The 4 generals gathered at the ruins of the old castle. Srim looked at his comrade. Yubi was standing beside them. The protagonist looked around at everyone and added that the battle was not over yet. The giant looked at the swarthy guy and promised to keep his promise. He nodded approvingly. Srim looked away out of the corner of his eye and turned to Shachi. He turned completely on him and asked to kill him. The man sat down on his knees and told him that whatever the reason, he was still a traitor, that he was guilty of the deaths of his people, and that his revenge was over, and noted that he still hoped that he would spare the bunks who followed him. The giant looked up at him. Shachi stared at him silently. With his right hand he clutched the handle of his axe. His weapon turned red, and he agreed to his offer. Snow was falling from the sky. The snow fell evenly on the mountains. A man in a fur vest was standing on the roof of the building. Lee stood behind him in a white jacket and asked if he despised him. The latter looked at him out of the corner of his eye. He turned to the protagonist and replied that of course not. He was grateful to him, because he made the right choice thanks to him, and for him he was one of their warriors. The young man smiled broadly at him. Snow was falling on the fortress. Jangbai lifted a huge tree trunk on his right shoulder. Guan pointed in the direction with the index finger of his left hand. Yubi stood next to the protagonist, who noted that the reconstruction was going according to plan, who noticed that it was all thanks to him. The guy didn't look at him and asked if he needed help. He turned to him and told him that they were doing everything possible, but normal people would not be able to live long in such a barren and uninhabited land. He put his hands on his belt and concluded that they were thinking of leaving the walls, and asked if he would help. Lee looked at him and replied that he would help, but he didn't think it would be the right decision, because a lot of things would change soon. The guy looked at him anxiously and clarified what he meant. The protagonist furrowed his brows and explained that there was no need to leave this place. He thought it was a bad decision, and added that he would rather try to settle down here, because this place, like the rest of the world, would become a gateway. The dark-skinned guy exhaled heavily, but also remembered what about food and cold. The protagonist handed him a creature in the form of a beetroot, and explained that it was a monster of Paramore, which could be adapted to the diet. It did not taste the best, but it grew quickly, and also adapted to any environment. He pointed to the mountain of monsters and noted that the snakes could be fertilized with bones, for protein, so at least they would not die of hunger. He wondered how he knew all this. Lee looked at him slyly and replied that on top of that, he could solve the cold problem. He clenched his hand into a fist and thanked him, and added that they would not remain in debt. Snow fell on the yurts. Srim looked back out of the corner of his eye and wondered if he was an interesting person since he was here, how the new leader of the giants was doing. The guy stood in front of him and explained that if he was so interested, then he should meet him in person. He clarified whether he would be happy to meet the enemy. The young man opened his mouth slightly and told him that he was his enemy just as much as his friend, and asked what was the matter. Shachi stood in front of the giant, who said that the one who shed the blood of his own people cannot be a leader, which is why he refused his offer to become a leader and lead the bunk, because for ice giants, aggressive and belligerent, by nature, it is important to have enemies in order to grow and develop further. He looked into the distance, and added that monsters were just prey for them. The only ones who could be their enemies were humans. Srim looked down. The main character looked at him anxiously. He stood in front of him and retorted that they weren't going to do it since both sides would suffer too many casualties in this battle. He agreed with his words, and added that just as importantly, they showed their respect to those who helped them. To learn from him. The huge giant looked at him and remarked that if this was what Loki wanted, then he would fulfill it. After all, he had saved the giants. The guy did not stand with his back to him and clarified who Loki was. He replied that it was the ancient language of giants, and the words meant the one who defeated Loki. The information window said that the fallen angels showed dissatisfaction. The protagonist looked ahead and realized that he reacted every time that name was mentioned, and said that he would like to learn the technique of leveling up. The giant put his fingers to his chin and explained that he would be happy to help, but doubted the possibility of it. His body was enveloped in ice magic, and he said that the level-up technique allows the dormant potential of mana abilities to be used to the maximum. However, it requires a huge amount of mana, so without the physiology of giants, which requires a huge amount of mana corresponding to their size, it is impossible to master this technique. Flames shot up. The giant's eyes widened in surprise. A drop of sweat slid down Shachi's cheek. He wondered where so much mana came from. Was it Lee or something? The girl looked ahead hopefully and thought that every time she wondered if he was a man. The main character was enveloped in red energy. He opened his mouth slightly and assured that he was confident. Besides, he had more mana than him. Srim smiled and remarked that it was excellent. The protagonist stood on the slope of the mountain in front of the fortress. He looked down and noted that Loki was an arrogant king who had experimented on his own people in order to create an invincible army. An image of a soldier of Loki's army appeared. The king smiled broadly as he added that he was an inglorious garbage who turned giants into killing machines, along with the skill of Chinese hunters. The guy looked down and wondered how he had made the giants only listen to his orders and had taken complete control of them, because from what Srim and Sachi had said, he was a great warrior and he didn't look like someone who was capable of such a thing. He looked back and concluded that in any case, someone was behind all this. Two guys were sitting on a bench in front of the main character. He noted that it was the intruders who had entered the fortress. However, the people said that they had done nothing and left. He assumed that if an outsider appeared, it would most likely be the king of demons, but if it was not him. A dark ghost appeared in front of Lee, who asked if it could be him. The black spirit looked at him. He didn't know who the hell he was, and what he was up to. Snow fell on the tops of the mountains. The main character turned to shout that was calling him. Joan put her hands on her waist and asked why they didn't participate in the festival that was taking place right now. His eyes widened in surprise. The girl grabbed his arm. She dragged him after her and noted that he had to hurry. Everyone was already waiting. Lanterns hung on the wires. A group of people sat at the table and discussed that this is real life. Of course, there are difficulties, but this is also a part of life, so they will be grateful that they managed to survive. The guy was chewing a pig's leg. The girl stood behind the protagonist and admired the beautiful view of the holiday in the place that faced the gate. He agreed with her, and added that it gave him hope. He turned to her and asked if they should decorate the end of this wonderful day. The guy stepped on the ground. He was standing on the scaffolding. Then I discussed that this is Loki who defeated the king of giants. They all looked at him happily. Red energy materialized in the air. Lee clenched his hands into fists. His body was enveloped in magic. His comrades looked at him in shock. Joan stared at him in admiration. Snow fell on the yurts. Srim looked to the side and noticed that he was truly incredible. Drops of sweat rolled down people's cheeks. A flash was burning high in the sky above the people's heads. The main character stretched out his hand above him. The information windows said that the mana clot had turned into a core. As a result, a probable idea was obtained, and under the influence of the dragon bloodstone, a weak dragon heart was formed. Snow fell on the settlement. Yubi stood next to the main character and wondered if he was leaving. He looked at him out of the corner of his eye and replied in the affirmative, and said that he had placed the heat he had generated in metal structures outside the city. There were iron bars sticking out of the ground, and he explained that using the mana injection method he had learned, he had used Merlin's necklace and cast protective magic to prevent the heat from escaping, so the heat would remain there as long as the structures were there. Yubi gave him a blank look and asked him if he really needed to leave. He would like to repay him somehow. He looked at him and said that they would see each other again. The main character ran on the ground. The girl looked after him and exclaimed that he was a hero, that he had brought the sun back. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He did not understand what these jokes were. She held out her hand in front of her and explained that it was true, because he had raised this sun with his exclamation. She clarified whether they should be walking. He put his hand on the back of his head. He looked at her and asked her not to worry about them. He made sure that they were always warm, and realized what a kind soul she had. A little boy stood in front of the protagonist. He turned into a huge ghost wolf. The guy looked back and said that he was leaving, and hoped to meet again when he became stronger. Yubi gave him a look full of hope and also hoped that they would meet again. Snow fell on the tops of the mountains. The snow fell to the ground in a smooth surface. A small fire was burning on the ground. The girl hugged her knees and noted that this trip was not without adventures, and in the end everything ended well. The guy looked up and remarked that if the journey was always so tiring, then he wouldn't want to participate in it. Joan patted the little monster's back and noticed that she hadn't heard his jokes in a long time, and asked if he liked it too. Lee looked at her and clarified how the training was going, and thought that he had already said that learning inner mastery was quite difficult. The girl folded her hands together and told her that she was beginning to understand a little, both about inner mastery and about the flow of mana. He asked her to hurry up. He glanced at her and added that there wasn't much time left. The young man put his hands down and thought that even now, as they talked, the dragon's heart next to him was charging and growing, filled with mana. He wasn't the only one. Everyone around him was getting stronger, which meant that big changes were coming soon. He looked down and added that even monsters are getting stronger. The whole world is changing. The amount of mana in China is just the beginning, the tip of the iceberg. A drop of sweat slipped down the girl's cheek. He looked at her and asked what was the matter. She pointed her finger in the direction. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. The peaks of the mountain were engulfed in flames. She noticed that Mount Pictou was on fire. All the houses in the village were on fire. The monsters fled to attack the inhabitants. They ran away from them. The man with the bandage on his head opened his mouth wide and ordered everyone to run towards him. People were running along the alleys. The guy stood in front of the monster and ordered him to get out. The warrior struck the enemy with his sword. Two soldiers stood next to each other with weapons. They looked ahead anxiously and wondered if they had left. A drop of sweat rolled down the cheek of one of them. He noticed that they just had to go down the mountain. A red-skinned monster stepped onto the ground. The two men looked at him in shock. A huge giant stood in the middle of the village. They couldn't understand what he was doing here, and they felt the incredible amount of mana that was emanating from him. The guy with the bandage on his forehead widened his eyes in surprise and said that it seemed that they would have to put their lives on the line. Magic lightning was shooting in the air. The monster raised its head up. A ghostly wolf, Fenrir, was running at him from above. He struck him with a powerful blow. A drop of sweat slid down the man's cheek. He wondered if it was Lee. The young man stood next to the girl and asked if they were all right. He clutched a spear in his hands and thanked them. The main character looked at him and asked where the king of the hill and the bear girl were, because he did not feel their presence. The guy from the saddle looked at him and told him that the head had gone down to the lake to isolate the sand gun. The protagonist opened his eyes wide at hearing the news. He shifted his eyes to the side and asked Jung to sort it out with Manhwa. In the distance by the lake stood mountains. A huge white tiger stood in front of a little girl. The animal opened its mouth wide. The girl was anxiously clutching the blade in her right hand. He struck with his right paw. The girl repelled his attack. He struck many blows. She exclaimed that he should stop. She would not last so long. Tears came to her eyes. In the middle of the battlefield, there was an explosion of energy. She swung her blade at him in mid-flight. A white tiger stood in front of her. His eyes burned red. Her eyes widened in alarm. Their blows collided with each other. The girl flew a few meters back. Fragments of earth flew in different directions. Dust rose into the air. She leaned her hand on her knee. Blood gushed out of her mouth. She wiped it with her sleeve and told her that he had been a father to her, that he had taken in an orphan, and asked how she could kill him. A huge white tiger stood in front of her. The girl spread her hands in different directions and concluded that it would be better for her to fall from his hand. Tears poured from her eyes. She said that she was ready for him to kill her. She needed to end it, because she was so tired. Sangu swung his paw. He bared his teeth. The girl closed her eyes. Tears came to her eyes. Right in front of her stood the main character. He held back the onslaught of the animal and asked if she was okay. She looked at him anxiously. The tiger's paw flew at the protagonist. He lifted the girl in his arms. He landed on the ground with her. Lee looked at her and asked her what had happened, and she replied that a man in black robes had come to Sandgun, and then it happened. He opened his eyes wide in shock and realized what kind of man in black she was talking about. The brunette opened his mouth and asked what had happened to the guy. Looking at the interlocutor, the girl replied that it had been a few days since he disappeared, and added that she assumed that the changes of the king of the hill were related to this. The main character reflected on the fact that he was told that the guy was dressed in black. Red lightning bolts appeared around Lee, and he stated that he needed to deal with the king of the mountain first. The brunette, raising her fist, shouted that nothing would work. Spreading her hands to the sides, the lady said that everything had already been tried, such as sealing and even constantly exposing his inner chi to demonic energy, adding that his energy was too strong. Turning around, the protagonist asked that all that remained was to kill the animal. The interlocutor answered in the affirmative. A blue light shone in the hero's hands. The brunette held the weapon behind him, telling the girl to rest, and added that perhaps something would work out. The explosion flew into the ground. Lee attacked the white beast in large numbers. The protagonist flies down with a spear. Magic tears everything around. The tiger flew back. With her mouth open, the girl said to herself that this could not be, wondering how the protagonist had become so strong in such a short time, adding that such progress was characteristic of years of training, and only a couple of days had passed. The protagonist raced with a weapon in front. Sandgun opened his mouth. The brunette attacked the opponent's chest. Angini began to cry, shouting, "King of the hill." Looking away, the guy said that she should not worry, because he was not going to kill him. The spear went through his heart, and the hero reasoned that this stone allowed him to feel the powers of the king of the hill. Lee squeezed his hand harder, continuing to think that with this power, he was going to absorb the madness that had defeated the king, adding that things would not go as planned. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said to himself that everything was bad since the spear had become completely demonic, and added that it was now absorbing the king's life force. Opening his eyes, the brunette thought that it didn't matter, he could handle it, and continued that it was just necessary to return the vitality and energy of his opponent. A system window appeared, saying that cleansing was activated. The hero raised his hand, thinking that everything was great, and he would not miss such an opportunity. Lightning hovered around the king. Sangun's eye color changed from red to blue. The beast opened its mouth. Looking to the side, Lee thought that he had done it. The hero swung. The tiger fell to the side. The ground cracked from the jump. The girl ran to the king, shouting her name. Angini touched the wound. Opening her mouth, the brunette declared that she would cure Sangun. A green light appeared around the king. The tiger did not move. The girl began to cry, begging for the king to wake up. Anghan put her hands on the floor. Looking into nowhere, the brunette asked Sangun for forgiveness. The lady turned. A snow king appeared on the battlefield with a man. The stranger, raising his head, said that it was not too late. The brunette stood in front of the tiger. The guy looked ahead, asking if all the Tsar's feelings had returned to normal. Sungun, lowering his head, replied in the affirmative. Lee's eyes widened, and the hero thought that he himself got rid of his madness, but the king still dies. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist asked the interlocutor who the man in black was, and added why the tiger decided to meet the stranger. Looking ahead, the brunette said that he did not understand how such a mythical creature as the king had met such a suspicious person, and asked why Sungun had taken such power. Folding his paw on his paw, the interlocutor said that he would tell everything, and asked if the girl was okay. Opening his mouth, the protagonist answered in the affirmative, and said that Unghen could not find a place for himself, because of how much he worried about the king. Clenching his hand into a fist, the brown-eyed man told the girl that he had healed all the external wounds of the tiger, but the rest were not in the best condition, and explained that the internal wounds were too serious, it was useless to treat them. Tears flowed down the brunette's face. Lowering his muzzle down, the king said that he assumed that the hero already knew that he would soon die, and asked that the promise made to Ungini was valid. Lee nodded affirmatively. The light shone on the cave, and the king said that in that case he would leave the girl to the boy. His blue eyes shone, and the tiger explained that the man in black, although sinister, had something familiar to the king. The beast says that it was not a man who came to him, but he himself found him in Jeonju. An unknown person is standing on a hill. Opening his eyes, Lee asked for the name of the place. Sungun reasoned that the man was staring at the area motionlessly, the sunlight illuminating the man. The tiger walks forward, reasoning that it has slowly approached the stranger. The main character leaned his palm against his chin. The eyes of the white tiger glow blue. The interlocutor says that he cannot remember what kind of animal it is. The hero spread his arms to the sides. A huge cat lies next to the guy, who says that he definitely met a tiger in Jeonju. Lee added that the big man does not remember anything, so they will not know why he has changed, who this person is and where he came from. Dust flies along the long abandoned street. The girl is standing on the platform. She says that everyone is assembled. She would give those who came a choice. Opening her mouth, she said that people can choose what they find more interesting. Frozen in place, she said that they could rebuild this place. It would be hard, but then they would stay in their homeland. The crowd is standing below. The speaker says that the second option is to go with them to Korea. They will need permission from the government. She added that they will find shelter for visitors. Jung, standing on the podium, explains that they plan to perform in 3 days, so they need to make a decision before then. A little girl runs up to the protagonist and addresses him. Looking at the tall guy, she says that she is still worried about Sangun. He always trusted Lee. She asked if they could go and see him together. The protagonist, looking at the girl, replied that he agreed. The gloomy corridor is boarded. The tiger lay down exhausted on the ground. The child asked what had happened to him. She shakes him up and tells him to wake up. A healing green aura enveloped the girl's hand. She put her hand to the animal and said its name. Kneeling down, she said that Sangun was an important member of her family, her friend and father. Tears rolled down the cheeks of Sangun's daughter. The tiger begins to disintegrate into a blue, barely perceptible light. The girl said that she is grateful to him for everything. The hero looks at the sad sight. The child adds that she will never forget her father. Sangun was enveloped by a noble light blue aura. Lowering her hands to the ground, the daughter said that she was grateful. The spirit of Sangun winds through an underground gloomy corridor. People gathered in the square. The spirit of the tiger flies past the wooden pole. The blue light disappears into the sky. Clouds are floating in the sky. A group of people looks up with longing, at the spirit of a deceased comrade. The bearded man opened his mouth and asked if it was normal to leave this place in ruins. His comrade replied that they would return here someday. The girl leads a column of forest deer. She says that the elderly and children should go forward. One reindeer from the pack came up to Jong. The girl said that once they left the mountains, it would be very cold, people should dress warmly, and added that they should ride these reindeer. She looked away. The protagonist ran up to her. He put the girl in the pink dress on the ground. Jong looked down and asked what kind of little tiger was in the child's hand. The girl lifted up the tiger cub and said that it was Sangun. Lee, opening his mouth, said that the same thing had happened to the princess. The girl is holding little Sangun in her arms. The patron is a big man who placed the dead king of the mountain in the Ungini family. However, he was reborn with multiple memory loss and lack of strength. The main character approached Jung and said that they would soon return to Korea. She replied that she was happy at such thoughts. A little monster sits on the girl's shoulder. She asked if they had plans when they returned. Looking at the floor, Lee thought that they had a lot to do. A blue sword shone in the protagonist's hand. The guy in the jacket grabbed the blade tightly. The girl smiled and clarified what kind of weapon it was. Its mana was incredible. The protagonist, handing the sword to the girl, replied that it was a gift. A stone fell on Jong and she was indignant. She clenched her teeth and clarified what plans they had when they returned. The hero froze in place from confusion. Jong asked if he was really going to give gifts to a secret girl. Turning his head to the side, he explained that he was going to do so. The lady with the asham left. The hero thought that where did such a reaction come from? A crowd of people is standing in a snowy field. The man with the headband stopped and said that there was a wall here. Someone from the crowd comes forward. The protagonist approached a certain barrier. Frowning, the guy thought in his head that he said that he would open the wall in a month, and more than the time had already passed. He leaned his hand against the blue wall and said that it would be a waste of time to wait. After all, he had progressed very quickly, more than he expected. Lightning sparkles near Lee's arm. He says that he can handle the wall alone and says that everyone should step aside. The barrier changes color under the hero's effort. Blue discs engulf Lee's hands, leveling up. Part of the wall broke off. Streams of lures flow through the guy's limbs. He mentally says that his strength is not enough. If he uses the dragon's heart, he should succeed. The crystal heart cracks. 2 people are standing on the observation tower. The man raised his hand and said that such a thing was rare lately. The monsters turned their heads and asked what the marine was talking about, and he replied that they were monsters and added that after the man went to the front, they saw them quite rarely. Snowflakes fell on his clothes and the guy clarified if it was a loser and added that it was probably just a coincidence. The man looked into the distance. The red-eyed youth looked at the fire on his hand. The marine raised his palm and said that it was possible and added that he had managed to get rid of all the monsters in the North Korean region. The monsters looked at the marine and replied that even if he was an outsider, it was impossible and added that other regions had tried to do this in the past. The man frowned, and the monster asked what was there again. Beads of sweat appeared on the watcher's face, and he said that the barrier was changing. The barrier glowed brightly. The sentries look at the glow of the barrier. It is snowing. Snowflakes fly in the air. Cars are parked next to buildings. Warm coffee is on the table. Jong held coffee in her hand and wondered if coffee had always been so delicious. Lee looked at the girl and stated that he believed it was. The man was standing near the door and said that their companions were in the classroom and asked if he could find out who they were. The young man sat on a chair and replied that they were surviving citizens of North Korea and added that they were trustworthy. The watchman looked away at the floor and wondered what that meant. Lee looked away and replied that they were all hunters. A drop of sweat appeared on the watcher's face, and he asked if all those people were hunters. Trucks are standing. 2 people look at the rest of the people. The girl stood next to the man and said that it was necessary to show a little patience, and added that from now on it would be quite comfortable here. The guy looked at her and answered in the affirmative. Lee looked ahead and stated that the curse must not have reached its final stage yet. The girl raised her palm, and the young man claimed that the energy of the curse that gave her strength, but turned her into a child, and without finishing his thought, added that she was no longer here. The protagonist approached the girl and asked if she would have a minute. Unkyung looked at the young man. The main character took her hand and stated that he would steal their chapter for a couple of minutes. The guy looked at them excitedly. The sun's rays illuminate the building. Unkyung looked at the other person and said that the curse had been cleared. Lee raised his hand to his chin. The young man grabbed the interlocutor by the arm. The girl looked at the guy, and he said that it could be a little painful. Lee's eyes glowed red, and he said that he should check the condition of her body with a mana flow. The guy was holding the girl's hand. Unkyung pulled her hand away and exclaimed that it was him who was doing it. Lee looked at his palm and stated that it had become weaker. The girl looked at the young man in surprise. The girl glowed with a purple glow and said that she needed to check it. Unkyung looked down and stated that she had indeed become weaker and asked how this was possible. The protagonist looked at the girl and stated that he believed that she was only strong in the vicinity of Mount Pictou, as she controlled her energy, and added that this was why she looked like a small child near Pictou. Wongyang made a thoughtful look. Lee smiled and said that there was no need to worry, and added that he was a hunter and could help her. The girl looked up. The girl raised her hand and asked what he wanted to talk to her about. The main character put his palm forward and stated that the people from the government and the association would find her soon, and added that they had a lot of questions for her and the people from Chanji. The man attacked the monster, and the protagonist claimed that the strength of her people was much more powerful than he had imagined. The fighter cut the monster's torso, and Lee claimed that if all these people were accepted into the association, then everyone would be happy, and added that there was a problem. Unkyung looked at Lee and asked if they should be trusted. The main character looked at the girl and replied that, after all, there is a possibility of expulsion from Korea, and added that either signing a dishonest contract with the government, or with an association. The man with the eye patch looked forward, and the young man said that the president of the Asgard Association would most likely arrive in person, and added that he would most likely want to possess their power. The protagonist raised his hand to his chin and stated that he wanted to offer a good option, and added that the choice was up to her and the people of Chanji. The girl opened her mouth and asked what it was. The sun's rays illuminate the facade of the building. The car is moving. The car stopped. An employee in dark glasses got out of the car. The man looked straight ahead. The officer spread his arms to his sides and, turning to Lee, said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and the young man replied that they had not seen each other since training. The man smiled and stated that the impression of him was excellent, and added that Lee was a hunter who successfully completed a dangerous mission and even brought the surviving North Koreans, who turned out to be hunters. The guy smiled back and said that the association came out to them first. The employee frowned and said that there was a problem with whether they could trust them, and added that the president of the association had something to offer them. Lee looked into the distance and thought that Asgard was making his move. A man in glasses turns his head to the side. He looks at the building and says that all the surviving Super Koreans are hunters, and that the president would like to make contracts with them. Lee stands in front of the man and asks if he means a mana contract, to which he agrees. The hero is covered with a red aura. The conclusion of such a contract allows you to control them like slaves, applying fines to the hunters, which are prescribed in the contract. The protagonist smirks and states that these people have already made contracts with him. The man wears glasses. He asks again in surprise. The guy raises his hand and replies that he brought them here of his own free will and they all signed the contract, then adds that a person can only sign one of them. A man in glasses puts his hand to his chin. He looks at the young man and says that he will inform the president of the association and asks him to wait a minute. Lee smiles, thinking that it would be interesting to see how one of them would react, then adds that he is about to find out. A long-haired man adjusts his green sportswear and claims that it is very comfortable. The person next to him adds that it is really comfortable in it. The food is arranged in sections in a plastic tray. Young people are sitting at the dinner table. One of them tearfully tells that in Chongjin they ate only potatoes. The second adds that this is paradise. Jong chews on the food and reveals that it is really good. Lee smiles and agrees, mentally saying that they haven't had a chance to eat properly in China. The girl raises her hand and declares that she misses the loads. The hero notes to himself that she already wants to resume the hunt. The protagonist lifts the edges of his lips and declares that she is indeed a great hunter. He rises with a tray and reveals that they will definitely find something to do, just like in preparation for Hercules. Zhong nervously asks them to forget it. The round roof of the building is shown. The guy is standing on the edge of a cliff in front of several buildings. The young man frowns and silently calls this place quiet, then adds that soon the whole world will turn into hell. He turns around with a smile, thinking that he should enjoy it while he can. His face freezes in horror. A girl stands in front of him. She looks at Lee and says her name. The hero looks at her in surprise and asks her again, to which she says that this is her name. The protagonist pronounces her name and declares that he will remember it, after which he asks how she managed to hide her presence. He furrows his brows, thinking that he didn't notice her until she came to a tight one, even though he can feel most of the mana flows. Song's eyes glow golden. The guy mentally declares that if she were his enemy, then he would already be a corpse. The girl keeps her hands in her pockets and reveals that this is her talent, to which Lee asks why she came to him so much. She raises her hand and replies that she was interested in his next steps, as they have no choice but to follow him because of mana contracts. The hero smiles and declares that they are going to Seoul. A man with an eye patch looks down thoughtfully. The protagonist reveals that one is already aware that the people of Chongjin have made contracts with him, and as long as he is connected to Asgard, the association will not interfere with them. The girl looks at the interlocutor and declares, "I mean, what will happen next?" Lee smiles and replies that he would like to entrust her with something. Song makes a surprised face and asks again. The hero makes a confident face and claims that he will not force them to do anything, because with such power comes responsibility, and just wants the people from Chongjin to fulfill their duties as hunters. Song straightens her face and says that she understands. The protagonist watches the girl leave. A notification pops up that the dragon's weak heart has stabilized. The guy exhales and says that this ability is finally ready to be used. He clenches his fist, saying that he wonders how much stronger she has become. A muscular man covers his body with fire. The protagonist reveals that he could now defeat Hercules in the form of a berserker. The young man smiles and declares that he is undoubtedly getting stronger. The armored man makes a worried face and calls out to Lee. He stands in front of the hero and tells that a person from the association makes meetings with him. A building with transparent windows is shown. A ray of light reflects off a person's bald head. The protagonist smiles and asks him how he is doing. Dream smirks and replies that it's clearly better than his. The guy stands in front of the man and notes the absence of his hair, to which he is surprised aloud. The young man scratches his head and says that he just wanted to say it if he manages to return, then adds that this is a reward for work. The man in the coat makes a displeased smile and replies that it was only this time. Lee raises his hand and asks what the association has decided. Sleep stands silently. He exhales and says it's a complete mess and almost all the members are back in Korea. The hero makes a surprised face. The bald man raises his hand and says that the discovery of special people is a sign of rebellion. A lot of ferocious monsters are shown. The protagonist notes to himself that unusual passages generate monsters much stronger, which makes their opening much more dangerous, then adds that similar gates open all over the world. The plane flies in the sky. The guy adds that most of the hunters return to their countries after raids and even Odin summoned heroes. The dream looks at the interlocutor and says that the meeting lasted several days and Lee was also talked about. The man in the coat touches the railing and adds that they expected the hero to return. A lot of people in sports uniform are standing. The hero looks down with thoughts that the hunters from Chongjin are worthy of being called that, and that the number of people who work for him is quite large. The dream turns a serious look with the words that the problem is that the protagonist possesses this treasure. He raises his hand and states that the mana contract is designed to force a person to serve, then adds that the guy has brought a lot of hunters that belong to him. The dream clenches his fist and claims that the young man will make a lot of enemies, because the mana pact and the guild are incompatible things. Lee looks at the other person. He lowers his head and says that it's okay, because it's not an Asgard member. The man exhales and says that he is right. The dream embraces the hero with the words that he is glad that he returned safe and sound. The sun illuminates the sky. People in jackets are standing near the buses. The protagonist stands next to Sun in front of the crowd. The listeners look at the guy, who says that he would not refuse 100 such trips, because they just slept and did all sorts of nonsense, then adds that he still rested too well. The young man smiles and says that soon they will all be busy, so they can take a break while they can. A man in sportswear looks up and agrees. The dream points his finger to the side and asks Lee who the woman is. Song smiles. The bald man wonders if she is really called a goddess, and if the hero went to China just for her. The protagonist looks down contentedly and replies that the man was not mistaken. The light reflects off Sun's bald head. The guy states that it was a joke. Jung rests his hand on his side and notes aloud that the young man did not go to Chongjing for Sun's sake. The white-haired woman frowns and adds that Lee already has a lot of women. She lowers her head with the thought that the hero may have even more girls abroad, then asks herself how many more rivals she has. The protagonist does a sad thing with a mental question about what is wrong with the girl. Dream excitedly reflects on the fact that he can literally hear what she is thinking. The wind generator spins against the blue sky. Blue buses pass a wind turbine. A lot of cars are driving along the road next to high-rises. People in sportswear are standing near transport. Men make uncomprehending faces. A black multi-story building is shown. Passers-by are going somewhere. Cars are driving along the road. People in sportswear make surprised looks. Lee in a jacket stands next to the center and says to himself that everyone is just speechless. He looks down and asks Song to take care of her people. The girl makes an admiring look. She looks at a modern city. The hero thinks that she grew up in the mountains, so this is the first time she observes this. The hero stands in front of Yun and asks to escort the people out of Chongjing, to which she agrees. The protagonist lowers his head to Fenrir and asks him to obey the girl. The guy looks up fiercely. Lee strokes him and asks if he feels the same way. A high-rise is shown. One with his hands behind his back looks down. The hero looks at the man. One eye grins. The protagonist takes a serious look. He goes down to Fenrir and says that he needs to learn something. Lee looks at the boy and asks him not to growl at people, and also to know when to use fangs. White-haired looks at the guy, who tells him that he'd better not use them when he can't. Fenrir smiles and agrees. A black high-rise and many buildings appear. One holds his hands behind his back and greets Lee. He stands in front of the hero and Sun and states that they brought a lot of interesting things, to which the protagonist agrees. One Eye smiles and talks about 100 players, 2 of whom are heroes, as well as 3 strange things. The protagonist frowns and thinks to himself who are the heroes and who are the things, then mentally wonders why 3. John puts his hand on his shoulder and adds that he means him. The man smiles and says that he wants to talk about the trip, but something needs to be done. A golden glow comes from the group. They find themselves in a huge yellow courtyard. One Eye walks towards the arch. The dream looks at Lee and informs him that today he will be introduced to Asgard and a conference will be held, then informs him that he is interested in him. The protagonist smiles and replies that he understands. A golden building is shown. The muscular man grins and tells how he heard that they want to introduce some snot. The guy in the honey mask asks how he could be accepted into Asgard. A lot of people chat at the banquet, discussing how Lee's skills have grown tremendously in a short period of time, and how he has been to China and is crazy. The man squints his gaze and reports how you feel that the flow of energy is entering the hall. A short-haired man makes a surprised face. Someone is shocked and asks to wait. 2 men in shirts freeze, one of them talking about the exchange in Heimdall, then adding that the third flow of energy is huge. The second man declares that it can't be, because he is a beginner. The blonde man makes a doomed face and asks if the newcomer is really that strong. The doors open. Lee takes a step and says he's glad to meet you. He gives a sinister grin and reveals that he is the loser. The end of the 2nd season. A blue beam rushes into the sky from the city. A guy in a jacket is standing in front of the gate, thinking that they should be back soon. A long-haired man exits the portal. A lot of people in sportswear stand in front of the aisle. The gates sparkle with blue lightning. The portal closes. Kim raises her palms and praises the White Tiger group for their work. The long-haired man smiles and thanks for his patience. The young man looks at them and tells them that they were able to pass the gate quite quickly and it will be much easier for the citizens to deal with the consequences, and notes to himself that this team has a rather pleasant character and good skills. Song holds a white tiger cub and asks if there are still gates left, then suggests that they go to the next ones. Kim raises his hand and says that he doesn't mind, but adds that they need a break, because they don't need to deal with all the gates today. The girl smiles and asks not to worry and take them to the next portal. The guy blushes and agrees. Special gates. Rocks against the background of the red sky are shown. Joan attacks the huge birds. She slices through monsters with her huge sword. A notification pops up that Prince Charming is sponsoring her parameters. The monster swings its claws behind the huntress. Someone's red hand grabs the bird's head. Gong swings his fist at the captured man. The ogre destroys the monster's head. Horseradish launches a blue beam at the monster. A blue thread binds the bird. Wasp slices through the beast. A notification pops up that the Great Doctor of the East is sponsoring an increased growth of abilities. Dust rises from the ground. Lee flies over many monsters. From his impact on the ground, murderous yellow lightning is spread. A message is shown that the fallen angel is yawning. The hero makes an awkward face and mentally asks why he is the one. A window pops up that says the level is elevated. The protagonist exhales with a smile and says to himself that it's because the guy can't hate him. A yellow sky is shown. The clouds are soaring. The Lee group is facing each other. Zhong smiles and reveals that the patrons are much more interested in them than others, as they are top-class hunters. The hero looks at her with the thought that it was a special gate of the highest rank, but they coped with it quite easily, and states aloud that he is sure that they can feel all this. The girl and Wan nod. The protagonist stands in armor and says that the stronger they become, the more special gates appear, then adds that the world is filled with magic. He frowns and claims that a cataclysm is about to begin. Wan makes a surprised face. Zhong repeats after the guy. Lee turns around with a smirk and says that the two have done well so far, but adds that more effort needs to be made. The girl approaches him and asks him to wait. She looks at him and asks where he is going, because it sounded like a parting word before leaving. Lee turns to her and replies that she wants to travel the world for a while, to which she asks in surprise. The hero frowns. Hua says that the protagonist announced the cataclysm, but now he just reports the journey. The girl replies that he has every right to rest. She smiles with the thought that respite is very important, and claims aloud that she understands him. Lee makes a satisfied face with the thought that if he didn't elaborate, she would think he was going on a date with other girls. The hero looks at his comrades and informs them that they will join the White Tiger group from now on, then adds that this also applies to Fenrir. The boy makes a surprised face and growls inquiringly. The protagonist raises his hand and asks to take care of this team, because they will be of great help in the future. Lee clenches his fist, thinking that even though he said it was a journey, he added that it was more of an obligation. The hero looks away and declares that, as a person who came from the future, he is obliged to do so. The evening sky appears. The guy claims that it's time to meet Odin. The dream frowns. The protagonist tells himself that a few days later he borrowed the rights to use the Bifrost from him. The man asks to be careful, then added that he did not expect Odin to approve of this. Lee stands in front of him and tells him that he made a deal with him. The bald man asks again, to which he confirms this and adds that he gave him what he values the most. Sleep makes a strange face. One Eye joins his hands. Usually Odin does not allow anyone to use the Bifrost, but the hero received permission due to a certain deal. A dark entity in a cloak is shown. The subject of the deal was a man in black. Returning from China, the protagonist told Odin something that differed from the information of the survivors. Lee raises his hand in front of the man and reveals that the man in black is planning something, then adds that he turned China into a wasteland and destroyed a village on a sky island. This information was enough to fuel Odin's interest in finding him. One Eye smiles madly and demands to find out what kind of person TB he is planning, then adds that Asgard will provide him with all the support he needs, which meant that the whole of Asgard will cooperate with the loser. A high chapel rises above the houses. A beautiful rainbow is shown. A small cloud of dust rises around Lee. A man in armor stands in front of him and reports that he was waiting for him. The hero smiles and declares that he is honored to meet Lancelot, and says to himself that he expected that a manager from the council would be sent to him. The blonde puts his hand to the breastplate and claims that he agrees with the hero. The protagonist mentally says that he could not even imagine meeting him. A shield with swords is shown against the background of a Gothic building. The Council of the Round Table is a secret British organization that has an unusual view of the world. One stands next to a muscular blonde man under a black eclipse. While some organizations manipulate humanity and say that people's lives depend on them, the Round Table board stands aside and watches. The blonde makes a piercing look with her turquoise eyes. They have power but do nothing, and the main source of the council's power is Merlin, who is at the center of the organization. The blonde guy looks straight ahead, but even without her, the Round Table advice is strong enough. Golden flashes are shown. The reason for the power is that they have the Order of the Knights of the Round Table at their disposal. A blonde warrior stands in front of a group of people. The composition includes people much stronger than heroes, and they have always played an important role in overcoming crises in the history of England. A large building with a blue roof is shown. The armored blonde smiles and reveals that Merlin herself is interested in Lee, then adds that everyone is curious about who he is, and even he is no exception. The hero makes a serious face with thoughts that the man's gaze is full of hostility, then adds that this is probably because of that girl. Lancelot cries against the background of purple lightning. He was known for his crush on Merlin. However, she did not reciprocate his feelings, and their relationship was completely destroyed. The man was not a traitor or a bad person, just his addiction went too far. Lee makes an awkward face on the couch and says to himself that he has heard that most of the questions in the council are related to Lancelot. The interlocutors sit in front of each other. The hero says that all he wants is to fulfill Merlin's promise. The blonde interrupts him with a question about whether he misheard. The protagonist exhales and asks what the problem is. He frowns and declares that he has arrived at the girl on an official visit, after which he advises not to cross the border. The blonde warrior leans over and asks what it is, to which the boy replies that since the knight is so stupid, he hardly has the right to be called that. Lancelot bangs on the table. He stands up abruptly and asks how he dares to scold him. The young man crosses his arms with the thought that Merlin is most likely watching the situation, since the only place she cannot view is the council living quarters. The knight makes an angry face and claims that he cannot allow such a display of disrespect. He twitches at a voice that tells him to stop. Lee gives a displeased look and says to herself that she did show up. A window appears. Merlin is sitting at the table. The knight stands in front of her and addresses her royally. The girl looks at Lancelot and informs him that he is being disrespectful to the guest. The blonde twitches. He abruptly turns to Lee and challenges him to a duel. Merlin gets up from his chair and asks what the man is thinking. The brunette opens his mouth and claims to accept the challenge. The girl opens her eyes in surprise. The hero looks straight and offers to go to the training room. A bright blue sky is shown. Beams float in the sky. Gothic buildings appear. Someone says that Lancelot of Dreams did something. The warrior smiles and says that they haven't seen a cool fight for a long time. The man next to him replies that the blonde will win again and asks who his opponent is. 3 people stand nearby, one of them claiming that Lancelot is fighting a loser from Asgard, to which another adds that it will be a glorious battle. Gawain walks beside the warrior. 2 men in armor look at them and talk about how even the leaders of the orders have come. A man in armor salutes Gawain. The blonde puts his hand on his shoulder and praises him for his good work. The knights watch him with a smile and call him tough and noble. Lee is standing in front of Lancelot. The blonde raises his weapon and mentally notes that they fight with spears, then adds that his technique is probably better than that of the hero. Gawain takes a serious look with the thought that it will be interesting to watch the battle of 2 spearmen from the east and west. Lancelot confidently bows and thanks everyone for the attention given to his fight. The soldiers are smiling. The blonde grins. The protagonist frowns and asks the opponent if he is a knight or a comedian, then adds that, judging by the movements, it is more like the second option, then asks if it is appropriate to address him as a sir. The blonde man strains his face. Lee's eyes emit red lightning. He wonders if it is true that it is allowed to take life in local duels. Lancelot's pupils glow blue, and he answers positively. The blonde ducks with a glowing spear in his hand and reveals that his life is in danger in this battle, then adds that he was going to show mercy and not kill the guy, but added that there seems to be no reason for this. The young man's body is covered with scarlet lightning. Lee declares that, judging by the blonde's speeches, he is a very self-centered and arrogant aristocrat. The hero smirks and calls his opponent a false knight. The blonde rushes to attack and calls the protagonist names. The guy stands calmly. He frowns at the thought that his enemy is known as the one who kills with one blow, then notes to himself that the rumors were not lying and, regardless of the Zarek Toro, he really is a hero. The spear is flying. The weapons are directed towards each other. Lee stops the knight's attack. The audience makes surprised faces and asks how the hero was able to block Lancelot's shot. Sweat runs down the blonde's face. He freezes with the thought that he cannot move. The protagonist looks angrily at his opponent. Gawain opens his mouth and declares that this is enough. The guy turns around. The Knight of the Round Table frowns and introduces himself. The young man turned around, thinking of Gawain, that elegant speech and gestures. He is indeed a Green Knight. In the past, the Green Knight fought evil spirits. The plot said that after awakening the powers of the hunter in him, Gawain began to clear the gate with terrifying force. His entire body was covered with the blood of monsters, which is why people called him the Green Knight. A spear against the background of the sun. The main character, raising his weapon up, realized that he had no reason to be at enmity with him. The knight fell to one knee. Lancelot bowed his head, lowering his weapon. Gawain approached his subordinate, saying that he should learn to sensibly assess his own strength and the strength of his opponent, to which the latter replied that the boy dared to neglect him. The knight accepted the order without hesitation. The man bowed his head to the guy, admitting his defeat. Lee looked at the knights attentively, reasoning that Gawain was indeed not the kind of person to be treated lightly. He had evaluated his abilities from the beginning. The Green Knight turned, looking away, chasing away the thoughts in his head that it was amazing to repel Lancelot's magical attack with one blow, and it seemed that another star had lit up in Asgard, which meant that the rumors that he had defeated Hercules were true. The building stood in the water. The guy and the woman were talking at the crossing, when he said that only this time. Lee looked at her attentively, telling her that he had agreed to the duel because he wanted it too. There would be no second time. The hero remembered Lancelot with weapons in his hands, reflecting on the fact that Merlin completely controls the Council of the Round Table, including the knightly order. Therefore, they obey her orders. If the woman did not want this duel, she would make sure that the guy would never face Lancelot. Lee, shrouded in magic, looked ahead, chased away in his head. Only because Merlin gave tacit consent, he agreed to this battle. Of course, he was pursuing his own goals. The hero pointed his finger, noting that this was in order to pay off his debt. The woman tensed, noticing that the guy was quite straightforward, because he himself agreed to fight because he wanted to fight, wasn't it? The young man touched his cheek with a finger, replying that he only agreed because he was a proud enough person, thinking about what was really happening. Footage from the boy's battle with the knight was shown. The hero reasoned that he did it to find out in practice how much his skills had grown after a trip to China, and to pay off his debt to Merlin. The guy raised his palm, wondering if she got what she wanted, so his debt was repaid. Moreover, This situation would clearly teach Lancelot something useful. The knight was tense, putting his weapon forward when the young man realized that the woman already knew about his progress, so she allowed the duel to take place, realizing that the knight would lose, which meant that she wanted him to lose. Merlin looked at Lee, noticing that he was much smarter than she thought. She really wanted Lancelot to lose. The knight laughed as he looked away as the lady began to talk about how Sir Lancelot had incredible potential, but was also rich in arrogance and obsessed with her. He needed to be given a reason to grow as a person. She needed to use the hero as a stepping stone for a knight. The woman's eyes lit up blue as he said that, as he had said, he would accept it as payment for his debt. Merlin began to transform as she spoke. A young man was now standing in front of Lee. Looking at the guy, he said with a serious look that he still owed him the fulfillment of his promise. The young man, looking at him, called out to Arthur, being asked if he had kept his promise. The main character stretched out his hand to take the magic sword. A golden blade appeared in his hand as he noticed that it was the first thing to do. The young man opened his eyes wide in surprise. He clenched his fists in anger, asking questions about whether it was Excalibur, and the guy mocked. Lee sent him forward, telling him to be angry after picking him up. The young man grabbed the sword in his hand. He stared at him, asking what the young man was saying, that this decorative sword with magic inside it was Excalibur, wondering if he dared to look down on him. The boy was furious, calling it such a pathetic trick, asked that the hero seriously thought it could work. Merlin raised her hand, calling to Arthur. The young man turned around in an instant. The boy was surprised, seeing a woman in front of him. He asked her again. He stared at the golden sword, knowing what it meant by Excalibur. Arthur was dumbfounded to notice that the curse had been lifted. The woman looked at her hands, realizing that they were separated. Lee smiled as he looked at them, said that he had kept his promise. It was said that he had seen Excalibur, he wielded it, and the young man held the sword in his hands, not realizing that it really worked. The main character looked at them, summing up that unfortunately this is a fake. Merlin and Arthur turned sharply at his words. The young man raised his hand, explaining that it was a fake made to deceive their patron, the Lady of the Lake, because the patrons only saw what they wanted. As long as they pleased them, everything was fine. Two stood with the faces of people who did not understand anything, asking again. Merlin looked at the young man, explaining that the Lady of the Lake was the one who had tasked them with taking possession of Excalibur, but they knew nothing about him except that he had taken the form of a sword. An unknown silhouette of a sword was shown. The woman looked thoughtfully, saying that he knew that there was Excalibur, created something similar in order to deceive the patron. The young man stared silently, thinking that it was so. The weapon was at the bottom of the reservoir. When it was said that it was the sword of the lake, Excalibur, this blade had been in the lake for centuries, absorbing magical powers. Knowing this fact, the guy was able to partially recreate this sword. Arthur looked up, asking if it was a fake. How they separated, the lady replied that it was temporary. Merlin gritted her teeth, adding that when the Lady of the Lake realized that it was a fake, the curse would return again. The young man got angry, bursting with energy, decided to designate. The woman raised her hand in an attempt to stop him. She pushed him back, stating that even if it was a fake, they had a little time, checking with the hero. Lee raised his palm, saying that it wasn't a matter of time. He had been able to deceive their patron, and even the strength would resurface. There would be some value left in the sword, and the curse would not last until they left the Round Table Council. The young man was concentrated, explaining that their patron had cast it with the hope that they would find real Excalibur. The guy put his hand on his chest, adding that in any case, his job was done. Arthur covered his face with his hand. He withdrew his hand, saying that this was not enough. The main character took a closer look, thinking that the young man suffers from the curse much more than Merlin. He was forcibly placed in the body of a child, while the woman owns the body, understanding where he got such a character. Lee thought for a moment as he began to speak. He clenched his fist, suggesting that he tell them something else, namely the location of the real Excalibur. A particle of energy caught fire in the forest. A powerful explosion threw pieces of earth and trees to the sides. Hercules swung his fiery fist. He tried to strike at the enemy, who dodged to the side without any problems. Another explosion threw out a lot of light and energy. The man was tensely trying to hit his enemy. The warrior struck again, which rushed to the ground. Zeus raised his sword above his head, commenting that it was slow. He swung his weapon at his opponent, who dodged in a jump. Hercules exclaimed as he walked away from the attack. A drop of sweat rolled down his face as he realized something was wrong. A sharp sword charged with energy rushed forward. The magic went into Hercules' back with lightning speed. He screamed with all his strength, in pain. The man looked up. The redness began to slowly subside. The warrior landed on one knee, bowing his head. Zeus lowered his sword, watching him intently. Hercules pointed his finger, asking what kind of sword it was. The guy looked at him closer, answering that he did not know, because he picked him up recently. The warrior was surprised, asking again if he had picked up something like this, running through the events in his head when he had wounded him with this sword, losing control of his magic power. Zeus clenched his hand into a fist, summing up that the man had reached enough heights for him to forgive him for breaking the agreement. The warrior clarified whether this meant that he would not be subject to disciplinary action. The guy smiled, explaining that he was the only one who had forgiven him, but Athena seemed to be planning to bring him to justice. Hercules saw the girl to the side, thinking about how long she had been here that he hadn't noticed her presence. Athena stared at him with her arms crossed. Zeus came closer, asking her what was wrong. She said that she had come to report something. The lady looked thoughtfully ahead, beginning the story that the other day he had asked about the loser. The warrior was surprised to think of the loser. The guy looked at her silently. The girl dropped her hands, continuing to say that after returning from China, he went to the UK. She was focused when she added that they did not know the specific reason. However, he met with the board of the round table. Zeus touched his chin, thinking. He stretched out his hand, looking to the side, agreed, ordering her to look after him, and Hercules to make sure that he did not neglect training. Athena put her hand on her chest, accepting the order. The warrior put his hand on his chest, agreeing. The guy was looking to the side when he was called out. Clouds floated across the blue sky. The building was shown in the water. Arthur put his hand on his belt, asking that Zeus had Excalibur. The hero confirmed in response. The young man opened his eyes wider, protesting that he already had the lightning of Olympus. Why would he need Excalibur? The young man smiled as he thought about lightning, wondered how people got such an idea of Zeus, and then replied that he did not know. Arthur gritted his teeth, asking why the hero was addressing him informally, to which he was told that he was doing the same. Lee smiled, asking if there was any problem with this. The young man lowered his eyes sadly, saying nothing. He exhaled heavily. Arthur looked up, wondering what they would do with the Excalibur. The main character clenched his hands into a fist, clarified what he was asking him, because he told them where the sword was, and then they were on their own. The young man was surprised, saying what the guy promised. Lee stared sternly, remembering that he had told him to find Excalibur that could dispel their curse, and he thought the job was done. Moreover, it was time for both of them to repay him twice. The young man lowered his head, answering that he did not think that Zeus would agree to negotiate the transfer of Excalibur. The protagonist smiled, assuming that Merlin would be able to figure it out. After all, she was a very smart girl. Arthur smiled, confirming that it was true. He put his hands on his belt, asking what payment he wanted. The young man narrowed his eyes, thinking that the woman was at a meeting about the return of Excalibur. There was no point in talking to Arthur, who knew nothing but power. Later replied that he would tell as soon as Merlin returned. The lady was climbing the steps. She looked at the guy attentively, saying that they were ready to listen to his wishes. Lee met her with a gaze, saying that it was excellent. The hero lowered his eyes, saying that he wanted these two to survive. Arthur was stunned, asking again. Merlin was surprised by what she said. Lee put one hand in his pocket, explaining that he needed their trust. He needed to do what he said, and if they agreed, the debt was settled. The young man raised his palm, wondering why the hell he was asking for two things to pay off one debt. The hero replied that if he wanted to die, it was a shame. A drop of sweat ran down the boy's cheek. The woman looked thoughtfully ahead, agreeing with him, but she thinks it would be nice to get an explanation. The hero tensed, answering that something really important would soon happen. The guys looked at the guy attentively. Arthur asked again something important. The hero turned his gaze with concentration, talking about the special gate and the strange mana, being sure that they also felt it, and wondered if that was why the nightly order of the Round Table Council had been summoned. Merlin was tense when she realized that her assumption was correct. The density of magical power was growing throughout Britain at a wild rate, and she blamed it on a special gate. Lee frowned as he agreed. There would only be more such gates in the future. The woman lowered her head, asking if this was the important event he was talking about. But what about wishing them would survive? The young man immediately replied that he did not. The hero looked focused when he replied that the important event was the disappearance of all special gates, and it was necessary to prepare for this moment. The children listened silently to what was said. The guys stood on the water facing each other. Two beams of energy crossed. Arthur held a sword in his hand, stating that he often trained alone here, and few of the council knew about its existence. The young man was charged with energy, offering to start, noticing that the guy had become stronger since their last meeting. The young man grabbed a spear in his hands, confirming what he had said, replied that he was very different from what he had been before. Lee's eyes turned red, and he asked if the young man had ever fought that lightning boy. Arthur opened his eyes wide, asking again. The young man laughed, noting that he said such things so simply. Did he want to die? The young man asked just to answer. Arthur smiled, saying that he had fought. Lee smiled, answering that it was good. He frowned, thinking of a preemptive strike. The clouds dissipated from the air current. The protagonist's large spear burst into flames of magic as he ran towards the enemy. The opponent spread his arms to the sides, clarifying whether the guy was serious, because it was too slow. The water splashed to the sides. The main character stopped abruptly. The guy looked sternly towards his opponent, reasoning that a duel against the young man was not just a test of his abilities. He should use everything he had. The weapons began to blaze with fire. The system began to notify that the characteristics of the fire power of the multiple spear have been increased. The flames will be on his side under the influence of the fire monarch. Red tongues of energy emanated from the hero's weapons. Arthur smiled, saying that it was impressive. The guys began to fight, moving from place to place. While the young man was swinging his sword, The young man was putting his spear forward to defend himself. Arthur held out his palm, filled with energy, and exclaimed. A beam of magic struck Lee's body, tearing things apart on him, and the protagonist was thrown back, trying to get back on his feet. The young man's eyes and sword blazed with magic as he asked if the young man had given up. The discouraged young man looked towards his opponent, realizing that he was really strong, and he couldn't give up just like that. The wounded hero frowned, chasing away the thoughts in his head that he planned to strike at least one blow at this guy. An energy web could be seen against the background of the building. Lee's spear burned with a bright fire in his hands. Arthur was surprised, wondering what his rival was absorbing magical power. A message popped up that the dragon's heart was releasing magical energy. There was a huge explosion. Thick smoke covered everything around. When it dissipated, Arthur was seen with a sword in his hands. He stared ahead, his eyes wide open. The boys looked at each other when the young man asked if he could find out what it was. The hero looked at him thoughtfully, answering that it was a solar flare. Arthur, smiling, called it a great technique. Suddenly, a powerful energy enveloped the young man. He fell to the ground. The opponent apologized, saying that he had not been so excited for a long time, so he could not control his strength. Arthur looked at his sword, wondering what it was asking him about that white lightning, wasn't it? Summing up that at the moment the hero had no chance. The young man lay unconscious as the young man continued to say that who knows, maybe he will be able to defeat him. White birds flew away from the roof of the castle. Lee sat on the bed with his arms folded. Bracelet asked if he was okay. The guy raised his hands, realizing that he had quickly recovered thanks to Merlin's abilities, replied that he was normal. The young man closed his eyes, thinking that he had lost, but he managed to hit him. The hero was glad, raising his hand above his head, said that his spear had reached the head of a huge organization, and he had really become stronger. Sounds were heard outside the door. The man exclaimed if the guy was there, it was Gawain. The castle stood in sunny weather. The Green Knight stood in front of the young man, saying that he had heard from Merlin that he had come to warn them of a disaster that would affect Britain. Gawain closed his eyes, apologizing once more for the rudeness of one of their knights, and thanking him for the trustworthiness and righteousness he had shown. The knight was silent, thought for a moment, and spoke about Arthur. The young man looked up. Gawain looked serious when he revealed that he knew that the hero had fought the young man yesterday, and that dueling Arthur was his dream that had not yet come true. The man's sword flashed with blue energy. He was enveloped in magic, after which he asked if the boy would agree to fight him instead of the young man. Lee closed his eyes, thinking that he had thought so. His eyes turned red when he announced that he didn't mind. He was also interested in what a knight was capable of. Clouds floated across the sky when the plot suggested that perhaps this was a characteristic feature of the English, called knights. But the knight brandished his weapon. The hero told that while he was at the council of the Round Table, Gawain, Galahad, and surprisingly, even Lancelot fought with him. The man looked forward with aspiration when it was said that perhaps having realized everything, he made an informal apology and offered to hold a duel. Lee exhaled heavily, thinking about the fact that he had come here because of Excalibur, but instead he was fighting, and fighting again. The girl held out a pendant. She was smiling, declaring that this necklace would raise his skills a little. She was sure that one day it would be useful to him. The main character squeezed it in his hand, thinking that he had also been helped well in China, and thanked her. The young man put his hands behind his head, listening to the question of if he had time, could he go to see Nile. Merlin looked away, wondering if he remembered the hunter who had come from the Nile. His name was Eneb, who had caused a great stir. The hunter stood on a tree branch, watching the protagonist out of the window, who remembered that last year, after he was injured during the English Battle of Great Warriors, Eneb found him and offered to go to the Nile. The guy heard rumors that he was punished after he went there. The girl looked attentively to the side, saying that it meant that the hero really remembered this desperate child. He asked her to persuade the guy to meet him on the banks of the Nile again. As far as the lady knew, the ban on Eneb visiting the Nile had been lifted, so if he found time. Lee looked down, thinking that the Round Table Council was a neutral group. They would surely warn the others of the impending tragedy, and he believed that his business here was finished. But there was something else he had to take care of in England. The hero looked at Merlin, answering that he would think about it. The young man went out of the castle. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard, which had spoken before the meeting. Lee looked away. He noticed the clock tower. Looking closer, it became clear that Arthur was standing in it. The young man called it brushwood. The young man smiled, reflecting on the fact that at first he had called him the guy with the lightning, and now, hoping that Arthur would give his best during the cataclysm. The building was shown in sunny weather. The door opened a little, and I could hear about Jean. The guy looked away, asking her. The girl came closer, asking who he was. As she crossed her arms, she listened to questions about whether Jean wasn't here and whether the store didn't belong to her. The lady touched her chin, reasoning that the hero did not look like a pawnbroker, and not like a hunter who bought a faulty potion either, and it did not look like she was hiding some kind of man. The girl clapped her hands, realizing that he was a buyer. A drop of sweat rolled down the boy's face as he replied that he wasn't, wondering where Jean was and who she was. The girl leaned on the counter, saying that she was just looking after the store at her request, and the saleswoman would not appear here. Lee stated that he had come at the request of her older brother, asking where he could find Jean. The lady smiled, realizing that this was the person she was talking about, and asked to tell her that she had joined Olympus. The main character was stunned by what he heard. He clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that the past had changed again. The woman put on a hood. The young man reflected on the fact that Jean should not have joined Olympus so early. It is not clear what prompted her to do this. Lee was upset, wondering if it was because of him. The guy looked down, concluding that the story continued to change. The palace stood against the background of the pyramids. The hero was talking on the phone, greeting him. The birds were sitting in the sea foam on the shore. The girl was sunbathing, asking if something had happened. The guy asked to get ready. The lady jumped up from the lounger, exclaiming, "Now." Lee held his smartphone to his ear, explaining that he needed her to come here and Dream would tell her more about it, that all but the white tigers were to come to Egypt. The girl stood on the sand, agreed, said that she was already bored with sitting in one place. Cars were moving along the street. Sun was driving. When the hero explained on the phone that he was in Egypt, he asked what he thought. The guy used Bifrost to go to Korea, wondering why in Egypt. Lee stated that he needed to do something. The man held on to the steering wheel, asking if it was related to the cataclysm. The hero replied that it could be due to something worse. Sun carefully looked at the road, saying that a sudden transition there would cause a lot of problems. Egypt was already unstable. His arrival would only exacerbate the existing diplomatic problems. Until they settled them, let him behave quietly. The guy objected that he thought the difficulties had already arisen. The man was stunned by what he heard. Lee made it clear that he believes in Asgard. The hero raised his hands, surrendering to the soldiers. The grand palace stood in the sunlight. The men looked at the young man from the sidelines, discussing why the Dark Horse had visited Egypt. Both had no idea. The man looked to the side, suggesting that they should ask for an interpreter for help. Two soldiers looked ahead, asking to leave him on them. One by one, they went to the guy's room. The guys were looking down, asking about the executive branch, saying that Nile was making his move. The soldier looked away, clarifying whether it was true that he was a dark horse. Lee looked around, assuming it seemed to be them. The sun was sinking below the horizon. Clouds floated over the high tower. In front of him was a guy with glasses who introduced himself as Yoon, who works for the Egyptian branch of the Korean Association, and it is an honor for him to meet the hero from Asgard. The young man was excited, replied that it was nice to meet him, thought that an employee of the Korean Association had been sent to the meeting, unexpectedly. The guy closed his eyes, explaining that he had been contacted from the headquarters, told to expect his arrival today. Lee smiled, wondering that it must have been Zung and the others who had warned him, promptly, later, asking what he had heard about the instability of the situation in Egypt, what was going on. Yun stood in front of the young man, telling him that at the moment, Egypt was under the complete control of the Nile, beginning to tell that the Nile was divided into 3 branches. Different symbols were shown. It was explained that Memphis rules politics, Hermopolis controls the business sector, and Heliopolis watches over the hunters and the association. The man was focused when he talked about how they were fighting for power, and constantly trying to intercept each other's areas of competence. So the situation in Egypt at the moment. Lee looked to the side, interrupting that it was chaotic, and he confirmed. Yun was dejected, remembering that Heliopolis had previously had the most power. However, after the incident with Horus, they had a lot of problems. The young man raised his head up, realizing that it seemed that Aneb said that he was in Heliopolis, clarified what incident he was talking about. The man looked away, saying that it was not known for certain. Even their sources could not get to the essence of the incident. However, it is known that this happened during an attack on the gate and led to a tragedy. Aneb was furious when he shouted that it was all because of the red ore, asking him to go to the Nile. The hero lowered his eyes, thinking about the red ore, that this was madness. Lee got up from the couch, saying that he would like to meet with a hunter first. Yun clarified who he was talking about. The young man smiled, explaining that his name was Aneb, an Egyptian captain, a hunter of heroic rank. The plane was parked at the airport. Joan walked through the doors. The girl smiled, noticing someone. Lee threw up his hands, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl said that at his request she brought everyone. Next to Fenrir was a guy. The young man was happy to see Wong, the young man, thanking everyone. The guy smiled, asking how he was not happy to see him. Lee opened his eyes wide in surprise to see Baldur in front of him. He chased in his head that this is one of the strongest heroes of Asgard. Baldur waved his palm, saying that he had not been to the resort for a long time. The hero continued to think that he was also Odin's right hand. Lee narrowed his eyes, wondering why he was there. The hero of Asgard frowned, asking that he was showing his true colors from the start, asking not to disappoint him. Fenrir got angry as he looked away. The guys sharply directed their gaze to one point. The young man remained silent, looking at what was happening. The guy was smiling, saying that it was a joke. The president of the association had sent him here to help the Dark Horse successfully complete the expedition overseas. They had dealt with the special gate that had appeared in Korea faster than expected, so don't worry. Baldur turned a blind eye, adding that he was looking forward to working with him before returning to Korea. Yun held out his hand to the young man. Lee was upset by this fact. He looked sternly ahead, realizing that, Apparently, this trip would not be pleasant. Clouds floated across the night sky. A tower was shown. Yun sat opposite the main character, saying that he was denied a meeting with a Nile hunter named Eneb. Apparently something happened inside the Nile. The young man clarified what went wrong. The man was tense, replying that like other countries, Egypt was withdrawing its hunters back to the country. Yun was focused, stating that the second commander of Heliopolis, Set, had recently returned if Horus couldn't regain his status affected by the incident. Li frowned as he finished the story that Seth would gain his power. Yun looked at him, confirming that he was the strongest hunter in the Nile at the moment. A drop of sweat rolled down the hero's cheek. He looked down, reasoning that the Nile was the strongest organization behind Egypt, and their strongest hunter. The guy had given it his all in a duel with Arthur. Li remembered how the young man's eyes burned, chasing away the thought that all he could do was scratch his cheek. If Set was the strongest in Egypt, the question arose how much stronger he was than Arthur. The young man jumped up from his seat. He looked down, addressing Yun, and asked him to continue sending requests to meet with Eneb. The man was surprised, asking about what he was going to do. The guy looked away, saying that he was trying to find another way to meet him. Clouds floated across the sky. The bird jumped off the roof of the building. On the roof, Song approached Zhang from behind. The master looked away, saying that until now, he had not asked any questions, and did not know what kind of relationship he had with the Dark Horse, and what secrets they kept. The man looked discouraged. Zhang looked to the side, stating that he should know. He continued to build up his curiosity, but he didn't give a direct answer at all. The master raised his hand, saying that he did not understand excessive kindness to him, because he was not one of those who easily believed in others. The dream listened attentively to the fact that this is why it is so strange to see that he shows such confidence in the hero, as if the man has known him for a long time. John put his hands in his pockets, asking what the underdog's goal was, because he did not understand at all what he wanted. Sun stiffened, saying that the underdog he meant Li, he was the one whose goals coincided with his. The master narrowed his eyes, thinking that Hunter San had said the same thing. He was a hunter who could help him achieve his goals when he became stronger. John looked at the interlocutor, saying that they would look. Song thought that Li had told him what Zhang would need to say in such a situation. The man raised his fist, explaining that his and the others' goals are the same, to kill sponsors. The gentleman was dumbfounded by what he heard. Warriors were shown as Dream talked about how the hunters who are sponsored by the one who rules the riverbank have all lost their powers. This is the first time a hunter loses his powers for any reason other than his own death. The man frowned, saying that it happened after the underdog killed Gunther. Zhang smiled, noting that this was not bad. The palace was hot with the sun. The guys were sitting at the table opposite each other. Balder held his mug, wondering what he wanted to talk about. The young man smiled, asking the guy which of Nile's character is related to Asgard. The interlocutor closed his eyes, having listened to the end. He began to drink tea, saying that he did not understand what the hero was talking about, and also called so suddenly. Li leaned on the table, explaining that when the president of the association had ordered him to appear here, asking how highly he appreciated the need to cooperate with him. The guy abruptly put the mug on the table. Balder narrowed his eyes, saying that the president had ordered him to cooperate, to help the hero with everything, to the best of his ability. The young man crossed his arms, asked him to tell him which hero of Nile is connected to Asgard. Balder jumped up from his chair, his hands on his belt. The hero of Asgard was tense, saying that he would contact him again about this. This is kind of secret information. The hero stretched out his palm, commenting that it was good. Balder decided to leave. Li remembered Yun's words from their previous conversation. The young man smiled as he reasoned that based on what the manager of the Egyptian branch of the Korean Association had said, they really should be here, a heroic class hunter, and that should be enough. The guys walked one after another along the street. Joan waved her hand, noticing that it was a little hot here. Juan opened his eyes wide, wondering if it was better than frost, wasn't it? The girl turned around, confirming that it was so. The guy walked behind the hero's back, addressing him, asked if he could find out what the ultimate goal was. The lady looked in front of her, adding that if she thought so, she didn't think she had heard of his ultimate goal either. The doctor was concerned, assuming that the young man always seemed to be working towards some goal, even though he knew his short-term goals without knowing what it was, and asked him not to say that he dreamed of world domination. The main character stopped in place. He lowered his head. Li turned back, replying that he thought it was world domination after all. A drop rolled down the boy's cheeks, and Joan noticed that when he said such things, she didn't know if he was serious or joking. Fenrir looked sharply to the side, noticing something. To the side, a dark magical cloud towered over the people. The hero stretched out his hand to the side, ordering everyone to step back. The warriors looked at them intently. One had a symbol on his shoulder. The fighter was rapidly heading in their direction. The young man frowned, recognizing him as Seth, thought that he was as strong as Arthur. The fighter put his hand on his belt, wondering that he was the underdog. The hero confirmed. Seth looked at the guy attentively, explaining that he had come to briefly discuss something with him. Li nodded his head. The palace stood in sunny weather. The warrior crossed his arms, revealing that after Egypt became independent from the kingdom, It was called the Arab Republic of Egypt, wondering if he knew about it. Seth looked away, saying that Egypt was still part of the kingdom, under the rule of the Nile dynasty. In truth, everything in Egypt was under their control. The hero looked at the man, asking if he was trying to become the successor of this dynasty. The warrior turned around, confirming, remarking that the young man was smart. Seth smiled, asking if he wanted to try to guess. Lee looked at the interlocutor, not understanding what he was talking about, asked again. The fighter pointed the finger at himself, clarifying why he wanted to become Osiris' successor as head of the Nile, and what he needed to do after he became ruler. Seth was focused, urging him to guess faster. The protagonist looked up, musing that before they met, he thought that he had arranged this accident in order to seize the throne. However, if he did not do it just for power, then is he really trying to become a king? The city is shown on a sunny day. The guys were standing behind the young man. Joan was worried, asking how the conversation with Seth had gone. Lee looked at the girl, saying that he had told him to guess his goals, and she asked what he had answered. The main character lowered his head, thinking that he could not even imagine what his goal was. The guy thought he was just trying to become a king for the sake of power, but this is not true. The young man recalled how the fighter pointed his finger at himself, reasoning that he was dangerous, but not evil. In other words, black and white. He was neither, rather, he was gray. Lee put his hand in his pocket, telling the lady that he could not give him an answer. The guys looked away in an instant. Balder put his hands on his waist, asking where they were. Joan was not happy with him, wondering if he had anything else to do. The guy raised his palm, realizing that it looked like they were all done with their business, and he quickly finished everything that needed to be done. The hero of Asgard narrowed his eyes, saying that if you think about it, it's strange, saying to the underdog, his team is quite unusual. Vaughn and the girl listened attentively to Balder, and if all of his team were Duke-level hunters, why hadn't any of them joined Asgard yet? The guy reasoned that these are hunters who are not part of Asgard, who know the secrets of the organization. He smiled, wondering what could be more dangerous than that. The girl tensed, wondering if the guy wanted to test them. Lee raised his palm, asking him to stop joking. He opened his eyes wide, clarifying what was the answer to the question he had asked the other day. Balder closed his eyes, explained that one had told him to cooperate with him to the best of his ability, so the guys turned to the side. There was a burst of energy nearby. A powerful beam of magic made its way through the clouds. The large magic ball glowed blue. Wang and Jung were surprised to say that a special gate was opening, right in the center of the city. The blue color changed to red. The girl stared forward, realizing that the gate had just appeared, but its magical power was already growing. At this rate, the gate would open in the center of the city, and a lot of people were in danger. The lady looked at the hero, exclaiming that they needed to close them, otherwise they would soon open. Lee remained calm and asked Miss Jung to calm down. The girl was furious, asking how he could ask to calm down, because a lot of people are going to die and they need to do something. The main character clenched his fists, agreed, noticed that this was not Korea. The lady said that even if she was alone, she would go alone. Joan was overwhelmed with energy when she said that she didn't know why the young man was hesitant to answer, but every second counted now. The lady looked up, and several warriors flew over her. The soldiers were rushing forward. Seth was blazing with magic, rushing forward. Lee stood next to the girl, explaining that this was not Korea, it was Nile. They had their own ways of dealing with it. The young man looked away, thinking that this was unexpected, did not think that Seth would appear in person. A notification has appeared stating that the special gate has been cleared. As Jong exhaled behind the hero, he reasoned that as expected, they quickly dealt with this gate. It was obvious, in the end, the group leader himself took action. Even though it was a special gate, there was no way they could allow any damage. Lee turned to call the lady. The girl bowed her head, saying that if he was going to joke with her, then she shouldn't. She was already embarrassed. The guy smiled, calling her a good guy, clarified that she behaved this way because she wanted to protect everyone, didn't she? Joan touched her chin, saying that it was so, but the guys saw something to the side. The girl ran forward, saying that it looked like something had happened. The guy thought that she was the first again. The scoundrel was holding a sword in his hands over the defenseless when the lady came to this place. She was angry, wondering what he was doing. The men looked at the guest, wondering what it was a hunter, and what she said there. The hero arrived at the place, asking the two what was wrong. They were surprised by the underdog, and his ability to speak Arabic. Lee frowned, realizing that Merlin's necklace was very useful, and asked what had happened that they had grabbed someone by force. The man smiled, explaining that this was not a matter in which a foreign hunter should interfere. The young man looked at the unconscious guy, replied that after he saw that they were attacking a person in this way, he couldn't just pass by, they had to tell him what happened. Lee took out his smartphone, threatening that he would have to contact the association, and no matter why, a hunter had no right to attack an ordinary person like that. The villain smiled, stating that it seemed that the hero did not know, in Egypt, the difference in strength between an ordinary person and a hunter is completely different. He laughed, saying that hunters could punish ordinary people whenever they wanted, it was their right. The man raised his sword above the man. The children were surprised by what they saw in front of them. The hand of the scoundrel with the sword fell to the ground. He held his stump in his hand, screaming in pain. Seth sat on the roof of the building, adding that Egypt has its own laws. The onlookers were surprised. The guy leaned on his knee. Magic appeared behind him as he spoke of how hunters from the Nile could punish other hunters. Li and Zhong opened their eyes wide. There was a pool of blood on the ground. Everyone in this scoundrel's gang was dead. The girl turned to the hero, asking that the hunter Seth must be a good man. The lady was shocked, saying that, of course, he did it to save a person, but this is too much. The young man lowered his head, thinking that he was going to save this man without caring about Nile's influence. Seth should have known that too. Li looked at the corpses, realizing that he had killed the hunters who shouldn't have died anyway. Zhong turned to the guy, saying if he was sure that Seth was a good person. The hero replied that he did not know. The palace was bathed in the rays of the sun. Behind the hero stood Balder. Eneb and his friend were sitting opposite them. Li was glad to see him, saying that they had not seen him for a long time, asked who it was with him. The girl smiled, introducing herself as Lamia. Her pseudonym is Batet. The young man stared ahead intently, contemplating that he wanted to meet Eneb alone, but it seemed, as expected, that Nile and Asgard were watching them closely. The guy was pleased, noticing that they had not seen each other for a long time, clarified the reason why the hero wanted to see him. Li looked at the other person, claiming that he just wanted to meet him. Bastet's face changed, not expecting such an answer. Balder narrowed his eyes at what he heard. The guest opened his eyes wide, hearing the protagonist's thoughts about whether he hears him. Only now he can hear the voice, and if he wants to confirm something, let him give a positive answer. If he wants to do the opposite, let him give a negative answer. Eneb looked ahead, thinking that he could even use magic. A truly incredible person replied that he also wanted to meet him. Li raised his hand, noting that he seemed to have lost a lot of weight, asking if Nile was not feeding him well, and in his mind he asked a question, explaining that he had come here because of the red ore, if it was related to the power of Hercules. The guest smiled, answering that he fed him quite well. The young man smiled back, asking if he was eating whatever he wanted in his mind, saying that last time he had told him to save Horus, if the Gorus incident was related to the red ore. Eneb leaned on his knees, confirming, adding that he was quite picky about food. The boy sat on the couch, wondering if she was all right about Numek, the huntress who had also helped him during the Battle of the Great Warriors, then asked if Gorus had been affected by the red ore in the same way as Hercules. The guest smiled, answering that she was doing well. Balder closed his eyes, not understanding what they were talking about. Li stared ahead intently, wondering if he liked Numek and Seth was the culprit. Eneb was stunned when he listened to the question. The guest was in a good mood, replying that he was a joker, and that he felt, but did not know, how Numek felt. Li smiled, chasing away the thought that this meant that he wasn't sure if Seth was the culprit, and then added that it would be great if the two of them could do it by offering their help. Eneb looked at him intently, saying that it would be good if he could lend him a helping hand. The young man raised his palm and asked for time so that they could all meet. The palace was shown. The guy clenched his hand into a fist. Balder, raising his palm, was extremely displeased that the hero asked to arrange a meeting with Eneb for such a conversation. He closed his eyes, stating that if he was using Asgard for something like that, he didn't think one would be pleased. Li was serious, asking if he wasn't a consistent person. The hero of Asgard did not understand what he was talking about. The young man smirked, saying that he would be satisfied later. Balder opened his eyes, advising him to take care to show the proper results. The hero smiled back. Li put his hand on his belt, noting that he was done with his business in Egypt, urging him to return in 3 days. The guy looked away, claiming that he had not finished his journey through Egypt. Balder was dissatisfied, lost in thought. The young man turned to his interlocutor, asking to be allowed to ask him something about the hero who had infiltrated the Nile, the boy reflecting on what the hero had understood, and he had forgotten that he had had an advantage over him all along. Balder smiled as he said that he had met him before. Li stared in bewilderment, wondering who it was and who it was. The young man was standing on the shore, looking up at the horizon. He turned, noticing something. Eneb came saying that he was late because he was being watched, and asked for forgiveness. He took off his mask, saying that he was thinking and now a lot of people are watching them. Because he drew attention to Nile, the hero assured him not to worry. A dome appeared around them. Li smiled, assuring them that they would not be able to watch them now. Eneb opened his eyes wide, focusing on the distortion of space, asked if he could use magic, explained that he had also thought this morning, but the hero was really impressive. The visitor looked up, noting that it might not be enough anyway. There was no place where the eye of Osiris could not see. Li tensed as he speculated about whether or not it was the case, even with Merlin's strength, if they could still see everything inside, realizing that he couldn't be sure himself. The hero stood in front of Eneb, saying that he needed to get down to business, asked why he had called him to the Nile. The guest was worried, saying that it was all because of the ore. Gorus was currently unconscious. The warrior was flying into the attack with a fiery fist when Eneb revealed that the red ore is an ore that gives great strength, comparable to that shown by Hercules in the last battle with him. The guest looked at the interlocutor, remembering that it all began after Seth brought red ore. The guy was saddened, wondering if they had already found the red ore, and as expected, the past had indeed changed. There was a red stone on the pillow. It was said that it was a mysterious item that greatly enhanced the monster's strength and showed a staggering level of enhancement, and naturally, everyone began to investigate the red ore, and many experiments were conducted. The man said that the study was successful. They also managed to increase the amplification rate several times. Ineb raised his hand to the side, adding that the problem was that the guy interrupted that they could not control the force. The guest shook his head, saying that it was true, and naturally, all research had been suspended. Lee watched attentively as he listened, began to speculate that madness was poison, although this phenomenon was not something that could be figured out with something like research. As far as the hunter was concerned, who was able to control this madness throughout history, Hercules was the only one who could survive. The visitor opened his eyes wide, saying that Horus had personally participated in the experiments with red ore as a test subject. Lee was stunned by what he heard. He raised his hand, speculating that the successor to a large organization, who was personally using himself as an experimenter, had asked if this was the incident. Ineb held out his hand, confirming that despite the fact that everyone was trying to dissuade him, Horus was still determined to take part in the experiments. The hero asked again why Horus was trying to get his hands on the power of the red ore. The guest, thinking for a moment, said that this was all. He lowered his head, adding that because of Set, despite the fact that Horus was the rightful heir to Nile, the fighter wanted to control himself. Seth shouted something in his flashback when the man revealed that Osiris and he often argued, but he was too strong a hunter to discount him, so to stop Seth, Horus wanted more power. Lee scratched his chin about Seth. The fighter ran confidently forward, and stood in front of the magical symbols. The guy raised his palm, asking if it was really that dangerous for him to eventually gain control of Nile. After all, from what he saw, he didn't seem to be such a bad person. There was interest in the hero's eyes when he asked if he had been ostracized, simply because he wanted the throne to be his, and if it was just a hidden struggle for the throne of the Nile. A drop of sweat rolled down Ineb's face. He replied that this was not the case. Horus was a righteous man. He planned to pass the throne to Set. But which of the two of them the guy visited? The guys turned back sharply. Set was approaching them. Lee didn't understand how, thinking that he was following Ineb. No, Merlin's barrier was still in place, then it could mean. The protagonist clenched his fists, asking what he had been there from the beginning. The fighter apologized for accidentally overhearing the two of them, but he wanted to ask something. The warrior looked at Ineb, asked him to answer him. He also knew that Horus was trying to hand over the throne to him. However, he was still trying to wield this dangerous power, all for the sake of controlling him. Why? The guest closed his eyes as he began to speak. Ineb lowered his head, declaring that Horus had said that someone was controlling him. Seth was shocked, opening his eyes wide. The warrior closed his eyes, asking how many people had heard this. The man put his hand on his chest, stating that he was the only one. The fighter clarified if he thought he would believe him. The visitor stood still, saying that just before Horus had experimented with red ore, he had told him about it, and perhaps he had already told someone else about it. But as far as he knew, he was the only one who had been told. Lee frowned, reasoning that he had been relaxed all this time. But now he was acting anxious. It seemed that Horus was right. The guy was behind Ineb, telling him that he thought it would be better if he came back now. The young man looked at them, talking about what it was about treating Horus. He would think about it, and he couldn't guarantee anything, so let him not be hopeful. The man looked away, thanking him. Seth stood next to him, asking him to come back, to which he replied that he was following his orders. Ineb lifted off the ground, flying through the water. The fighter frowned, looking away. Lee got angry, asking to stop, thought that if he had already made up his mind, he had no way to stop him. Seth exhaled heavily, saying that everything was clear. The soldiers stared intently ahead, explaining that there was something they needed to talk about. The stars were visible in the sky. The warrior sat down on a rock, claiming that he was watching the guy. The hero replied that he knew, but did not suspect that he was so close. Lee was excited when he wondered if the person behind him was Asgard. The guy remembered Baldur smiling, thinking about what he was saying. He had already met with a spy. The hero stood behind the warrior, thinking that since Set wanted to take the throne, it was possible that he was working with Asgard to do so. The soldier looked at the young man, noting that he was not mistaken, but also not quite right. He put his hands on his belt, saying that he was not a spy, and it was better to say that they were helping each other. Lee was surprised, saying that it sounded pretty shocking. Seth smiled, replying, "Let him think so." The young man got angry, raised his fist, asked who was behind him, who was controlling him from the shadows. The warrior stared into his eyes in silence. The energy enveloped the fighter. When the weapon appeared in his hands, he said that as he had heard, the guy was quite brave, and since he let Ineb go. Set raised his sword, asking if he could kill the hero. The young man's spear burst into flames. His eyes lit up red as he began to think. The warrior was just working with Asgard. The guy could only tell by the way he held his sword pointed at him. Only the problem was with the person behind the fighter. The question arose if this meant that there was a person who was capable of controlling the leader of an entire organization. Lee frowned, discharges of energy passing through him, thinking that there was not a single chance that he would win. but he would have to risk his life. Seth was smiling, saying that it would be fun. The warrior lowered his head, saying that the red ore was not accidental. The fighter simply disappeared into thin air. The guy was dumbfounded, realizing that the enemy had disappeared. Seth appeared above the protagonist's head, brandishing his sword. Lee arched his back to dodge the powerful attack. The warrior turned, not believing his eyes. The opponents stood opposite each other. Drops of sweat appeared on the guy's face. After that, he thought that it was a moment, but he managed to notice. The young man held a spear in his hand, reasoning that it was all thanks to Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. If it hadn't been for the duels with them, he might not have been able to dodge it. The soldier smiled, noting that, as he thought, his eyes did not deceive him. The hero was really amazing. Seth cast a serious look, adding that the red ore had not come to him by chance. The man had given it to him on purpose. The guy opened his eyes wide, not understanding who this man was. The warrior raised his hand, saying that before the hero asked what he would do when he became king, wondering, he now understood. Lee frowned, realizing that the opponent was not real. Seth was stunned, asking again. The young man stared at the enemy menacingly, replying that it was a pathetic sight when he thought that the fighter was at least a second like him, chasing away in his head that the hunter who was known for making others tremble, the hunter who was trying to change the situation with his shame. Behind the indignant rival, the silhouette of a demon king appeared. The guy thought about when he saw Seth, immediately thought of him. Seth stood silently aside. His smile was visible. The soldier raised his head up, starting to laugh. He stared at the sky, not holding back his laughter. The warrior looked at his opponent again, confirming what he had said. Clouds floated across the night sky. The palace was shown under the sun. Lee leaned on the table, wondering what this guy was, and whether Asgard knew that someone else was behind Seth. He looked down, wondering if Asgard wasn't supposed to know about it. He wouldn't just let him go. A question arose. Maybe he thought the guy wouldn't tell. Joan went into the kitchen, wondering if the hero was asleep. He replied that yes, he was just thinking about everything. The girl frowned, starting a conversation about the warrior. It seemed to her that something was wrong, and she did not think that he was a good person. The young man took a closer look at the lady, asking why. She touched his chin, wondering if it was just a sensation, because the way he seemed to them, what kind of warrior he really was, there was a feeling that he was just pretending. Lee smirked, thinking that he only realized this after their last night's meeting, noticing her really unusual intuition. The door opened abruptly. Baldur shouted at the underdog what he was doing. The guy continued to sit at the table, not understanding what he was talking about. The hero of Asgard said that he did not know if he knew this, but the Asgardian informant he had talked about earlier was Seth. Baldur closed his eyes, informing him that this morning the warrior had announced that he would stop sharing information with Asgard, and the reason he had done so was because of the protagonist. The young man narrowed his eyes, clarifying that the hell the guy was doing it. The young man had no face on him as he began to say what he had done. Lee crossed his fingers, explaining that this was what he was going to do now, which was to join Nile's debate. Joan was stunned, not expecting to hear this. Baldur frowned silently. Garden near the pyramid. The soldiers stood in line. The soldiers opposite lined up in two ranks. The girl spread her hands to the sides, in front of the characters, said that it was an honor to meet them, welcoming the heroes of Asgard to the Nile. Lee put his hand on his chest, replying that it was nice to see them again. Today he had come as a representative of Asgard. Batet held out her hand to the side, explaining that they had been notified in advance from Asgard, asking them to come here. The young man smiled, realizing that it was a really good idea to use Odin. Everything was going as it should. The view showed the pyramid from above. The guy reflected on the fact that this was the central part of the Nile, and they were able to get here so easily. The guys were going after the lady. She exclaimed sharply, opening her eyes wide. Right down the hallway, Seth was standing in front of her. The soldier smiled, looking around. The main character frowned, not realizing that with his facial expression, it was ominous. The guy needed to have time to carry out his plan before it was too late. Lee, standing behind him, called out to the girl. She turned, asking what it was. A young man with a serious look asked where Horus was. Badet turned to him, silently listening. The guy clenched his fists, stating that he was going to try to cure Gorys. Ineb and Numek came closer, calling out to the lady. She turned around, clarifying what had happened. The man dropped to one knee, starting to talk about how the leader of Egypt, Horus, as one of his favorite assistants, was making a request of him. Ineb was focused when he asked to let the underdog cure Gorys. The central square of the Nile, seen from above. The guys ran one after another. The man smiled, thanking Lania for this. The girl was in a hurry, managing to say that she hoped that his decision was not wrong. Lee and the hero of Asgard hurried after them. Baldur narrowed his eyes, musing that if they couldn't save Horus, they would all die, and of course so would the boys. He followed the young man, realizing that if necessary, he would have to use the guy and restore the relationship between Asgard and Nile. Joan looked away, asking the lady what the chances were that they would be discovered. Batet looked around, explaining that they had already been discovered, but more importantly, she asked the hero if he could really save him. Lee was calm when he replied that he thought it was a little late to ask about it. He couldn't say for sure, but he would do everything in his power. The young man opened his eyes wide, reasoning that he couldn't guarantee anything, but if he didn't succeed, they wouldn't be able to stop Seth. The fighters with weapons stood in the middle of the road, shouting for them to stop, and how foolish of them to try to invade the very heart of the Nile. The girl stopped in place. Batet stood slightly ahead of the others, ordering the way to be cleared because she didn't want to harm fellow hunters from the same organization as her. The guys were dumbfounded, asking why Batet was here. The warrior opened his mouth, noticing that it was not too late, and she could go. The lady rushed from her seat. She struck swiftly one after another. The soldiers fell unconscious to the ground. Joan was displeased, asking what she was doing, because they believed her, they could help them. Her friend waved her hand, not understanding what she meant. The main character smiled, saying that Batet was caring for them. If they failed to save Horus, they would also be in danger. Joan touched her face with her finger, apologized for being short-sighted. The guy reflected on the fact that Merlin's necklace was really useful, not only for him, but for his comrades. The guys were standing in front of a huge gate. The girl stared forward, stating that Horus was right outside these doors. She turned, looking at Namek. Batet raised her hand to the side, asking if she would help protect the place with her. The lady opened her eyes wide in silence. Ineb put his hands on his belt, thanking him for believing in them, adding that if he didn't want to go any further, he could come back right away. She looked down sadly. She smiled, saying that it would be an honor for her to fight side by side with the warrior. The girl wondered that she did not know why, but it seemed that she was determined now. The gates swung open. Everyone went there except for two girls. Numek shouted after the man. Ineb turned to look at her. The lady lowered her eyes, saying that if he succeeded, let him be with her. The man smiled, asking her not to worry, because they would definitely succeed. The girl was upset as she looked at the floor. The guys watched this picture. Zhong noticed that now they really could not fail, to which the hero replied that he thought the same way. Li ran after Ineb. The guys behind tried to keep up. They saw a bright room in front of them. A woman was waiting for them in the square, who said she knew they would come to find her son. The two were surprised. Looking at Lady Isis, the hero reflected on the fact that he had heard this name before. The lady stood in front of them, her hands lowered, as the young man reflected on the fact that Osiris, the ruler of the Nile, and she was his wife, as well as the mother of Horus, the one he needed to heal. She was also one of the three strongest people in the Nile. Isis's eyes flashed. She threatened not to approach. Energy rose from the ground. A protective magic ring was activated in front of the heroes. Li tensed as he saw the barrier in front of him, knowing that they wouldn't be able to get closer by normal means, because there was a monster lurking in the Nile. Ineb was insistent when he humbly begged the lady. The woman was behind the barrier, looking away as she said that she knew her son had a high opinion of him, and she had heard many times that he would find a man who could save him. Isis lowered her eyes, asking the man if he really believed that this man could save her son. Ineb was concentrated, confirming that he firmly believed in this. She looked to the side, turning to the protagonist if he could really save her son. The guy was discouraged by this question, looking at the lady. The guys behind were shocked after he replied that he didn't. Isis was stunned, her eyes wide open. The young man looked at her, saying that he was not sure he could save him. Li said with a serious look that he would just try to save him. The bracelet on the girl's arm began to move. The guys were watching the girl. Frowning, Zhong thought that the barrier had fallen. Isis, with a calm look, informed that once the sarcophagus was opened, the seal would be removed. It would last 30 minutes. Once the seal was removed, it would be impossible to seal it again. Her eyes began to glow, after which she stated that if they failed to save her son, then no one would leave this place alive. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he did not plan to die. He stepped forward. Vaughn was holding needles in his hand. The lamp lit up the room. Sitting on the floor, the guy thought that the dark horse had already started the treatment. Isis should be there too. Opening his eyes, he added that this is his first love. He still has a long way to go. He cannot believe that he is hesitating because of his love. Looking at the soldiers, he said that today they would carry out their rebellion. The guys with glowing eyes cried out that they agreed with his words. Standing in front of him, Seth announced that he would sit on the throne of the Nile today. The warriors watched him intently. Shifting his gaze, the guy called out to Anubis. The deity put his fist on his chest. Looking at him, Seth noted that he would gather the jackals and lead them to where Horus was. Standing in front of him, he added that he would cut Pharaoh's throat. He said with a satisfied look that he was sure that Osiris was trembling with fear. It was time to put an end to his ill-fated relationship with his brother. Pink energy emanated from his hand. Enraged, Anubis remarked that he would reap the harvest of death. Looking at his comrade, MC said that he needed Wang to control this guy's strength as much as possible. Lowering his gaze, his interlocutor accepted the request. He had a needle in his hands. He was standing in front of the mummy. The energy spread throughout the room. Puzzled, Ineb thought of Numek and Batet. With his head down, Li called for Mr. Baldur. The guy approached him and asked if he could really save him, to which he received a positive answer. He said with a calm look that it was good. Baldur began to flee from there. Adjusting his tie, Li said that he trusted his comrades with everything else. Standing in front of him, the guys asked him not to worry. Wiping the sweat from his face, Vaughn said that all preparations were over. Taking off his jacket, MC thought that he would leave Balder to deal with Seth. Once he began to heal Gore, he would be completely defenseless. He jumped up suddenly. While inspecting the mummy, the protagonist highlighted the fact that he would have to let his team take care of the rest. Smiling, the guy turned around. Looking at Isis, he noted that on top of that, they now had a strong ally on their side, equal to Set. There was no need to fight against the whole of the Nile. Many would be on their side against Set thanks to Isis. A spear appeared in his hands. An aura enveloped the weapon. The guy pierced the body of Horus. Taken aback, the girl asked what it was. She rushed into battle. Enraged, Isis shouted that the protagonist was a fool. Enev stood in her way. Spreading his hands, he shouted for her to stop. Turning around, Vaughn asked to calm down and take a look. Red energy covered the man's body. The surprised girl said that it couldn't be. He was absorbing red magic power. Red veins appeared on MC's body as he reasoned that madness was creeping into him, just like what happened in England during the battle. He remembered how he started screaming and added that he had gone mad because of the dragon's bloodstone back then. Continuing to absorb the energy of madness, Lee revealed that he was now different, absorbing the power of madness with the dragon's heart. Surprised, Jong wondered if everything would be fine. Looking at the mummy, she noted that his bandages, dyed red by madness, were returning to their original color. Her eyes fell on the protagonist. Steam began to come out of the guy's mouth as he reasoned that it wasn't enough to just heal Horus to defeat Set, he needed to climb one more step. Looking at his weapon, Lee emphasized that by changing the direction of the flow of the stone, he would be able to absorb the madness. Gritting his teeth in pain, he concluded that he needed to grow a dragon heart. His eyes began to glow. Frowning, Vaughn noted that he was completely absorbing the red magic power. Isis thought with a satisfied look that the red magic power that was eating away at Horus was now passing to the dark horse, which meant that Horus would wake up. Namek flew aside. The girl was lying on the ground. Enev ran up to her, holding the potion in his hand. Her body began to recover. The frightened guy asked if she was okay. Namek suddenly woke up. Looking at him, she replied that everything was fine with her and asked how Batet was doing. Anubis led an army of men. He held the girl by the throat in front of him. Enraged, Isis called out to him. The warrior paid attention to her. He dealt a powerful blow to Batet. She began to cough up blood. The girl fell to the ground. Dark energy hovered around her. Anubis turned to the jackals with glowing eyes. A red aura hovered around them. Frowning, he ordered his subordinates to go and harvest death. The warriors rushed into battle. Isis, dumbfounded, cried out that they must protect Horus and the dark horse. The guys took the order with a dumbfounded look. Running aside, Vaughn said that he would go and cure Batet. The guys attacked Seth. They flew at him. The guy with glowing eyes called them idiots. He swung his blade and sliced through his opponent. The man was attacked. Bright mana hovered around him. The corpses of people turned to sand, after which a message popped out that the wolf of the destroyed desert supported his determination. A puzzled Set said that it was a shame they did not recognize their new ruler, even when he was standing right in front of them. Smiling, he asked to wait for his brother, for he was the one who was most suitable for the role of ruler of the Nile. The warrior walked further down the corridor. We were transported to Odin's domain in Asgard. Sitting at the table, the man said that they were starting a meeting. Folding his hands, Jong revealed that Set had started a rebellion. Even if it seemed that the Nile was overflowing its banks, everything should be fine. Frowning, he added that with that in mind, the topic of today's meeting was about Nile. A projection appeared, where Balder turned to Odin. Smiling, he said that they would soon begin a battle with Seth. The enthusiastic man replied that he was giving him permission. The guy was standing opposite the enemy. The puzzled warrior said it was surprising, for he had never thought that Balder would stand in his way. Holding the blades in both hands, the hunter emphasized the fact that he also never thought that they would fight like this. Seth said with a satisfied look that then it meant that this was Asgard's intention. It was fine. It seemed that before starting the main meal, he would practice a little. He rushed into battle. The warrior swung his blade. Balder repelled his attack. He raised his hands above his head. Smiling, the guy emphasized that his opponent was strong. Looking at him, the hunter replied that it was mutual. They bounced off each other. Sunlight enveloped the pyramid. The jackals began to attack. Jong ran to meet them. She began to fight them. The girl wounded one of the opponents. She swung her sword from behind her head. Smiling, Jong stated that this enemy would be the first to be killed. The soldiers pounced on her. They attacked from the side. The girl swung her sword and cursed. A powerful blow rang out. She jumped back. Next to her stood Vaughn. Looking at her, he stated that each of them was a heroic class hunter. Her skills were incredible. Shifting her gaze, Jong noted that looking at them, she didn't think that now was the right time to admire. Isis held back the onslaught of the jackals. She was shocked. Anubis stepped forward. He was surrounded by energy, after which he ordered to step aside. He jumped on the woman. The monster was flying towards her. He raised his hands above his head. A powerful blow rang out. As he landed many attacks, the man wondered if Ishida thought he could hold on to this barrier while fighting it. With a dumbfounded look, she came to the conclusion that she could not maintain the barrier. The jackals began to approach with a shout that the barrier had fallen. This was their chance. Everyone should go on the attack. Fenrir stood before them. A bright flash rang out. The wolf appeared before them. The streams of energy threw the enemies aside. The warriors began to get closer to the words, saying that this was their chance, they would get rid of them. The ceiling in the building began to tremble. Balder dodged the attack. His opponent began to take advantage of the battle. He noted with a satisfied look that even now, the guy was still hiding his strength, which was impressive. Smiling, the hunter said that Seth was also quite strong. The warrior suddenly lowered his weapon. He said with a serious look that it was a waste of time, he had saved it for his brother, but there was nothing to be done. A red aura enveloped him. The energy began to intensify and spread. Frowning, the guy said that it was dangerous. His goal was to buy time. A drop of sweat dripped down his face, after which he turned to Odin and heard that he could fight him. After calming down, the hunter thought that Asgard's orders were absolute. He said with a satisfied look that they would fight. An enthusiastic Seth replied that it was great. He rushed into battle. Watching the opponent, the guy noted that he was fast. Holding out his weapon in front of him, Balder revealed that Seth's only weakness was that he had no control over the territory, and then asked to be allowed to show the difference between those who had power and those who did not. The enraged guy shouted a spell loudly. The energy surrounded them. They suddenly disappeared. Taken aback, Anubis thought that Seth's energy had disappeared. Smiling, Isis assumed that something had happened to him. Looking at the enemy, she asked him to surrender, because now the balance of power was upset. Standing in front of him, the man replied that it couldn't be that something could happen to him, after which he thought that the woman was worried. Maybe right now he could use it against her. A light aura hovered around her. Watching her, Anubis asked her to keep in mind that it was not his intention to kill her. Stretching out his arms, he cried out that he wanted to apply the curtain of truth. The energy shackled the girl. Enev, dumbfounded, called out to her. The man locked her in a cube and said that she had lost her vigilance. The dumbfounded woman thought that her body had become heavy, she could not do anything. Smiling, Anubis asked her to stay trapped and become his power. The guys ran to help Isis, shouting that they needed to destroy this barrier. Swinging his fist, Enev thought that he would hit him once with all his might. This should be enough to break through. He attacked the cube. Taken aback, he thought that it was as if he had hit a sponge. His attack did not work. Continuing to strike, he came to the conclusion that in this case, he would have to break through with several attacks. Frowning, Enev thought about the barrier. Raising his head, he noticed that the cube began to grow. Energy swirled around the man. Taken aback, Batet reported that she felt the power of Lady Isis and Enev emanating from him. Anubis laughed with glowing eyes and cried out that an incredible amount of power was penetrating him. He noticed a voice that called him a dog. Smiling, John clarified what he was going to do. Glancing at the wolf, she emphasized the fact that all of his subordinates had been defeated by their white dog, and only he remained. The man raised his hand above his head. A flood of energy surrounded him, after which he reported that he was harvesting from all of them. Shadow Mana reached for the corpses. The jackals suddenly rose to their feet. Taken aback, the girl thought that all those who had died had come back to life. Frowning, the warrior ordered the destruction of all his enemies. Batet frowned and cried out that they had to be careful, because Anubis's forbidden magic turned them into his battle toys. Puzzled, Jong noted in her mind that she had finally seen it again. She imagined the creatures and emphasized the fact that they were just like in China with giants, monsters born of the ruler's greed. Standing in a fighting stance, the girl noted that Seth and Anubis were the same as the king of the giants. Everything was fine, because they had already fought with such a thing once. Puzzled, Balder thought that Braidablik had been smashed to smithereens, then added that control of territory is a space that grants its owner absolute power. We were shown a rift in space and informed that despite his control still being in effect, Seth had managed to break free by breaking the rules of the territory that had bound him and breaking free from space. The warrior's face was surprised. Steam was coming out of his mouth. Taken aback, Wald wondered if they were trying to scare him. He noted with a serious look that since his control of the territory had not worked, it was the only means left, after which he shouted that he would continue and use it, so he wanted to be given permission, to which he was told that they needed to retreat. It would lead to their losses. They should give up the Nile. They should take the dark horse and leave. The guy was surprised. Drops of sweat ran down his face as he said he would obey his orders. The hunter removed the weapon from his hands. A red aura hovered in the room. Smiling, the man wondered if this was Asgard's decision to bring him back. Standing in front of him, Wald said that it was humiliating, but there was nothing to be done, because the orders were absolute. The joyful warrior asked not to humiliate himself, because Asgard made the right decision. The guy stepped back from there. The room was brightly lit. Seth stood in front of his brother. The old man looked at him and said that his younger brother was there. Examining him, the guy said that his interlocutor did not look well, given his appearance. It was his decision. With an enraged look, he asked loudly why everything had to end this way. The stranger turned to him with a calm look, noting that he did not regret his decision. Seth stood quietly and asked if the reason his brother had become possessed by a power that had nearly cost Horus his life because he was determined to take the throne. Frowning, the man asked not to be so presumptuous, because there are many powerful people hiding in this world, but not all of their goals are for the benefit of humanity. Taken aback, the guy asked if he had seen him. Clenching his hand into a fist, he added that he was talking about a man who wears black clothes. The old man was shocked by the question. Holding his face, Seth laughed and remarked that he now understood that when he met him, his brother felt defeated, so in order to defeat him, he became possessed by a power he could not get. He imagined the man reaching out to the crystal and saying that even though his son had been absorbed by the red ore and was on the verge of death, he was still possessed by its power. Of course, he was stronger than Horus, so he hadn't lost everything. Instead, the red ore had taken away his youth and vitality. Pointing his finger at him, the guy added that he was different from him and the protagonist. The old man was taken aback by what he heard and asked again. Holding his hands in front of him, he stated that he would show him. The energy surrounded him. His brother, dumbfounded, asked if it was red ore. Smiling, Seth noted that this was the power he had dreamed of. The dog rushed at him. He found himself in front of the old man. The stranger turned to Horus with a calm air. The warrior noted with a satisfied look that he would follow this man and rule the whole world, and not just this miserable little Nile and Egypt. Jong continued to fight the jackals. She raced and sliced them through with lightning speed. Gongs killed the enemy with one blow. Clumps of blue energy have formed. Mu released streams of mana. Corpses lay on the ground. Dark energy spread throughout the room. The eyes of the dead began to glow. They rose to their feet again. The surprised guys said that they continued to get up again. There was only one way to stop them. Jong shifted her gaze. She drew attention to the battle between Fenrir and Anubis. A cloud of dust rose around the wolf. He made a powerful lunge. The man formed a bundle of energy in his hands. The monster hit the opponent in the face. A cloud of dust rose. The dumbfounded girl called out to Fenrir. She stared at the smoke. The wounded boy was lying on the ground, clenching his hand into a fist. Anubis said that it was amazing, this endless power. He felt that he could defeat anyone, even Osiris himself. Smiling, he added that it was time to put an end to this. The protagonist climbed up there. He said with a serious look that the deed was done. Taken aback, the monster thought about this energy. Horus stood before him. He asked with a furious look how Anubis dared. The bandages on his arm began to unwind. They shrouded the barrier. There was an explosion. The dumbfounded monster thought that his opponent had shattered the curtain of truth so easily. The woman got out of there. She walked over to Horus and noted that he had woken up. She began to cry when she saw her son. Smiling, the guy replied that it was so, after which he asked her to rest. Walking towards the monster, he said that he would be back now. The jackals began to scream in pain. They disappeared from the battlefield. Smiling, Enev thought that since the curtain of truth had disappeared, the enemy could no longer control the dead. Enraged, Anubis called out to Horus. He rushed into battle. Energy emanated from the guy. He was preparing for a clash with the enemy. Bandages bound his arm. They began to wrap around the monster's body. Frowning, the young man ordered him to come to our aid. There was a powerful explosion. The wounded Anubis fell to the ground. He opened his eyes and asked if he was still alive. Standing over him, Gore emphasized the fact that it was not for him to decide whether or not to take his life. MC walked over there. Turning around, the guy asked if this would be enough, to which he received a positive answer. Mu followed him and asked why he had spared his life, to which he was told that it was because he looked lonely. Smiling, Lee noted that he was thinking of making him a brother. Smiling, the skeleton thanked him. Taken aback, the man wondered why it had become colder there. The pyramid shuddered suddenly. The guys were surprised. The soldiers were also taken aback. The protagonist's eyes widened. Gore clenched his hand into a fist. He noted with a puzzled look that his father had died. Sunlight enveloped the settlement. People gathered in the square. The guy fell to his knees and spoke about the Lord of Osiris. They began to cry, saying that this was their defeat. Turning around, the warrior noted that this was not yet the case, for Horus had woken up. He added with a serious look that it was not too late. They should lend their power to Horus. They began to run through the city. A blue sky surrounded the tower. A man with a serious look said that Memphis would not join, after which he asked what Hermopolis planned to do, and we were introduced to the leader of Memphis, named Thoth. Clenching his hand into a fist, the stranger declared that they would fight Seth. After all, they were not cowards, after which the plot said that it was the leader of Hermopolis, Sekhmet. As he walked away, he added that he would not watch the Nile crumble. Looking after him, he asked him to wait. Turning around, the man listened that in this case, the leader of Memphis would go with him to the temple of Are, not to side with Set or Horus, but he wanted to see a new king of the Nile born. He knitted his brows. Watching him, Sekhmet thought that this was a fox-like type. He must be planning to join the side that would win. Evening came. Horus stood opposite the enemy. Smiling, Seth declared that he looked terrible. The guy with a serious face noted that his uncle looked like he was having fun. The guy with a calm look said to choose a new king of the Nile for the glory of Are, to decide who Are would choose and who would rule the Nile. The warriors suddenly shouted the same words. He watched the arena. Behind Isis stood his subordinates. Set cried out with a satisfied face that they had all gathered to see the birth of a new king. Looking down, He noted that the dark horse was amazing. He never thought that the protagonist would be able to awaken Horus. But everything was exactly as the man had predicted. Watching him, Lee thought that although he wasn't yet sure that he would be able to cure Horus, the man behind Seth was able to predict it. Stepping forward, MC asked if the guy wanted to say that he wanted him to save Horus, to which he received a positive answer. A red aura hovered in the area. A smile appeared on Seth's face. With glowing eyes, he added that he wanted this because the true king must be recognized by everyone. The protagonist also needs to go up to the place where it is decided who will become the king. Gore turned. Surprised, Sekhmet wondered what this guy was saying. Puzzled, Thoth asked if Set wanted an outsider to join the struggle for the choice of king. Stretching out his hand, the guy assumed that his opponent also felt it. Looking at Lee, he said that the patron of Horus, the son of the desert, was also looking after this person. Frowning, MC thought that since Horus woke up, there had been a message that the desert sun was watching him. But for some reason, the fallen angel didn't like it. He didn't understand what it had to do with who would become the king of the Nile. Observing the ally, Lee said that even though he had absorbed Horus' madness, he had just freed himself from the seal. Even so, Gore had never been able to defeat Set. He jumped up suddenly. The protagonist landed in front of the guy. Standing nearby, he said that he would help him. Smiling, the guy noticed that this was encouraging. A red aura enveloped their opponent. He went to them and said that they had to decide whose patron was stronger. The bandages from Horus's body began to unwind. A spear appeared in the protagonist's hands. The guys got into fighting stances. Sunlight enveloped Asgard. The man was sitting at the table. Sighing, he thought that the Nile would be the perfect place to absorb. He introduced Seth and emphasized that he possessed dark red magical power that had destroyed control of the territory. His hand began to tremble. Frowning, John emphasized that fear was a feeling that he thought he had already forgotten. Purple mana surrounded him. There was a smile on his face. The man with glowing eyes stressed that he had found an opportunity. Because with the unknown power that Seth possesses, it may even be possible to kill the patrons. Putting his hands on the table, he added, he is done with Nile, but with Set it is different. Once this rebellion is over, he will intervene. He was suddenly taken aback. Looking at the mysterious man, he noted that it was impossible. There, on his territory, no one should have entered without his permission. Watching the stranger, he wondered who it was and how he got into his territory. The guy was standing opposite and turned to Odin. He held out his hand. The stranger with a straight face emphasized that he would give him strength. Horus aimed the bandages at the enemy. Swinging his fists, the warrior repelled all attacks. The enraged guy shouted that Ari would be his witness. Flames enveloped the bandages. They were drawn to the enemy. Smiling, Seth reported that his nephew had grown stronger, but had not yet become accustomed to his new power. Stretching out his hand, he used a sorrowful storm. A lot of whirlwinds appeared on the battlefield. Gore flew aside. The guy prepared to make a dash. He rushed forward. The warrior jumped on him. His blow hit his nephew's stomach. Horus hit the ground and raised clouds of dust. The spear was aimed at the man. Seth grabbed him by the blade. He began to restrain the protagonist. Smiling, the warrior asked what it was, noting that Lee was much stronger than before. The dumbfounded protagonist thought that since he had repelled his attack so easily, then there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to use the madness he had absorbed. He was furious. Taken aback, Seth wondered how he could use the power of the red ore, noting that when he was healing Horus, he must have absorbed the power of the red ore. He let go of the spear. Dodging the attack, the man thought it was very interesting. He began to launch a huge series of attacks. Frowning, Lee asked if his opponent wanted to reveal the person's identity to him. Swinging his fist, the warrior replied that even if he told him, it wouldn't make any sense, he would die today anyway. Throwing a punch, he threw MC aside. Seth watched his opponent. Streams of flame stretched towards him. The fire surrounded the villain. Enraged, Horus wondered if he had to kill his father. There was a powerful explosion. Surrounding himself with a barrier, the man replied that it was not bad. He landed on the ground. Standing in front of him, MC said that he had a proposal. With glowing eyes, he asked a question. How about he answer their questions if they defeated him? Going to them, Seth replied that this would never happen. Holding the spear in front of him, Lee said that they would take a look. Inhaling the air, he thought that using the power of madness, he was overflowing with mana. Right now, he would be able to use it. After which he said that he had used the sun flare. Bright mana enveloped the spear. The enraged protagonist shouted that he had used a whirlwind. The flow of energy destroyed the earth. The puzzled man stressed that he understands why MC is so confident, but this is not enough. He created a sandstorm around him. The streams of energy collided and raised smoke. There was an explosion. Looking at the flying debris, people shouted that they needed to be careful. The girl chopped up piles of stones. Turning around, Zhang shouted that the guys must retreat. She would protect them while they retreated. Running away from there, the guys thanked her, noting that this was not a battle between ordinary hunters. Wiping the sweat from his face, Lee reported that even though his attack had reached its target, it wasn't enough. Set's magic power hadn't diminished at all. The outline of the enemy was visible from behind the dust. The monster jumped out from behind the smoke. The dog began to bite into Horus. The guy gritted his teeth in pain. The protagonist chopped off the monster's head. Standing in front of them, the man reported that his attacks were beyond his imagination. He didn't think he would be able to break through his sandstorm. A dumbfounded MC wondered why Balder had lost. His arm began to recover. The warrior said with a serious look that he couldn't have thought that Lee would force him to use this power. Fog enveloped the building. Taken aback, Sekhmet wondered what this sinister mana was. Frowning, Thoth added that it was larger than Gore and the Dark Horse combined. The dumbfounded girl called out to her friend. They stood opposite the enemy. Horus began to cough up blood. Smiling, Seth said that the nephew looked exhausted. It seemed that the new Ari would be the wolf of the ruined desert, so he would let him rest in peace. Lee touched his knee. Frowning, he thought that just by looking at this power, anyone who saw this dark red aura would feel that they were facing an endless abyss of power that would never run out. His hand began to tremble, after which Lee stressed that it was terrifying, and he wanted to run away from it immediately. An aura surrounded him. Surprised, Seth remarked that he had a real warrior spirit. He thought the protagonist would run back to Asgard with his tail between his legs, as Balder suggested that Asgard had decided to retreat. He added with a satisfied look that it didn't matter, even Odin wouldn't be able to win. Then, without further hesitation, he would go ahead and take his life. Observing the enemy, MC reasoned that this battle could not be won, but he could not retreat. Such was the duty of those with power. The sun broke through the clouds. The rays of the sun shone brightly, after which a notification popped up that the desert sun was watching him. The guys were surprised. Surprised, Isis said that this is the light of Ra, and she does not understand how this is possible. Bright energy surrounded the mountain. Looking down, the guy asked in his mind what it was, noting that his wounds had healed and he was covered in an incredible amount of mana, after which he received messages that the desert sun supports 2 hunters. Both hunters can use enhanced abilities. The puzzled protagonist opened his eyes wide, and wondered if he supported both of them, adding that the fallen angel didn't mind it, after which he turned his attention to the projection where it was said that the desert sun had exceeded the maximum amount of sponsorship. After the set time had elapsed, the sponsorship would be withdrawn. The warriors warily asked if the light of Ra had shone on the 2 people. Watching them, Seth asked if it was a desperate struggle. Gora bent down. He was preparing to make a breakthrough. The warriors sent a demon dog at him. Approaching the enemy, the guy dodged the attack. He began to run at the enemy. MC was surprised by the news that the dragon's weak heart would temporarily increase due to the influence of the desert sun. He began to grow wings. Lee suddenly jumped. He soared over the arena. As he watched the battlefield, he asked if it was because the desert sun had given him its power, noting that he saw mana floating in the air. He said that he could use mana in the air thanks to mana, and asked if he could use the Demon King's signature attack. There were reports saying that the mana flow was activated at a rapid pace. The weak dragon heart was absorbing the magical power in the air, and the process was activated. Flapping his wings, MC thought that even though he had gained power through sponsorship, he still couldn't match set mana in the air. He needed to focus on collecting as much of it as possible, after which notifications appeared that the desert sun was paying attention to him, and the fallen angel was smiling like he knew what he was going to do. Lee concentrated the flames in his hand. Energy surrounded him. He remarked with a serious look that it was the Fire King's skill, after which the system said that the Fire King's skill had been obtained. It was an incredible achievement. He had become a person who was paving his own path. He had become a person who had grown up without a patron. A cloud of energy formed in the sky. The dumbfounded warrior reported that the sun was on fire in the sky. Watching what was happening, they cried out that it was not so. There were 2 suns. Smiling, Seth asked if this was all, adding that as he thought, the patron suitable for Ra was not the sun of the desert, it was the wolf of the ruined desert. Gora repelled his attacks. Frowning, he heard his comrade's voice that he needed to move away. The guy suddenly jumped to the side. Looking up, the man said that he could run like a rat. He was suddenly taken aback. A stream of flames fell on him. Holding out his hands in front of him, he tried to hold back his energy. Streams of mana hovered across the battlefield. The building began to collapse. People began to run away from the explosions. The dumbfounded warrior screamed in pain. The protagonist's head protruded from the sun. He got out of there. Lee, dumbfounded, thought that it was good that he was able to break free before he lost control of his body. This was the end for Seth. Black mana surrounded the sphere, after which the system said that the desert sun was showing its anger, and the dark sun was appearing on the battlefield. The energy spread across the battlefield. Trying to fly away from there, the protagonist thought that he was being sucked inside. He used all his strength using the skill of the Fire King. Frowning, he emphasized the fact that he didn't have the strength to escape. The black mana began to pull him in. The protagonist hovers in black weightlessness and thinks that this is a place where nothing exists, either sky, nor sun, nor light, nor heat, nor people. He looks up and realizes that there is nothing in it. He plummets down and wonders if he is going to die like this. The main character opens his eyes in surprise and hears an order that he needs to pull himself together. Balder put the main character on his shoulder. He looks down in surprise and calls out the name of the young man. The guy rushes forward with a load in his arms from the abyss that consumes space. Black energy mana is approaching the guys. The young man closed his eyes and asked the young man to use the byrest, and that it was about to explode. Lee looks at his savior in amazement, and does not believe that there will be an explosion now. The black magic cloud is enveloped in purple energy mana. A powerful explosion topples the temple tower on its side. Fiery lava fills the entire space. The magic dome glows with bright colors. Balder furiously grabs the protagonist by the neck and exclaims what he did, and that he asked him to use the byrest to escape from here. The boy shifts his evil gaze and continues his angry tirade that the hunter used it as a barrier to protect the temple, and asks that he is trying to die with everyone else. The protagonist grabbed the red-haired guy's hand and said that if he hadn't, the others would have died, and furiously shouted that Balder wouldn't do anything anymore. Fire mana is approaching young people preparing for battle. The young man shifts his wary gaze to the side and pronounces the name of Breidablik. Fiery lava filled everything around. A bright yellow cloud emits light. The young man looks at the lava anxiously and says the name of Lee Jun-ken. He shifts his excited gaze ahead and thinks that the protagonist has erected a barrier around the site of the explosion to protect everyone, and continues that no one can survive an explosion of this magnitude. A magical flash appeared in the air. Manhwa rushes forward. A girl with blonde hair grabs his hand, stopping him. The young man turns to her and asks why she stopped him, and she replies that Lee Jun-king is inside. A young man with blonde hair looks at the lady in bewilderment, and says that they must save the protagonist. The blonde looks at him confidently, and says that there is no need for this, and that there is no need to save the hunter. She turned her thoughtful gaze to her partner, and said that he had to get used to it, and that it would not be long before he would return, and as if nothing had happened. The guy moved his neck to the side and thought that this was why everyone else who was part of his team, except for him, the last one to join, was just quietly waiting. The girl and the boy calmly look at the young man. Joan shifted her confident gaze to the new member of the team. He looks at her trustingly, and she says that the barrier is still intact, which means that the main character is alive, and Manhwa replies that now everything is clear to him. The magic barrier hung in space. Gore looks ahead appraisingly, and decides that he is looking at a dark horse. Pumped-up warriors look at their opponents with clenched fists. Seth looks aggressively ahead and invites the interlocutor to go up to him in order to choose a king. The dark-haired man looks ahead gloomily and muses that another candidate for the throne is the one who received the light of Ra. A plaque appears informing that the dark sun briefly appeared on the battlefield, and that the explosive energy emitted by the explosion collided with the barrier of Beverist, and came under the control of Baldur's territory. The red-haired guy opened his mouth furiously. This turned the once beautiful territory of Baldur into ruins. Young people look desperately at the ruins through the dissipating fire. A young man with glowing eyes looks ahead and says that at least it worked and Lee was able to unlock the explosion, and goes on to say that using Baldur's control of Baldur's territories is not his doing, and that he did it himself, someone who is unconditionally loyal to Odin. Bald lowered his head and thought that this had turned into an opportunity to weaken the protagonist's power. He shifted his hateful gaze to the guy and said that perhaps he had saved the hunter on a whim, but he would never forgive him, and would make sure that he repaid him. The boys approach the clouds of smoke and Baldur says that they are coming back. The smoke screen rises up. The guys confidently walk through the devastated desert. The protagonist looks ahead in despair and thinks that this place has become like this because of him and the dark sun, and that it looks like a meteorite fall. The red-haired young man shifts his squinted gaze to his companion and offers to look for Seth. He moves swiftly forward and thinks that there is no reason to look for it, and that there is nothing left here, and persuades himself that you never know for sure. A scoreboard appears with information about mana activation. Weak magical sparks emanate from the protagonist's body, and he thinks that he will use the energy to find Set. The guy looks forward with a worried look. A piece of cloth is visible from under the rock, and Lee thinks that there is nothing left, and wonders how a piece of cloth could have ended up here among the rocks and dirt, and how it survived, and immediately decides that he should put it in his inventory. Baldur approaches the protagonist and says that there is really nothing left, and asks that he has found anything, and the hunter replies that there is nothing here. The protagonist turns his head to the young man and confidently says that in this case he must remove the barrier. The warriors look at the magic dome in amazement. Energy mana radiates energy over the city. The guy confidently approaches the dome. He looks forward in a friendly way. Manhwa looks at Lee with admiration and says that this is exactly what Jung said, adding that he didn't have enough faith in him. The blonde looks at him and says that she was right. The young man opens his eyes wide and thinks that it was she who was most worried. The girl runs towards the protagonist. She throws herself on his neck. Helicopters fly over the ruined city. The information says that after the disaster that occurred in Egypt, was everything really okay? The number of hunters was growing and ordinary people were afraid that they would soon be replaced by hunters. But who was the man who stopped Seth? He was the dark horse who appeared again. The upper floors of the Cairo hotel are immersed in the rays of the sun. The boys are standing in the square, and Manhwa asks Lee how he feels, and Lee replies that he is feeling great, and asks the guy to check on him. The green-eyed young man looks attentively at the interlocutor and thinks that it is impossible for the protagonist to be fine, because the sudden regaining of strength after the healing of Horus, and the unexpected support of the desert sun overexerted the boy's body, and says that he will check his pulse. He takes the main character by the hand. The guy shifts his enthusiastic gaze to the hunter and declares that he is really fine, and that he is even healthier than before, and that it is incredible. Lee shifts his friendly gaze to the other person and says that he wasn't sure, but that's true, and adds that he's glad he can rely on the young man. The door to the room opens and the main character is addressed by name. The girl quickly approaches the guys with a newspaper and says that there is important news. She points her finger at the photo of the main character, where it is written that a Korean hunter is saving Egypt, and says that everyone is talking about a dark horse. The door to the office is closed. The hunter puts his hand on the stack of newspapers and remembers that a few days ago they were full of articles about hunters, and now there is not a line about them. He crosses his arms over his chest and wonders what everyone is saying about him, and asks if someone is trying to distract attention. The tablet says that the fallen angel is pleased with his high reputation. Lee turns his head to Jeong, and she assumes that ordinary people must have been amazed by this incident, and the guy agrees with her, and continues that it must be the first time humans have seen the power of hunters. The lady rounds her surprised eyes and says that this is not just the strength of every hunter. The protagonist looks at her and replies that nevertheless, it works well and people will have to worry about hunters, and thinks that in the future, hunters will rule ordinary people, and they will become no better than livestock. There is a knock on the door. The young warrior resolutely clenches his fists and addresses the protagonist, calling him a dark horse. The protagonist turns his head to Eneb. The warrior looks at the protagonist and says that Horus ordered him to bring him and asks if he will go. The main character looked away and agreed. Horus swiftly attacks his opponent amidst magical flashes, and the young man reflects that after the battle with Seth, Lee Jun-king was unable to meet with Horus due to the fact that he was sealed for a long time and received countless wounds during the battle with Set and needed treatment, and received medical care for the last days. Eneb shifts his gaze to the protagonist, and says that Neil thanked him for his help. The warrior looks at the boy in disbelief and says that despite being an outsider, he was blessed with the light of Ra, and that because of this, he becomes the next king. The young man turned his head sharply and said that he was not interested in being a king, and that he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. He looks at his hand in amazement, and says that the light of Ra will soon leave him, and muses that even though it is still written that he is sponsored by the desert sun, the fallen angel begins to complain. There is information that the fallen angel is frowning at the desert sun, otherwise he is excited. The protagonist looks thoughtfully in front of him and continues to muse that it must be that the desert sun can't sponsor two people, and that the mountain will obviously choose. Eneb bows his head respectfully, and says that there is nothing to worry about and thanks the guy. A majestic palace towers over the city. Gore, accompanied by his subjects, meets Lee. He stares at the hunter and says that he apologizes for greeting him so late, and adds that the protagonist saved his life, and saved Neil from his fate. The young king sincerely thanks the young man and adds that Egypt has decided to repay him in kind, and that they will give him everything they want. Gore spreads his hands to the sides and continues to tell Lee what he wants. The main character carefully peers into the face of the king, and says that he wants them all to change. The young king looks at his interlocutor in bewilderment. The hunter looks confidently at the man and continues to tell that he heard that the rights of ordinary people were once respected on the banks of the Nile. The hunter stands majestically over a man lying on the ground, and Lee goes on to say that the hunters violated the rights of the people as they pleased, and that he wants Egypt to respect the rights of the people again. Gore clenched his fists and replied that it was after his father had fallen overboard while he was sealed, and added that he would make sure that everything was back to normal, and that he was willing to grant any request from the protagonist. He looks at the guest with admiration and says that he is another king of the Nile. The leader of Memphis, look at the overlord with anxiety in his eyes. Lady Isis opens her mouth furiously and pronounces the king's name. He resolutely turns his head to his subjects and declares that the guy, although a stranger, was honored with the light of Ra, and that everyone knows this, and angrily asks that they are going to deny it. The leaders of the cities bowed their heads guiltily. The girl looked angrily at Horus. The main character looked anxiously at the rulers of Egypt, and said that the light of Ra in him would soon disappear. The king straightened his shoulders and said that he knew about it. He raised his hand and addressed the guest that it did not change the fact that he had been blessed with the light of Ra, and that when the light left him, a part of him would remain in him forever. The young man does not take his eyes off Horus and thinks that they are not connected in this way. The Lord of the Nile throws up his hands in fury and declares that when Lee Jun-king was once an outsider, he has now become the hidden king of the Nile, and that he commands that he take the title of Ammonius and together with him, the bearer of the title of Ra, they will lead the Nile into the new system of Ammonius Ra. He looks angrily at his subjects and continues to command that they will change the course of the Nile as Ammonius commanded, and that they will no longer tolerate discrimination between hunters and ordinary people, and that he will repeal the law that allows hunters to kill people whenever they please. The men bowed their heads obediently, and replied that they would follow Ra's orders. Inabu and Namek lowered their gazes and said that they would follow Ra's orders. Snow-white clouds float in the blue sky. The two kings look down on their subjects. The main character looks forward and reflects that those who called themselves rulers were not normal. The king of the giants laughs madly. Seth looks down on haughtily. Horus turns his trusting gaze to the young man and says that now that they are alone, he is much calmer, and asks the guy not to worry too much, and admits that he also does not like the position of the king. He brings his hand to his face and continues that Lee is upset that he could have guessed his feelings. The protagonist replied that this is not the case. The bandage smoothly falls to the floor. The pleased young man looks at Lee and says that this is a great relief, and that he is thinking about abolishing the title of king. The main character looks at the interlocutor in amazement. The young king clenches his fists and asks the boy if in some cases the lifespan of a hunter is not infinite, and says that it is too dangerous to give such hunters absolute power. The guy with glowing eyes enthusiastically continues to say that it is impossible to say whether he himself will ever change so much. Lee watches with approval and muses that right now Gore is a good person with power, and that if he does change, things could end worse than it did with Seth, and says that it's a good idea. The young ruler turned his gaze to the interlocutor and said that as for his uncle Seth, he was still alive. He bowed his head slightly and asked that Lee would be chasing him, and added that he would not be able to leave Egypt at the moment, and that he wanted to ask the young man to do it himself. The protagonist looks at the king curiously and says that he is curious about the man behind Seth anyway, and adds that if he finds the man, he will contact Horus, who thanked the young man. The high tower rests on the clear sky with its spire. The plane, having released the landing gear, is preparing for landing. A man with a beard, holding a camera in his hands, says that the plane is landing, and everyone needs to get ready. A young man with yellow hair stops in front of reporters, and one of them asks them to answer questions about what he plans to do in the future, and how much international aid he plans to send to Egypt. Yashin looks askance to the side. The men in black clothes leave. The correspondent with a camera in his hands is indignant that the person who arrived again did not say a word, but they are used to this. A guy with blonde hair shifts his gaze to the people entering and exclaims that the Korean Association, of which Lee is a member, has arrived. Sun enters the waiting room, and the correspondent comments that the head of the guild of the Major League Sun, who is called the next president of the Korean Association, has appeared. A man with a goatee raises his camera. The main character enters the airport building with a confident gait, and the correspondents, paying attention to him, say that he is the hero of Egypt. The protagonist stops in front of the head of the guild of the Major League, and asks about his arrival. A newspaper clipping appears detailing a meeting between Lee and Song to discuss the Korean Hunters Association's support for Egypt. The traffic light is located above the highway. The car is moving along the street of the city, and a conversation takes place in it. The protagonist looks thoughtfully ahead and says that it is very strange that Balder left for Korea so quickly, and then it makes sense. The dream shifts his gaze to the protagonist and confirms that it is all because Odin disappeared. The head of the guild of the Major League lowers his head and states that at the moment a state of emergency has been declared in Asgard, and adds that it will be difficult for them to make up for the lack of an ally with sufficient influence. The main character opens his mouth and thinks that why he disappeared at the wrong time, exactly at the moment when the disaster is approaching, and if it had happened at another time, he would have taken it with great joy, and said that all this is not good. The bald man sits with his arms crossed and says that Odin is not a weakling who could be attacked and kidnapped, and that he was in his own Asgard territory at the last moment, and continues that he was most likely unaccompanied. Lee is driving a car and says that there is a lot of incomprehensibility in the fact that it disappeared in itself, and adds that perhaps he is up to something, due to the fact that it happens before the disaster. Dream turns to the interlocutor, and smiling, says that the guy should not worry, since Odin himself was preparing for him, and adds that, in any case, his disappearance will not be a big problem for them. The main character lowers his gaze and says that what he said calmed him down, and the interlocutor continued to say that it doesn't matter to them, this is the loss of the most important power, and it's time to finish their work as soon as possible and return home. The protagonist keeps a close eye on the road and reflects that Odin's disappearance is drastically different from the last time and the reason may be himself, and continues that if he were not here, things could have gone differently, and he is uncomfortable with it. The tower of the building is illuminated by sunlight. Horus stands in front of the audience. Yashin gets up from his chair and says that they are sorry for the incident that happened in Egypt, and adds that their organization will send most of its heroes to rebuild. Lee listens carefully to the guy and thinks that in this way they want to secretly seize control of Egypt by placing their people there. The protagonist turns his head to the side and reflects on the first time he's heard of this Japanese organization. A man with short hair put his arms crossed on his chest and says that the event that took place in Egypt undermined the status of hunters around the world, and the second adds that because of this, compensation will have to be paid. Lee looks thoughtfully at the speakers and muses that all these groups are like Japan, trying to absorb the Nile after weakening it. The protagonist shifts his gaze to Sun and asks if Asgard is going to join, and the interlocutor replies that after a joint discussion, they decided not to interfere. The guild leader of the Major League looks at the guy and says that they already have enough influence on Nile, thanks to a certain person, and adds that it's all thanks to the hero of Egypt. The protagonist sits with his hands in front of him and says that the interlocutor should not think so, and the bald man objects that he should look ahead, because he is telling the truth. Horus stands behind the podium, and says that Egypt has been saved by a man to whom they are willing to continue to express their majestic gratitude. The main character opens his eyes wide in bewilderment. The king of Rome stares at Lee and states that Egypt is now united with Asgard, and adds that they will work side by side with Lee. Yashin looks askance at the protagonist. A man with a short haircut turns his gaze towards the main character. Lee sits in the audience and thinks everyone is watching them. Dream lowers his head, and thinking about it, he thinks that he expected such an outcome, but at the moment the calamity is approaching, and Odin is missing, and continues to think that they do not have enough strength to protect even Korea, and he will have to say so. The head of the guild of the Major League stands up and begins to explain the situation, and the protagonist interrupts him, saying that before discussing help and cooperation with Egypt, there is something else that needs to be told. The bald man looks at the guy in surprise. Lee goes down to gore. He lowers his hands and says that Seth is the person they were fighting. At this moment, every hunter who was there was shocked. The short-haired man opened his eyes wide. The brown-haired man raised his hand and asked the guy to tell them everything as soon as possible, and the second man mused that Lee was going to just give valuable information about a strong enough hunter, and the third thought that he was quite a decent person. The protagonist stands in front of the audience and reveals that Seth told him that something really big was coming. The young man looks up and continues that this is due to the special gates that have appeared recently, and adds that he thinks that everyone has already felt the increased density of magical power. A man with blonde hair looks at the young man in amazement, and thinks that he guessed that he had some information. Lee looks away and reveals that Seth told him that this is just one of the coming signs of distress. The protagonist raises his head and states that some time has passed since the appearance of the gates and hunters, and he is not sure that more changes will not happen, and adds that Uncle Horace told him that a calamity is coming. The protagonist puts his hand on his chest and admits that Seth tried to persuade him to his side, so he revealed the secret. Horace looked down in thought. Lee raised his hand and told him that he had been told that someone with incredible power would seek to conquer and rule the world, and added that if he agreed to go over to Seth's side, he could ally with him. The blonde youth looked at his colleague in surprise. Yashin got up from his chair. He holds the table with his hand and says that everything he said is ridiculous nonsense. The Japanese representative looks at the protagonist and asks if he is trying too hard to raise his price, and adds that he is not strong enough for Seth to try to recruit him. The yellow-haired guy straightens up and says that Lee has watched too many movies when talking about conquering and ruling the world. The protagonist raises his hand and asks to answer the question of what is the goal, for all of them who are part of the organization. Yashin chuckles and says that their goal is the salvation and protection of humanity, and adds that everything they do, even sacrificing themselves, is done for the sake of humanity. The main character raises his head and says that their goal is to satisfy their own interests and the right to govern the territory, and asks if he is not right. The pupils of the interlocutor narrowed. The protagonist tilted his head and stated that whoever had taken control of Seth was already working to change everything, and clarified whether the fact that he had warned them of the disaster was important. A shadow fell on the protagonist's eyes, and he said that the issue of Egypt was important, and added that if his goal was to rule the world, then it meant that none of their territories would be safe either. Drops of sweat appeared on people's faces. The sun's rays illuminate the buildings. Sun stood in front of the guy and asked what he was thinking about when he told them about the disaster, and added that no one knew what was going to happen now. The man looked ahead and said that these people have the power to turn the world upside down, and added that they have the power to drastically change everything. The young man opened his mouth and said that he was sure of only one thing: if they told them about the disaster, they would save many lives. The interlocutor made a thoughtful expression on his face. Lee raised his hand and affirmed that after hearing about the disaster, they would try to do something, and added that this alone would help them protect their countries, and then clarified that compared to the past, this time many people will be able to survive the disaster. Sun took a closer look at his interlocutor and stated that since Odin was now absent, he had gathered new people to deal with the disaster. The main character fixed his gaze on the man and offered to just pray that everything would work out. The building stands under the clouds. The guy is on the edge of the balcony. Yashin opened his mouth. The young man leaned over and said that he had come here to help Egypt regain its power, and clarified that it could all be a lie. Lee put his hand to his chest and reported that Seth had tried to sway him to his side, and made it clear that he had therefore revealed the secret to him. The guy lowered his head and thought that it didn't look like he was lying. Yashin turned around and asked his interlocutor what he thought. The girl folded her hands around her waist. A shadow fell on the young man's neck, and he asked his interlocutor if she had predicted the impending danger. The woman opened her mouth slightly and said that disaster was imminent. 2 swords hung from the young man's belt, and he reported that for the past few weeks she had been constantly talking about the impending disaster. Yashin looked up and said that he needed to meet the Dark Horse. The young man stepped forward and announced that he would be away for a while. The pyramid stands behind the building. A guy walks down the hall. The young man looked ahead. Men are standing at the entrance. Yashin made a thoughtful look and asked if they had all come here because of the disaster. The light fell on the back of the interlocutor, and he answered in the affirmative. A strand of hair covered the guy's forehead, and he thought that his interlocutor was from a secret organization of Freemasons. The gentleman furrowed his brows and said that they needed to discuss what to do next, and added that if the disaster was a problem they hadn't faced yet, then it would be even more dangerous for them, and clarified that it was because they had so much more land. Yashin approached the man and asked where the dark horse was, to which the interlocutor replied that he was currently talking to Gore. The lamp hung on the wall, and the interface notified that the desert sun was watching over its two incarnations. Gore stretched out his hand and asked if his uncle had really said so. The man looked straight and reported that he hadn't heard anything his uncle said and asked the protagonist if he could tell him the truth. Lee knitted his eyebrows and thought that since the desert sun was watching them, it would be difficult for him to lie to Horus right now, and replied that it wasn't true. A light fell on the Egyptian's back, and the young man clarified that it was not a complete lie, and asked if he knew that someone was behind him. The main character looked directly and said that the coming disaster is not a lie either. Sweat appeared on the man's face, and he asked how he knew about it. Lee clenched his fist and mentally said that perhaps he could be a reliable ally, and added that he had no choice but to trust Horus. Lee stood in front of the interlocutor, and said that he would tell him the truth if he could keep it a secret. The protagonist tilted his head and stated that he came from the future. The man knitted his eyebrows in surprise. The light falls on the facade of the building. The interlocutors come out to the men. The guy straightened his shoulders and asked them why they had come. The employee pushed his torso forward and asked Lee to fly to America, adding that they would give him whatever he wanted. Lee glanced at the man and thought that he hadn't foreseen that his interlocutor would try to recruit him. The worker broadened his gaze and stated that there were too few hunters in America for the amount of land they had, and added that if the guy told the truth, they could face serious danger, and repeated that they would give him whatever he wanted. A shadow fell on the man's forehead, and he wondered why the dark horse was of such great value, and the second man mentally asked that America was recruiting the dark horse. The employee raised his hand and said that the Philippines also welcomed him, and the employee added that Australia also wanted to recruit him. Two people turned around. Yashin emitted a blue glow and asked the main character to come to Japan. Lee looked at the Japanese man and said in his mind that he was pressing down on everyone present with his magical power. The employee turned his eyes to the main character and said that he offered everything he wanted. The chandelier swayed. Sweat appeared on the worker's face, and he asked if it was an earthquake. The man looked away and replied that the gate had collapsed. A group of bald warriors ran forward, someone exclaiming that they were there, they needed to be rescued quickly. Werewolves struck at people. Swarthy soldiers fought off monsters with swords. Clouds flew in the sky above the high tower. A drop of sweat slid down the guy's cheek. He couldn't believe that the gate had collapsed so suddenly. His comrade added that there was not even any sign that it would happen. The man in the bandages on his chest desperately lowered his eyes down and noticed that there was no gate nearby. The black man turned his gaze away and concluded that it was coming out that the gate had collapsed as soon as it appeared. The protagonist looked ahead in front of him and stated that they did not have time to evacuate or prepare other measures to combat this, so they should resolve this situation and then have conversations. In the middle of the city stood a huge skyscraper. Joan put her hands on her belt and reported that more than 100 people had died, but luckily for them, the hunters and Nil were able to react in time and take action, but the gates still collapsed in the area. She opened her eyes wide and noted that they had collapsed the moment they appeared, so they had no time to prepare, and asked that this was the disaster. The protagonist looked at her and replied that it was just a harbinger, and ordered her to take everyone to Seoul and work with the White Tiger group. She stood in front of him and asked what he was going to do. He said that right now, this was the place, their chance. The young man looked at her and added that there were heroes from all over the world who had witnessed the harbinger of disaster themselves, and this would convince them to strengthen their defenses, which would save countless lives. She opened her mouth slightly and tried to object. The young man stretched out his hand and continued that the same event that had happened in China would happen in Korea, so Korea needed all the hunters they could get their hands on right now. Besides, the president of the association was missing. She bulged her eyes at him, asked again about the disappearance of the president. He furrowed his brows and explained that Odin was gone. He would send them all back through the Bifrost right now because Korea needed their help. Clouds flew over the skyscraper. A rainbow flew out of the window. Lee was standing near the window. He stared into the distance and realized that they didn't have time, and now he didn't know how things would turn out, so he needed to do his best to convince everyone. Clouds flew over the high tower. The main character stood at the lectern on the stage and noted that Seth told him about it. There are only 3 harbingers of disaster. He looked around the stands and explained that the first, the collapse of the gate. The gate appears and collapses at the same time, just as it happened yesterday. It is the first harbinger. The man on the bench folded his arms over his chest. He continued that the second thing was to strengthen the monsters. Usually S-rank hunters could easily deal with the monsters in the S-rank gate, but now, B-rank or even A-rank hunters might be needed to deal with them. The young man looked seriously into the hall and concluded that the third type was golification. The man with blonde hair looked at him uncomprehendingly and asked again about the third type. He furrowed his brows and explained that he also didn't know the details, but assumed that there would be big changes like the ones that had taken place in China. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. The black man's eyes bulged at what he heard. The main character put out his hand in front of him and said that, like the gates, access to them will be closed, they will be filled with concentrated magical power, which will lead to the death of many people, and besides, as in the case of the second predecessor, this will lead to a significant strengthening of monsters. The guy in the business suit looked down and wondered if there was really no way to stop the disaster. The protagonist looked at him and replied that he didn't know a way to stop the disaster. A man with blonde hair stretched out his hand in front of him and asked him to ask a question, namely, what would happen to the world after all the harbingers appeared and the calamity began? Lee looked at him and said to himself that everything would change. This was a disaster. An image of a magic gate appeared, and he explained to himself that the gate would be filled with even more magical power. The monster's eyes glowed red. He added that because of this, the monster would become even stronger, and even more people would die. The warriors stood next to each other. The guy noted that there would be more hunters, as many hunters as there were currently. Just as the monsters were getting stronger, the hunters would also be getting stronger. The guy launched an attack with his sword. He noticed that thanks to the stronger hunters, peace would return. But the hunters who saved humanity, ironically, would turn everyone into slaves. The main character stood at the pulpit and realized that he could not tell them this, and said that he needed to save people. He furrowed his brows in alarm and said that despite the approaching disaster, they didn't have enough hunters, and it didn't look like hunters would be able to appear out of nowhere, so they had to take care of protecting ordinary people. From that hair, the guy looked down and said that this is war, soldiers must protect people. He stood up to his full height and asked once again that he would come to Japan and that he would give him a position equal to him. The black man looked at him out of the corner of his eye and noticed that he had taken the initiative. A drop of sweat slid down the other guy's cheek. He couldn't believe that he had offered such a deal to a newcomer with no name. In the middle of the desert stood a city. Fragments of glass flew in different directions. The man with the red mark on his forehead spread his hands in different directions and exclaimed that this could not be. But the gate had collapsed, and not only that, it was S rank. The blonde guy opened his eyes wide from what he heard. A drop of sweat slid down the cheek of the dark-skinned man. He was standing inside the building and said that he would go first. He jumped out of the tower window. The protagonist is enveloped in a red aura and states that he has provided them with all the information he can, and that he has no plans to move to another country. He looked away and hoped that they would all return to their countries as soon as possible, because even in their own homes, something similar could happen. He furrowed his brows menacingly and added that it had probably already happened. Those sitting in the hall lowered their heads in shock. Monsters moved on the roofs of buildings. One of them was enveloped in red energy. The spiked mace was shrouded in a red aura. The monster's eyes glowed red. A warrior with a sword dodged his attacks. He held out his sword in front of him and exclaimed that these were not the trolls he knew, they were much bigger and faster. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. The main character flew at the monster with a spear from above. He pierced through the head of the monster. The young man slid along the ground with a spear in his hands. He thanked him for the fact that he survived. Lee looked at him and stated that they would stop the monsters, so he had to evacuate everyone else to safety. Drops of sweat slid down the foreheads of the warriors. The protagonist abruptly jumped from his seat. He clutched the hilt of his spear in his right hand. He looked down and pondered that these trolls were more similar in size to the giants of Asgard. But even though they were trolls, they looked like giants. That was the level of monsters that came out of the S-rank gate. In the distance there was a huge gate. He realized that there was another one that had not come. The guy furrowed his brows and concluded that the boss was trying to break out, and he had to stop it. The blonde guy raised his head at the main character. He looked after him and noted that he was a dark horse. There was a bandage on the girl's head. She explained that he would help him with this mission. The monster swung his weapon. He replied that he was a human, which was related to his fate. The young man spread his hands in different directions. He resolutely stared into the distance and noticed that when he looked at him, his heart was beating faster, as if he was pulling him towards him. The guy furrowed his brows and concluded that he had to catch up with him. An image of a gate appeared. Someone's hand poked out of the portal. A huge giant walked on the ground through skyscrapers. A drop of sweat slid down the protagonist's cheek. He realized that he was just huge. Buildings were like toys for him, and as long as he still couldn't get through the gate, he had to end it. The guy held out a spear in front of him. A huge stream of energy flew out of the spear. A huge energy explosion occurred in front of the monster. The ground cracked under his feet. Dust rose in the air around him. The troll raised his fist forward. The main character flew past him. The monster's body was enveloped in a dark aura. He opened his mouth wide. The protagonist flew at him with a spear. He opened his mouth wide in the excitement of battle. A huge hole appeared in the monster's head. Lee looked at him and realized that he had defeated him. The monster threw its head back from the blow. A drop of sweat slid down the guy's cheek. He realized that if he fell like this, then all the people below would die. The immobilized body of the troll fell on the city. The guy in the white shirt grabbed the hilt of his blade. He sliced the monster's body into pieces with lightning speed. He flew over the city with swords in his hands. The blonde man landed on the roof of the building. He looked into the distance. The main character hovered in front of him. He looked at him and remarked that it was impressive, and he didn't understand why someone so skilled wouldn't gain widespread fame in the future. The young man's eyes widened. He clutched his head in pain. Lee fell to the ground. The ground cracked from his landing. His friend ran up to him and asked if he was okay. The girl walked towards them. She folded her hands on her stomach. The main character was on one knee. He noted that it was a great relief that everything was fine with him. The information window said that the fallen angel was watching closely. A drop of sweat slid down Lee's cheek. He couldn't understand why as soon as she appeared, he began to have a headache, and the fallen angel was paying close attention to her. Clouds of dust rose into the air. The protagonist stood on the roof of a destroyed building. He looked down and thought that even though it was an S-rank gate, it had been dealt with quickly, and it was thanks to the meeting in Cairo that heroes from all over the world had gathered. Someone's voice praised him for his work. The guy turned to him. He turned to his comrade and replied that he had also done a good job. A man stepped on the ground. The guy looked at them and thanked them. Hen turned to look at him with a kind smile on his face. The young man opened his mouth slightly and noted that he suspected their departure, and added that they helped them a lot. The protagonist looked at him and silently replied that the reason he had come here was to get rid of the variable he had caused, and remarked that it was great to work with him. The man in bandages walked forward. The wings on Lee's back spread. He reflected that saving Horus had led to a fierce battle with Set and his empowerment, and realized that getting rid of the variables would only lead to their increase in the end. He looked down and added, more importantly, he had received help from the Desert Sun. The information window said that the Desert Sun was no longer sponsoring him, for that he had received a new title. The Desert Sun had given him the last message. It was giving him constant firepower. It would always help him. The young man smiled slightly. The system board reported that the fallen angel was staring at the Desert Sun. The guy looked at him worriedly and remarked that, as he had said earlier, Neil wanted to continue to cooperate with him, but they were not asking him for help. He stood not far from it, and continued that due to the rebellion of Set and a series of collapsed gates, they had suffered serious damage, and noted that one day, Egypt would regain its strength. The protagonist smiled broadly and replied that if they could overcome this calamity, Egypt would undoubtedly see the light of day again. The swarthy guy lowered his eyes desperately. He stretched out his hand and said that he was the light of Egypt. Let him remember that wherever he went, and no matter how much he needed them, they would always be there to help. Lee looked at him and thanked him. The latter stood opposite him and added that it was shameless of him, but that he was asking him a favor. He asked him again. The guy with the seal on his forehead furrowed his brows and revealed that due to a series of events, Egypt had suffered a lot of damage. As a result, he could not leave Egypt, and since he was also looking for Set, if he was lucky enough to see him again, he would be able to find the Eye of Osiris. The guy opened his eyes wide and thought that he assumed that Seth managed to survive. But how can he be so sure of this? But he feels a piece of Osiris energy emanating from him, so he is sure that Seth escaped with an eye. The young man looked seriously at his companion and asked him to find the Eye of Osiris. A plane flew across the sky surface. Lee exhaled and said that everything was interconnected, so that he would ask him to find the Eye of Osiris. Him sat in the opposite place and replied that he knew about it, the request to find the greatest treasure of the Nile, to deal with Seth, and the power that supported him was quite difficult. The latter looked at him out of the corner of his eye and agreed with his words, and wondered if they could return in an instant with the help of a Byress. So why were they flying by plane? A drop of sweat slid down the swarthy man's cheek. He explained that the beast is not unlimited power, and they have been using it constantly since the days of England. Lee smiled and noted that this time, they had used it to save people in Egypt, and it had indeed been through a lot. Hyun looked out the window of the plane and agreed that they had saved quite a few people this time, and now they were almost back in Korea. The young man cast a blank look at the ceiling and asked how the investigation into Odin's sudden disappearance was progressing. He put his fingers on his chin and replied that they were still trying to find him. He looked down and said that he had disappeared on his own property, and nothing like this had happened before, so he hoped that nothing bad had happened. The man in black clothes put his hand on his knee and noticed that the man behind Seth was by chance not the one he mentioned earlier. He replied that it was, and it seemed to be the man in black. The guy looked at his comrade from under his brow and thought that he was someone who didn't exist before, or he was someone he just didn't know about, and said that he couldn't help thinking that it had something to do with that man in black. There was an explosion. Hen looked away anxiously. The whole city was enveloped in fire. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He exclaimed that a fire had broken out at the international airport. He opened his eyes wide and realized that they were monsters, namely wyverns. Huge monsters flew across the sky. The protagonist looked ahead in front of him and concluded that it was a disaster. The information window reported that the Desert Sun was faintly watching him. The protagonist jumped from the plane with a spear in his hands. The monster's eyes glowed red. The guy stabbed him with his weapon. He jerked off the wyvern's body. He attacked all the monsters in the sky with lightning speed. Lee landed on the ground with a spear in his hand, the information window saying that the Desert Sun was no longer watching him. The guy exhaled and thanked the Desert Sun, because it helped him when he needed it. He raised his head up. The young man looked ahead in front of him and couldn't understand that the calamity had already begun. The monster opened its mouth wide. Fragments of earth flew in different directions. The monster's eyes glowed red. The system scoreboard reported that he had leveled up. The protagonist hit a wyvern with his weapon. The information window said that he had leveled up many times over. The protagonist flew at the enemies with a spear in his hands. The destroyed city was enveloped in fire. The immobilized bodies of the monsters lay on the ground. He lowered his head and thought that due to the disaster, the magic power had increased, so the mana flow did not work, and besides, he could not find survivors. The guy turned around at someone's voice. He jumped up instantly. Civilians fled away from the monsters. The monster clutched the ground with his hands. The bald man grabbed the hilt of his blade with both hands. A flood of energy rushed into the enemies. Under the onslaught of the attack, the wyvern closed its mouth. The man stood victoriously near her body. He looked at the residents and asked if they were okay. The guy looked up at him and thanked him for saving his life. He put his hand out and added that the hunters who had rescued them earlier were still there. Hen turned his head to the side and noticed that this was a cause for concern, because it would usually be difficult for a hunter to deal with such monsters. But if these people were left alone and went to help the hunters, they would surely die. He lowered his head to someone's voice. Lee was standing below and said that he would go alone. Besides, he saw that he had also landed safely. He noticed that he had just arrived on time. He looked at his comrade and asked him to keep an eye on those who survived, and he would go to the hunters. The latter lowered his head to him and agreed to his proposal. The city building was enveloped in fire. Clouds flew in the sky. The lifeless body of a man with a mustache lay on the ground. The protagonist stood in front of him and realized that it was a white tiger group. But why was it there? He stared menacingly at the body of the deceased. The information window said that the spear of the muspel had detected demonic energy. The guy looked away anxiously. In the distance stood a dark figure with a scythe. His eye glowed purple. Stunned, Lee's eyes widened, and I realized that it was the same man in black. His eye was filled with blood. The eye of the main character turned red. He could have a spear in his right hand. The information window said that the muspel's spear emitted demonic energy. The protagonist is enveloped in red energy. In the distance, a stranger in dark clothes stood in front of him. Lee stared at him with concentration. Joan was standing not far from him and told him that if she had known about this level of damage, she would have brought everyone with her. But in any case, they had come here to see him. She held a small monster in her hand and added, in order to greet it unexpectedly. But they were shocked by what they saw. The system scoreboard reported that the muspel spear was exposing a demonic essence. Red spikes appeared on the forearm of the main character. He looked at them out of the corner of his eyes and coldly replied that he thanked them for greeting them, but they should go back. The girl opened her mouth and exclaimed that they had saved most of the survivors. They just had to come back with them. The guy looked down and thought that she also felt it, how dangerous this person was. He turned his head to the company and remarked that on the way back they were to meet Hen. They could go help him. The girl opened her mouth slightly. She pursed her lips for lack of words to answer. Zhong smiled and stated that they would believe and wait for him, so he should return to them. The whole group rushed back. He followed them with his gaze and realized that he did not know if it would be possible this time. Besides, the man in black was behind the events in Asgard, and probably behind Seth, so he could not run away from him, and wondered what if it wasn't him. A man in a black robe clutched a braid in his right hand. The guy abruptly jumped out of his seat. He opened his mouth slightly, and realized what needed to be checked. The stranger's eye burned purple. He concluded that if this was the one he was thinking of, then he would take off this black robe. An explosion occurred in the middle of the battlefield. A man in sportswear was running forward and noticed that Drake was ahead. Zhong opened her mouth wide and exclaimed that she would break through it. He stretched out his hand to the side. He stood in front of her and remarked that she could not. 3 other guys were standing behind him. He said that instead, they would take care of it. While she was helping them and the survivors, she was injured. The girl spread her hands in different directions and thought that this was not enough to stop her. Her eyes widened in shock. The monster raised its head up. The girl dropped to one knee. She looked at the floor and thought that she had lost too much blood. She stood in front of her comrades and declared that she was counting on their help, so they should fight alongside her. The girl exhaled and realized that she was getting stronger, although she hadn't reached the Lee level yet, but she was definitely gaining strength. The information window said that Ogre Prince Siegfried was sponsoring her. The rays of the sun broke through the clouds. The girl raised her head up and realized that Prince Charming had finally revealed his true name, and moreover, she was overwhelmed with mana. There were traces of attacks in the air. The 2 auras collided with each other. Lee and the man in robes held out their weapons in front of each other. The former gritted his teeth and mused that even when he used the power of madness, bloodlust, mana flow, and dragon heart, he had easily blocked all of this. He had tremendous power. The dark-robed stranger was enveloped in a black aura. The main character held a spear in his right hand. He slid a few meters back. The guy jumped up sharply. He furrowed his brows and suggested that this was most likely the same person behind Asgard and Seth's actions, and even if it was dangerous, he would have to take a risk and reveal his identity. He opened his mouth wide and concluded that he would definitely take off this black robe. Their weapons were crossed in a fight. The young man jumped up again. The mysterious man was holding a scythe in his right hand, The system window reported that demonic energy was eating away at his body. The protagonist's arm is wrapped around a red vine. He put her aside. Lee gritted his teeth and wondered that he was only defending himself. Did he have no intention of killing? And even if he did, he couldn't inflict a scratch on him. And removing the robes was out of the question. The information board said that demonic energy provoked madness. The man in the robes smiled slightly. The guy gritted his teeth from the tension. The dragon's bloodstone was shrouded in a red vine. The system's scoreboard reported that the dragon's bloodstone resonated with the dragon's heart. The main character raised his hand with a spear in front of him. The man in the robe was enveloped in a black aura. He walked on the ground. The man put aside his hand with a scythe. Lee flew at him with a spear and noticed that his attacks were passing. He launched a devastating attack with his spear. The man in the robe parried his blow. The tip of the spear faked the edge of the mantine hood. The main character performed a backflip. He landed a few meters away from his opponent. The veins on his cheeks were swollen. He adjusted his hood on his head. Lee gave him a blank look and asked why. The stranger's eye burned purple. He replied that he shouldn't do it. He was enveloped from head to toe in a purple aura. In the middle of the battlefield, there was an explosion of magic. The girl opened her eyes wide and asked to move away. She would take care of it. The bearded man looked at her and clarified what had happened, as she had just accumulated an incredible amount of magical power. She was holding a sword in her right hand and thought that this was pretty cool. She should try to use the power of her new sponsor. There were traces of an attack in the air. The wyvern opened its mouth in pain. A drop of sweat rolled down the girl's cheek. She did not understand who it was that killed Drake instantly. Hen landed on the ground with his sword on his shoulder. He looked to the side and said that he had come to help. Joan looked at him happily. The main character got down on one knee and said that up to this point, he had been fooling everyone. The mysterious stranger looked at him and replied that this was not the case. He saw a new future. Blood gushed out of Lee's mouth. He fell face down on the ground. A raven circled above the stranger's head. He looked at the bird and invited it to come back. Clouds of dust rose up. Dust enveloped the destroyed buildings. Hyun and Joan were standing next to each other. Their eyes widened in surprise. At the feet of the stranger lay the body of the main character. He barely moved his head. The man put his hand out to the side. Under the influence of an invisible force, the guy turned on his side. The girl ran up to her fallen comrade. A drop of sweat slid down Hen's cheek. The mysterious stranger grabbed the hood and noticed that this boy would still come in handy. He opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he renounced Asgard. One looked at the man and asked to help him. He clutched a scythe in his left hand. The protagonist reflected that despite the fact that he realized that he could not cope with it, he ran forward with the strength and speed of a spear, because he thought that he could at least tear off his robe and escape. Red spikes have grown on the protagonist's hand. The guy did a backflip. An image of the amulet appeared. He added that he planned to use Merlin's necklace, which gave him additional speed, and to overcome demonic energy, growth with the help of mana flow. An image of the skill icon appeared. The young man gritted his teeth as he noted that there was one problem, namely that the demonic energy contained in the spear was stronger than he had imagined, and the madness he had put into it. Odin looked at Hen. The guy remembered that for some unknown reason, he was able to overcome it with the help of Odin, and asked himself that the person he was chasing was Odin. The main characters opened their eyes and realized that this man is not alone. He turned his head to the side. A girl was standing in the ward. She happily turned her head on him and noted that he had woken up, but he needed some more rest. He sat down on the bed and remarked, more importantly, that the black-robed man was Odin. She stood in front of him and replied that she had seen him too. The protagonist lowered his feet to the floor. He was holding a dragon stone with his fingertips. Joan looked at the object inquiringly and asked what it was. He took out another stone and told him that it was left over from his battle with Set, and that Odin had given him. Hen, open your eyes in surprise. The young man looked away and noticed that they seemed to be the same. However, it was just an inner feeling, but he did not think that Odin was that person. It was more likely that Odin had received this robe from the man in black. The bald man looked at him and wondered what made him think so. He put his hand on his knee and told them that during his battle with Seth, he must have been with them in Asgard, and discussed the matter, and the same thing happened when he went to China. He never left his place. Hen lowered his head and remarked that this was something that could be taken care of with certain abilities, but they couldn't be sure. Lee looked ahead and added that this could be true, but it turns out that Odin sided with the man in black and, for some unknown reason, decided to stay on the side of this man. The guy shook his head. The man concluded that he was a crazy bastard who desperately wanted to know more. He opened his mouth slightly and added that after all, he had abandoned it. Although he had built it, he did not understand what convinced him to do so. Besides, he had saved it. The young man furrowed his brows and replied that he knew about it, but despite that, he still saved him when he was devoured by demonic energy. Clouds flew over the city. The sun shone into the buildings with its evening rays. The two guys were standing on the roof of the house, and said that since he had warned him of the disaster, he had done everything he could to prepare for it. He crossed his arms over his chest and noticed that in those areas where there was a shortage of hunters, he had established more branches. The worker put his hands on his hips. He continued that they would continue to absorb other guilds and make alliances with other hunters. He asked what he thought about this plan. He looked at him with a bright eye and noticed that he had already turned universities into orphanages, and thanked him for his trust. Hen looked into the distance and noted that even here there was already a faint veil that covered the area, just like in China. He couldn't figure out what to do next. He furrowed his brows and stated that they had lost touch with the central part of the country, and just like in China, they were undergoing golification. The protagonist turned to his comrade and said that here, where the gates collapsed, he would go to proceedings with the ruler. He looked at his interlocutor and said that he could not figure out how to stop the disaster, but he understood how to ease the situation, so when the disaster began, the gates that were already open would collapse. An image of the portal appeared. He added that they would continue to collapse, and they must eliminate the cause of the destruction. He looked ahead of him and said that he knew it wouldn't stop the disaster, but by dealing with the rulers, they could buy a lot of time. Hen stood in front of him and wondered why he hadn't told all about it in the Nile, since he had a plan. He furrowed his brows and said that the disasters would unfold in different ways. The only outcome he knew was Korean, and mused that all he knew was the path that the Demon King had taken. He was only aware of preventing the calamity from escalating. He stood in front of his comrade and stated that he would go and take care of the ruler. The information window reported that a fallen angel was watching over him. Lee furrowed his brows and reasoned that not everything was written down in the king's autobiography. However, it said that he had become even stronger after defeating the ruler. The story might have changed, but he still had to do his best to walk the same path as the Demon King. The destroyed city was enveloped in fire. 3 people in black capes were standing on the roof of the building. A man with makeup on his face looked into the distance and said that a disaster had begun in Egypt. He stood very much behind him and added that the disaster had begun in Korea as well. He also met with a dark horse. The dark-haired youth lowered his eyes. He glanced out of the corner of his eye at his comrades and concluded that it had all begun. The high god of Asgard looked at him and realized that no matter how much he looked at him, he couldn't get used to him. In the middle of the ruined city, the roots of a tree spread. The blonde guy opened his mouth slightly and said that these children were dying. He held out his hand in front of him and added that they were coming towards him. From his hand grew the stems of the plant. The guy opened his mouth wide and shouted for help. The blonde youth sat on the throne. The body of the prisoner was exhausted with every second. Streams of steam escaped from the guy's mouth. He looked down at his palms and noticed that this interesting place is called Earth. People's eyes burned green. He shrouded himself in green magic and noted that here they would get rid of all mistakes and restore their kingdom. Weak-willed slaves opened their mouths wide. In the middle of the ruined city stood a lonely building. The end of the 3rd season. The wind blows through the ruins of the old city. Clouds are floating in the sky. 2 soldiers are standing on a tower. One of them rests on a fence. A man with brown hair, opening his mouth, said that there were survivors there. People are walking past buses. Yoon, standing near the bus, says that they have finally returned. She waves to the protagonist standing on the roof. Lee, looking down, says that there must be at least 200 people downstairs. The interlocutor added that there is a reason why they are late. Bending down slightly, the hero noticed that this was a little alarming. Soon the base would be overcrowded. The bald man looked to the right and replied that it was fine. They had finished cleaning up the area. They could look for hunters among the survivors and invite them so that they could expand. Frozen in place, Lee said that this was what was expected from the guild master. The search team had to get some new information. The trees are swaying. Jong shows objects on the map. She added that the situation outside is serious. Pointing to the wall map, she said that the number of monsters had decreased slightly. Destroyed buildings standing within the city. The speaker says that the cadets should take a look at the photo. The remaining monsters gather in one place. The man, standing up from the table, said that all the dots on the map are monsters. Looking at the soldiers, Jong replied that since all the monsters were heading towards the building, she noticed that there were still people who had managed to survive. Lee looked forward. The rulers have the ability to control monsters. Monsters have accumulated in an abandoned building. After defeating the ruler, if a new ruler does not appear after the disaster, it will mean the victory of humanity. The protagonist stands thoughtfully and reflects that this is what really happened in the story. The bald hunter, raising his palm up, said that they had succeeded in communicating with the outside world. He noticed that fortunately, not all of Korea was in such a state. The battered man stood up. The brown-eyed soldier, with his mouth half open, said that this is not all. Most of them are in the same condition as Inchan. He added that in areas where everything is still fine, hunters are evacuating civilians. Lee, frowning, thought that sooner or later the whole world would come to the same end. The guy noticed that there was no need to inform other hunters about it. Right now hope was needed. The man in the black turtleneck turned to the warriors and said that they had managed to contact several countries. Most countries were in a worse situation than them. He stated that the people would win, the potential that humanity had shown so far that it was not weak. He frowned and said that now it was time for them to move on. Clenching his fist tightly, the tall soldier shouted that it was time for them to take their first step towards victory over the disaster. They would retake Inchan and move towards Seoul. The warriors rejoiced. They raised their hands up to victory. Lee froze in place and mentally said that there was no mention in the Demon King's book and history books that there was any mention of which ruler ruled this territory. He added that it was just after a difficult and exhausting struggle with the ruler, humanity had won. Looking ahead as if in the face of his enemy, confidently declaring that he would crush the ruler of Inchan, a system tablet appeared in the air with text that a fallen angel was watching over them. Several hunters walk along the abandoned street. All the surrounding areas around the university, which became a refuge for Zhong Kang's group, have been restored, the monsters have not appeared again, and people have begun to rebuild the destroyed city. A man buried under the rubble of a building, the survivors they rescued made up less than 10% of the total population of Inchan. But even in such desperation, hope blossomed. A blue aura envelopes the two black-robed guys as the gate opened. Mana surged over the edge, the sponsor's attention focused on the survivors. Two of the guys' eyes lit up, one of them said that he was now a hunter. The bearded man spread his hands and said that those who had recently become hunters should come here. After the appearance of new hunters and their training, everything began to get better. Lee walked over to the bald man on the roof. The protagonist smiled slightly and asked if the other soldier was ready for the operation. The latter, turning, replied that he was ready. Raising his palm, the guy with black hair says that they will leave in an hour. The interlocutor, opening his mouth, asked how strong the ruler was. The hero froze in place from confusion. One soldier frowned. Looking ahead, Lee clarified that with time, the ruler becomes stronger. This is still the beginning of the calamity. He shouldn't be so strong. Exhaling, the big man said that this was a great relief. The dark-haired guy stayed standing still and thought that one ruler hadn't killed him and, for that matter, had even helped why he had left him alive. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought that there was no point in asking such questions at the moment. As he walked forward, Lee said that it was time to hunt down the ruler. Weeds grow in the city. The soldiers' boots stepped on the ground. A group of fighters are standing in the middle of a ruined street. Zhong says that they should go to the place she points out. The protagonist says that he cannot believe that such a forest appeared in the center of the city in less than a month. Green monsters attack hunters. One of the mercenaries went ahead. Several blows shredded the green monsters. Zhong slices the monsters in half. Lee smiled and thought that the huntress had become strong. She hadn't fully realized her skill yet, but she was on her way to becoming a real Siegfried. A huge tree grew in front of the hunters. Two of the crowd squinted back and asked what was in front of them. The oak was so big, it had so much mana. Flames curl near the protagonist's feet. Fire covers the guy's body. He says that it's time to show the greatness of the Lord of Fire. Smoke and fire are coming from the village. Houses are burning with bright flames. People stood in shock. One of the men mused that the brunette was from a different league and continued that he wasn't sure if they were the same type of hunter. Stretching out his hand, Lee offered to rest before continuing. Turning around, the bald man told the people to rest for 20 minutes before continuing. The hero looks at the information window, which indicates his characteristics, and reflects that the man in black was in the shadow of Set and may also be in the shadow of the King of Giants. The guy is surrounded by magic. A stranger is standing in a black cloak. A man without an eye looks ahead, and the main character argues that an unknown person was able to defeat even Odin. Lowering his head, Lee said to himself that he had assumed from the beginning that the man in black was the Demon King, and wondered why he was there. The brunette looked ahead as he continued to speculate, suggesting that the Demon King and the man in black were the same person. Turning to the side, the protagonist thought that if his guess was correct, then whether the opponent would have a status window like him, and added that the hero's status would soon be level 100. The guy reasoned that in the King's book it was written that when you reach 100 points, there are drastic changes in stats, also in the levels. But the levels gave strength many times better than the characteristics, and continued that it was not growth, but evolution. The book burns. Frowning, Lee thought about what was written in the book, saying to himself that it was only a short time before his 100th level, adding that due to the disaster, his growth rate had accelerated. The guy squeezed his hand, and the system window reported that the skeleton collecting souls would soon be activated. Smiling, the brunette mused that the king's power, which had forced all the powerful hunters to submit, would soon awaken. A green mist filled the city. Opening his mouth, the man exclaimed that such a thing could not be, and the other asked what kind of mana it was. Magic was approaching people. One of the hunters asked what they were facing. The bald man, turning around, asked the main character if he was not sure of himself. Folding his hands around his waist, Lee said that he could do anything, arguing that he and the ruler were well suited to each other. The interlocutor supported, saying that he would believe in the protagonist. The guy turned around. Looking to the side, the hero stated that the team would go straight to the ruler, adding that if anyone wanted to return, they could do so now. Frowning, Lee warned that there would be hell there. The hunters tensed. The buildings are overgrown with plants. The unknown hunter lay covered in mana. The long-haired man's hand exuded magic. Opening his mouth, the green-eyed man wondered how long it had been since he had eaten so hearty, and asked his companion that those he ate were called hunters. The girl nodded. Lowering his head, the blonde ordered his subordinate to catch more people, and added that it seemed that some had already reached his lands. The short-haired woman nodded. The magician's eyes widened, saying to himself that how could his children fall so quickly. Looking ahead, the long-haired man said that he didn't take his rival seriously, because they were just insects, but as it turned out, there were a couple of strong insects, and ordered the girl to use it. Opening her mouth, Rubiel agreed to the man. The fire burned brightly. The team approached the fire. Sweat dripped down the face of one of the hunters, and he said that he had seen many high-rank hunters, but had never seen such a powerful skill for such a huge territory before. Another added that Lee was talking about hell for monsters. A system window appeared, informing the protagonist that his level had increased. Looking ahead, the protagonist reasoned that apparently the path to the ruler was easier than it seemed, and added that his growth was in full swing. The tree rushed forward. Opening her mouth, Zonk said that she would take care of it. The girl jumped, pushing off the ground. The huntress flew up to the stranger. Raising his head, the man asked for help. The gray woman opened her eyes in shock, thinking that how did a person end up here? The shock wave cut through the air. The girl repelled the attack of her rival. A short-haired one flies down. Zonk fought off the raid. Gritting her teeth, the gray-haired woman said to herself that what a strong monster she was. Rubiel smiled wickedly. The attacker looked away. Out of nowhere, a ray of magic flew into the short-haired one. The monster turned. The main character stood on the ground in an attacking pose. The swordswoman landed on a tree branch. Magic swirled around the brunette, and he thought that his opponent was an experienced fighter. He did not even imagine that she would be able to dodge. The man landed on the ground. The bald man was holding the rescued victim in his hands. Rubiel looked up. Gray-haired looked ahead, saying that the attacker was just a pathetic coward, and asked what she would do now that there was no hostage. Raising her head, Zonk said that the monster was quite strong and offered her a one-on-one fight. Red-eyed smiled. Turning around, the girl asked her interlocutor that she agreed, because she was smiling. The gray-haired man's eyes were rounded. Dozens of people are tied up by tree branches. Hostages are shouting pleas for help. Wide-eyed, the man asked for water. The man looked frightened and said that it was terrible. The monster smiled broadly. The hero clenched his fist tightly. Frowning, he said that they would retreat. Sun gritted his teeth and replied that there was nothing that could be done about it, so everyone would back down. The girl looked at me angrily and said that damn. Raising his hand up, the hunter shouted for them to move away. Turning his head, the protagonist offered to retreat. Suddenly his eyes widened in amazement. MC turned his head the other way and thought that someone was watching him. Putting his hands on his side, the elf said that it was interesting. Gritting his teeth, he added that those with great strength were retreating to protect the insignificant members of the race. They were so helpless. Clenching his fist tightly, the man said that those with power should move forward towards their goal, regardless of whether members of the same race die or not. Smiling, he continued that it was good. Looking ahead, the elf said that although for the one whose name was known to all of Alfheim, he had become very weak, having spent countless years trapped in the interdimensional rift, if he absorbed them, he would be able to regain his former strength. Frowning, he shouted that let the soldiers corner them, let them use the men as shield and spear. The man was smiling, saying that by absorbing them, he would become the god of this place. The creatures were hit by blows. The shots pierced the monster through. Lee stood still. The lady sighed and said that whoever the ruler's name was, who the hell was he? It felt like he was hunting them. The hero silently looked ahead. Turning his head, the soldier said that he had woken up. The man was sitting on the ground. Looking at his hands, he said that it was a monster. It was the devil. Looking down, the protagonist asked what had happened to him. With wide eyes, the hunter replied that he eats people. Suddenly he fainted. Looking to the side, the guy said that he had lost consciousness. Gritting her teeth, Jong said that he was a bastard. Frowning, the MC suggested that we return. The girl rounded her eyes and objected. Standing beside her, Sun said that he was right. They couldn't go on like this. Looking at her, he added that the monsters are using humans as a shield to attack them. Even at this moment, they are attacking them. The lady lowered her head after hearing that if this continued, their people would also be in danger, to which she replied that but still. Taking up arms, Lee said that they would not return empty-handed. Standing behind him, the girl asked what he was planning. Flames flew in the air. The fire intensified sharply. The hero took a fighting stance. Suddenly he rushed forward. The flames broke through the wall. A bright beam flew swiftly forward. He rushed towards the building. The head repelled the protagonist's attack. Looking to the side, he wheezed. The elf raised his hand up. Looking ahead, he asked if he had looked down on them too much. Gritting his teeth, the man added that the pain was a feeling he hadn't felt for a long time. Smiling, he asked what was good. How long had it been since he had been wounded? He dared to injure Erev, king of Alfheim. He should reward him. Sticking out his tongue, the head said that as a reward he would be a dinner for the king. People stood on the tower. The soldier looked at him in surprise and asked that they had already returned. The soldiers were talking to each other. Frowning, Jong asked if they didn't already know where they were. Looking at her, the MC replied that they might have already known. Dream gritted his teeth and asked what it meant. He didn't mean it. Lee looked at me angrily and replied that yes, he was sure they would come. A full-scale monster attack should begin tonight. The barricade stood in the middle of the road. The man ran swiftly forward. He jumped onto the roof of the building. The hero and the girl stood in front of him. Grinning, he said that everything was already here. Frowning, the head asked that he wanted to go right away. Turning his head, the protagonist replied approvingly. Smiling, Jong said that she had everything prepared. After all, he was not one to leave everything to chance. Looking to the side, the MC said that what he received should be returned. Standing in front of the man, he said that he was staying here. Frowning, Lee said that as they saw during the day, their enemies are not ordinary monsters. It would be bad if they compared them to monsters that can't think. They will attack. Sun gritted his teeth and replied that there were enough hunters here. Looking at him, the hero said that he should not underestimate their strength. In the event of a disaster, he, who has a beverse, should stay. The head sighed when he heard this. Looking at the hero, he asked that he really wanted to try to go just the two of them. Standing in front of him, the protagonist replied that they should not try, they should succeed. There are still many people in their hands. The more time passes, the more people will die. Smiling, he added that they would finish their business and come back, and the girl said that they would be quick. Standing on the roof, Sun said that it was fine. Let them not worry about anything here and just walk. Then he jumped to the other roof. Smiling, Jong said that there was nothing to worry about. They were leaving the princess here too, and then asked what they should do now. Standing next to her, the MC replied that he had plans for today. Looking to the side, he added that it was destruction. A view of the building opened. The monsters were looking ahead. The creatures stood still. A huge tree stood in the middle of the city. People watched them from the roof. Looking down, the girl asked if they should go back. Looking at her, Lee replied that they were already ready. Stretching out her hand to the side, she said that but they don't know that there are so many of them. Let them just look at it. There is no end to them. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that let him trust them. They should focus on their task, and they should focus on theirs. Looking to the side, he thought that he had noticed them. The lady asked again in bewilderment, hearing that they would hurry. It seemed that he had already noticed them. The protagonist looked away and said that he was quite confident in himself. He had deliberately let go of all his soldiers and was calling for them. Suddenly they jumped off the roof. They ran swiftly forward. MC flinched and thought of bloodlust. The monster smiled slightly. Lee looked in his direction in surprise. The swordswoman repelled the opponent's attack. The creature gripped the weapon tightly. He swung his dagger. The lady was repelling his attacks. The enemy flew up. He stopped on the roof of the building. Lowering his gaze, the elf smiled. Jong stared at him silently. Lee furrowed his brows and thought that she was strong. It was too much for her. Pursing his lips, he added that he had to help. Looking ahead, the girl said that let her go, leave it to her. Lowering his head, the hero said that this was not an ordinary elf. To be honest, it was too much for her now. Turning around, the swordswoman replied that there was something he didn't know. She gripped the weapon tightly. Bright particles appeared around the wound. The cut on her arm had evaporated. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and thought that her wound was healing. Smirking, Jong said that this was not the end. She had completed the creation of the dragon's bloodstone. When she came to Korea, she hunted like a madwoman. A bright glow appeared. With his eyes wide open, the MC said what it was. Armor appeared on the girl's body, and he thought that this was a great historical hero who had slain the Demon King's dragon, the one whose name was known to the whole world. The knight looked forward angrily. The thought arose that it was Siegfried, the dragon slayer. At that moment a great hero was born. A view of the city opened. Blue rays appeared in the air. Suddenly, there was a crushing explosion. Lee ran swiftly forward. Grinning, he thought about what was surprising. So here's the thing, she wasn't perfect yet, but... The warrior grabbed the sword with both hands, and the hero added that it was the technique that killed the Demon King. Looking ahead, he thought that she had grown, exceeded all his expectations and became stronger much faster. He thought that he could trust her and continue to go further. City buildings appeared. The symbols on the gate lit up. Standing in front of them, the protagonist wondered that the ruler of Inchan was inside. Then he furrowed his brows. A notification appeared that the soul-collecting skeleton had been activated. A glow appeared around the bracelet. Looking at his hand, the MC thought that it was very timely. Now he just needed to give it a name and awaken it. He flinched when he heard a strange sound. Green particles appeared in front of him. Looking at them, Lee thought that it was a ruler, a mana that could be called cruel pressing on him. Stretching out his arms to the sides, the elf greeted him. Smirking, he called him a warrior from another world. Looking at him, the hero thought that he was a warrior from another world. What did it mean? Was the mana suppression test. His eyes suddenly lit up and he added that it was okay. He would play along with him. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped up. The rivals stood in front of each other. The ruler looked at him in surprise. Stretching out his hand to the side, the MC asked why he was so surprised. Did he really think that he would not pass such a paltry test? Erev looked at him furiously and asked who he was. Lee stared at him silently. Mana particles were flying in the air. Standing at attention, the man said that he was the king of Alfheim, the forest kingdom, and asked again who he was. Frowning, the hero thought that he only wanted to ask about it, but he told him himself, unnecessarily, if he should annoy him even more. Looking at him, the king said that judging by the information he had pulled out from the food, there was no one like him among the warriors of this world. He was very similar to them. The protagonist grabbed his weapon tightly. Standing at attention, he asked what he meant by this, and did not understand a word of what he was saying. Particles of mana appeared around the arrow, and it was said that his kingdom had been destroyed by them and disappeared. The arrow flashed, and the question was heard that he was one of them. Stretching out his hands to the sides, the elf said that he should answer him. Frowning, the MC thought that he was coming. A view of the city opened up, and the thought arose that almost nothing had changed in Seoul since the beginning of the disaster. Residents ran down the street. It was said that ordinary people began to evacuate. The people's eyes lit up, and Lee reflected on how the hunters were holding back the monsters that appeared as the gate was destroyed. The building of the Hunters Association appeared, and he added that they were also preparing to return the lands isolated due to the disaster. A view of the chairman's office opened. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that Asgard would try to eliminate this incident. Closing his eyes, he added that now that Odin could not be contacted and they were left without Heimdall, he would take the leadership into his own hands. The thought arose that most of the inhabitants of Asgard were powerful hunters. People looked at him in bewilderment, wondering why Baldur was taking the lead, even though he was a strong hunter. Standing in front of them, the young man asked if anyone had any complaints. A phrase flashed by that although they were dissatisfied, no one else had the leadership skills to make others follow them. Gritting his teeth, the hunter replied that he did not, and the girl replied approvingly. The man looked at him and said that he agreed, to which the other supported him. Frowning, Baldur said that Odin had something in store for occasions like this, and it could be said that things were a little more serious than expected, and that they had to act quickly. Holding the blade in his hands, the hunter replied that he should just tell them where to go. The only thing they know how to do is fight. Pursing his lips, the guy wondered how Odin planned and effectively worked with such idiots. Gritting his teeth, he added that he should change the subject, and then asked if anyone knew where Lee was. A glow appeared around the hero, and a thought flashed through his mind that although he was not part of Asgard, it could be said that he was the strongest weapon in Korea. He had left Seoul on Odin's orders. If he was with them, it would be of great help to them. The soldier looked away after hearing that he was only doing very secret work, to which he replied that Odin trusted him too much, even though he wasn't even part of Asgard. His actions were not even recorded. The doors to the office opened. The man looked at him in surprise and asked who it was. They weren't waiting for anyone else, and the other added that who dared to intrude on the meeting of the best hunters. The man took a step forward. Smiling, the guy said that he was here. Holding on to the hood, the hunter said that he was doing well. Looking ahead, he turned. Looking to the side, the awakened thought that it was him. His aura became more sinister. The young man frowned, thinking about what the hell. Baldur's face stiffened, and the thought came to him that it was his son. A view of the high-rise building opened. A crack in the wall appeared. Objects were scattered on the floor. The guy was sitting at the table. Lowering his head, he thought that the master had returned, revealing a secret that he said they had to keep forever. Smiling, the man turned. As he clenched his fist, Baldur wondered what he had tried so hard for. Even before he became a hunter, he had tried so hard. Looking up, he added that ever since he had become an unrecognized child, left to fend for himself to earn the recognition of his father, who had always ignored him no matter what he overcame, no matter what he tried to achieve, that was a word he had never used to describe it. Frowning, the young man asked what was so. He abruptly stood up, thinking about how he didn't want things to turn out like this. Damn. Looking to the side, the young man thought that there was a knock on the door, but he did not feel that anyone had approached. A pink glow appeared behind the man. Looking at him, Baldur thought as expected. Smiling, the man turned to him. Closing his eyes, the guy asked that he was really going to recognize him in this way. Frowning, he added that he did not want to be recognized in this way. Standing in front of him, John said that he understood his sadness and suffering. Then he took him by the shoulders. Looking at the young man, the hunter said that although he had not lived up to his expectations, he had never disliked him. The young man's gaze froze and he thought that the warm voice and warm hands, he was sure that they belonged to him. But he couldn't believe it, and then said that he couldn't understand the hidden motives of the president of the association. Smiling, John asked that ulterior motives. As he had already said, he wanted to recognize him as his son. He also intended to declare him his heir if he proved himself worthy of it. Baldur smirked and thought that wasn't his heir already determined. His father's heir was something he had only dreamed of. Taking his hand, the man said that this was why he wanted to ask him for a favor. Smiling, he added that he should make up for his missing abilities and become his ruler. Looking down, John asked what he would do. The young man looked at him in bewilderment and thought what it was, and then said that he should give him time to think. They stood silently in front of each other. Hugging the guy, the hunter said that he should give him an answer now. He needed it. The guy opened his eyes in surprise when he heard that he needed his victim. Smiling broadly, the man called him son. A bright beam appeared in the sky. A yellow glow appeared around the building. A pink barrier appeared in the air. People were looking at him. Looking to the side, the guy said that this is a barrier. There should be no other place that would hold back the disaster as well as Seoul. Frowning, he added that after they leave this place, maybe they will never return to the safety of Seoul. If there is someone who wants to stay, they are free to do so. Smiling, the awakened man asked what he was talking about. Even if it was not his family, it was the families of his friends. Of course he should go and help. Standing next to him, the young man added that yes, if it were not for him, they would not be alive now, and he said that they could not sit out. Frowning, the girls said that they needed to find Lee. Looking ahead, the skeleton said that he needed to go to his master. The man took a step forward. Smirking, Song said that she thinks everyone is of the same opinion. After looking at them, Vaughn thought that he was lucky to have met these people and then said that he was apologizing. People were looking at him, and he was thinking that loyal people, they are ready to face danger face to face in order to protect someone, these are the ones he dreamed of being there for him. Smiling broadly, the guy said that then they would go forward. He put his hand to the barrier. The way opened up for them. Turning around, the young man said that now they will go. He shuddered in surprise when he heard a cry that it could not be. The girl looked sharply to the side. Yellow particles appeared in the air. A view of the city opened. A barrier appeared, and the man said that a shield was collapsing in the center of Seoul. A gate appeared. Stretching his hand forward, the elf shouted that he was asking if he was on the same side as these black creatures. Frowning, the hero thought that he was approaching. He gripped his weapon tightly. A blow flew to the ground. The protagonist clutched the arrow in his hand. Gritting his teeth, the ruler said that it was not so. Burns appeared on the hero's hand. Smiling broadly, the man said that although he possessed their energy, he was not one of them. Standing in front of him, the MC asked what he was saying about patrons, to which the elf asked him that he called them patrons. Looking ahead, he thought that the rulers of certain regions who had appeared during the calamity, only the demon king was capable of killing them. Stretching his hand forward, Lee wondered what but why, and then said that one more question. Frowning, he thought that he needed more information and then asked that he was a patron. Arrows appeared in the air, the words flashed that he was asking if he was one of them, the dark ones. Looking at the hero, Irev said that when answering his question, he would say that he was not one of them, and yet he almost became one of them. Lowering his hand, he added that but he was no longer sure. A multitude of arrows appeared above him. Smiling broadly, the elf said that if he ate it, he might become one of them. Suddenly the arrows rushed forward. The hero looked at him maliciously and thought that he could become a patron if he ate him. He also said that he almost became one of them. Swinging his weapon, he added that he needed to focus on the battle first. He couldn't dodge all those arrows. A bright flame appeared around him. Arrows flew straight at him. The king looked at him in surprise and thought that his arrows couldn't penetrate his fire barrier. It didn't work. Holding a spear in his hands, the protagonist reflected on the fact that he needed more information about the identities of patrons and rulers who could only be killed by a demon king. Frowning, he asked that he had met other hunters. Looking at him, the elf replied that he was very good. He had eaten so-called hunters many times, although he was not sure he could call it an encounter. Standing in front of him, the MC asked what he wanted to say, that he was different from other hunters, to which he asked if he really thought he was the same as the ordinary warriors of this world. A green glow appeared around the creatures. Smirking, the king said that he thought that he, the ruler of a powerful forest kingdom, would leisurely talk to an ordinary warrior of this world. It was because he recognized that he was in the same position as him. A crowd of monsters appeared behind him. Lee opened his eyes in surprise and thought that there were so many warriors. Stretching out his hand, Irev said that he was the king. Suddenly the soldiers rushed forward. The elves shouted angrily. Grabbing his weapon, the hero shouted that he would give him a name. Pink particles appeared around the bracelet. Suddenly the skull cracked. The bracelet broke right on the hero's hand. A terrifying spirit appeared in the air. A view of the ruins opened up. The corpse lay among the rubble. The tip of the sword dragged along the ground. As she walked forward, the girl thought that she had become stronger. Looking straight ahead, she added that having strength means having the means to protect oneself with one's hands. A phrase flashed through her that the handsome prince was looking at her with a warm expression on his face. The swordswoman smirked when she heard this. She flinched at the glow. Furrowing her brows, Zhang thought that it looked like a battle had begun. She looked away in surprise. Pink lightning bolts appeared around the rune on the sword. The girl froze in the glow. Looking at her hand, she thought that it was the immortal Siegfried. All her wounds received in the fight with that dark elf had been healed. Clenching her fist, the hunter thought that thanks to this, the gap between her and Lee should be significantly reduced. She needed to help him. Mana particles were flying in the air. With her eyes wide open, she thought that the battle was here. She should hurry. The lady opened the door. Suddenly she froze with fright. Watching the battle, Zhang asked what it was. Ghosts fought with creatures. The elf swung his weapon. He struck a blow to the spirit. The monster in front of him growled. Suddenly he bit him on the shoulder. Gritting her teeth, the girl wondered, this is like hell on earth. This is a battle between elves and ghosts. Where Lee is. She opened her eyes in surprise and added what happened to him. She thought she had become much stronger. But he, the protagonist, was fighting the king, and the thought appeared in her head that he was far ahead of her. She could not even interfere in their battle. The man took the arrow in his hands. The ruler aimed his bow. The arrow flew forward sharply. MC jumped up, dodging her. Gritting his teeth tightly, he thought that his attacks were getting more powerful and faster, not to mention that his attacks were not triggering. Clutching the weapon in his hands, Lee added that in order to defeat him, he needed to put more fire into his spear. But if he did, a memory from the battle appeared, and a thought appeared in his head that the demonic energy of the spear could consume him, as during his battle with Odin, especially since a spear that had become demonic always sought to consume him. Erev aimed his bow at him. Smiling, he said that he was slow, and then asked what he was thinking as he stood in front of him. The hero turned sharply in his direction. The shot pierced through his arm. The arrow was stuck in his shoulder. Gray smoke rose sharply. Dust rose into the air. The ruler stood in front of the hero. Stretching out his hand, he said that now let him devour him. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that it was up to him to decide who would devour him, whether it was a spear or a demon devouring people. The roots were tied around the rune, and he added that he didn't need to think about it. The answer had already been accepted. His eyes lit up red. The elf looked at him in surprise and thought what kind of overwhelming and sinister force it was. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. Gritting his teeth in pain, Erev asked how dare he harm his body again. His arms suddenly recovered. He looked furiously and shouted that he would devour him to the bone. Arrows rushed towards MC. He deftly dodged the attack. Lee swung his spear sharply. A crushing blow flew to the ground. Watching the battle, the girl thought that how ominously he was punishing the ruler, but she felt that if this continued, they would lose him. The hero's eyes filled with rage, and she added that this look was even worse than when he went alone to fight Odin. The hero looked angrily and shouted his name. The swordswoman shuddered when she heard this. The blue spirit rose up. He made maneuvers in the air. Blue particles flew around the hero. Jong smiled, thinking that his gaze had returned to normal. A notification appeared that the achievement had been obtained. Looking down, the protagonist thought that thanks to the loud scream of the ghost, his mind had cleared. Standing in front of his opponent, the king thought that he was in the shape of a flame, but very cold. Suddenly he fired a bow shot. The arrow flew swiftly forward. MC stared at her silently. Erev flinched, thinking that this blue flame was blocking his arrows. Taking a fighting stance, Lee thought that he could win. Suddenly he rushed forward. The hero ran past the enemy. A blow flew into the elf. Clenching his fist, he asked how dare he. Looking ahead, the ruler added that he would inflict such a wound on him, the king of Alfheim. Looking at his hands, he said that he was not healed. Blue particles approached his face. Suddenly, the protagonist struck him. The opponent flew to the side. Lying on the ground, he clenched his teeth tightly. MC took a step forward. He was slowly approaching the enemy. Looking down, Erev asked that how dare he humiliate him in this way. He couldn't forgive him. A view of the gate opened up. The wreckage fell down. Raising his head up, the elf shouted loudly. With her eyes wide open, the girl said that his mana was increasing. He had to kill him before he gained more strength. Green smoke appeared around the ruler. Standing beside the swordswoman, Lee said that they couldn't attack him right now. If the mana collected exploded, the whole of Inchan would be in danger. Furrowing his brows, he added that they should kill him when the mana doesn't explode when he's at his weakest once he's finished all the preparations. Mana particles were flying in the air. The ghost was fighting the creature. The spirit clenched its teeth tightly. Suddenly, all the elves disappeared. The king spread his hands to his sides. The lady looked frightened, thinking about all the mana of the elven soldiers heading towards him. It's just a ridiculous amount of mana. Does Lee really think he can defeat it? A dome of mana formed around the ruler. Stretching out his hand in front of him, he laughed. Opening his eyes wide, the hero thought that it was now. Blue particles rushed forward. Flames crossed with mana particles, and there were notifications that the Fire Monarch had been upgraded. The protagonist looked furiously and thought that the Fire Monarch that he thought couldn't become stronger after reaching the master level had improved. It was still in question, so he didn't know for sure. He pressed his leg firmly into the floor. MC made a sharp attack. The creature's eyes lit up green. He launched a counterattack. The rays flew past each other. Lee looked at the arrow in surprise. Jong shuddered and turned to him. Blue smoke appeared in the air. The black soot rose up. The wreckage flew sharply upwards. The ruler spat out the blood. A spear was thrust into his chest. The hero put one leg out in front of him. He stood silently in front of the enemy. Gritting his teeth, Erev said that he was the king of Alfheim. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that it was a shame. If he was alone, he would not be able to stop him. Even the power of the king ruling the great kingdom could not overcome the resentment of those he killed. Looking to the side, he added that after all, he had been killed because of karma. The blade hung in the air. The thought arose that I thank him. He is very grateful. Lowering his head, the governor said that one day they had come to look for him. Watching him, the MC thought that the look in his eyes had changed. Frowning, he asked that when he said they meant patrons. Pointing his finger down, the elf replied that if it was the same thing he was thinking about, then it was true. Gritting his teeth, he added that Alfheim had been unified under his rule after a very long war, and peacetime after the war. Lee knitted his eyebrows and thought that this was like the history of the earth. You could say that peace reigned in Eden, but everything inside was rotten. Looking ahead, Erev said that they had come into a world suffering from excessive tranquility, and were no different from saviors. He looked at them angrily and added that they had created a new enemy for them, a connection to other dimensions. Turning his head, the hero asked what the new enemy was, what he meant by communication with other dimensions. The king's gaze froze as he spoke of how the dimensional war, if they won, would be becoming a god. His head began to slowly descend. The protagonist watched him silently. Standing still, he thought that he was dead, that he did not feel anything from him. Standing behind him, the girl turned, Notifications flashed that the fallen angel was smiling with satisfaction. He demanded a sacrifice, whether he would bring it. MC flinched, thinking that the victim was King Alfheim. Raising his head up, he shouted that he should wait. Gritting his teeth, Lee spoke the name. A spirit suddenly appeared in the air. Looking at him, the hero heard an appeal. Jong looked frightened and exclaimed. Smirking, the protagonist asked that she had just seen ghosts, so why was she acting like this? It was his newly acquired servant. Looking up, he added that all he needed was his body and strength. That's right. Flying near the elf, the spirit said that the deed was done. A notification appeared that he had made a sacrifice. Bright particles appeared around the weapon. Words flashed that he had received the achievement High Priest, a fallen angel sponsoring him. MC looked at me angrily and mumbled. The blade hung in the air. He took it in his hand. Looking at the weapon, Lee mused that it was the blade that the king had used in his last attack. Would first put it in his inventory. There were reports of the fallen angel smiling in satisfaction, exposing his bloody teeth. Raising his hand, the hero asked what he thought it would take, to which the ghost replied that since the soul holds on to many things, he thinks it will take quite a long time. Looking to the side, he said that it didn't matter how long it took, let him retrieve his memories without losing anything. The spirit smiled broadly and replied approvingly. A view of the ruins of the city opened. The protagonist was standing near the swordswoman. Putting her hand to her chest, she said that her nerves were on edge. Smirking, the MC asked that she had seen spirits during the battle, so why did she feel like that? To which the girl replied that it was because the situation was too tense back then. Pursing his lips, he thought that the Demon King and Erev. Lee knitted his eyebrows as he thought that they probably knew about the true existence of the patrons. They just didn't write it down or said they didn't. There was a good chance that the hunters who fought against the rulers knew the secret of the patrons. Turning his head, he offered to go back, and then said that even though they had won, he was still worried. A ruined city appeared. The corpses of the creatures lay among the rubble. The man stared at them silently. He suddenly shifted his gaze forward. Standing in front of the hero, Sun said that they had returned, to which he replied that it didn't look good. Smirking, the head said that he wasn't much better, and then asked that he had defeated the ruler. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied approvingly. The hunter smiled, shouting that the dark horse was the best, and the other added that everything was really fine now. Looking at the man, the MC said that the monsters would still appear, they shouldn't let their guard down, to which he replied that yes, but they wouldn't be in that much danger. Suddenly he looked down. The orb flew over his hand. Lee looked at me in bewilderment, and asked what the beast was. The head clenched his fist tightly. Raising his hand, he said that it was a message from the outside, to which the hero asked that this was good news. Frowning, the man replied that it seemed that the disaster had begun in Seoul as well. He shuddered when he heard this, and then thought that there was a disaster in Seoul. He was sure that it would happen, but it happened too quickly. Standing in front of him, the hunter said that he needed to contact them in some quiet place. They would talk later, to which the protagonist replied approvingly. Buildings appeared behind the forest. A view of a residential building opened. Sitting at the table, the MC asked what it means Seoul is burning. There are many hunters who protect it, and there are also heroes of Asgard. Why is there such destruction? Sitting in front of him, Dream replied that they had said that the strongest hunters of Asgard had disappeared, to which he asked again. He knitted his eyebrows and continued that the sudden riots, the monsters surging, the vanished leadership, the remaining ones were trying to contain the situation, but the news that Seoul was on fire was due to this sudden situation. Looking at him, Lee replied that the Asgard hunters are at least some kind of consolation. Even without it, the guilds of Korea are strong. As long as they are there, Seoul will not fall so easily. Gritting his teeth, the man said yes, but there's more news. It's bad news for Inchan. They froze when they heard this. The head wrinkled his brow as he said that it was reported that all the members of the White Tiger had disappeared. Jong's eyes opened in amazement. The hero froze in bewilderment. A view of the building opened. The guys looked at the corpses of the monsters. The words were heard that Inchan began to come to life. The hunters began to push back the monsters, and the concentration of magic in the air gradually decreased. A settlement appeared. A phrase flashed by that after the death of the ruler of Inchan, the city began to restore its vitality. Holding the food in her hands, the girl said that they should eat more. Sitting at the table, the young man asked that the man who had saved them was a dark horse. Yes, to which he was told that Siegfried was also there. Residents walked around the city, and the idea appeared in their heads that people were coming back to life. Standing at the window, the protagonist reflected on the fact that his group that saved them. Looking to the side, he asked what news was. Looking at him, Song replied that communication with Seoul was completely broken. Thanks to this, it is sometimes possible to establish communication with other regions from Inchan, so they will try to get as much information as possible. Gritting his teeth, he added that it seemed that serious changes had begun throughout Korea. It would be something. Looking down, MC thought that Inchan would now be able to return to stability even without them. They needed to decide where to go next, Seoul and other regions where they should go. The doors to the rooms swung open abruptly. Going inside, the swordswoman said that she had returned, to which he asked what the barrier state was. Looking ahead, she replied that the barrier leading to Seoul was getting stronger. It seemed that it was impossible to move there now. while the barriers leading to other places were weakening compared to their previous state. The hero's gaze froze as he pondered that it would be more difficult to head to Seoul, even though they could break through the barrier using the beast. But then it would lose its power for a while, and they would lose their only means of communication with the outside world. Lee stretched out his hand and said that for the time being, let them check the condition of the barrier for the next few days. Looking at him, Zhang replied approvingly. Putting his hand in his pocket, the hero said that he should try to find out the location of the White Tiger group by any means, to which the hunter replied approvingly. A view of Seoul opened. Powerful explosions thundered in the middle of the city. The resident opened his eyes in fright and shouted that they should move faster. The awakened man stretched out his hand in front of him and shouted that everyone should come here. The creature opened its mouth wide in front of him. The monster's eyes burned red. The battles took place right in the middle of the city. The guy silently watched what was happening. Veins jumped up on his face.